Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we are just currently getting a look at the World Trade Center. We have something that has happened here at the World Trade Center. We noticed flame and an awful lot of smoke from one of the towers of the World Trade Center. We are just coming up on this scene. This is easily 3/4 of the way up. Whatever has occurred has just occurred within minutes, and we are trying to determine exactly what that is, but currently we have a lot of smoke at the top of the towers of the World Trade Center. We will keep you posted.
Tom, we just saw that smoke go up at about the same time you did. It was like one huge puff.
That's exactly what we had seen. We had seen what we had turned around with Jeff. We were at the George Washington Bridge. We had seen a fireball, and I can tell you it appears as though something has gone into the World Trade Center. I'm looking at the north side of what I believe, what is the North Tower, so I would guess that's tower number 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is about 3/4 of the way up, maybe even 3/4 of the way up Tower 1. There is smoke now billowing out of the top of the World Trade Center. I'm looking at what appears to be broken windows. I want to say that this is about 10 stories down from the top, maybe a little bit more than that. But there now appears to be smoke pouring out of the gash of the north side of the World Trade Center. My heavens, this has just happened within several minutes. We're going to try to get a little bit of additional detail about this, but currently Lower Manhattan is, I would say as of right now, going to be a big trouble spot, to say the least. The inbound side of the Lincoln, about a 30-minute delay. The Holland, about a 40-minute delay. Let's go back over to Craig Allen,
Tom,
WCBS. Yes,
before we go to Craig, can we stay with you for a second?
Absolutely,
We're going to describe what we saw, because we have a distant view of the Trade Center from our studio here in Midtown Manhattan. What we saw was one giant plume of smoke, not a very dark color smoke, but a light color smoke.
All right, what we had seen, we were at the George Washington Bridge beginning to make our way south. We saw what appeared to be literally a fireball at the top of the World Trade Center. I am just coming up now and looking at the north face of the World Trade Center. It appears, at least from this vantage point, that something has hit it. Something has gone into the World Trade Center. I do not have that confirmed in any way, shape, or form, but there is a gash across, I would want to say, about 10 stories down from the top of the World Trade Center.
All right, Tom.
Sort of from right to left and making its way down. Yes, Jeff?
Okay, we're going to interrupt you here. We've found an eyewitness who's going to talk to us about what they see. Smoke at this point is billowing from that top eighth, let's say, of the one tower.
And now we've seen what it's like from the air in the word pictures of Tom Kaminsky. What's it like on the ground here? We have an eyewitness who's called us, who is on the way to work, driving to the World Trade Center. Hello, sir? Yes, what are you seeing?
I see a gaping hole at the top of the World Trade Center, almost to the top, not quite up there. I wasn't looking at it as I was driving towards it. I just heard a huge explosion. It seemed like it blew out as opposed to something going into it. And I'm looking at it real close now. Obviously, I'm not going to get there, so I have to turn around somewhere here.
How far away are you right now?
I'm 4 blocks away looking right at it.
Can you see the smoke coming from that hole?
It's a huge hole. There are flames. There's smoke. There's smoke on the others. You know, it looks like the impact was on the northbound side or something blew out on the northbound side. But I see smoke coming out on the southbound and the westbound side also. And it's the northbound tower that this happened in.
The North Tower is the one that's closer to Midtown.
Yes, that's right.
And where are you driving right now?
Well, I'm on West Street, so I'm looking right at it. I'm only 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
This is as far as I'm going to be able to go. I'm going to have to turn around somewhere.
All right.
WCBS
Thank you
News
for
Time.
that.
8:52. Again, we're following is there is smoke coming from the World Trade Center, the top eighth of the North Tower. There's a gash apparently in the side of the building. And now, WCBS News Time, 8:52. We have
breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
I believe if we can get in touch with him, we have a witness who saw what happened at the World Trade Center. M. David Levin, are you with us?
I am right here at the foot of the World Trade Center on the north side. Smoke is billowing out of the, I would say it's about 15 stories down from the top of the number 2, I believe it is, World Trade Center. Flames are coming out also. This apparently was a commuter plane that smashed into it with such force that the windows of the Pick a Bagel, in which I was just about to buy a bagel, smashed with a big bang. Everybody was very frightened, and it sounded like a fabulous explosion. And indeed, there is great devastation up there.
What happened to the commuter plane? It looks from what we're seeing that it might have actually gone through one side of and out the other.
I can't see the south side of the building, but it could well have been. It hit with such force that the whole neighborhood really shook.
Well, Tom Kaminsky may have a better view for us, David. He's in Chopper 880. What are you seeing now, Tom?
I think we can sort of confirm that at least to some degree. We are now looking at flames shooting out of the north side of number 1 World Trade Center, but there are at least some windows blown out and smoke billowing out of the opposite side. We have not been able to get to the south side of the building yet. We're sort of staying right here. We have a very good vantage point, so we're staying here for the time being. However, there is smoke billowing out of both sides, really of all 4 sides, it would appear, of World Trade Center Tower number 1. And as we've been saying, this is anywhere between 10 and 15 stories down from the top. Now, as you look at the World Trade Center, this is the building with the antenna on top of it. So there is quite a bit of flame now coming out of the north face of that building, and only smoke. I don't see any flame coming out of the other approaches, but I talked to our pilot, Arthur Anderson, and he says he did see something go into that building. We were at the George Washington Bridge and beginning to make our way south. I looked up and saw a fireball, but Arthur Anderson, my pilot, says that he certainly did see something right at that building, about 10 to 15 stories up.
Tom, stay with us for a minute, will you? We want to talk to WCBS producer Kelly Edwards on the ground. Of course, you can see the fire. Where are you?
I'm just about 15 blocks north of the World Trade Center right now on 7th Avenue. Fire trucks are screaming down 7th Avenue trying to get to this fire. It looks like the fire is about 10 stories from the top of the building. Flames are shooting out. Smoke is pouring out. This gash goes from one side of the building practically all the way to the other. You can see thick black smoke pouring out of the front of the building, the north side. I can also see it coming out of the west side, and it's certainly coming off the entire top of the building right now. It's completely covered with smoke. You can barely see the top of the building. You can see flames shooting out of the east side of that gash. The gash seems to be getting bigger. I can now see flames coming out of the east and the west side of the gash. It seems like the windows are breaking as the fire moves down the building.
Well, we had heard earlier from one of the witnesses, M. David Levin, told us that the ground floor windows had been shaking, Kelly. Now, everybody we've been speaking with seems to have a vantage point of one side of the World Trade Center. We can tell you that at least 2 facades of the building have giant holes, at least 2 or 3 stories high in them. We don't know what's become of people inside or where that plane might have ended up. We're trying to find out the latest for you. Of course, we're very little in the way of details. Emergency crews are still on their way to the scene as of this point.
Stay with WCBS 880 because we are right on top of this for you with reporters on the way to the scene. Tom Kaminsky is overhead giving us the bird's eye view and in fact was the first to tell us about it and see it.
Tom's been hovering around. Let's go to him right now up in Chopper 880. Tom.
All right, Jeff, back here with you. And we're trying to gather some information as to what type of plane this might have been into this area. I can tell you, as we are looking here at the north side, the north face of Tower Number 1, the gash that is in the building runs from about 10 stories up to about 15 stories, going from right to left, sloping to the left diagonally. Smoke is pouring out of that face, and now we have quite a bit of smoke and flame pouring out of the eastern side of Tower Number 1, and that also about 10 to 15 stories up. So it is our guess that whenever went into Tower Number 1 went into it and stayed there. We have not seen any evidence of any other fire on the south side of the World Trade Center. Tower Number 2, at least from our vantage point, appears to be unaffected. This appears to be entirely in Tower Number 1. But the impact point is almost certainly on the north side of tower number 1, about 15 stories up. We're just getting a look at the street. The traffic on West Street at this point is just beginning to come to a stop. That hasn't really happened yet. We are seeing some police and emergency crews beginning to make their way down West Street. Certainly this area is going to be not the place to be. I would want to say from about the area of Canal Street on down, at the very least, you really need to try and avoid driving in this area. And at this point, Jeff, that is all we have. We are still looking at smoke billowing out of tower number 1.
All right, Tom Kaminsky will come back to us, and we have reporters Peter Haskell, Mary Gay Taylor on the way to the scene. Our producer Kelly Edwards on the ground, not far, has given us a good view from the ground, and Tom Kaminsky will continue to give us a bird's eye view, and that's why you want to stay with us on WCBS 880. We've got you covered.
WCBS News Time 8:59. Let's give you a recap of what's transpired. We first saw this huge plume of smoke wafting up from the World Trade Center about, I'd say, 12 minutes ago, about 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. After that, thick black smoke began billowing from gashes in at least 2 sides of the building. Windows have been shattering. Some people, eyewitnesses we've spoke to on the air here at WCBS, say in those top 10 or 15 floors of the North Tower, there was such an explosion that it made windows shake and break on the ground 100 stories below.
Joining us now on the line is an eyewitness who is in the Empire State Building. Bob Bradley, what do you see?
I saw this plane. It didn't look like it was out of control at all. It was a medium-sized body plane with engines on both sides just fly right into the building. I thought at first it was a shadow that was going to swoop over top of the building like we've seen in the past just sitting here in our office, but this plane headed directly for the building. And note, it didn't look like there was any trouble at all with the plane. It didn't swerve at all. It just landed directly in the building. It was almost like a gray-black color in nature on the plane.
It seemed as though it just flew right into the building without...
like he wanted to fly into the building.
He wasn't trying to avoid the building.
No. This guy swoops directly into the building.
All right, that's what it looked like from one vantage point.
That's from the Empire State Building. Thank you very much.
You got it.
Okay, also to speak with us now, people are checking in from all over, from the Village Penthouse. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but we'll find out. Carl Tendler is joining us. Where are you located?
I'm near Washington Square Park. I live in a penthouse which faces directly the 2 World Trade Center buildings.
Were you looking outside when this happened?
I heard noise overhead, and I got up to see what it was. It was a low-flying aircraft. It was about 150, 200 feet off my penthouse. He was flying straight ahead, and he pulled up a little bit and went into just hit the side of the World Trade Center. There was a huge flash. The aircraft looked like he was a DC-3. He was aluminum, no markings, aluminum, and he just flew right into the building. I still can't believe it.
All right, thank you very much. That's what you saw from north, right? That is
north of the Trade Center
in Washington Square.
All right, so we're hearing a couple of witnesses who said they saw a plane fly right into the building. Tom Kaminsky in Chopper 880 back with us again.
And we are getting a look at the south side of the building, and certainly there is now that we can see severe damage even to the south side of this building, which is now beginning to make me question which angle this aircraft approached from. Most of the smoke is billowing up now to the south side of tower number 1, so it's a little bit difficult to determine exactly the impact point. I can tell you that whatever internal sprinkler system there is at the World Trade Center has certainly been activated, because the smoke that we could see at the impact point is still very dark, but the smoke toward the top 10 to 15 floors of tower number 1, that smoke is now white, and a lot of windows have been blown out on all 4 sides from about 15 to 20 stories up on tower number 1. But certainly that smoke is now white in nature. So there are fire crews just screaming into this area from every conceivable direction. We're looking at crews flying down West Street currently into this area. We've noticed some coming across Canal Street, and just this entire area of Lower Manhattan is absolutely going to need to be avoided. For how long, there is absolutely no way to tell. Now, we've gotten a look at least 3 sides of tower number 1, and that is the only building
it's exploding right now, Tommy. We're seeing Another
Apparently,
plane?
that was another plane. We have a witness who we just spoke to a moment ago. We're hearing from Carl Tendler, who was at the Village Apartments in Washington Square. We're trying to bring him on the air.
All right,
that was a
Carl?
second plane that just blew?
Building number 1.
It's been another one, Carl.
Yes, he hit in building number 1.
The other building.
Yes, he flew right into it.
Describe exactly what you just saw,
Yes,
please.
I saw this jet coming towards the building. He was low. He was about halfway up. And he flew into, it looked like the southeast corner of the building. So building number 2 is now burning.
So that's now either one plane or two planes flying into each building.
One aircraft that just hit the south corner. It looked like a twin-engine jet.
That is about what was described. What you described earlier, wasn't it? You who told us.
No, the first one was a DC-3 that hit the first building.
Okay, we're seeing it looks like some kind of sick confetti parade. There is debris flying out of that south tower.
We saw a burst of flames a moment ago, just before we talked with you.
That was the aircraft that just hit building number 1.
Okay, we're going to go back to Tom Kaminsky and Chopper 880. It's been been about
buildings.
20 minutes since the first explosion. The first plane flew into the North Tower.
Jeff,
Tom.
we have gone to the north side of the World Trade Center, so we were shielded from that. But just moments prior to that, we were getting a look at Tower number 1. That was unaffected. But as we were looking back, we did see a second explosion of some type in Tower number 1. So both of the towers of the World Trade Center are now affected. This second explosion has just happened. We're still looking at debris still raining down, and now from Tower number 2. My correction there. The second explosion just happened at Tower number 2. This is in the general area of where the first one was, but a bit farther down. I want to say maybe about 20 to possibly 25 stories down, and this would be on the northeast corner from what we can see of Tower number 1. So we now have both of the towers of the World Trade Center at this point in flames.
And there are some transmitters, of course, on top of one of those buildings, and that is affecting some of our broadcast friends right now.
Some of the TV stations are off the air at this point, so we will try to describe what we have for you. Tom Kaminsky, just have to ask, do you have fuel enough to hang with this for a while?
We are actually going to refuel and be back with you. In fact, our plan is that we're going to do that right now so we can come back with you.
All right, thanks. Tom Kaminsky, it's 9:05 on WCBS New York, and we are covering for you a couple of explosions. Planes have crashed into each of the towers of the World Trade Center just within the last few minutes.
I'll tell you what happened, what we saw. We were watching a television monitor. We were watching the smoke, the thick black smoke coming from the gaping holes in the North Tower. Tom Kaminsky was on the air a few moments ago live, and suddenly the TVs went blank for a moment. They came back on with the pictures from the World Trade Center, and there was a second explosion into the other tower. A little bit lower, let's guess, 20 stories below the explosion point on the first tower. And again, people have seen two planes, one hitting each tower 20 minutes apart.
And I think another, we've had a lot of eyewitnesses calling us in who were able to see what happened. In fact, one of our listeners who called us at 2 different times, who said he saw each building get hit separately by 2 separate planes. Apparently, the first plane was a DC-3. The second plane is being described as a twin-engine plane that went into the second building just a few minutes later. People have been telling us that they don't believe that the plane had been trying to avoid the building. It almost looked as though it had intended to fly right into it.
All right, Tom Kaminsky's still with us, so he has to refuel, but let's go up to Chopper 880.
What's happening now, Jeff, is that we've had all aircraft operations in and around this area of Lower Manhattan suspended entirely. LaGuardia Airport has said there are 2 confirmed aircraft into the World Trade Center, and they want no one at all in this area. They are, in effect, if you can possibly picture this, cordoning off the entire area around the World Trade Center and around Manhattan from at least Midtown on south. So we will be looking at this from a far distance and describing from what we could see, at least from the opposite side of the Hudson River. We don't know what sort of restrictions will be placed upon any aircraft in addition to this, but LaGuardia Airport confirming 2 aircraft into the World Trade Center, 1 into each tower. So they have requested that all aircraft leave the area immediately, so we are complying with that.
Thank you, Tom Kaminsky. We appreciate everything you've done so far. We hope you'll be back with us shortly after catching a drink for the helicopter. One thing we have yet to discuss is the people inside the World Trade Center.
The business day had started. Plenty of people were likely in their offices when all this happened at about 8:45.
8:45 or so as people are coming in the elevators. Roughly 50,000 people, as we know, work at the World Trade Center complex. More than just the two buildings. There are many that are low-rises beneath. But in those two towers, there are a tremendous number of people, and there are gaping holes and flames flying from some of the upper floors. We wish we could tell you exactly what was going on inside. We don't know if this is ominous or not. Certainly communications would be cut at a time like this. The transmitters atop the building have shut off some of the TV stations here in New York City. The question is, with no communication from inside the building, what has happened to the people on those upper floors? We haven't heard from many witnesses inside the World Trade Center.
Let's take a little listen now for a moment to CBS 2, which
Ladies
is
and gentlemen,
back on the air.
it's hard to fathom another accident.
It's indescribable as to why any of this has happened. We can't put words in the FAA's mouth or any flight tower information, but you're seeing what we're seeing, and on what seemingly is a relatively clear New York day.
Yeah.
Two plane impacts. One you just witnessed there, saw on tape a moment ago. Explosions just 18 minutes apart. Oh. The first one before 9, the second one...
Is this our Chopper 2 picture?
Not long after 9. Yeah, this is I believe, picture from Chopper 2. Jim Smith, are you up there?
Yes, we are, Michael and Lisa. We have been forced to stay about 5 miles away from the World Trade Center.
Okay, that's News 2, who is also covering this story along with us.
Yeah, their Chopper, same story as Tom Kaminsky. They're being told to get away from the site on the ground. People being told not to go into the area of Lower Manhattan around the World Trade Center while emergency teams try to get inside.
And eyewitnesses continue to call into our newsroom, among them Ron Klein, who is a window washer. You were on Broadway and 18th when you saw what happened?
That's correct. I noticed the plane passing over lower than I had seen any type of plane previously pass. It didn't seem to be under power, and it was on a downward angle. The pilot did, it seemed, attempt by the dipping of the wings from side to side to make maneuvers. As it went out of sight, the next thing that happened was the plume of smoke. I didn't really actually hear an impact, but the plane, I was concerned that the plane wasn't going to make it to where it had intended to go.
Sadly, we have to ask, are you talking about the first plane or the second plane 20 minutes later?
I'm talking about the plane that happened shortly before 9 o'clock. I don't know anything about a second plane.
Yeah, that was the first one. They happened 18 minutes apart, and they each hit a different tower of the World Trade Center. We have no word of casualties yet, but we did have one eyewitness who called us, who said that he was at a bagel shop on the ground nearby, and that he could feel the different buildings shaking all around the neighborhood. We continue to get calls in from eyewitnesses, and we have another one on the line with us right now.
I believe if we can bring him on the air. Russell, you're in Soho?
Yes, Soho.
And what was your vantage point when the tower had the explosion?
Well, we have an enormous, beautiful view of both the towers from the window on our deck on our cafeteria upstairs. And I hear this jet plane go over, and I think, well, that's kind of low. And I look out the window. I was by myself, of course, and here's this enormous, looks like a DC-9. It was a twin-engine jet, and it flew directly toward and I couldn't believe it. I thought, well, what the heck? And he dipped his wing, and then he flew directly into the building. It was an enormous explosion of fire, and, of course, I let out a big expletive because I couldn't believe it was like watching a movie. It was incredible.
That was heard just about everywhere where people were looking up this morning. Which one are you talking about, the first or the second?
I didn't know about the second one because I came down here, and I said, I better call somebody and let them know what kind of airplane that was.
Yeah. That was at about quarter of 9 this morning. About 18 minutes later, the second one happened in the other building. And in both cases, all the eyewitnesses who've called have told us that it looked as though it were intentional. Nobody was trying to miss the buildings.
That guy, he just dipped the wing slightly, but he didn't look like he was veering off. And it went right directly into the building. And it was like one of those movies. You can't believe it could happen.
Oh, but it did. Russell,
disaster movie.
Do you know your airplanes? We had heard earlier somebody guessing that it was a DC-3. You said a DC-9?
I see DC-9. It's a double, it's a two-engine jet, large jet, not a small corporate jet. So it was a pretty good-sized plane. And, well, if you look at the side of the building, you'll see there's a gash that goes almost from end to end, so it's almost a block wide, that building.
It looks almost as if, like, the World Trade Center had kind of had a scissor run through it, or somebody just, like, hit it with a hammer.
Well, the enormous plane just disappeared into the building.
It's a huge building, and it has this gash in it as though it were just a paper cutout.
That's right, and that's where the plane went in.
All right, thanks a lot for your help and what you've seen. WCBS News Time.
All right, now we have more information to give you.
Breaking. WCBS 880, right here, right now.
The FBI is now investigating reports of a plane hijacking before these crashes we're telling you about at the World Trade Center towers this morning. That is the very latest situation we have, that perhaps one or both of these planes had been hijacked.
That report is singular. Reports of a plane hijacking. Again, 2 planes involved in 2 crashes into either tower of the World Trade Center at about 10 to 9 and 5 after 9 this morning.
Another eyewitness is just called in. Susan Romo, you're in Battery Park City, and you saw one of them crash?
Yes, I saw the second plane crash right into the second tower.
And this was just about 15 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, I was looking at the first explosion from the top of my roof of where I live, and it was almost like I saw a replay of what had just happened on the first tower. The plane looked like a 737. It looked much bigger than the other one, and it just went right into the second tower and completely disappeared. I can see right now there's no debris, no plane debris at all. It just all was swallowed up by the tower. It's amazing. And I can start seeing flames coming from the second tower now, but not as much as in the first one. The first one is just, you could just see so much. You can see like 2 or 3 floors completely in flames.
Flames are now flying out of the South Tower. The smoke thick and black from both buildings at this moment. Here in Midtown Manhattan, we're insulated from the sound that would have come from any explosion. What we saw with the first explosion was a huge, quick plume of light-colored smoke. We were thinking maybe it's some smokestack or perhaps a building demolition project, something like that, down in Lower Manhattan.
And then before we knew it, we were talking to Tom Kaminsky, and he was telling us what it was that we actually were seeing.
That something had apparently hit the World Trade Center, or some type of explosion. We now know, of course, that there were planes hitting either tower 20 minutes apart. The smoke has blackened over time as the flames have taken over inside the building, billowing out of the huge gashes in the side of the building in I'm going to guess, the top 20 or 30 floors. And again, we should stress that what we're hearing is eyewitness reports because we have not heard anything from city emergency officials at this point. They're obviously still trying to assess the situation less than a half an hour after the first explosion.
To recap, once again, at 9:15 here on WCBS, sometime at about 8:45 or so, we noticed the smoke coming out of the building, and that is about when the first plane went in. We are still getting calls from eyewitnesses who are telling us whether they saw the first plane go in or 18 minutes later the second plane go in. There is some discrepancy about exactly what kind of a plane it was each time. One description we just got was that it looked as though the tower actually swallowed the plane. There didn't seem to be any debris from the plane anywhere. It was simply swallowed up by the building, it appeared to this one eyewitness. Everyone's telling us it looked quite intentional. It didn't look like anyone was trying to swerve to avoid one of the buildings. And now we're getting word, of course, about the FBI investigating reports that there had been a plane hijacking before these crashes this morning.
That's all we know about a possible hijacking, not where any flight might have originated, where it was going to. And we stress that according to all the eyewitnesses we've spoken to who saw the actual impact of these planes, they're not talking about the small Cessnas. You know, if you have dinner at Windows on the World and look down, you actually see those little planes over the Hudson River flying beneath the high perch in which you're having your dinner. This is nothing like that. This is a plane up above that barreled down into the building the first time and apparently the second time, if our eyewitnesses are to be believed.
Another eyewitness who's a pilot might shed some more light for us. Sheldon Edelman, you saw the first plane start to look a little bit strange before it crashed?
Yes, the plane flew over at about pattern altitude over the Washington Square Park area, heading south. It then banked and made a sharp right turn to go westbound, and then I lost track of it. I got the appearance that whoever was flying it was deliberately changing course for a particular direction, and he was flying extremely low, no higher than pattern altitude.
Tell us what pattern altitude is. I don't mean to interrupt, but what does pattern altitude mean?
About 1,000 feet over the ground level, over sea level, at that location.
All right, so he was at about that height when he
was very low, considering, and it was a commercial liner. This was not a corporate jet with the engines in the back. It had two engines, one on each wing. It seemed to be the size either of a 37 or a 67. I couldn't tell.
737 or 767, you mean?
One or the other. It had a wider body than a 757, so I couldn't tell exactly, but it was probably a 37 from what I could see. But what impressed me is the way the plane took a sharp right turn and did not change its altitude.
Given the direction it was coming from, could you guess where?
It was coming from the north. It was coming as if it would have been taking off from LaGuardia, coming from the north, heading south. It then veered to the right to go slightly west, but it was a definite turn to the west. And what impressed me is the height of the plane at this location made no sense at all.
Can you stay right here with us? We have another well-known pilot with us, our own newsman, Harley Carnes
joins us along with Sheldon Edelman. Sheldon Edelman saw what happened. Harley was, of course, not in the city yet, didn't see what happened. Okay.
Harley, maybe you could interview this pilot because you know all those pilot questions to ask.
Well, I can. One of the things that we know is there's a VFR corridor there, and so everything from 1,100 feet down to the surface is legal. It's legal for him to fly through there without getting clearances or really talking to anyone, although he should be on 123.05 and talk to other airplanes and let them know where he is. The point is that it's legal to fly there. We have a lot of freedom to fly in this country. And so coming from the north, they would have been able to steadily descend from a higher altitude to come down low enough, certainly, to hit the World Trade Center or any other building. And that was the thing that he was out to do. So I guess the first question I would ask of someone who saw it is about how high up the towers did he hit, and it obviously was a clear turn in the direction of it. What did you see? And from a pilot's perspective, what was the guy doing?
From my vantage point, he was probably at about pattern altitude or less. Not for a jet, for a non-jet aircraft. I would say that he was no more than 1,000 to 1,500 feet above ground level.
And over the East River or the Hudson River?
He was on the closer to the west side, closer to the Hudson River.
Okay.
The point where he flew over the Washington Square Park was probably exactly that. He flew what seemed to be over the Washington Square Park, and he veered to the right. I would have to guess at about Houston Street or Canal Street, somewhere in that vicinity. He veered to the right. I would say Houston from where I was in the street. Made a sharp turn to the right to go westbound. I lost track of him at that location.
Well, the intelligent thing on his part is if he's going down the Hudson River at 1,000 feet, then he's able to do that without having to talk to anyone, without exciting anyone.
I would guess.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We are just getting word that air traffic has been stopped cold throughout the tri-state area. Let's go to Chopper 880. Tom Kaminsky, what can you tell us?
Well, Jeff, what we can tell you now that we've just gotten some fuel and we're getting back in the air, and I could tell you that the flight operations at Newark and Kennedy and LaGuardia airports have been suspended, and we are just getting word now that operations at Teterboro Airport have been closed. So we were on our way out of Teterboro Airport, and we were told to go back. We're just coming back now. So in essence, what is happening here is that all flight operations in this area are stopped. We are closed down all the way around here at Kennedy, LaGuardia, and Newark airports, and now also at Teterboro. Whether or not this flight restriction will extend up toward White Plains or out to Islip, I have no way of knowing right now, but I could certainly tell you that flight operations at Newark and Kennedy, LaGuardia airports are stopped for the time being. And again, we don't know how long this is going to be, but if you are headed to the airports waiting for someone or waiting to catch a flight, it is safe to say.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
Tom, we're sorry to interrupt. We have new information.
A senior government official is saying that they are now pursuing reports one or both of these planes were hijacked. As we told you, the FBI was looking into that, and now they're saying that the crashes may have been the result of a suicide mission. They say the reports are preliminary. They don't know the cause of the crashes, of course. One government official says it certainly doesn't look like an accident, and of course that is what everyone who's called us, who was an eyewitness, is saying as well, so it bears that out.
Let's go back at Tom Kaminsky, if you're still with us in Chopper 880.
Jeff, We are still with you. We're trying to determine if there's going to be a way that we can possibly leave this area and head toward that area, but it certainly from this point appears, according to the FAA, that they have been instructed to close all of the area airports. That includes Newark and Kennedy and LaGuardia, and for our purposes, Teterboro Airport. I can tell you, I'm looking up at the sky right now. It is a beautiful day to fly, and I do not see a single aircraft anywhere around this area as I look all the way around me. So it certainly would appear that all flight operations in and around the New York City area have been suspended. We will keep you posted on that. I just needed to add one other note here. When this first explosion occurred, we did not see, at least from our vantage point at the George Washington Bridge, any sort of a sizable aircraft come down that Hudson River corridor. That's not to say that when we were over the Bronx that didn't happen, and certainly that has been from every indication that the first plane, Tower number 1, had gone from north to south. There was no indication at LaGuardia that there was any sort of an aircraft that was that large that was in that corridor. But again, we'll be getting more details, and certainly we will be talking to as many people as we can at the towers and other pilots around this area to see what else we can learn.
All right, Tom Kaminsky is going to keep back with us right on through the day. And meanwhile, let's recap exactly what we know. We just have learned that a senior government official is saying that the FBI is looking into the possibility that one or both of these planes that crashed into each of the towers of the World Trade Center within the last 45 minutes may have been the result of a suicide mission.
According to the witnesses we've been speaking with since the first explosion at about 8:45, these looked like large planes, commercial planes. One witness who knows the air pattern says it probably came from LaGuardia. Let's get more information. We have an eyewitness speaking with us. Dan Rosenbaum is on the line. We don't know where you were at the time of the crash. Talk to us.
I was on the Brooklyn Heights Promenade looking at the World Trade Center. I saw the second plane crash into the tower. It approached from the south, somewhere, it looked like about the 50th or 40th story. Large plane, black. I didn't see any markings on it. I didn't hear any engines. It really sounded like the thing just glided in. It hit the tower, big bang, ball of flame, debris spewing from the south to the north.
Did you see metal wreckage flying off the building, or did it all go in?
I saw wreckage flying out of the building. I obviously don't know whether it's from the plane or from the building. The air over Brooklyn is full of paper.
Over Brooklyn, over on the other side, across Manhattan, across the river.
Across Manhattan, across the river.
Okay, over.
Dan Rosenbaum is telling us the view he's getting from Brooklyn. And, you know, at City Hall right now, let's see what's going on, if there's been any word from the mayor or city officials. WCBS reporter Sean Adams is there.
And we actually haven't been inside City Hall yet, but down outside the City Hall Park, I can give you the sense of what's going on in the street. The streets are packed with people. Almost every building has just about been emptied. The streets are filled with people, stunned, scared, frightened, crying, staring upward at this ominous, dark, horrible symbol in the sky. The two towers are flaming, both of them. The flames are racing up the side of the building, bright orange. The smoke sort of shimmies up the side of the building for several floors, and then the wind gets hold of it and is pulling it to the southeast, and that's why all of that paper and debris is floating out all over Brooklyn. It is absolutely amazing to see just the sheer panic in the streets right now. Many people are running. They saw this from their windows, their office windows, and their immediate instinct was to run, was to leave. People are tracking north, up towards Tribeca and Soho. The streets are jammed. If you were in your car...
What about the roads? In the car, yes.
What happens in the car is this. The streets are not moving that well, and what happens is there are emergency vehicles coming from every direction. You need to be... If you're in your car, don't panic. Just be patient, and when you hear those sirens, you have to get out of the way and let those vehicles get down towards the World Trade Center.
Do you know if they've closed any tunnels to let the vehicles through?
I don't have any information to that effect. I can tell you that I came down the FDR. I got off before I got to the Brooklyn Bridge, made my way back towards police headquarters, and there, the Verizon headquarters, that building was just emptying. Bertram High School, that building was emptying, and people are frightened, people are scared. You have to remain calm in the streets. streets. There are lines at all of the payphones, 50 people long, because a lot of the cell phones just aren't working down here. I had to come to the Blimpie to use the telephone here. My cell phones aren't working. There's a lot of confusion right now, and people just have to stay calm up here in Lower Manhattan.
All right, Sean, we want you to stay with us. Please check back frequently for the very latest on the situation down in Lower Manhattan. He is approaching City Hall. Now we're going to go to another one of our producers here at WCBS 880. I think we may have lost this line. Yes, we did.
Okay, we're waiting to hear again from Kelly Edwards, who called us a few minutes ago because she was a few blocks away and saw what happened. And meanwhile, we continue to have Harley Carnes on the line with us, and we'll get a little more perspective from him. Harley, of course, is a pilot, and we will continue to speak with him. Now I think we have Kelly.
WCBS producer Kelly Edwards joining us live. Kelly?
Pat and Jeff, I'm standing on 7th Avenue South, just about 15 blocks north of the World Trade Center. Both of the buildings have smoke pouring out of them. The north building, the first one hit, has a seam going from one side to the other. It looks like if this tower were leaning over, the entire top would break right off. When the second plane hit, it hit from the south. Witnesses who saw it said it looked like a commercial airliner. It hit from the south. We couldn't see it exactly hit, but from the front, from the north, it was a giant ball of white smoke, flames, and a lot of sparks. It sounded like a giant light bulb breaking. People here on the street are crying. People are running into the street with their cameras. I've seen people running into the street with their bathrobes on. Everybody has a cell phone to their ear, but nobody can get through to anybody. There are a lot of people concerned about their friends and their children in daycare. People are going to pick up their families right now. I'm looking at the towers right now. In the north tower, the windows are peeling down like runs in a nylon. The smoke is still pouring out. There are not as many flames coming out of the north tower, but the south tower still has a lot of smoke. It's black and white mixed together. Those windows are also, from a distance, they look like they're breaking, but it honestly looks like a giant pair of pantyhose that just have several parallel runs going right down the leg.
Kelly Edwards with some very vivid word pictures. We have something new for you as well. And Tom Kaminsky and Chopper 880 to tell us about it.
All right, we've been talking with the folks over at the Teterboro Tower, and the word that they are using now is that the airspace, we're talking Newark and Kennedy and LaGuardia and Teterboro, the entire New York City airspace is going to be, in their words, sterilized, meaning that no one will be flying anywhere around this area for an undetermined period of time. Currently here at Ridgefield Park, New Jersey, and we've been talking to the tower there. We've been talking to the tower at Teterboro Airport. Now, one other note. As part of a plan by the Port Authority, we have a full closing now of the inbound Holland and Lincoln tunnels. At this point, I don't know about the George Washington Bridge, but certainly the Holland and Lincoln tunnels are closed. No traffic allowed into Manhattan via the Holland or Lincoln. Again, the GWB, I do not have anything further on that. There is some traffic coming out of Manhattan back out to New Jersey, but if you're trying to get inbound, everything at this point has been closed.
On WCBS 880, right here, right now.
President Bush is now speaking about the situation here in New York City at the World Trade Center. We're trying to bring you his comments live as best we can quickly here on WCBS.
Resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
President Bush speaking from an elementary school in Florida.
May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
Brief comments in which he apparently, we didn't catch the beginning of it, but he was talking about this being a terrorist attack and talked about getting the folks responsible, about the folks inside the World Trade Center. 45 minutes after the first plane crash into the building, we have yet to hear word one.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We're covering more terror at the World Trade Center 8 years later.
Two planes have smashed into the towers minutes apart, the first coming about 8:50 this morning.
Both slammed into the upper floors, leaving gaping holes on multiple sides of each tower. There's flame, heavy smoke pouring out along with flame to this moment, 45 minutes later.
The FBI is investigating reports of a hijacking before the crashes, and there was also word that that they were looking into the possibility that it was a suicide attack. No word yet on possible deaths or injuries. The crashes have left some television stations in the city off the air. They happened about 18 minutes apart. Stay with us on WCBS 880. We have Tom Kaminsky overhead in Chopper 880. We have experts and eyewitnesses on the phone with us. Stay with us for continuing live team coverage. Right now, M. David Levin, who we spoke to a little while ago, who was right outside trying to buy a bagel when the building started shaking. He's back with us now, right on the ground outside.
Yes, I am.
Are you seeing people coming out of the building?
No, everything is ringed off here, and what I do see, unfortunately, are bodies falling out of the north building. I've watched at least 4 bodies fall out of the building. There's still a great amount of smoke and fire, and here on the ground, everybody is very, very upset. There are people walking around holding their hearts. Women are crying. Everybody is talking about a conspiracy, and there is no cell phone service in the whole area as well. So the telephone lines for the outdoor phones are extremely long as people try to call their loved ones and tell them they're okay.
We were hearing reports from reporters who are getting closer and closer to the World Trade Center about grief in the streets. Again, this is the first we're hearing about anyone inside the building. And David Levin explained that he saw at least 4 bodies flying out of the building. There's no cell phone service in the area of Lower Manhattan. Sean Adams near City Hall, 15, 20 blocks away, spoke of people lining up 50 deep to use payphones. And at this point, Manhattan is sealed off.
You can't get in by either tunnel, and now there is also word that apparently the entire city is sealed off, so that would likely include the George Washington Bridge.
We'd have to say Manhattan is sealed off as opposed to the city. You can't get across the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. Hudson River crossings are closed, and again, as Tom Kaminsky's been telling us, no air traffic. The air corridors have been
shut.
Sterilized. Sterilized is the word that they're using because of FBI conjecture that there was a hijacking possibly before the planes crashed, and they're investigating that. One eyewitness telling us that given the traffic patterns coming toward the building as the planes were seen by eyewitnesses, that it is likely this plane, described as maybe a 737, maybe a 767, the second plane, would have been coming from LaGuardia.
We have another eyewitness on the phone with us, Juanita Soto in Brooklyn. What have you been able to see?
Well, we were in the roof, my husband and I, to see the flame, so we could see it from the roof. And then as we're looking at the fire and the papers as they're flying away, we got paper down here from the Twin Towers. We saw a second plane heading towards the building, and that's when we heard another explosion.
Thank you.
And it looked like a news helicopter. That's what it seems to us. But it was not a helicopter.
News on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We use that sound to get your attention. Right now, we need the attention of every firefighter in New York City.
The New York City Fire Department is issuing a total recall. All hands on deck, so to speak. They need all the help they can get. They need everyone to report. That is from the New York City Fire Department. Obviously, we are on full terrorism alert in New York City. President Bush has mentioned this as a possible terrorist act. We have people on the ground telling us they have terror in the streets in Lower Manhattan, people panicking, people crying. One witness has told us he saw a couple of bodies actually fall out of one of the buildings. What happened was within 18 minutes apart, 2 different planes crashed into each separate tower of the World Trade Center. It would seem, by all accounts, intentionally.
So what we know now at this point is that apparently 2 large planes have collided into the towers of the World Trade Center, and Manhattan is sealed off from the world. The bridges, the tunnels closed. No air traffic. No helicopter traffic can get anywhere near the World Trade Center. The TV helicopters, our Chopper 880, no one can get close at this point. The airspace around New York City has been sterilized this morning.
You're listening to continuing coverage live here on WCBS 880. WCBS News Time is 9:36.
Let's go to Chopper 880. Tom Kaminsky, you can't get close, but you were nearby and saw this a moment ago.
Well, I tell you, Jeff, we were making our way south from the George Washington Bridge into what is called the unrestricted airspace, the Hudson River corridor, and as a left turn and headed south along the Hudson, we spotted a fireball at the top end of tower number 1. Now, We were then, after our initial look at this, and headed down toward the area of the World Trade Center and got a look around at the damage of Tower Number 1. We had been in that area just south of the World Trade Center and really had not been in that area for longer than 30 seconds. We had gone north, and the second explosion occurred.
Could you feel the wave of the explosion?
We couldn't feel the wave of any explosion. However, the flash in each instance certainly caught our eye. And in fact, that was the second explosion that we had seen with the second plane going into Tower Number 2 was one that was even more dramatic, because we had been looking at it from pretty much every angle at any point, and we had been in that general area where that second aircraft had come in, and it would not have been more than 2 minutes prior to its impact. So it's been just an amazing, an unbelievable morning. Now, what we need to tell you in terms of trying to get around Manhattan is that any plans you may have in and around Manhattan today, you need to cancel them as quickly as possible, because there is no one being allowed in Manhattan at all. The Holland, the Lincoln tunnels, they have been closed.
Okay, we have an update for you, Tom.
The subways are also shut down, and there is a full terrorism alert in effect right now in New York City.
For 8 years since the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, we've been talking about the city going on terrorism alert, and we wondered how great an alert the city could possibly be under. This is it. All the bridges are closed. The subways have been stopped cold. The airports are closed throughout the region as the smoke continues to billow out of both towers of the World Trade Center.
WCBS reporter Harley Carnes is also known around these parts as a pilot and instructor, and has a little bit of a perspective about all this. Harley, you would pretty much concur with what some of our eyewitnesses said about the way they saw the planes go into the buildings?
Oh, as a pilot, I mean, there's just no way this is anything but intentional. There's no way. I mean, on a day like today, and I can tell you that I'm far north and west of the city, and I was up earlier this morning. You can see New York City from 50 miles away without any difficulty.
Did you see the video of the plane going in?
No, I haven't seen it, because I wasn't anywhere around it. As a matter of fact, I walked into a building to pay some taxes, and the place was just buzzing about it. And so the first thing I did was run outside and get on the phone, of course. But I can tell you that as a pilot, I mean, this is not a journalist talking, but as a pilot, nobody flies into one of the World Trade Centers on purpose. I mean, unless they are planning to commit suicide.
Especially in a large jet. This plane, having seen the video, went straight for the building and hit head on.
And as Harley says, it's a crystal clear day. There's no way this is an accident.
Yeah, I mean, this is severe clear. This is Cavu. This is every description we ever use for beautiful weather, for beautiful flying weather, as Tom mentioned a few moments ago. And don't forget, now, the allegation was some time back that a co-pilot on an airplane put a big plane into the water in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, we could be looking at that kind of situation. We could also be looking at a hijacking. But no pilot in his right mind is going to fly anywhere near it, particularly on a big airplane, the World Trade Center.
Harley, you know the air corridors in this region like the back of your hand. Can you guess which airport or where these planes might have come from?
Well, if they're big airplanes, they could come from anywhere in the United States. Doesn't make any difference where they came from. I mean, they didn't have to take off from here, is my point. They didn't have to come from LaGuardia or Kennedy or...
They could be on their way there.
Peterborough. They could be on their way there. They could have been taken from Omaha, Nebraska, for all we know.
Interesting. In all the eyewitnesses we've spoken to, nobody mentioned any markings on the tail of either plane or jetliner company insignia, anything like that.
Sure, it could very well have been an airplane that was hijacked yesterday, that somebody put some paint on, that sort of thing. Well, we just don't know the answers, and it's all conjecture. But if nobody saw any markings, then there's a very inexplicable and interesting kind of a point, if that's in fact the case.
Well, it isn't a Cessna that can create a 30-story fireball, which is what it looked like as the second plane flew directly in.
I mean, a Cessna loaded with the same kind of explosives that made a hole in the side of the coal. Yes, that could make a giant hole in the side of the World Trade Center. So it's possible for a small plane to do it if it's loaded with explosives. If, on the other hand, you have no explosives and you want to make a big fireball, get a big airplane.
All right, thank you. Harley Carnes, who is a flight instructor and is very familiar with the airspace over the New York City area. That airspace sterilized, according to Tom Kaminsky. No planes allowed up, none allowed down. The airports are closed.
WCBS News Time, 9:41. We told you we were sending a lot of reporters to cover this story for you, and here's one of them now. Peter Haskell is live at Chelsea Piers.
And Pat, we can get a clear view down the West Side Highway. Cars had been backed up earlier before. We've seen emergency vehicles, fire trucks, police cars just flying down in this direction for the last 15 minutes or so. From both towers, you can just see the gray smoke billowing out. On the North Tower, it looks like the plane hit at a higher level than on the South Tower, where it hit even higher. We found someone who works here as a security guard who witnessed the first plane hit that North Tower, and we'll play the whole interview for you and let him describe what he saw and when he picked up this plane, what he noticed as he saw this plane seemingly dipping its wings up and down.
I was in my post there, Pier 62. I was looking out to the airplane, just moving back and forth.
Its wings kind of dipping up and down?
Yeah, shaking. I just went right to the building, and a ball of fire just came out.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We were just guessing with Harley Carnes where those planes might have been hijacked from before they crashed into the World Trade Center.
Well, we're just getting word now. One of the two planes was hijacked after takeoff from Boston. This is from a U.S. official. They're not saying who, and they are citing a transmission from that plane. Apparently, one of the two planes that crashed this morning, 18 minutes apart, into each tower of the World Trade Center was hijacked after taking off from Boston.
Manhattan is virtually sealed off since about 8:45 this morning, and we're going to go live now to Captain Len Mackesy, who is the commander of the Lincoln Tunnel. You're with Port Authority?
Yes.
What do you have to tell us? Is the tunnel closed?
Yes. All Hudson River crossings, the Hudson...
Breaking
We're
news
sorry to interrupt you.
On WCBS 880, right here, right now.
It gets worse. An aircraft has just crashed into the Pentagon, according to witnesses. First, we have the two planes that have crashed into the World Trade Center towers here in New York, and now the Pentagon.
Like a replay from what happened in New York about exactly 1 hour ago. We are now looking at a live picture via CBS News and our resources in Washington, D.C. of huge white smoke billowing out of the five-sided building in Washington. This is the first word we're getting of the situation in the nation's capital. Again, as things break moment by moment, we learned only a moment ago that one of the planes that hit in New York came from Boston, where it was hijacked.
The West Wing of the White House has now been evacuated amid terrorist threats. That is also just coming across the wires now from Washington. A plane moments ago has crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and now they are evacuating the West Wing of the White House. President Bush isn't there. He is in Florida right now, where he spoke just a little while ago. We brought it to you live from a Florida elementary school, saying that he would try to hunt down whoever is responsible for this terrorist act.
Again, we haven't heard the first word about anyone inside the building, save for one witness who said he saw bodies flying out of the 100th floor, the 95th floor of the World Trade Center, where the first explosion crashed.
You're listening to continuing live team coverage here on WCBS 880, where it's now 9:45. About an hour or maybe 55 minutes ago, the first plane crashed into the first tower of the World Trade Center.
There is a scene that could be best described perhaps as chaos in lower Manhattan near City Hall. Our WCBS reporter Sean Adams was telling us earlier cell phone communications have been disrupted, much like communications were disrupted from the TV stations for at least a brief time. Of course, the stick on top of the World Trade Center North Tower is the one that broadcasts a lot of FM stations and some of the TV here in New York City. There was a blip in communications. We don't know who has reestablished their air signals to this point. But, blocks and blocks away, people in the streets crying, no cell phone service, lining up 50 deep to get to payphones.
Trying to get in touch with family members and loved ones. Of course, Kelly Edwards, our producer who was down in lower Manhattan, spoke to us a little while ago and said people were trying to rush to the daycare center and get their children out, bringing back to some of us memories of Oklahoma City. To repeat again, New York City is on full terrorism alert. You can't get into Manhattan. You can't get in by a tunnel or a bridge or by a subway or by a plane. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor joins us now live from the Millennium Hotel, which is right across the street from the World Trade Center.
Part of the World Trade Center complex, right?
Yes. Well, it's across. It's like an exodus out of Manhattan. Starting from City Hall, walking down here, people were fleeing. It's like one of those terror movies. And the people they're now being ushered out of the building. They have terrible stories to tell. Here's one.
I saw the plane, the second one. I physically saw it with my own eye. I saw it strike the building. Mark Cooper. I work right next door at 74 Trinity Place. We heard the first one come in. I didn't know what it was. It sounded like a missile.
Yeah, we're seeing seeing evidence of a destruction on the ground. There are shoes, bloody shoes. One man, people are weeping coming out of there. Some of them have been through this now for the second time. They had to walk down the stairs. They're just walking in a stream up east to get away, as far away from the building. There have been windows blown out. There's glass on the ground, and you can't. The phones are like jammed. People are trying to call home. It is just, this is the big event that the New York City Emergency Services have been training for, and by all accounts, they're doing a fine job.
You're at the Millennium Hotel. You can't get much closer than that, though, can you?
No, well, if I could get to the other side, I think I might get some information, but you can't get through, really.
Well, there's a reason, all the debris.
Yes, and they think it's still dangerous with things coming down.
Okay,
I'll get there, though.
All right, thanks, Mary Gay Taylor.
We will talk to you again. Mary Gay Taylor, live from Lower Manhattan.
We should mention the trading did not even open. There was no opening bell on Wall Street this morning. There has been no trading to this moment. They're talking about keeping the NASDAQ computerized trading systems going. They're talking about starting trading on NASDAQ at 10 o'clock this morning. We don't know how it's going to play out on Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, being so close to what's gone on this morning here in the city.
If you're just tuning in, you've been hearing us talk about these two planes crashing into each tower of the World Trade Center just about an hour ago, the first one. Well, just a few minutes ago, a plane crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and now the West Wing of the White House and the Capitol building have both been evacuated amid concerns over terrorist threats. President Bush is not in Washington. He is in Florida, where he spoke a little while ago and told us that he believes this is a terrorist event and that he is going to try to track down whoever's responsible for it.
But Pat, when he spoke, it was about 10 minutes before the blast at the Pentagon.
He didn't have that information yet. No,
he just knew about what had transpired in New York City, that there was what he called an apparent terrorist attack. And again, the FBI is investigating at least one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center was hijacked in Boston. We don't know, though, when that happened.
The president is calling this a terrorist attack. City firefighters are being called in to battle the fires at the towers. They're calling it a total recall. They want any firefighter in the city to come down and help. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed. Air travel is shut down, and the subway system is also shut down. You can't get into Manhattan, and you probably can't get around too easily in much of Manhattan.
One of our reporters has reached the World Trade Center finally, and it's a long, difficult trip this morning. Let's go to WCBS reporter Sean Adams. Exactly, where are you?
Well, right now, you really can't get much farther south than the southern tip of City Hall Park. Broadway there, everything is shut down. And here's
breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
Every time we think it can't get any worse, we are now learning that the FAA is shutting down all takeoffs anywhere in the country. No planes can take off anywhere in the United States. That is the word from the FAA just a moment ago.
Certainly any plane in the air can touch down, but nobody's leaving after that. So the airspace over the United States is effectively being sealed.
We're getting a very good feeling of what a full terrorist alert is like, and it seems to be now more, of course, than New York City. It's expanding across the country and in Washington, where a plane has flown into the Pentagon as well.
Let's go back to WCBS reporter Sean Adams again. Where are you at the moment?
We're at the southern tip of City Hall Park, and the situation down here is this. Every building in Lower Manhattan has virtually been just emptied, and people are now clogging the streets. And because people are clogging the streets, there's panic at times. People run when they think debris is falling. Debris, small bits are reaching this far up close to City Hall at times, very small pieces. There's fear that more might come down. Police are trying to push people north. If you're in the street, walk slowly north. Don't run. Also, keep the streets clear. Every possible street needs to be open so that emergency vehicles can come in, and they are flooding in. We saw one woman taken out on a stretcher. There are shoes, stray shoes, littering the street because people just want to get out of here. They don't even care about their shoes. They're leaving their shoes behind. There is a lot of crying. Cell phones aren't working. People are going into stores trying to call home. One woman told me she couldn't use the subway. Everything is sort of paralyzed down here, but if people slowly start to walk north, things are a lot calmer up there, but still a lot of people just stunned, staring up at the two flaming towers. The one corner of the South Tower, it appears there's damage on both sides, and the corner itself appears to be damaged. I can't tell if it's cut straight through, but that is obviously a very scary, frightening thing to look at. Slashes on either side of the building, and also appears to be the corner as well with flames shooting out and smoke. It's very difficult to tell just how much damage is in that corner there.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
New information coming in from the Associated Press at this moment that the White House was evacuated because the Secret Service received what's described as a credible threat of a terrorist act against the White House and residents. That's according to the Associated Press. We stress President Bush is not at the White House today. He was visiting an elementary school in Florida, speaking about 20 minutes ago, right before the blast ripped into the Pentagon building.
They have also evacuated the Capitol building, and let's listen in for just a little bit. CBS News is telling a little more about what's happening in Washington.
Was a witness, and she said that she saw an American Airlines airliner plowing into one part of the Pentagon, the part that's known to be a heliport there at the headquarters of the Defense Department. She said it was an American Airlines passenger plane, from what she could tell, apparently hijacked, and that's why the FAA right now has grounded all flights throughout the country, apparently a move to prevent any more hijackings. Here's another witness as to what occurred at the Pentagon, where there is thick smoke billowing out from the Defense Department. Let's listen right now. Dave Statter of Channel 9 WSA-TV.
To the side of the building. There's a bit of a hole on that side of the building. Arlington Fire and Rescue, military fire on the scene putting foam on it. The plane did not seem to go into the building like the World Trade Center attacks. It seemed more...
WCBS News Time 9:53. Joining us live now is our reporter Allison Keyes. She is witnessing. Allison, are you there?
I'm here. I'm at the corner of Broadway and Fulton.
A horrific scene. Tell us about it.
It is horrible here. There are people coming down the street with burns. There are people crying. Panicked people are coming out of the building, and you can actually see bodies falling from the top floors of the World Trade Center every now and then. People are standing in the street in tears. People are panicking and calling their families. One gentleman told me he was on the 65th floor standing next to an elevator when the elevator exploded and knocked him out of his shoes. Another woman said that she was working on the 49th floor and she's seen people in the stairwells with burns, broken arms. People are passing out of the stairwells from the heat. She says there's a lot of heat and smoke. It's a horrible scene here. I'm live at Broadway and Fulton. Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
All right, thank you, Allison. And now we go to News 2.
As
John Slattery,
as a member of the White House advance staff, he came up to me and he said that he'd heard that a third plane was coming in. Now, shortly after that, a police captain came up to me and urged us to get out of the area. We were about 2 blocks closer. He also said that their word from Washington was that a third plane was coming in. Whether or not that is going to materialize, we don't have any word right now. But with that, what happened was everyone who'd been evacuated from the World Financial Center across the street and who were merely outside the building across the street were then moved about 2 blocks farther away. And in just about the last 5 or 10 minutes, all of the people, thousands of people who were gathered around me right here, were moved back at least another half a block. The police are trying to get a handle on just the crowd control here. And meanwhile, what we saw, if we can look up at the building, you've undoubtedly already seen this as well, but a number of people were apparently jumping from windows. We saw at least 5 or 6. One man told me that he knew of about 10, but an FBI agent confirmed 5. And then with a few minutes after that, we saw a 6th person jump out. So we're unsure.
That's John Slattery from CBS 2 at the scene with the World Trade Center still with smoke billowing out of it right behind him. The fire department has a total recall. The city fire department wants all firefighters, all hands on deck. They need all the help they can get. You can't take the subway. The tunnels into Manhattan are all shut down. You cannot get into the city. You cannot fly anywhere in the country, except one person probably can fly in the country right now, and that's President Bush.
Yes, we believe that he has taken off from Florida, where he was speaking about half an hour ago at an elementary school. He is aboard Air Force One. We don't know if he's coming back to Washington or if they're going to keep him in the air at this point. The Capitol building, the Treasury, and the White House have now all been evacuated.
A plane crashed into the Pentagon just a little while after the 2 planes crashed into the 2 towers of the World Trade Center here in New York. Tom Kaminsky in Chopper 880 had first word of that for us over an hour ago and joins us again.
Tom, we have a question for you. Can you get out of Manhattan?
apparently you can get out of Manhattan. The word that we've gotten is that the Port Authority is letting whoever wants to get out, but there is no one being allowed into Manhattan. All of the Port Authority crossings are closed down. As we've been saying, the subway service severely disrupted. No one really being allowed to move anywhere. At this point, if you are in a safe spot anywhere around this area, probably the best thing for you to do is to just stay exactly where you are until this situation gets rectified to some degree, because it has not been rectified to any degree yet. Everything has been closed, as we've been telling you. All of the area airports are closed, and now all of the airports across the country have been closed. We are still sitting here at Ridgefield Park. We had been getting fuel here. We had been allowed out of Teterboro Airport, and almost immediately the controller at Teterboro told us to return immediately because all operations were to be grounded at that point. And the word that they used is that the airspace in this area is going to be sterilized. That means absolutely nothing is going to be moving in the air around this area. Now, we don't know how long this restriction is going to last, but obviously this is as severe a restriction as you can possibly get in terms of air travel across the country and really around the globe. Because of this, is going to be severely disrupted and severely curtailed today.
All right, Tom Kaminsky, we seem to be losing him at this point. We can tell you about evacuations here and in Washington. Certainly people are streaming out of buildings in lower Manhattan. We can now tell you that there's not going to be trading on the New York Stock Exchange. They're evacuating the New York Stock Exchange. NASDAQ was hoping to start its computerized trading day about 2 minutes from now at 10 o'clock. We don't know if that's going to happen. To this point, the White House, the Capitol building, the State Department, the Treasury in Washington, all evacuated after the blast struck the Pentagon. Manhattan is sealed off. If you want to get in, you cannot at this point in time.
WCBS News Time is 9:58. It is Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, and you will not forget this date.
WCBS News Radio 880. We're going to bring you the latest in just a moment from the CBS radio network. We don't want to break away from the coverage of New York City and what's happening at the World Trade Center, but we have the situation at the Pentagon. 3 coordinated attacks. First, the North Tower of the World Trade Center, then the South Tower, and then about 40 minutes after that second blast, a plane augured into the Pentagon. A large plane, someone said. A witness said it was an American Airlines jetliner. I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll. And the nation is on full terrorist alert. Planes crashing into the World Trade Center, 2 of them about an hour ago, and now it looks as though the tower has just collapsed.
On WCBS 880, right here, right now.
Oh my God, this is horrible. It looks like the North Tower of the World Trade Center has just completely collapsed. Where the building once stood, there is nothing but smoke. There is smoke billowing and covering all the surrounding smaller skyscrapers. This must have happened within the past 20 or 30 seconds. We're hoping that the people who are outside are okay. That is a tremendous building, one of the largest in the world, and it's just apparently coming down. We really wish we could tell you more.
The smoke has become black now. Earlier on, when we first noticed the first plane crash into the first tower, it was a white, billowy smoke. It is now a black, sooty smoke. The city looks like it is in ruins from the vantage point of looking where the tower just crashed into lower Manhattan.
The smoke that is surrounding the World Trade Center and billowing out in the blocks around, if you take a panoramic view of the city, it looks as if there were dark, dirty clouds fully enveloping all the skyscrapers, and presumably that smoke is being breathed by the thousands and thousands of people who've been streaming out of the buildings and hopefully can get out of the area.
They've been trying. The streets are crowded. People are panicking. They're lining up to borrow phones because they can't use their cell phones, and there is probably likely to be a bit of panic in lower Manhattan
This just happened within the past moment, and we wish we could tell you more about the situation with the North Tower, which has been on fire. WCBS Chopper 880, Tom Kaminsky. We hope we have good reception. Please tell us what you're hearing.
Well, what we're hearing exactly what you are hearing, Jeff. And as I heard you mention that, I looked over from our vantage point in Richfield Park, which is quite a ways away from that area, but saw quite a billowing of smoke in that area of Tower Number 2 that we had not seen previously. And it would certainly appear from the indications that we're getting, and in fact hearing from other pilots, that a large section of Tower Number 2 has has indeed collapsed. That is the word that we're getting. I don't have that officially, and standing out here outside of the helicopter, which is about as much as we can do, I don't have that confirmed, but there is just a tremendous amount of smoke behind Tower Number 1 right now. And, Jeff, at this point, that's all I have.
You know, I'm going to try and lean out.
Kaminsky.
I'm going to switch microphones and just take a look outside.
We have a view from a certain point in the studio here where you can see that part of Manhattan, and we've often remarked, oh, look, there's the World Trade Center. And when we saw smoke a little while ago, over an hour ago, we didn't know how serious it was.
We've had a view of the World Trade Center here. It's partially obscured by a building that went up recently, but we could always see sort of a perspective of both towers. And while we saw smoke billowing from both buildings, dark, thick smoke from the upper floors, now it's just a huge, totally obscured situation down there. There's white smoke beneath the grayer smoke that is billowing off toward Brooklyn at this point. Apparently, the North Tower of the World Trade Center simply collapsed, like something you would see in a video of a stadium being blown up by dynamite, and we don't know why.
Kelly Edwards is live with us, a producer from WCBS who has been calling in periodically through the morning because she's right near where everything's going on. What do you see now, Kelly?
I am looking at the north building, and I cannot see the south building right now. I saw the whole side of it crumble with smoke and a lot of sparks coming out. The entire side just crumbled to the ground. It almost seemed like slow motion. Right now, the smoke is covering up what would be left of the tower if it were there, but I honestly could not see the tower at all before the smoke got this bad. The entire building appears to have collapsed. Now, I don't know if it did because the smoke is now in the way, but from my vantage point, after the side of the building crumbled off with sparks flying, and it sounded like the 4th of July, it seems as if the entire building might have collapsed, but again, I do not know.
The roof of the building, we can say, is not where it was 10 minutes ago. We don't know to what level or if it went right to the ground, but certainly there are buildings so tight in that area that the debris would have showered all over them. Again, you can't tell at this point because Lower Manhattan is simply completely enveloped in smoke, visibility zero.
Kelly, you're about 15 blocks from the World Trade Center. It's smoky where you are, too.
It's not quite so smoky here, and I did try to get closer. I tried to drive closer, and that was absolutely impossible. And the only way for me to get back north was to drive backward on 7th Avenue because I could not even turn. There are too many cars and too many emergency vehicles. You can hear them going by. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear them. You said it sounded like the 4th of July. You heard a big explosion before the building fell?
I saw it as it was happening, and it sounded as if you had 100 of those little black cat firecrackers and you lit them all off at once. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like the finale of the 4th of July over the East River.
To this moment, we don't know if that might have been another explosion set off or something caused by an open gas main as a result of the plane crashing in earlier. We just have no idea.
It's too hard to tell, but I can tell you that the flames from that second explosion, from that second crash, were crawling down the sides of the building, and it seems as if they had crawled down probably a good 15 or 20 stories, and upward as well, before this explosion or crumbling took place. Again, the smoke is still in the way, but you can almost feel like you can look through it and see nothing. It feels like there is only one tower standing.
Kelly, you gave us some very vivid pictures earlier about what it was like in the streets, and people were rushing to try and get children out of daycare, panicking, trying to use telephones. We've lost Kelly, but we've got Sean Adams now, who is joining us now on Broadway. Sean, do we have
I think
Sean?
we can bring you Sean. Sean?
Hello?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Where are you, Sean?
Right now I'm on Broadway and Leonard Street, and I'm in a crowd, and we are running north on Broadway. We are escaping an enormous cloud of dust and debris that is racing up Broadway behind us. It is to our backs. I was down by the southern tip of of City Hall Park when we heard a thunderous boom and crackling sound. I gazed up briefly and I saw, I believe it was the southern tower, right where that corner I talked about earlier, how it had been broken apart, slashed on both sides. The tower appeared to crumble and start to fall sideways and down. I didn't look anymore after that. I turned and I started to run. Everyone ran. Police ran. People just took off. People ducked into doorways, and people didn't stop to look behind. I didn't want to see what happened. I just started running. I made it to Broadway. Just everyone that was stopped on the street, necks craned, gazing upward, looking at the inferno, both towers burning like Roman candles. Everyone just started to run, just trying to escape whatever was coming down. And now that cloud of smoke is making its way up Broadway, over a bit to the west. You can't even see down the street. It's just white dust.
It's not an easy job this morning to be a reporter, and our reporters are doing their best. Allison Keyes is also in the thick of things, and you had a kind of a close call, didn't you, Allison?
I had an unbelievably close call. I can hardly breathe. It looks like a nuclear war happens here. You can't see the sky at all. It's all gray smoke. I was standing at Broadway in Fulton, and all of a sudden there was a huge rumble under the ground, and we all looked at each other, and everybody just ran for their lives. And you heard a huge crash, and I looked behind me once, and the whole top of the building looked like it was coming down, and I just turned and ran. The smoke got to be so thick that I couldn't breathe at all. So some of us got inside of a building about a quarter block from where I'm standing now. I still can hardly see. There's so much smoke in the air. The street is completely covered with soot. I'm looking at a single tennis shoe standing in front of me. People are running by me with handkerchiefs over their faces and everything. I'm sorry, it's really hard to talk. I'm live on Fulton. Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Allison, please stay in touch with the desk. You know, like so many thousands of people in the area worried about loved ones, our reporters have been heading to the scene, and then that collapse, and we're grateful when we hear from each one that they're okay. Allison Keyes and Sean Adams checking in from the area inside that smoke, trying to breathe and run at the same time. 50,000 people work at the World Trade Center. Hopefully, many of them got a chance to leave the building safely during the hour or so after the North Tower was first hit by the plane. It was, what would you say, roughly an hour before the building apparently collapsed.
It all started at about 10 minutes of 9. The first tower was hit by a plane. About 18 minutes later, a second tower was hit by a second plane. Of course, we're talking 9 o'clock in the morning. Office staffs are coming in, or on their way in. The building is likely to be humming with activity at that time. We don't really have much word about injuries, except we do know there have been fatalities. People were seen falling from the buildings, from the towers. And now, of course, one of the towers has absolutely collapsed right at the site. Tom Kaminsky is in Chopper 880, keeping an eye on things for us, or at Chopper 880. Are you allowed to fly now?
We are absolutely not allowed to fly at this point. Flying around here that we have seen some emergency aircraft that are making their way in. We are not allowed to operate this aircraft at all, and we don't know at this point for how long. And the upshot of what the new information that we have is that all non-essential travel is being banned. In other words, there's no one allowed at the Port Authority crossings. Jeff had asked earlier, were people being allowed to leave? Currently, they are not. There is no one allowed at the Port Authority crossings, no one into or out of Manhattan from any conceivable direction. The subways, at this point, all service has been entirely suspended until the officials can get a handle on as to what degree of service can actually and safely be used. At the airports, no planes being allowed to land or depart. There is a full stop at all of the airports across the United States of America, and because of that, obviously, severe restrictions and delays on air travel around the globe today. So at this point, about the only advice that I can offer from our vantage point is that if you are in a spot that is safe, stay there, at least for the time being, until this situation gets to one degree or another straightened out. Jeff, Pat?
We keep thinking it can't get worse, and then something else happens. First, the explosion at 8:45. Then, about 5 after 9, the second explosion at the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Following that, the explosion at the Pentagon caused by a large plane going in. And now, at a minute to 10 o'clock, the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. The site where it once stood is now leveled. That symbol of New York City, gone.
WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is on the ground for us at Chelsea Piers.
All right, let's first start out and say that it was the South Tower that actually collapsed. We've got a good look of the North Tower from here at Chelsea Piers, and it looks like perhaps the top, 20 or 30 floors just totally, completely blackened. There is still thick gray smoke that is just pouring out of this You can hear the emergency vehicles going by. They have been doing this for the last probably 30 minutes. It would seem that every possible available piece of equipment that they dare send downtown, they are doing. Again, the equipment, mostly fire engines, but also unmarked police cars have been flying down the West Side Highway. There are folks who were watching through binoculars when they just saw a huge explosion in the corner of the South Tower and then just debris flying. Now, understand from Chelsea Piers, you can only see the left edge of that South Tower through the North Tower. Now, looking at the North Tower, where that plane went in, apparently, at the very top of the building, we can see flames still shooting out from the right side of this North Tower, and maybe 10 floors below on the far left edge, you can see flames on the inside of the building. So maybe 20 floors from the top on the right edge, flames shooting out the right side of that building, and on the left edge, maybe 10 floors down from there. The flames aren't shooting out, but having looked through binoculars, you can see that there is a pretty tremendous fire inside, and now actually with the naked eye, we can see probably 2 or 3 floors below that the orange glow of what appears to be a fire. There is one helicopter flying up above, and just a minute ago we looked at what appeared to be a military plane circling from down by the World Trade Center, heading up toward the Empire State Building and then circling back. A military plane circling back down the Hudson River back toward the World Trade Center. It appeared to be a military plane. A couple of people here identified it definitively as a military plane, but based on the shape of the wings, it certainly appeared that was the case. So people just flooding up from downtown. They're leaving their jobs at World Financial.
There's Peter Haskell.
Live at Chelsea Piers. Peter Haskell to the WCBS 880 News.
After the first hour after this happened, we didn't hear that sound in the background so much, but it is reassuring to hear the police sirens.
Yeah.
But with all the traffic and the commuters having a normal work day on a Tuesday, it was hard to get anything going. But now the streets have been cleared. In fact, closed. All non-essential traffic in Manhattan is completely banned.
WCBS News Time, 10:13.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
I'm Pat Carroll.
I'm Jeff Kaplan, and this is the most horrific terrorist attack in the history of the United States.
Just moments ago, one of the World Trade Center towers collapsed. It is gone. A plane had crashed into the tower earlier this morning near the top. Another plane crashed into the other tower, which remains standing, and a plane a little while later crashed into the Pentagon.
The FAA has shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide at major airports. The White House has been evacuated following some kind of terror threat there, according to the Secret Service. The president is now airborne. He's on a 747, perhaps, we believe, Air Force One. We don't know if he's coming to Washington or if they're simply keeping him in the air.
The Capitol building has also been evacuated, of course, as has the Pentagon in Washington. One of the planes that crashed into the Trade Center here in Manhattan had been hijacked after takeoff from Boston. That word was from a source with the FBI. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed. The city subway system, as we've been telling you, is shut down. Trading on Wall Street has been halted. But WCBS has just learned that all New York City schools are open today, with the exception of 3 high schools, which are downtown, and they have been evacuated too close to where everything's going on.
Even before the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed, we were hearing stories of bedlam in the streets, people panicking, running from the scene, lining up at payphones. Sean Adams had told us near City Hall, that far away, 50 people deep because cell phone transmissions weren't working. One of these towers is where most of the TV stations broadcast from in New York City. Their signals were interrupted for a time, as well as some FM radio stations.
And we want the attention of all New York City firefighters within the sound of our voices. A total recall is in effect. All firefighters and officers should report to duty. You are needed. All firefighters in New York City should report to duty. You are needed today.
Our WCBS producer, Kelly Edwards, was caught in that cloud of smoke when the tower collapsed into the ground just about 10 minutes ago. Kelly's joining us live. Where are you now? You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm on 7th Avenue South. I'm about 10, 15 blocks north. I'm looking at the North Tower, still heavy smoke coming out of it. Some of the smoke on the side is now beginning to clear, and I see blue sky behind it. I do not see any South Tower. Part of the South Tower is normally obscured by the North Tower from my vantage point, but I can tell you that I'm looking at blue sky where I was looking at the South Tower of the World Trade Center. I can tell you the reaction on the street. There are people sobbing. There are people frantically trying to dial their cell phones. Many of them don't know that service has been cut off. Everybody is sharing what little information they have with each other. For some reason, as far away as we are, people are walking south. People are walking toward this disaster. But I can tell you that people are very, very frightened. They are trembling. I did talk to one eyewitness who saw the first plane go into the North Tower. She said it was clearly a commercial airline, and as she watched it before it actually hit the tower, she said it sputtered. It sounded like it was having engine trouble. It did not occur to her that this might be a terrorist attack. She assumed that it was a plane going out of control, losing its engines. She said it was making a lot of loud rumbling noises before it even hit the tower.
All right, thank you. Kelly Edwards reporting live from downtown, where so many thousands and thousands of people are waiting to hear the fate of the loved ones after the World Trade Center's South Tower completely collapsed, the North in flames. Here's what we do know about the apparent hijackings of these jetliners that crashed into the buildings. One of the planes was hijacked out of Boston, according to FAA sources. And now we're learning that another source, speaking on a condition of anonymity, says that second plane was flown out of Newark.
WCBS reporter Allison Keyes nearly got hit by the falling debris just a little while ago after the collapse of that one tower about 15 minutes ago, and she joins us live now on the line. Allison, what's going on now?
I'm standing at the corner of Fulton and Dutch, where it is cleared just about enough for you to see the sky. There is an inch of dust or dirt on the ground. People are walking down the street coughing. Everybody is covered with soot. I have not seen that many injured people, but frankly, I haven't had the nerve to go too much back near that building. It was a really terrifying scene. We were all standing watching people come out of the building fairly calmly, when all of a sudden there was a huge rumbling and everybody turned around and ran for their lives. You could hear the building falling behind you, and the street and the dirt from the building was like a giant cloud in the street. It was like being in the middle of a nuclear war. I was standing in the middle of the street. You couldn't see. There was so much dirt. Debris was falling all over that. Prior to that, as the top of the building was burning, there were bodies falling from the building. It's a really horrible scene here.
All right. Allison Keyes live from Lower Manhattan, where it is a hazardous place for reporters as well, and trying to collect herself a little bit after a very close call. Somebody else who was very, very close when the building collapsed right across the street, in fact, Mary Gay Taylor.
We're glad to know you're okay. We were worried about you for the last half hour or so.
I was a little worried myself. You could see the explosion and everybody ran, and it was like time stood still. I realized I couldn't get out of range, so I got under an EMS truck.
You okay to spend a moment and tell us exactly what you saw? I mean, you were at the Millennium Hotel right across the street from the World Trade Center when the building collapsed.
They had just told us to get out. It wasn't safe, but they had people sitting in chairs around there, so, you know. And I was standing there and saw the thing go up and heard it. So I ran like everyone, but I couldn't get far enough, so I ducked under a EMS truck bumper. And stuff started raining down on us, and it was pitch black. And I began to get covered up, so I couldn't breathe, so I backed out a little bit and tried to spit the stuff out. Well, after a while, it stopped coming down, and there was an EMS lieutenant there, and he had a flashlight. I kept saying, why can't I see? It was pitch black. I thought my eyes had been blinded, and it was dark. It was still coming down. So they helped us. Everybody has it in their eyes and their throat and their mouth, but I'm just glad I wasn't buried alive there. They let us out of there. They had to sacrifice my tape recorder. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Quite all right. We got you back.
What kind of debris was falling?
Was it soot?
It's like asbestos it's tan. It's like sand. It's like we're in the desert.
Well, we're thinking that this whole building came down. It had to have gone somewhere.
Well, it's on the streets everywhere. Everyone's got handkerchiefs over their eyes. They took us to an Aubonne pan where it was made into like a little emergency center, and they poured water on us and on the rescue workers, too, and all the EMS workers. And they're just in there coughing and sputtering and trying to get the stuff out. And FBI workers are trying to help people on the street. They said, "Are you all right, ma'am?" As I'm walking back here to City Hall, all the gates are locked to City Hall Park. They've buttoned it down here. You could only get in at the main entrance with ID.
That would be the full terrorist alert for the city,
Yes.
I guess.
I'm trying to find out where the mayor is and where he's going to do whatever he's going to do.
Take a breath and take a moment. We're just like anybody else. We
Breaking
want to know you're all right.
on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We don't know if this is simply rumor and the way people talk when something like this happens. It is certainly not fact at this point. The State Department's been evacuated because of a possible explosion and fire there in Washington. A senior government official, speaking anonymously, said the incident appeared to be connected with all the plane crashes, the two here at the World Trade Center, the one at the Pentagon. According to the source, a quote here from the Associated Press, something has happened to the State Department. We don't know what yet. We hear that it might have been a plane. Stay with us for the very latest on that angle. There are fresh developments moment by moment here in New York City.
You're listening to WCBS continuing live team coverage of a disaster this morning. 2 planes into the World Trade Center towers, another into the Pentagon, and perhaps more problems at the State Department. We have 50 to 100 critical patients at St. Vincent's Hospital at this time here in New York City. There were bodies seen falling from the towers sometime after the crash of a plane into each of them and the resulting fire and smoke. And then, of course, about 20 minutes ago, the collapse of one of those towers, and there likely were more fatalities and casualties. A couple of our reporters really had close calls because they were nearby when it all happened. You just listened to WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor. We're going now to CBS 2 for some more coverage from the scene.
That they're scrambling jet fighters out of local military air.
Michael, we'll come back to you in just a couple of moments. I hate to interrupt you. Let's go to Cindy Hsu, who's in the newsroom. She's got a further update. Cindy?
Okay, Michael, we have information from the Pentagon evacuation. General Richard Myers, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said that prior to the crash into the Pentagon, military officials had been notified that another hijacked plane had been heading from New York area to Washington, and that's according to the AP. Also, we were talking about the State Department being evacuated, and it is because of a possible explosion or fire there. We're trying to get more information. And then locally here, we're hearing from Beekman Hospital that everyone has been called in, administrative, doctors, nurses, and that they are getting
Again, we should mention here at WCBS 880 that all members of the New York City Fire Department have been called to duty. It's a total recall. You're expected to call in and get to work to help in this situation.
23 after 10 on WCBS, and our reporter Sean Adams, who has been checking in with us all morning, now at Church and Walker.
That's right. We've had to track north to get away from that cloud of dust and smoke and debris that has totally enveloped all of Lower Manhattan. What we can tell you is the critical thing. Hello? You still there?
We're still with you. Go ahead.
The critical thing for people to do right now, if you are in Lower Manhattan, move north, slowly and orderly. Police are trying to move you north. They need the streets clear for emergency vehicles. There's an emergency vehicle racing up Church Street right now. People who were gawking and onlooking, you really need just to get out of the area. We heard jets roaring overhead a short while ago. What we saw when the building came down, all I saw was the initial start of it. It was a thunderous boom. I was on Church and Park. I gazed up, and right where the building had been slashed on either side and where the corner had basically been broken, that's where it started to break, and everything started to come down. And after that, I didn't see a thing. I ran. Everyone just evacuated the area. People were tripping over one another. Shoes were left in the street, and now there's a giant police vehicle moving across Church Street. You need to keep the streets clear, folks. You have to get out of this area, track north. There are no trains running through this area, and really just it's a scene that's still developing. It is a fluid scene, and people need to realize they need to get out of here.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We have new information for you about the State Department.
At the State Department, we mentioned a moment ago that something had happened there in Washington. A car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. According to a senior law enforcement official in the nation's capital, that building is being evacuated, the Capitol, the White House, and more in Washington, D.C., the Treasury Department, and we have a new evacuation to tell you about here in New York City.
The United Nations is being evacuated. There will not be anything going on there today. They want to seal that off, as well as Mary Gay Taylor told us that City Hall was pretty much locked up tight, only one way in and only with ID. You can't get in or out of the city right now, especially Manhattan. The tunnels and the bridges are all blocked off, and the subway as well. This is the worst terror attack in U.S. history. The South Tower of the World Trade Center is gone, collapsing after a plane crashed into it, while the other tower is still burning, also hit by a plane, and another plane, as we've told you, has crashed into the Pentagon.
The huge question is what has happened to the people inside those buildings? How many of them had a chance to get out during that 50 minutes or so after the building was first hit by a plane and before the collapse? Another concern is for children. Certainly everybody. There's this early rush hour going on, but where can you go? What with the tunnels and the bridges all closed down in New York City on a full terrorism alert about the kids. City schools are remaining open, except for 3 high schools downtown that have been evacuated. Leadership and public service, economics and finance, and Murray Bergtraum. Only parents can pick up their children. All the kids are being kept inside. There is heightened security as well for the kids at all schools. Kids who have been evacuated from nearby school buildings have all been sent home.
New York City is on full terror alert. We heard an awful lot about this at the eve of the millennium, and now we're getting the experience of it. Officials believe the plane that hit the Pentagon had flown out of the New York area. One of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center had been hijacked after takeoff from Boston, and there is some word. Sources say the other plane may have flown out of Newark. The FAA has grounded all aircraft at major airports nationwide. City subway system is shut down. Trading on Wall Street is halted. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed.
WCBS News Time 1026. I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
State Department sources are confirming that it was a car bomb that exploded outside the State Department building in Washington. This is the 4th attack that we know of today, the first 2 taking place here in New York City. 2 planes hitting the 2 towers of the World Trade Center. Well, we don't know if there was a 3rd attack. We do know the South Tower completely collapsed. The spot where half of the World Trade Center Twin Towers once stood is now just a big empty space and a huge plume of smoke.
We're getting some word now. We had said one of the planes that crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center had come from Boston, had been hijacked. Well, now there is some word that it was an American Airlines plane, Flight 11, from Boston to L.A. And, of course, we have just learned that there was a car bombing outside the State Department in Washington. A plane also crashed into the Pentagon earlier this morning. The White House, the Capitol building, the State Department, the Pentagon all being evacuated in Washington. And the president is not in Washington. He is safely, we believe, in the air right now on Air Force One. When it all happened, he was on the ground in Florida.
For a time, we were worrying about WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor, who was right across from the World Trade Center towers when the South Tower collapsed. We've gotten a hold of her. She's okay. Her tape recorder is gone, but that's no small matter. She's joining us live from the safety of City Hall now.
Yes, the whole of downtown is just covered with sand. It looks like the desert. It's about an inch deep on the pieces of building. You could see the explosion. You could hear the explosion, and you had time to run a little before it hit, and you just realized you weren't going to make it. So I got under an EMS truck, and boy, are you glad to see those emergency workers.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
First one and now the other one.
The second tower of the World Trade Center has just completely collapsed. We're looking outside our window. Frank, could you lean in for a second? You can see it out there if we can bring you up on the mic. Frank Lanz is joining us. He's looking out the window right here.
See, we had a beautiful vantage point, Jeff, of the World Trade Center. Right now, all you have is smoke. It's just astonishing. People in the newsroom crying, hugging each other. What a scene today. I'm shaking. I mean, it's just horrifying. The second tower just came crumbling down as we were sitting out at the desk, and it's just a horrifying scene.
We look to the timing. It is 30 minutes to the second since the first tower came down. Kelly Edwards, our producer, who has been near the scene all morning long, saw the second tower come down just a brief moment ago. What it looked like, apparently like a waterfall, like Niagara Falls, but it was smoke and debris. Kelly.
Yes, that second tower came down a lot faster than the first one. The first one, the side peeled off, and the second one, I was talking to my sister to let her know I was okay, and at that very moment I said, I have to go. I am watching the second one crumble. What happened was that the whole upper part, probably 20 stories worth, which was black with smoke already at that point, and a seam of flames around the entire building just collapsed, and that forced the lower part of the building, probably 80 stories, to collapse underneath of it. The entire collapse probably took about 7 or 8 seconds. As it was all falling, you could see what looked like steel pillars or cement pillars rising up into the air and falling with the entire weight of the building. Right now, I'm looking at blue sky. It's a very sickening feeling. The word here is, oh my God. That's what everybody here is saying. People are freaked out. The smoke is starting to move to the east right now. And once again, I'm looking at blue sky where there used to be two very tall buildings.
And to add to the horror, we have word that there were a couple of people trapped in that tower before it went down.
WCBS News Time 10:31. It's been about all of a minute and a half since the second tower of the World Trade Center completely collapsed. Not the thick plume of smoke we saw the first time that enveloped the building. We couldn't tell what had happened. WCBS reporter Sean Adams.
I got Sean.
Okay.
Here we go. Sean, you saw it happen?
I did indeed. I was on Church Street, and I was trying to help a gentleman who was caught in the first collapse. He was covered in white dust. And then all of a sudden we heard a rumble. We looked up. There was an enormous plume of black smoke billowing up above the tower. And then all of a sudden a roar. And it came down. And it didn't come down in one piece like the other one seemed to do at the top. It crumbled. It was like a house of cards. Bits of metal and debris just started to rain upwards and then downwards. There was smoke, and then there was basically a tidal wave of dust and smoke that started to just run its course up Church Street, and it's slowly making its way up this way now. Both towers are gone.
We're seeing chilling CBS video looking from New Jersey across the Statue of Liberty and beyond that. It looks like any war zone you might have seen out of World War II or Vietnam or Korea or the Persian Gulf War. Lower Manhattan completely enveloped in smoke that is blowing off toward Brooklyn.
The skyline will never look as you remembered it again. Here is Peter Haskell now live, joining us, our reporter from a command center in Lower Manhattan.
Well, actually, we're over at Chelsea Piers, Pat, and ironically, we watched the flames starting to move lower on that building, but because of the cell phone problems, I ran inside to a Chelsea Piers office and did not see that. But what I will do is, if you have a second, I'll play a piece of tape of a woman who was looking through binoculars as the South Tower went down. Do you want me to take the time to play a little of that right now?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, this is a woman who was looking through binoculars when the South Tower went down.
Since we're getting it from the north, then I couldn't see exactly what happened, but I was watching a black from the South Tower, the edge that you could see. I was watching flames and something very dark black that looked more solid than smoke on the left-hand side, a little bit below where the damage is on the North Tower here. And then suddenly there was just a tremendous big wave.
Allison Keyes can barely hear us, our WCBS reporter who is down at the scene. It's good to hear from you after that second tower collapse. What are you seeing where you are?
Right now, I'm standing inside of a building because you absolutely cannot see anything outside. Once again, you heard the terrible rumble, and police and fire and everybody started running towards City Hall. I'm in a building 15-something Broadway, about 2 blocks from World Trade Center. I can't see anything at all outside. It is completely pitch black with smoke. For the second time, people in the building here are panicked, but we're all okay.
All right, thanks a lot, Allison. We'll hear from you again shortly. We've been wondering about what happened to the wounded, those people hurt, and certainly 50,000 people work in those two towers. We know that 50 to 100 people were in critical condition at St. Vincent's, and we're hearing more now.
Now we go live to Bellevue, where WCBS reporter Kathy Carpin is standing by.
Well, it sounds like we've lost Kathy. You know, communications are very hard this morning.
Cell phones are not working. People are having to use pay phones, and then you got to put another quarter in.
And then anecdotally, we're hearing from people in New Jersey via computer that they can't get phone lines into Manhattan. Certainly, it must be hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions all over the country, checking on loved ones here after seeing this play out and hearing it on the radio.
All right, let's try again for Kathy Carpin.
Yes, I'm here.
At Bellevue.
Yes, I'm here at Bellevue, where I'm told this is the largest emergency room in the city. They're preparing to receive of injured people here. They're setting up triage units inside and out. They're clearing all the available beds. They're discharging all the people that they want to leave so that the injured can be cared for. They've called in all available doctors and nurses. They're in external disaster mode. I'm told every hospital in the city is in external disaster mode, preparing to receive hundreds of patients. They have closed the FDR Drive. I could not get below 14th Street, but you continually see ambulances and emergency vehicles from as far as Montgomery County, from all over the region. They are shooting down to Lower Manhattan. This is Kathy Carpin at Bellevue.
We're just getting getting word that the evacuations have spread to Newark now. The Rodino Federal Building, the adjacent federal courthouses in Newark, they've been closed. Workers have begun leaving those buildings. The UN's been evacuated. Certainly, there is no one who is staying at work in Lower Manhattan. The main goal of anybody in Lower Manhattan this morning is to simply escape.
WCBS reporter Peter Haskell back with us from Chelsea Piers.
Pat, what we have seen probably for the last hour or so, people flooding up along the West Side Highway, that new pedestrian walkway. Those folks work in Lower Manhattan, and basically they were all sent home. A lot of the folks were aware of that first plane crash hitting the building, so they were looking out the window when they saw the second plane hit. And now many of them are thankful that they're safe, but wondering how they're going to get home, regardless of where they live, whether it's New Jersey or Westchester or Long Island. We spoke to one man who was saw the second plane hit and was here at Chelsea Piers, having walked uptown.
Wealth Financial Center, and we saw parts of the plane come down. So everyone immediately knew that the top of the World Trade Center blew up. So we were only 20 floors up, so we ran down 20 floors, and then we were all standing down below trying to figure out what happened. So then the second plane hit. We all know it was a terrorist attack, so everyone just started running away. It was ridiculous.
Where were people running to?
They were in every direction. It was a mess.
It was a mess. A lot of people also saying that it was not chaotic, but certainly people were unnerved. Folks not even grabbing anything, just getting out of the building as quickly as they can. The buildings were evacuated, or people were told to leave after that second plane hit, and folks have just been trying to get out of there. And as I say, we've seen a very steady stream of folks walking uptown just trying to get out of there. Many of them wondering how they're going to get home, but very, very thankful that they are alive to talk about this. And obviously, since we've spoken to that gentleman, the two buildings have collapsed. The skyline has been altered forever, and folks are wondering what tomorrow will bring. Reporting live at Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
You're listening to live, continuing team coverage on WCBS 880.
President Bush boarded Air Force One at about 9:30 an hour ago, right after the Pentagon was hit by a jetliner that flew into the building. We don't know the situation inside that building either. Much like New York, we don't know the status of the injured. Those who might have been killed inside the World Trade Center, where both towers were leveled. They collapsed within the past 40 minutes, one at 9:59, one precisely 30 minutes later at 10:29 this morning.
We do know there have been fatalities. People were reporting to us, eyewitnesses, that they saw bodies falling from the towers this morning. And we know that a few people at least were trapped inside at least one of the towers before it collapsed, unable to get out.
Lower Manhattan's completely enveloped in smoke, and the simple goal of anyone down there is to get to safety. Emergency crews still trying to get to the scene. Anytime we speak with one of our reporters, you hear the sirens going off in the background, the cacophony of sirens. In Washington, a remarkable scene being played out. We were mentioning President Bush got aboard Air Force One. We don't know if he's bound for Washington or simply staying up in the air. The White House has been completely evacuated, and at this moment, security guards are brandishing automatic weapons outside the president's residence in Washington.
WCBS has deployed reporters throughout the area to try and give us a picture of what's going on, and now we speak to another of them, Sean Adams, live on Church Street.
I'm on Church Street, and I just want to let you know, I spoke with a gentleman. His name is Robert Mansfield. He's from Rockland County. He just wants his family to know that he's all right. I'm standing next to him. Robert Mansfield from Rockland County is all right. He is covered completely in this thick dust and this debris and soot. He's now walking away. He told me what happened. He was on a floor in the 80s when the plane crashed. They were knocked to the ground. It was pitch black. They made their way down the stairs in the dark. They got to a door that was locked. They had to force their way out. He said there were people behind him. He's not even sure if they got out. He was in the vicinity then when the tower came down. He made his way this far north. Now he just continues to walk. He's going up to Canal Street, but he is all right. What we can see right now, the Manhattan skyline, it looks like something that we haven't seen in 30 years. There is nothing towering and dominating the skyline down there now except a giant cloud of smoke and dust and debris. The towers are gone. The words cannot describe it except to say that the towers are gone. Church Street is littered with people still lingering, looking, watching. They don't know what to do. Some people are down on their knees praying. Many people are crying. People are dialing their cell phones in vain. Their cell phones are not working. People are cursing whoever could have done this. One man said to me that this is worse than Pearl Harbor.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We don't even know how many incidents this now makes. but a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania. This would be in or near Pittsburgh. This is the first sketchy word. This is according to officials at Somerset County Airport. This is not Somerset, New Jersey. We're talking about Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. We don't know what kind of plane. We don't know exactly where it might have crashed or if it crashed into anything. We do know that part of the Pentagon building has collapsed after the attack there, after what appeared to have been an American Airlines jet smashed into one side of the five-sided building.
We've told you about evacuations in Washington, the White House, the Capitol, the Pentagon, the State Department. We've also told you the United Nations is evacuated and 3 high schools in Lower Manhattan. Well, now City Hall is being evacuated as well. Earlier, our reporter Mary Gay Taylor made her way there from the scene of the collapsing of those 2 towers of the World Trade Center and said it wasn't easy to get into City Hall. It was pretty locked down. And now we have something else to tell you.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We're just getting word that primary day in New York has been canceled. Now, that's all we know. We don't know if that's the state of New York or the city of New York. We presume that primary day in New York has been canceled statewide. We hope to bring you more information within a few seconds.
It's obviously not easy for people to get around in Manhattan, particularly right now, so they're not going to try to get to a voting booth, and officials are needed for other matters on a day like this. Primary day is canceled. It'll have to be rescheduled.
Can we bring you up to speed on what we know here at WCBS? I'm Jeff Kaplan.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll. It's 10:41, Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, the day of the worst terror attack in U.S. history.
The South Tower of the World Trade Center is gone, followed quickly thereafter by 30 minutes by the North Tower. A plane crashed into the Pentagon this morning. About 40 minutes after that, a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. It's being evacuated. And moments ago, we received word of a large plane crash outside Pittsburgh or in Pittsburgh, Somerset County, Pennsylvania.
The president is not at the White House. He is in the air, we presume, still on his way back from Florida, where he was when this all happened. The United Nations has been evacuated. We've just learned City Hall has been evacuated. The FAA has grounded all other aircraft at major airports nationwide.
Here's what we know about the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. According to sources, one was a plane, Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. It was supposed to go to Los Angeles, was hijacked and flew into the World Trade Center. The other plane, according to officials on the condition of anonymity, say that the second plane that flew into the World Trade Center flew out of Newark this morning.
We have reporters deployed throughout Lower Manhattan trying to get a handle on what's going on for us at hospitals and near as they can get to the World Trade Center complex and what's left of the rubble there. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is at Chelsea Piers talking to people about what's going on.
And Pat, we've had a straight look down the West Side Highway at the World Trade Center. And interestingly, in that North Tower, which was the second of the 2 to go down, there was a large fire, perhaps 10 floors from the top. You could see flames shooting out the right side of the building. And then we also saw flames maybe 10 floors down on the left side of the building. As time went on, each row across a floor of windows, or what you could see, getting more and more charred, more floors getting charred, more flames that you could see across an entire row. This is with the naked eye, let alone with binoculars, which we had a look. Just flames across a whole row, across the entire floor, through all the windows. Just the orange you can see glowing from the inside. One floor, and we probably saw maybe 10 or so floors burned before that explosion went off and the building disappeared. We've seen folks walking up. One woman we spoke to had the day off today. She works a handful of blocks north of the World Trade Center. She was pretty much gasping for breath, just so overcome by the emotion. 2 things. One, the fact that she had the day off today, and 2, so many people that she knows who she has worked with for years. She's concerned about them and worried about what their fate might be. It has just been unbelievable to see so many folks just flooding up from World Financial Center. That place emptied after that initial explosion, after the second plane went in. People just charging their way up. Most of them seeming calm, but certainly a lot of them choked up. Some people crying, a lot of people crying. Everyone trying to make phone calls to call people who might care about them and let them know that they're all right. And we are still seeing people walking up the West Side Highway just looks like just taking a walk on a nice, bright, sunny day, which it is, but so many of them obviously concerned about what happened and not knowing what tomorrow will bring.
We wish that here at WCBS 880 we could give you more information about the people who were at the World Trade Center before and, well, at the same time that both towers collapsed, but information is sketchy at best. All we've heard is that they're ready at Bellevue for a huge influx of the injured. St. Vincent's Hospital has 50 to 100 critically injured people.
We've heard the Pentagon is monitoring the possibility of another terrorist event. We're keeping you on top of that as more word trickles in. Meanwhile, let's go back downtown and WCBS reporter Allison Keys.
I'm standing in a 33-story building right across the street from City Hall. It looks like a war zone outside. There's so much smoke. Once again, you can barely see the sky. There's like a foot of debris on the wall. Police and fire officials are walking around with masks over their face. There are people outside at ambulances, cuts and bruises. I mean, there are rocks in the middle of the streets here. It's an absolute disaster area. The people in the building I'm in appear to be okay. We've got the doors taped, but there's still so much smoke in the lobby. It's not easy to see here, and it's worse outside. It looks like a nuclear bomb went off.
Do you see the debris? We were hearing the reports of sand like an inch thick on the ground.
It's more than an inch thick now, Jeff. It's like 3 inches thick. It's a horrible, gritty, insidious thing that's all in people's clothes. It's difficult to breathe. You hear what my voice sounds like.
All right, take a breath for a moment. We're going to go to City Hall. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor. Everybody was evacuated, we thought, Mary Gay.
Yes, except for the police and the emergency workers here. But when the last explosion went off, they hustled me back in so I wouldn't have to breathe in any more of that stuff that Allison was talking about. They said, go north. That's the direction. They said a day that 2 World Trade Center towers and the Pentagon is not a good day. They've got the gates barred here. And earlier, as I mentioned, I was huddled under a truck, an EMS truck, when the tower, I guess it was Tower 2, came down. It's just incredible that when it came down, it was black afterwards. You had to have a flashlight to see. It was pitch black, and then the dust, and then the dust is still swirling all around downtown Manhattan.
Being down there, did you see what the fate of the people around you? Because you quickly were smart enough or lucky enough to duck underneath a truck. Were other people that fortunate?
I couldn't see at all. I know there were 2 emergency workers. They grabbed me, and there were 2 other people underneath that truck, and they let us out, everybody coughing and wheezing, and I couldn't even see around me, but I know that they had an area, like a MASH area for the injured people, right next to where I was. So I don't know what happened to all those injured people. Were injured again, I suppose. It must have come down on all of them.
Lower Manhattan is swarming with rescue workers, as Mary Gay encountered. We're seeing video of firefighters milling around, some of them with masks over their faces. Apparently, they're trying to avoid breathing in some of that dust and sand that Mary Gay has spoken of. WCBS News Time, 10:48.
And we have more about Pittsburgh. A large plane crashed this morning after all these other explosions we've been telling you about. The 2 World Trade Center tower collapses. The Pentagon, part of the building, collapsed. The car bomb outside the State Department. Then a large plane crashed about 80 miles outside Pittsburgh. It's believed that this plane was a Boeing 767. It crashed just about 10 o'clock this morning, 8 miles east of Jennerstown. That's in Somerset County. We stress Somerset County, Pennsylvania, not New Jersey. WCBS News Time, 10:48. WCBS reporter Rich Lamb has been with this radio station for years, reporting on New York City, and certainly he was a major part of our coverage of the blast in 1993 at the World Trade Center. Rich?
Indeed, and we have to tell you that looking at the television pictures, listening to the amazing descriptions of our reporters on the radio, I'm brought to tears here. This is an attack, the like of which we have never seen in America, and it just is amazing. I want to tell you a little background about the World Trade Center. Built in 1970, it's, of course, 220 floors, the 2 large towers. The complex is larger than that, but the 2 large towers we're talking about that everybody thinks about as the World Trade Center. It cost $1 billion to build. They went 70 feet down to bedrock there to build it, and it was designed in those days to take a full-fledged hit from a 707 aircraft. And that was because a bomber had hit the Empire State Building in 1945. So the architects of the World Trade Center designed it to take a hit from a 707, which was the state-of-the-art aircraft at that time, or coming up to that time. But obviously, they never, thought of possibly an airplane as large as the one that hit it. Also, the possibility that there may have been explosives in an aircraft. And this is just a devastating result. Amazing, and thank you for keeping us so informed. It's just amazing to watch.
All right, thank you, Rich Lamb. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you again. Our reporters are all over the place trying to bring you the latest information about this disaster. You're listening to live team coverage here on WCBS 880. It's 10:50 in the morning.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
This is continuing coverage of the worst terror attack in U.S. history. It began at 8:45, 8:45 this morning. The World Trade Center Twin Towers are completely gone.
Both towers have collapsed. They were each hit by separate planes earlier this morning near the top. Now nothing is left of them. Lower Manhattan is covered with smoke. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon this morning, a little while after the ones in New York City.
A large plane crashed in western Pennsylvania, about 70 miles from Pittsburgh at Somerset County Airport. One must wonder, after all the other events of today, why this plane crashed into nothing in particular, simply crashing at an airport. You wonder if it had a mission of its own. But after the hijackings earlier this morning, there was a car bomb that exploded outside the State Department, which has been evacuated.
The White House, the Capitol, the Treasury Building, and many other government buildings in Washington have been evacuated. In fact, all federal offices in Washington are now being evacuated. President is not at the White House. President Bush is in the air. He was in Florida made a statement about getting to the bottom of this terrorist act a little while ago this morning. He is now on his way back to Washington. Here in New York, there's no primary voting today. City Hall is evacuated. There's no Yankee game tonight. The United Nations is evacuated. Federal buildings closed and evacuated in Newark, New Jersey.
And in fact, all over New York City, federal buildings have been closed. Security has been increased at places like the State House in Trenton, New Jersey. Connecticut state buildings have been evacuated as a precaution. The FAA has grounded all aircraft flying out of major airports nationwide. And New York City, what was the term that was used earlier this morning? I start to forget. What did he call it? Some sort of security blanket. Basically, no one can fly over the New York City area, be that helicopter, small plane, large plane. The air corridors are sealed completely in the air. Sterilized. That was the term we had heard earlier this morning from Tom Kaminsky.
Children are being kept in city schools. They will only be allowed to leave if their parents come to get them. Let's go to Chris Majette now in the WCBS Traffic Center for more on what's closing.
Yeah, in terms of getting around town, you cannot get into and out of Manhattan from New Jersey. The 3 Hudson River crossings are closed. All of the East River bridges and tunnels are also shut down to traffic. What's interesting, I know for certain at the outbound Holland Tunnel, usually if the tunnel needs to be closed for whatever reason, an accident or something inside the tunnel, they will set up some cones. There are actually 2 large Port Authority trucks blocking the entrance to that outbound Holland Tunnel to make sure that nothing gets inside that tube. But again, all the Hudson and East River bridges and tunnels completely closed at this moment in time.
All right, thanks a lot for the update. And we'll be checking back as the situation changes. All the subway service stopped cold all over New York City since about, 9:15 this morning.
It all started at about 10 minutes of 9 when the first plane flew into the first tower of the World Trade Center, bringing back memories of many people of 1993 when there was a bombing, of course, at the World Trade Center. And also, I think, some memories of the Oklahoma City bombing because we're all thinking of terrorist acts in the United States. This is by far the worst in U.S. history in at least 2 places, possibly a third if this Pittsburgh crash is related in any way. This has all happened within the last couple of hours.
As you look at Lower Manhattan, there was this one shot on TV where you saw from New Jersey the Statue of Liberty, and off in the distance there was the World Trade Center completely gone, smoke enveloping the entire region of Lower Manhattan. It looked like one of those paintings that you'd see from the Revolutionary War of smoke coming from the waterfront. A chilling sight with thickening debris. We've been discussing smoke billowing from where the World Trade Center was an hour ago. That could well be debris at this point rather than smoke. Small particles, somebody mentioned asbestos earlier, as well as chunks, paper flying into Brooklyn even.
WCBS News Time 10:54. There are bound to be a lot of casualties, and WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is live at Chelsea Piers, which is a staging area for emergency vehicles.
Right. What we have right now is, I'll just count them, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, maybe a dozen or so ambulances that are pulled off on the side of the West Side Highway. They're all in the right lane, and this is a staging area. From what we understand, there is another one farther south at the Staten Island Ferry. That's what one of the EMT tells us. They are waiting for word whether or not they're ready to go down there and help out whoever they might be able to help out. Now, just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, and again, it's a straight shot down the West Side Highway. Perhaps an hour ago, we saw a dark black smoke coming out of the top of the North Tower. That tower is no longer here. The color of the smoke is much lighter now. It's like a gray ash smoke, and my guess is that this is just debris. When you have that much building collapsing like that, the debris, it seems like that plume is still heading skyward, and it's one of the paradoxes, I guess, of this is that it's a beautiful blue sky, it's a bright sunny day, and this gray ashen smoke or debris cloud just heading upwards. Now, we spoke just a few moments ago with a gentleman who was coming out of the subway when he witnessed essentially what was going on. And the first tower had already been hit by the plane, and when he got out of the subway, he knew obviously that something was amiss. We'll play you a little bit of that tape.
Out of the subway, about a block from the World Trade Center right after it happened. I saw smoke pouring out of the building, and literally people falling out of the building.
People falling out of the building?
People falling out of the building.
And you were a block from there?
Yes.
So what did you do when you came out?
I headed towards my office, and there was a secondary explosion, and I just kept going. I just kept moving north.
So the subway stop you got out of was south of the World Trade Center?
It was north. It was a block north and a block east. Horrible.
All right, so after that second explosion, what did you do?
I moved north. I went north because I didn't know what was going to happen after that.
What was it like on the street?
It was horrible. People were crying. They were watching people fall out of the building. When that secondary explosion, occurred, everyone just ran north.
So that's a gentleman who came out of the subway. He started heading to work, ironically, after the second explosion. He took off, and he said it appeared people were actually jumping from the building to escape the fire. I asked him how high up they were. He said they were probably in the top quarter of the building, which means obviously that 80 floors roughly. They did not have a fighting chance, but likely because of fear or panic, there were people jumping. You saw people falling from the building, and this cloud of smoke or debris is still billowing skyward. It is still heading up, even though it's been probably a half hour or so since that second tower collapsed. It is, again, an ash-gray color, a large
we're going to interrupt you now, Peter. Mayor Giuliani is speaking now.
Watched it and saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center.
He's speaking on New York One by phone.
Horrible, horrible situation. I think right now what we have to focus on is saving as many of the people as we can save at this point and trying to bring some order to this. And then maybe later on we'll have a better sense of the magnitude of it. We have a lot of police officers, a lot of firefighters, a lot of emergency personnel that were down there. And the thing to do now is to evacuate Lower Manhattan in an orderly way. Just get above Canal Street, and then this way we'll have the space and the room for the ambulances and everyone else to operate. We're going to try to get subways down into Lower Manhattan so that people can take the subway out. The subway, and we should have further information about that in a little while. That might help alleviate some of the pressure in Lower Manhattan. We've been in contact with the White House and asked them to secure the space around the city. They've been doing that for at least the last hour and a half. I've spoken to the governor several times, and the governor and I agree that the election today should be canceled.
Yes.
Mayor Giuliani, the election will, as soon as we can, we'll figure out an alternative date for it, but we need all the police personnel and everything else.
First comments on New York One now.
The evacuation effort.
Absolutely. Mayor Giuliani, do you have any sense of what the status of the bunker is? Is it at all operational?
That is right in the middle of both the police department and that area is all cordoned off. We've moved city government to the firehouse in Greenwich Village. That's where I'm operating from right now, and we'll probably operate from a police facility in the area of Greenwich Village shortly.
Mayor Giuliani,
everything in Lower Manhattan, except for the people that are there for rescue efforts, has been removed. We removed everyone from City Hall. We removed everyone from the police department other than the most necessary communications personnel. And we've moved up above Canal Street, and that's what we're urging everyone to do. We literally walked out and helped walk people out, and we're urging them all to get above Canal Street so that we have the fewest number of people down there possible, and just those down there for the rescue effort.
Mayor Giuliani, what extent did we have as far as warning that this was happening? Was there any indication?
As far as I know, there was no warning. There was no one made a threat. There was no warning. When I communicated with the White House, they confirmed to me that the Pentagon had been attacked. I haven't even been able to see that. I see the shots right now of the World Trade Center, but I haven't seen what happened to the Pentagon.
Did the fire department have any warning that the structures of the two World Trade Center towers were compromised? Did they have some sense that they had to pull their people away from there?
We were actually in a building 2 blocks away when it crashed and had to evacuate the building, and for a while was stuck in it.
Mayor Giuliani speaking on the phone.
I can't tell you right now if they knew. And my recollection is when we were in the building, we probably had about a minute's notice, maybe 2 minutes.
I understand that there have been reports that the alleged hijackers communicated with the air traffic control at Logan Airport, indicating that a hijacking was in place. Have you heard any such thing?
I've heard that on the street, but I have not had that confirmed.
So there was no warning to New York?
There was no warning that we know of. I have the police commissioner here with me. We had no warning. Correct? No, we had no warning of any kind until the first plane hit, and then the second.
Mayor Giuliani, since we have New Yorkers listening, and obviously their thoughts are with the people who are down there,
urge them to remain calm, to remain at home, or to remain at their place of business, unless they're in Lower Manhattan. By that I mean south of Canal Street. If you're south of Canal Street, get out, walk, and walk slowly, carefully. There are plenty of police around, but just walk directly. If you can't figure out what else to do, just walk directly north. That'll get you out of the dangerous smoke area. It'll also do us a big favor. It'll open up those streets because we're going to be moving a large number of ambulances and emergency personnel in and out of there all day. I've talked to the governor. He is putting the National Guard on alert so that they can relieve our police officers and our firefighters later this afternoon. And we've asked the federal government for help from the urban search and rescue team. So right now, we're using all of our police and firefighters and emergency personnel to help the people down there. Later on, we're probably going to need reinforcements.
Mayor Giuliani, I realize that it must be more than a chaotic situation, particularly since the bunker has been compromised and cordoned off. But can you give us any sense? There are so many people watching now who must have loved ones down in that area and are concerned of the systematic...
My heart goes out to them. I've never seen anything like this. I was there from shortly after it happened and saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. It's a horrible, horrible situation, and all that I can tell them is that every resource that we have is attempting to rescue as many people as possible, and the end result is going to be some horrendous number of lives lost. I don't think we know yet, but right now we have to just focus on saving as many people as possible.
Can you give us a sense of if there is in fact some system being implemented, what that system is, and where people are being taken?
People are triaging. People are being taken to every area hospital possible, even virtually within minutes.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
CBS News is reporting that a plane has crashed at Camp David, Maryland. Of course, that is the presidential retreat outside of Washington. WCBS reporter Mike Zirinax is live at LaGuardia Airport that has been locked down along with all the other major airports in the country.
That's right, Pat. All buildings here at LaGuardia Airport have been evacuated. Thousands of people just taken to the streets, taken to the exit ramps and the entrance ramps, walking out, just staring off into the distance in disbelief, not knowing what to do. They're, again, lining the entrances and the exits of the airports, just confused. They don't know what to do. Not enough buses, taxis, or limos to take them away. Many have elected to just simply walk away to nearby telephones and hotels, many of them in tears. They're gazing out at the smoke-filled sky toward Manhattan, just in disbelief, gazing out at where the World Trade Center buildings once stood, some expressing anger, even retaliation.
For lack of a better term, it appears we're at a state of war with an unidentified opponent, and certainly whatever acts they perpetrate, I believe we are at a state of war, and the rules of engagement are wide open, and whatever we have.
Everyone, again, gazing out at the smoky sky, an overwhelming sense of sadness and confusion here at LaGuardia Airport.
Mike Zernax is live at LaGuardia Airport. You're listening to live continuing coverage on WCBS New York.
I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll at 4 minutes after 11 on September 11th, a Tuesday morning, and we are reporting the worst terror attack in U.S. history.
The World Trade Center is gone. Both towers collapsed. They were hit by planes earlier this morning near the top. They later collapsed within an hour or so of those plane crashes. Nothing is left of the Twin Towers now. Lower Manhattan at this moment covered in smoke and debris.
Black ash and smoky debris also raining down on Brooklyn coming from the World Trade Center. Another plane has crashed into the Pentagon, and a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania at Somerset County Airport, 70 miles from Pittsburgh.
A car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. It is being evacuated. The White House, the Capitol, the Treasury Building, all the other federal offices have been evacuated after terror threats. Outside the White House, you can see security guards with machine guns standing at the ready. President Bush is not there. He is in the air, presumably on his way back to Washington. He boarded Air Force One in Sarasota, Florida, after a few brief words after the two plane crashes at the World Trade Center. He then got aboard the plane, quickly left Florida. The FAA, meantime, has grounded all other aircraft out of major airports nationwide.
All planes in the air are being diverted to Canada. One of the planes that crashed into the Trade Center had been hijacked after takeoff from Boston. Sources say the other may have flown out of Newark. Officials believe the plane that hit the Pentagon had flown out of the New York area. Pittsburgh and Boston airports are evacuated. New York City on full terror alert. Sean?
Well, we watched both towers go down, and we watched the mass exodus from Lower Manhattan as people started running and screaming and crying and praying. Now we're on Broadway at Franklin, just a little bit north of the Federal Building. That cloud of smoke has not dissipated one bit. It has completely enveloped Lower Manhattan. You cannot see the towers anymore. They are gone. And what we can tell you is that just as fast as people left, now we're seeing people trickling back. Wondering about their loved ones, and there are just no answers to be had right now. But here's what we can tell you. I did speak with people who were in the 80s, about 82nd, some on the 86th floors of the first tower that got hit. They were in the building when it was hit. They were knocked to the ground. They were able to get out, and this is what they encountered on their way down.
They went to try to find keys for the locked door. Somebody found another stairwell. We started going down there. It took a while to get down. We got down to the second floor, and the floor collapsed. Yeah. We had to go back up.
Now, those people did get out. They were covered in soot, but they are alive. They are well, and those people are heading home. Part of the frustration, cell signals are not helping out today. People dialing their phones in vain, people desperately trying to get through to tell their loved ones that it's okay, that they are all right. But obviously, we see here people were evacuated from that first tower that was hit. They're down to the ground. They are safe, and it's just going to take some time for everyone to be able to get through to their loved ones. Live in Lower Manhattan, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 9 minutes after 11 o'clock, and you're listening to live continuing team coverage of the worst terror attack in U.S. history here on WCBS. And now we're going to get the very latest out of Washington and an overall picture of the story from CBS News.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. An unbelievable series of events, all beginning with a plane crashing into the World Trade Center, one of the towers in New York City. Then a second plane into the second tower. Explosions, fire. Now both buildings are gone, collapsed. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick is in Lower Manhattan live.
Steve, unbelievable is a good way to describe it. There's a lot of stunned disbelief down here. Thousands of people are lining the roadways, heading north from the World Trade Center towers just before the explosions. There were massive crowds of downtown workers and tourists. One tourist passed me at one point and said, "I just want to get out of New York City." Well, that's very hard to do right now because tunnels and bridges are closed. The metro system has obviously been curtailed. Basically, the only cars you're seeing on the road right now are emergency vehicles.
President Bush called the incidents acts of terror. One of the planes was a hijacked American Airlines 767 from Boston. At the Pentagon, there's word an aircraft crashed into a portion of that building, triggering a fire and evacuations. And CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart tells us.
We've just received word from the FBI that a United Airlines flight has apparently crashed at Camp David, the home of, the retreat of the president.
The FAA has shut down all U.S. airports. Right now, President Bush is in the air heading back to Washington from Florida. Warren Lustig of CBS's 60 Minutes is at New York's JFK.
I spoke with Bernard and Kathy Anderson here from San Francisco at LaGuardia Airport, waiting for their flight to leave back to San Francisco. They were told that their flight was canceled, that the airport was closed, and that they needed to evacuate immediately. I told Bernard Anderson what had happened, because he didn't know, and he looked at me in puzzlement and said, "So we're at war, aren't we?"
All this happening on the anniversary of the Camp David Accords. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
WCBS News Time, 11:12. You are listening to team coverage, continuing coverage here on WCBS 880. We're keeping you on top of breaking developments as they happen, and there have been a lot of them this morning.
One thing that remains unclear is why the twin towers of the World Trade Center, half an hour apart from each other, collapsed. The planes crashed into the two towers at 8:45, 5 minutes after 9, and then it was 10 o'clock and 10:30 when the buildings collapsed. We thought perhaps the gas tanks of the planes might have exploded inside the building, but for something to come down completely the way those buildings did, the explosion would have had to come from underneath.
Mayor Giuliani made his first statements on New York One a little while ago. We listened in. He's trying to reassure New Yorkers that they are doing everything they can to try to get people out of the area as safely and orderly manner as possible. He says if you are in Lower Manhattan, you have to try to get out as quickly as you can and in as orderly a fashion. If you are anywhere else, you should pretty much stay where you are and don't try to move.
The question about getting out is, where do you go? There really is no place to go because the bridges are closed, the tunnels are closed, the subways are completely stopped with New York City on a full terror alert. The only goal is to escape the smoke and the debris enveloping Lower Manhattan. Mayor Giuliani, asked about casualties, is saying, "I don't know yet. Right now, we simply have to focus on saving as many lives as possible."
WCBS reporter Allison Keyes is in Lower Manhattan, joins us live with the latest.
I'm standing directly across the street from City Hall looking at where the World Trade Center used to be. It looks like a black hole, a war zone. There's paper and debris flying in the air. I'm standing in dust about 3 or 4 inches thick. Dazed people covered with soot are walking up and down the street. The police officers and fire officials are wearing masks and passing out masks and water to people. I must say the people here are being very helpful. People are panicking and crying. Other people are helping them get inside of buildings. As you know, the building exploded twice. As we were standing here, people were standing in the street trying to help the people that were exiting from the building. We heard a huge rumble, and the first tower fell down. There was so much smoke it was like a nuclear war. You absolutely couldn't see anything at all. Right now, the police are still trying to clear the area. It looks like an absolute war zone. People here just keep saying, we should have known this was going to happen. We should have been prepared for this, and now, who knows? Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 11:14. We're getting more information now. We told you that all major U.S. airports were shut down, and now Canadian airports are also shut down.
It is easy to suspect that this plane crash this morning outside Pittsburgh may have had something to do with what's transpired here in New York and at the Pentagon this morning. A large plane, now reported to be a 747 jumbo jet, crashed at an airport about 80 miles outside Pittsburgh. There's no word who might have been aboard or what airline was involved, but it is noted the Somerset County Airport, that's Somerset County, Pennsylvania, where this happened, is a small, rural facility that does not handle 747s.
American Airlines is going to be having a statement of some kind at about 11:30 this morning, they say, because one of their planes apparently was involved in at least one of these events this morning. CBS News has reported that an American Airlines jet crashed into Camp David, the presidential retreat outside of Washington, D.C. President Bush, we assure you once again, was not in Washington or Camp David when any of this happened. He was in Florida this morning. He's speaking at an elementary school, and then shortly thereafter took off from Air Force One and we believe is in the air.
Trading on Wall Street has been completely halted. There is no stock trading today in the United States. The Yankee game set for 7 o'clock tonight, canceled. That won't take place. There are a host of other cancellations, including Primary Day in New York City and Nassau, and I believe as well Suffolk County. Primary Day has been, well, at least postponed at this point.
You can't get in or out of the city pretty much, particularly Manhattan. The tunnels are shut. The bridges are closed. The subways are shut down. Train service, LIRR, Metro North, no. You cannot get into the city. It is difficult to get out of the city. You should probably stay put, if at all possible, unless you are in Lower Manhattan. Mayor Giuliani says the goal is to get you north of Canal Street and out of the way of all the soot and debris that is still falling. It is, in fact, raining as far away down on people in Brooklyn from the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan.
Given all the confusion, perhaps it's reassuring to know that kids are exactly where they're supposed to be. Schools are being held. School has not been canceled in New York City, save for the few high schools in the area in Lower Manhattan around where this occurred earlier this morning. Those schools are canceled. Children are only being let outside if they're with a parent. Otherwise, school is being held all over the city, but there are a host of cancellations and evacuations all over the country. Pennsylvania, Colorado, New York State buildings closed. California is on a high state of alert now. Virginia, Navy installations are on high alert. New York City, of course, on what's described as a full terrorist alert. Manhattan is sealed off physically from the rest of the country.
And we were asked to make this announcement. Probably, most likely, you know about this by now if you're a New York City firefighter, but just in case you worked the night shift and you're sleeping, a total recall is in effect. That means all firefighters and officers should report to duty. Emergency crews are needed in Lower Manhattan. We have countless numbers of people who have likely been injured, and we don't even know yet how many might have been killed. There are a lot of burn victims at St. Vincent's Hospital, hundreds of them, we have been told. They are preparing a massive emergency staging area at Bellevue Hospital. There are a lot of preparations that are underway. In fact, this is the kind of thing that had been planned and that we were telling you about in the years since the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, that there was a bunker, a City Hall bunker set up for emergencies such as this. And Mayor Giuliani says that he is now operating out of that. WCBS News Time 11:18. There's more coverage for you now from CBS.
It was such an incredible explosion. It's hard to imagine the casualty figures won't rise.
Yes, even when all this began 2.5 hours ago, when an airplane hit a tower of the World Trade Center. You can imagine most people thought, oh my God, a horrible accident. But then about 18 minutes later, another airplane hit the other tower of the World Trade Center. So even there in Lower Manhattan, I mean, they knew fairly quickly this was no accident. Someone was attacking the two buildings, Cammie.
And even just after the first explosion, which was a couple of hours ago or so, on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, which is a few miles from the World Trade Center, already there were emergency vehicles heading south from that area. So they immediately knew that there might be a lot of casualties, and emergency vehicles are still coming in from all over, all parts of the city.
Very close to the White House, CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer is live.
White House, but of course the White House itself has been evacuated. But as you come into this area, the streets of Washington are filled with people. Many offices, many private businesses have closed for the day. People are out in the streets, and they are... I would describe the mood this way. If these terrorists, Dan, wanted to get the attention of the United States, they have gotten it. And I must say, I think back to that line that one of the Japanese admirals said after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He said, I fear we may have awakened a sleeping giant. From what I can tell and from what I talk to people on the streets, the American people will not allow this to stand. This is a mood we're seeing on the streets of Washington that I have not seen in a long, long time. Now, to bring you up to date on some of the details, all of the government buildings have been evacuated. Members of the Armed Services Committee up at the Capitol have been called to a briefing. We know not where or how many people are being briefed. The Union Station, which is the railroad station here in Washington, it has been evacuated.
Let's hear the latest from CBS News.
CBS News Update. I'm Nick Young. A series of devastating terrorist attacks on the U.S. In one, the two 110-story towers of New York City's World Trade Center have been destroyed. A portion of the Pentagon has been set on fire, and evacuations have been triggered from government buildings and businesses nationwide. In downtown New York, two hijacked planes were flown into the Trade Center towers this morning, causing flames and smoke to billow from the skyscrapers before subsequent explosions brought the buildings crashing to the streets below. Near the scene, CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall is standing by live. Pamela?
Nick, I'm standing here watching ambulances go by. They're covered in about 3 inches of soot and ashes. It resembles the scene of a volcanic eruption, with firemen and emergency personnel now donning face masks so that they can breathe through this. I'm looking down at the site of what used to be the World Trade Center towers. They're both gone. People are still trickling out of this area. The business I was in using a landline is closed. Everybody wants to get home to their families. The true devastation of what's happened both here in New York, being revealed to the people through their radios as they stand on street corners in disbelief. Nick?
Pamela, have you talked to anyone? Have they been able to shed any light on what happened that led to this, what they saw at the time of these devastating explosions?
Most of the reports point to, first, an initial explosion, which brought a lot of people out of their offices, a lot of people on the street to see what happened. That's why we have so many people witnessing the passenger aircraft crashing into the tower. I spoke with one woman whose office is on the 102nd floor of this building. She had people inside there who were at a conference and phoned out because they knew that the building at least was on fire. They haven't been heard from since. They phoned out on cell phones. She lives across the street, spoke to me through glasses that are covered in soot, carrying her small dog, her friend in tow. She's got her cat in a bag. They're both looking for a place to stay tonight. I'm looking over upon the Statue of Liberty, the only site here that's not obscured in what's left of these two towers.
CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall.
Well, the question is, here at WCBS 880, we're wondering, where do you go if you get out of Lower Manhattan with all the bridges closed, the tunnels closed, the subways stopped? It's a big question mark at this point. Hopefully, some answers. Chris Majette in the traffic center.
Mentioned the Lincoln Tunnel, GW Bridge, both shut down. There are two large trucks blocking the entrance to the outbound Holland Tunnel. All of the East River bridges and tunnels are closed. Now, we do have the Henry Hudson Bridge at the north tip of Manhattan. I am not sure at this point whether that is open or not, but that would be the northbound Henry Hudson Parkway that would cross over up into the Bronx and then up toward Yonkers. But for all intents and purposes, it does seem like everything is shut down. Subway service, as you mentioned, suspended. There's no city bus service south of 14th Street. There is bus service, though, north of 14th Street. Metro trains, Metro North trains, no service south of 125th Street. LIRR trains not running at all into or out of Manhattan. Jeff and Pat?
All right, thanks a lot. And we do have word that ferries are carrying some of the victims from the World Trade Center attacks to Jersey City in safety. Police spokesmen don't have any estimates, but all Jersey City police officers have been asked to report to duty at 18th and Washington Streets. One person has been taken to Liberty Healthcare System in Jersey City. A spokeswoman says no information available on that one person's condition. Unfortunately, as Mayor Giuliani says, he fears that the toll will be horrendous.
He says he just wants to try to save as many lives as possible. Clearly, we will not be able to save all lives, and already there have been losses. We had word earlier this morning when it all first happened of actually people seeing bodies falling from the towers of the World Trade Center before they collapsed. The hospitals in New York City, of course, are preparing for lots of emergencies. Bellevue has the largest emergency room in the city, and they are ready. There are a lot of burn victims already at St. Vincent's Hospital, but clearly the city isn't going to be able to handle it all, and that's why Jersey City is going to pitch in, too.
There's quite a scramble going on in the sky right now because of international flights. International airlines are scrambling to divert or cancel flights to the U.S. in the wake of the attacks this morning. The cancellations and diversions are causing confusion and congestions all over Europe at airports. German authorities have ordered all their U.S.-bound flights by Lufthansa canceled. Other airlines have had planes turn around mid-flight, sending them to airports outside the country. So, for instance, in Canada, but now Canadian airports are being closed down, as well as major airports all over the U.S.
WCBS News Time 11:24. Let's recap what we know about this worst terror attack in U.S. history. The World Trade Center is gone. Both towers have collapsed. They were hit one after the other within 18 minutes of each other by separate planes earlier this morning, starting at about 10 minutes to 9. Nothing is now left of them. They collapsed sometime later. Lower Manhattan covered with smoke. Smoke is floating on and debris over even into Brooklyn from there. And then it's also been going on in Washington, some of this terror.
Another plane crashed into the Pentagon this morning shortly after the crashes at the World Trade Center. We have a report that a plane may have crashed into Camp David, the presidential retreat. The president is not there. A large plane believed to be a 747 has crashed in western Pennsylvania at a small airport that doesn't handle 747s. This happened about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, and a car bomb exploded this morning outside the State Department. Federal buildings all over the country, in New York, in Washington, have been evacuated, including the Capitol, the Treasury Building, the State Department, the Pentagon, and the White House, where guards with automatic guns are stationed outside.
WCBS News Time 11:26. Cammie McCormick of CBS News joins
quiet.
us.
I think a lot of people have gone indoors or are heading to the other side of Manhattan to get as far away from the scene as possible.
Cammie, I'm going to give you now the first confirmed death tolls. The numbers will be higher than these. American Airlines just issued a statement at its headquarters in Fort Worth, Texas. 2 American Airlines planes were hijacked today and crashed. These are the terrorist attacks, killing 164 passengers and crew members. Federal authorities believe these were suicide attacks, so the terrorists also have died. But American Airlines is confirming 164 people killed. One of those planes is believed to have gone into one of the towers of the World Trade Center in New York. So we go back to that scene where the World Trade Center, both towers have collapsed. CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall, what do you see? Oh, bad phone line, and it's hard to keep communications in that area now. CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer has had quite a day because the White House, even though President Bush is not there, was suddenly evacuated. Peter Mayer, where are you now?
Very suddenly evacuated. Dan, I'm in a metro station, a Washington subway station near the White House. Impossible to get cell phone service, and impossible almost to get through even on pay phones and regular phone lines from the downtown D.C. area. Secret Service officers with startled, grim expressions on their faces came into the White House and started yelling, "Get out, get out." And as we got out onto the grounds of the White House, there was a lot of confusion, and they just kept shouting, "Get off the grounds." Then they herded us into Lafayette Square across the street, and now the ring around the White House is about 3 blocks. At the present time, there are Secret Service Uniform Division officers walking the streets of Washington several blocks from the White House with their machine guns in open view at their shoulders. Some of them also with their sidearms. This, of course, is a very unprecedented scene. Some people here on the streets of Washington, Dan, some older people are describing it as something like Pearl Harbor.
The United States certainly caught by surprise. Now, Peter Mayer, you've worked at the White House for many years. I assume there is an air defense system. Maybe they don't talk about it much, but in case there were a hijacked plane in the air, there's some way of trying to shoot it down.
Well, there are air defense systems, and they don't talk about it a lot. But, Dan, I must say that in this instance, what we witnessed as we watched the live shots from the World Trade Center, this was something that nothing could have prevented. If someone is determined to do something like this, sadly, in this day and age, it's going to happen. We also, I might say, in ways of information, saw a D.C. Fire Department officer on the street who told us that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Fire Department is on its highest state of alert, what they call a Code E, and that they've called all off-duty firefighters to work.
Well, they've done the same thing in New York City that they've done in Washington, calling all the firefighters on duty. It is a total recall of firefighters today. And WCBS reporter Allison Keyes is one of our reporters who has been in Lower Manhattan throughout the morning trying to give us a sense of what's going on. Allison?
You still can't see through the smoke at all where the World Trade Center used to stand. People in this area are dazed. We're frightened every time something bumps. Everybody runs for their lives because a few moments ago, or more like half an hour ago, there was a terrible rumble, and as you know, the top half of both towers came flying down. David LeClaire is a Port Authority cop. He says he was on the 2nd floor and he was blown off of his feet by the force of the explosion and into a wall. He said when the lights went out inside of the building, he thought he was dead. He can't imagine that he got out. Another woman who was standing crying said she was at the corner of Broadway and Fulton, and she saw a man next to her killed by falling debris, by bricks. She said he was knocked down in the street. Before the building exploded, you could see some people either falling or leaping off of the top floors above the flames. It's just a really devastating scene down here. I'm live in Lower Manhattan. Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
Police are now evacuating 3 passenger terminals at Newark Airport. And we have this from the Transit Authority. The following trains in Lower Manhattan are rerouted or suspended.
The 1, the C, the A, suspended in Lower Manhattan. The A is now running via the F line from West 4th Street to J Street.
And the Transit Authority says the E is suspended from World Trade Center to West 4th Street. The NR trains are running from DeKalb Avenue to Court Street.
The L train is suspended from Chambers Street. All buses from Staten Island and Brooklyn are suspended. That's the latest on the transit picture. You still can't get out of Manhattan or into Manhattan if you want to try taking a bridge or a tunnel, though.
Our team coverage continues now with WCBS reporter Peter Haskell, who is now on a ferry on the Hudson River.
Well, we're having difficulty bringing you Peter Haskell. Certainly cell phone communications are difficult this morning with so many people making calls.
Sean Adams now joining us. Still in Lower Manhattan, Sean?
Okay, let's try and Sean, can you hear us?
Yes, I certainly can.
Okay, good.
I'm on Church Street by Franklin. That's as far as the police will let me go. And what we can tell you is that this is really just a time of stunned disbelief for many people. Many people are just sitting outside. They're huddled around radios. They're in their cars. They're just listening for information. And a lot of people are trying to find out information that they can't get. Now, this is what we can tell you. From the time of the impact and the fires to the time of the collapses, many people did get out. Robert Mansfield from Rockland County was up in the 80s when the first plane hit. He was knocked to the ground. He saw darkness, and then he was able to get out.
When the plane hit, I was on the 82nd floor, and then there was a second explosion. I was in the lobby, and then when the tower came down, I was up here. I got out. I didn't see too many people behind me.
But we do see many people coming up from Lower Manhattan. They're covered head to toe in this thick, grayish soot. Some of them have scrapes and bruises, but they are walking up. We saw a group of people walking downtown saying they were going to donate blood to the hospital downtown. I don't know if that's a good idea right now for anyone to be heading downtown. The federal building is ringed with police, as is City Hall. Jet fighters roaring over Lower Manhattan. The smoke is still thick. It is viscous. It is an acrid, choking sensation in the back of the throat, and police are still desperately trying to get emergency vehicles in and also get them out to the hospitals. Live in Lower Manhattan, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
Well, we've made more contact with Peter Haskell, who is on a ferry on the Hudson River right now.
And, Pat, I don't know whether it's a cruel irony or not, but you look to the west and you see the Statue of Liberty, and then you look to the east and you just see a huge plume of smoke still billowing upwards. We don't know if that's actually from a fire. It's a very light gray, almost like a chalk color, still billowing upwards. There is smoke visible all the way to the Hudson River, so that's several blocks heading west, and the wind is blowing from west to east, so that plume is blowing to the left. Folks here are just getting to New Jersey. This is a Spirit of New York cruises. They are running ferries for free to Weehawken, we understand, and a lot of folks don't know how they're going to get home from Weehawken, but they just wanted to get off Manhattan Island. A lot of people who walked up from downtown, from World Financial Center and from other places, try to call home, let folks who care about them know that they're okay, and then just started walking. And then when they found out the Spirit of New York cruises were going to be running to New Jersey, they piled onto the boat. People talking about, hey, anybody going to Harrison, anybody going to Montclair, anybody who might be able to get a ride, let's try to carpool, try to find a cab or a bus or something. So people just very anxious to get off Manhattan Island, and then once they get to New Jersey, they'll figure out what they're going to do. But it is just watching here from the Hudson. An absolutely chilling sight where the Twin Towers used to be.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
We're having new information is coming in about the plane that we told you, a 747 that crashed outside Pittsburgh, 80 miles outside Pittsburgh, at a small airport that is not designed to handle 747s.
United Airlines confirms the flight was from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, the one that crashed outside of Pittsburgh. We are afraid that there likely were some local people on board if the plane had taken off from Newark en route to San Francisco and crashed near Pittsburgh. That's the word from United Airlines.
A few minutes ago, we heard from American Airlines. They confirmed 2 of their planes, their term, were lost with 164 people aboard. One of them from Boston to Los Angeles. That was Flight 11. We're not sure which building that one crashed into. It becomes such a jumble because we're hearing about so many of these things in such rapid succession this morning. 2 planes
one into each tower of the World Trade Center, another plane into the Pentagon, and then Camp David. There was a crash of a plane into the Pentagon this morning, and the Camp David as well. President Bush not in Washington when these disasters struck.
And perhaps the most chilling thing that we have heard this morning, police officials speaking to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity, saying what we had feared, that the number of Trade Center casualties is still unknown, but could be in the thousands. WCBS News Time, 8:35.
11:35 on Tuesday morning, the 11th of September. You're listening to continuing team coverage here on WCBS, where we rejoin CBS News' Pamela McCall.
Has erupted here. People are wearing masks over their faces to keep from choking on the smoke that's being blown around by winds that are picking up. The only thing that's clear from where I stand is the Statue of Liberty with a helicopter hovering around it. It looks a great distance away from this scene as yet more emergency vehicles pile into this devastated area. Dan?
Thanks, Pamela McCall. Obviously, reporters in that area are wondering how many people were killed, how many people were injured. The mayor says there's been horrendous loss of life in New York City. One police official tells reporters he fears thousands of people have been killed and injured. We don't know for sure. Hospitals are busy, ambulances moving this way and the other. Now, as for the air crash that occurred in western Pennsylvania, in the Pittsburgh area, about 80 miles away near Somerset County Airport, United Airlines says that was a United Airlines plane. The flight from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, Flight 93. Now, apparently it was hijacked. That's not fully confirmed. It apparently was not used, or in the end did not crash into some landmark building, but instead crashed into the ground not far from Somerset County Airport in western Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, it seems that all aboard have died, and we don't know the numbers yet. So again, from American Airlines, 164 people confirmed killed. 2 planes went down, AA Flight 77, Washington to L.A., and AA Flight 11 from Boston to LAX to Los Angeles. Those planes were hijacked. Those planes crashed. American Airlines says 164 people killed. One of those planes apparently went into one of the buildings of the World Trade Center in New York. Not far from there right now, the buildings have collapsed, but not far from there is CBS News correspondent Cami McCormick. What do you see, Cami?
Well, Dan, we don't see much now. We're seeing a lot of people run past here. We've just been told we have to evacuate because there is a gas leak in this area. I assume they're going to have a lot of problems like this throughout the day. All of the businesses, I'm several blocks from the World Trade Center, all the businesses have closed. You see people on bikes running past me. Even the emergency personnel are clearing out. So
sure.
And after
after an explosion, you could indeed have a gas leak because all the pipes are broken. So I hope you'll call again from the next place you can safely get to, Cami.
Sure will.
All right,
Okay,
Dan
thanks.
Raviv from CBS News along with Cami McCormick. You're listening to Team Coverage continuing here on WCBS 880. I'm Pat Carroll.
I'm Jeff Kaplan. I want to tell you about the school situation in New York City. We have a list to bring you, so listen closely if your kids are at school this morning. PS and IS 89 and PS 234 have been moved to PS 41 on West 11th Street. PS 150, students moved to PS 3 at Christopher and Hudson. Murray Bertram High School is closed. The High School for Leadership and Public Service is closed.
In Mineola in Queens, afternoon activities are canceled. Also in Queens Temple, Israel of Jamaica has canceled its afternoon programs. Now on Long Island,
West Babylon closed. New York Institute of Technology closed. We have early dismissals to tell you about in Lindenhurst Public Schools, in Suffolk, Deer Park School District, East Islip School District, and that's with afternoon activities canceled. Comac schools are canceling classes with early dismissal, evening activities canceled.
East
there.
Islip schools in Suffolk are going to have afternoon child care, but their activities are canceled. And in Connecticut, Wilton Public Schools in Fairfield are closing at noon today.
Most of the New York City schools are staying open, as was the plan right through the day. Only the few affected in the area around where the planes crashed into the World Trade Center and where the debris is showering.
There were 3 high schools. And there is no primary election today in New York City or Suffolk or Nassau counties because of the need for police officers and emergency personnel and city officials to be helping out with the situation here.
Again, the shocking and feared word from one city official on condition of anonymity to the Associated Press. It's feared that the casualties will be in the thousands. And on one set of casualties that we heard about in just the past few minutes, one of the flights that crashed, the 747 that augured in Pittsburgh, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, was flying out of Newark to San Francisco. That was a United Airlines jet.
WCBS News Time, 11:40. Our coverage continues now.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein. An unprecedented, coordinated wave of apparent terrorist attacks have hit the United States, mainly focused on New York City and Washington. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lives have been lost. In Manhattan, planes crashed into both towers of the World Trade Center. Law enforcement sources say at least 4 planes have been hijacked. One plane leaving Newark, New Jersey, is believed to have crashed near Camp David, the presidential retreat. Correspondent Pamela McCall is live on the streets of New York.
I'm standing a matter of blocks away from what's left of these towers. Smoke fills the air, as do the sound of sirens. More and more ambulances are traveling down the highway next to the Hudson River trying to get into this scene. A few moments ago, we had to evacuate. There's fear of a gas leak. We don't know how many people are injured. One for sure, 4 feet away from me, a fireman has just been strapped to a gurney, taken away, his face covered in soot.
Its suspected terrorist ringleader Osama bin Laden ordered these attacks on the anniversary of the Middle East Camp David Accords. One of the hijacked planes crashed into the Pentagon. Correspondent Bob Fuss is there.
Huge amounts of smoke, black and gray, still pouring out of the Pentagon. It's still some time now after this plane crashed into it. A witness said that the plane crashed in above the ground level. He thought about the second or third floor, went well into the building.
Terrorism expert Neil Livingstone calls this an act of war.
This is Pearl Harbor. We've been attacked by what we presume to be foreign terrorists, probably backed by or certainly given refuge by various countries. And I think Americans have to realize they're at war.
Both towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed completely. CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
On WCBS 880, it's 11:42, 72 degrees, a partly sunny, beautiful day. But a lot of smoke in the air and a lot of horror in people's minds after what's been happening.
Our reporters are stationed all over New York City. We have the resources of CBS News at our beck and call over the country with the situation in Pittsburgh. There's Camp David, Washington, D.C. Let's go live now to Dan Rather in the CBS TV network.
The president en route to a location where he can be assured of secure communications and contact with all of the officers that he needs to be in touch with. And again, Dan, we should be hearing from our people just as soon as they take the wraps off of this, exactly where they are and what the immediate plan is. Dan?
John Robertson, Washington, of course, is concerned about how the government operates in Washington, but make no mistake, the center of this story today, these terrorist attacks, is at the tip of Manhattan where the World Trade Centers, both of the Twin Towers, 110 stories up, both have collapsed. No one is making light of what's happened in Washington. Something happened at the Pentagon. An aircraft crashed at or right into the Pentagon. Unclear exactly where. Unclear whether anybody was killed. Some people were hurt at the Pentagon. An early report from a government official that a car bomb exploded outside the State Department was later denied by the Federal Securities Operation. That the FBI, an FBI official told Jim Stewart that a plane crashed near Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. But now there's some question as to what all that was about. As one would expect in the early hours, there is confusion about the facts. But a known fact is that there's been a terrible loss of life. How much, no one knows. The mayor of New York says a tremendous loss of life. A New York City police official didn't want to be quoted, said that he thought that the loss of life in the World Trade Center collapse. You're looking at a live picture of it now with this Empire State Building in the foreground and the smoke over the Hudson and the great New York Harbor. Smoke in the nostrils of the Statue of Liberty, literally, that the loss of life here may be, according to police official, in the many thousands, unquote, but that is not known. Now, authorities are on the alert from coast to coast, halting all air traffic, evacuating high-profile buildings, and tightening security at strategic facilities following these attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon. 4 airplanes are now confirmed to have been hijacked this morning. Whether it was one of those hijacked planes that hit the Pentagon, this is a live picture of the Pentagon, the first attack in the history of the United States Defense Department since it moved into this huge, sprawling Pentagon building in Washington. As you can see, there's considerable smoke, which may or may not indicate considerable damage.
Much like you can see outside your window in New York City, unfortunately. This morning, it's 11:45, and our live coverage continues on WCBS 880.
CBS News confirms that in addition to the planes we know about, that American Airlines reports 2 additional flights unaccounted for. A 757 from Washington Dulles Airport to L.A. and a 767 from Boston, destination unknown.
We are not clear if these perhaps are planes that have crashed into some of these installations, and we just don't know the identity of the planes, or if they are additional planes. That simply, it's not known what's become of them at this point. Of course, we're following it closely at WCBS. Certainly, there's a lot of consternation at the airports, which have all been closed down. WCBS reporter Mike Zirinax at this moment is live at LaGuardia.
Yeah, much of LaGuardia Airport now a ghost town, a virtual ghost town. I'm in front of the American Airlines terminals right now on the other side of the road here, where hundreds of people are gathered, wondering what to do next. They They really don't know where to go, what to do next. They're looking for transportation out of here. Presently, not enough buses or limos or taxis to take them where they may want to go. Many of these people were heading to other countries, other states, and don't have hotel rooms, don't have homes here. They just don't know what to do. They're gathered in the center of the roadway on green areas, just sitting, waiting, talking to one another. A real sense of confusion and loss right now among passengers and workers. People wondering what's going to happen next. Again, all the buildings have been evacuated. Total disbelief is what I'm getting. A lot of confusion. Many unable to find transportation. Hundreds electing to walk to nearby hotels. I've never seen anything like it before. This particular man, like hundreds of others, just unsure what to do next.
I don't know what we're going to do. We're here supposedly for the week for business. City shut down. They've locked down everything. Airspace is closed out. So there's no outbound. There's no inbound. Getting into the city is not a possibility because everything.
At least one of the flights that left Boston on its way to, we believe, New York City and the World Trade Center. There's a news conference going on now.
And let's listen in live to that news conference broadcast on CNN, among others.
For the time that the planes went into the world.
I don't know what that means. Doesn't mean have any connotation here at Logan Airport.
What about planes that are flying in here? Are they being rerouted somewhere else?
Aircraft were flying into Logan Airport. We did take some arrivals, but now since the airport is shut down, these flights will be diverted to Canada.
They're not taking flights either, would you?
Are you screening passengers?
We're moving from another area, yes.
This is a news conference taking place at Logan Airport in Boston, which
one
is
of the
where
lost American Airlines flights was Flight 11 from Boston to L.A., and we believe that's one of the ones that went into one of the World Trade Center towers.
We got word in the past few minutes that the U.S.-Canadian border has been closed down between, New York State and Canada. No one can come into the country via those crossings. It's unclear whether you can leave the U.S. and head into Canada this morning. WCBS News Time, 11:48.
You're listening to live, continuous team coverage here on WCBS 880 of what is no doubt the worst terror attack in U.S. history. In fact, people are calling it an act of war, much as when Pearl Harbor was attacked by the Japanese.
Well, first, of course, there's the fear for lost lives. NYPD officials say there may have been thousands of casualties in lower Manhattan when the Twin Towers collapsed. Then there are the little procedural problems. For instance, Con Ed reporting that due to equipment problems in lower Manhattan related to what's going on at the World Trade Center, electric service between West Street and the Hudson River south of Chambers has been suspended. Gas and steam service in that area also interrupted. Con Ed crews are continuing to work closely with all the emergency teams that have been flocking into lower Manhattan this
Mayor
morning.
Giuliani has been saying that if you are anywhere but lower Manhattan, you should stay where you are. If you're in lower Manhattan, try to get out in as orderly a way as possible to get north of Canal Street and get away from all the dust and soot from the burning and collapsing buildings of the World Trade Center towers. And he is saying that he fears there will be a great loss of life and that he's going to try to save as many lives as possible.
50,000 people worked at the World Trade Center before the collapse. Then there were those milling about on the street in nearby buildings who might have been surprised by the shower of debris when both of those towers separately came down within a half an hour of each other after the original plane crashes.
And there were untold dozens and dozens, more than 150 on the planes that crashed into the towers. Of course, likely they are dead as well. WCBS News Time, 11:49. It's a bright sunny day, 72 degrees in Central Park. Sun is mixing with some clouds is our forecast today, much lower humidity. There was not a forecast of so much smoke and soot in lower Manhattan.
Stay with us. Our coverage will continue throughout the day here on WCBS 880.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Ed Crane. The East Coast remains in chaos after an apparent series of terror attacks today in New York and Washington, D.C. The targets, the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center and the Pentagon across the Potomac from the Capitol. The first attacks began about 8:40 this morning when a plane believed to have been a hijacked American Airlines flight bound for Los Angeles out of Boston slammed into one of the Twin Towers. 18 minutes later, another commercial plane slammed into the second of the 110-story buildings. Within 2 hours, both of those mammoth buildings collapsed. Catherine Abadi watched it all unfold.
Everyone's terrified. Every time we hear a plane go over, we think it's another bombing.
WCBS TV reporter John Slattery has been on the scene as well.
People started screaming. Many people started crying. There were people hugging each other. And every time they saw a person jump to his death, there were people who were just grabbing hold of each other and sobbing and wiping their faces and wiping their tears. It's an unbelievable scene here.
And just before 10 this morning, another plane crashed into the Pentagon with what is described as a tremendous loss of life. A portion of the building collapsed. A second plane, which officials believe was targeting the Pentagon, was forced down by American F-16 fighter planes, we're told, near Camp David in Maryland. It's unclear if there were injuries in that incident. The FAA has grounded all flights from all U.S. airports. Some planes in the air have been diverted to Canada. American Airlines confirms that 2 of its planes are missing. United says 2 of its flights are also missing, and there are reports that the second plane that slammed into the World Trade Center was one of United's, an aircraft that appeared to have been a 737 jet. United also says one of its planes apparently crashed in western Pennsylvania this morning, about 85 miles from the Pittsburgh airport. President Bush was in Florida making an appearance at a school when all of this unfolded. Mr. Bush was believed to have been heading back to Washington this morning. Let's go live now to White House correspondent Mark Knoller in Sarasota. Mark?
That's exactly right. The president was in a school in Sarasota, Florida, the Emma Booker Elementary School. He was on a day of reading and education events, but a top aide, White House Chief of Staff Andy Card, whispered in the president's ear, informing him of the incident. The president made a quick announcement directing that the full resources of the federal government be made available to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down those responsible for this act. The president vowed, in his words, terrorism against our nation will not stand. Mr. Bush went immediately to the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport to get on Air Force One for what we believe was a flight back to Washington, but we are not sure. The Secret Service may have decided en route that it may not be safe for the president to go to Washington. We do not know until Air Force One lands where it will land, and so we are watching for that.
That's Mark Knoller in Sarasota, Florida. We're also told that a number of federal buildings, including the State Department, have been evacuated. Federal employees have been given the day off today. The World Trade Center was packed with tens of thousands of workers when the attacks unfolded this morning. And New York City police sources are telling WCBS TV in New York that the number of casualties may be in the thousands. Who is responsible? Reuters quotes an Arab journalist with ties to terrorist leader Osama bin Laden as saying that he boasted weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack on U.S. interests for America's support of Israel. Today's attack comes on the 21st anniversary of the Camp David Accords. CBS News Update. I'm Ed Crane.
On WCBS 880, it's 11:53, and let's review with you exactly what we have here.
The terrorist attacks in Manhattan have thus far shut down some subway lines. Cell phone service is crippled. There have been a lot of people in Lower Manhattan lining up to use the payphones.
It's forced the evacuations from Wall Street to the United Nations of buildings. The mayor closed Lower Manhattan, in fact, to make way for emergency vehicles. Thousands of people left by walking across the Brooklyn Bridge.
Primary day is canceled. The airports closed. Trading on Wall Street suspended. And there's word from the Federal Reserve to reassure any jittery traders because of what's going on that the Fed will provide all the liquidity needed in order to keep the system afloat. What they don't want to see is people taking money out of the bank and sticking it under the mattress because of all this. The United Nations building was evacuated at about 10:30 this morning.
Offices throughout Manhattan closed. Kids kept in their schools because parents couldn't get to them. At every payphone, as we've been saying, people have been lined up a dozen deep to call loved ones. Of course, a lot of them had to hang up in frustration after they got busy signals. Cell phone service throughout Manhattan has been interrupted. Regular phone service congested. Many callers had to dial repeatedly to get through. AT&T shut down its entire phone and communication system in Manhattan.
And then there's the question about the traffic. What do you do once you escape Lower Manhattan and all the smoke and debris and soot? Where do you go? The bridges and tunnels have been closed, though people are being allowed to leave outbound. There were large traffic jams reported outbound entering the New Jersey Turnpike earlier this morning. We'll update you on the traffic situation in just a few moments. No tolls were being collected. The idea, just get them out.
Hundreds of cars and trucks stuck in the bridges and tunnels trying to get into the city. Rockefeller Center, favorite tourist destination? Among the buildings where property managers have been urging the tenants to go home. So as you can see, life is pretty much at a standstill here in Manhattan.
Perhaps there is a way that people are trickling out of Manhattan now. We'll check with the traffic center. And here's Chris Majette. What are you finding out now?
Well, I can tell you one of those ways that the traffic is not moving is the Cross Bronx Expressway. Since the GW Bridge is completely stopped both ways, the eastbound lanes of the Cross Bronx are empty, and the westbound Cross Bronx is an absolute parking lot. Now, looking at the LIE, traffic is hardly moving because they're not letting anybody come from Nassau County into Queens on that westbound LIE. So in the city near the fairgrounds, the LIE is basically deserted. Same thing with the Grand Central Parkway. Of course, the bridges and the tunnels you know about. Numerous subway lines have been suspended and rerouted. All buses from Staten Island and Brooklyn have also been suspended. The Tappan Zee Bridge has an exodus of people leaving Westchester and heading for Rockland County. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open, but it's moving a bit slowly heading into Rockland County. Not too many cars coming into Westchester. So that's the traffic picture at this point.
All right, thanks, Chris Majette. We also have business news for you this morning. Ken Pruitt from the Wall Street Journal wasn't even able to get into work this morning, so he came here.
Ken, the Fed has just announced they're ready to provide liquidity. What does that mean, especially with the markets closed and all the jitters we're seeing?
Well, that means there's plenty of money in the banking system, and there's no reason for you to run down with your passbook and try to get your money out. The Fed is just sort of hand-holding here.
None of the markets are open, right? NASDAQ was going to try and open, weren't they?
They're going to try, because they're really, NASDAQ trading is done on a bank of computers up in Trumbull, Connecticut. They're well away from the Wall Street area, but the Securities and Exchange Commission has pretty much closed everything. I assume that means commodities, too.
Is there any word about tomorrow, how they're going to handle the situation? Certainly in the New York Stock Exchange, there's probably nobody there this morning.
There probably is nobody there. They evacuated that building right away.
They never started the trading day, correct?
No.
Okay, so what do we have to look forward to tonight? Will there be anything more from the Fed to reassure the banking system?
Well, that's a big part of the Federal Reserve's job. If you recall after the stock market crash of '87, that's the first thing Alan Greenspan said, and he'd only been in office a few weeks, is we're going to provide liquidity. There's plenty of money. There's no reason for anybody to worry.
All right, thanks a lot. Ken Pruitt from the Wall Street Journal here in our studios at WCBS because, well, you can't work at the Wall Street. Where's your office located?
We're in the World Financial Center, which is right across West Street from the World Trade Center. Our building was evacuated right after this happened, and we don't know where our people are.
That's the chilling thing that so many people are going through today.
You can't get off Manhattan, and just about everybody in our office is from either New Jersey or Connecticut.
So, they weren't able to get home.
Yeah, we just don't know where they are.
They're waiting
we assume
somewhere.
They're on foot heading here.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot. Ken Pruitt from the Journal, WCBS News Time, 11:58. We were hearing that ferries were carrying some of the victims from the World Trade Center attacks to Jersey City. One person was taken to a hospital in Jersey City. Nothing available on that person's condition. We do know that one NYPD official who didn't want his name used has told the Associated Press that casualties are likely in the thousands in Lower Manhattan.
And there's word that Secretary of State Colin Powell is cutting short an overseas trip and is heading back to the United States. President Bush, who was in Florida this morning, is heading back aboard Air Force One. He was not in Washington when the terror struck this morning, nor at Camp David, where CBS News has reported that another plane crashed
The
earlier.
question is, where would President Bush go to? The White House right now has armed guards with machine guns standing outside at the ready, and it's a question of whether it's safe for the President of the United States to be at his home and official office. It remains to be seen. He took off probably about 10 o'clock this morning from Sarasota, Florida on Air Force One.
Well, it's likely we're not going to find out. The safest thing for him is for no one to know exactly where he is.
Certainly. Our coverage continues on WCBS 880, WCBS News Time 11:59. We wish we didn't have to stay here this long. I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll.
And good morning, I'm Susan Kennedy. Here's what we know so far about the worst terror attack in U.S. history. New York on full terror alert. The bridges, the tunnels, subway lines all shut down, and the World Trade Center is gone. Police officials are saying casualties may number in the thousands. Mayor Giuliani says there was no warning. What is known up to this point is up to 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center Twin Towers. Both towers hit by planes within 18 minutes of each other, and then the buildings collapse. Nothing is left of those buildings right now. President Bush says that we will find out who did this. We are on full alert.
You're listening to WCBS New York, an Infinity broadcasting station. Your favorite radio station for traffic and weather together, and CBS News.
WCBS News Time, 12 noon.
CBS News, I'm Christopher Glenn. The nightmare is real. A coordinated wave of terrorist attacks has taken perhaps thousands of American lives.
What used to be the World Trade Center towers They're both gone.
In New York City, 2 aircraft crashed into the upper floors of both World Trade Center towers, and both towers collapsed not long after. CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall was near the scene when one of the towers fell.
I'm standing here watching ambulances go by. They're covered in about 3 inches of soot and ashes. It resembles the scene of a volcanic eruption, with firemen and emergency personnel now donning face masks so that they can breathe through this.
50,000 people worked in the twin structures, and Mayor Rudolph Giuliani fears the worst.
Some horrendous number of lives lost. I don't think we know yet, but right now we have to just focus on saving as many people as possible.
But the Trade Center attacks were only the beginning. A plane crashed into the Pentagon, collapsing the building's west wing. A plane crashed in the vicinity of Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. An airliner crashed some miles outside Pittsburgh. CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart says it's believed several commercial airliners were hijacked for use in the various attacks.
We are told that there were 4 hijackings. The detail that we've been given thus far on those hijackings is American Flight 11, which is described as a 757 from Boston to the West Coast, United Flight 175 out of Dulles International Airport outside of Washington, D.C., American Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles, and United Flight 93, which apparently was from Newark en route to San Francisco.
All U.S. air traffic has been suspended. Stock markets and financial exchanges are closed. President Bush was speaking in Florida. He's believed now to be headed back to the Washington area. Let's get a live update on the situation in the nation's capital from CBS News reporter Tom Foti. Tom?
This capital city has seen nothing like this in decades, if ever. Every major government building evacuated, people by the thousands milling around the downtown streets as emergency vehicles try to make their way through gridlock traffic. President Bush on his way back from that trip to Florida. Vice President Cheney's whereabouts kept secret, but said to be safe. The same for leaders of Congress. This following the attack on the Pentagon, a section of which was destroyed and continues to burn.
Huge amounts of smoke, black and gray, still pouring out of the Pentagon. It's still some time now after this plane crashed into it. A witness said that the plane crashed in above the ground level. He thought about the second or third floor, went well into the building. Lots of smoke still coming out, and lots of Pentagon workers, uniformed and civilian, still coming away from the building, most of them on foot, the only way they have to leave the area. CBS News outside the Pentagon.
And this is CBS News.
Now you can dial a diamond and save half by calling Empire Diamond at 1-800-SAVE-HALF. If you're in the market for a solitaire, engagement ring, anniversary, or an investment diamond, then shop around, get your best price, and then dial a diamond at 1-800-SAVE-HALF. Empire will advise you on size, shapes, and values. They'll sell you diamonds directly from the source without a middleman's markup. These diamonds are guaranteed to be priced at half the retail price. A diamond certification by the Gemological Institute of America will be faxed or mailed to you. For qualified buyers, your diamond will be sent to your home or office for a free 10 days, no obligation inspection. Upon your satisfaction, you then pay for your purchase and get a 60-day money-back guarantee. Empire Diamond, located in the Empire State Building for over a half a century, guarantees the lowest priced diamonds. 10-day free inspection and a money-back guarantee. Save over half on your diamonds. Call 1-800-SAVE-HALF. That's 1-800-SAVEHALF.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
A day we won't soon forget. New York on full terror alert. And so is the rest of the United States. Good morning. I'm Susan Kennedy.
It is 12:04 in New York City, which essentially is closed. I'm Tony Guida.
It happened just before 9 o'clock this morning when a plane flew into the north side of one of the towers of the World Trade Center. And then 18 minutes later, another plane flew into the side of the second tower. Both towers collapsed. Nothing is left of the World Trade Center towers now. Then the attacks continued. Attacks in Washington, the State Department, the Pentagon. Airlines are telling us that their planes have been hijacked to carry out this targeted, well-orchestrated attack. The entire country is now on alert. We have reporters on the scenes here in New York, and we want to go first now to WCBS reporter Allison Keyes, who is near the World Trade Center. Allison? All right, we're having a little trouble hearing Allison. We'll try and reestablish contact
Here's
with her.
late word from United Airlines confirming that a second United plane has crashed, location not given. United Airlines saying it is, quote, deeply concerned about a second flight, a Boeing 767 headed from Boston to Los Angeles.
All right, we're going to try and reestablish contact right now with Allison Keyes. Allison Keyes is in the World Trade Center area. And Allison, tell us what you're seeing right now. All right, well, we apologize for that. We're having some phone line problems right now. As you can imagine, the phone lines are going a little bit crazy right now. Cell phone lines as well as regular phone lines as well. We will touch base with Allison just as soon as we can. In the meantime, there has been a lot of speculation about who might have carried out this attack, and many of the experts are saying that there are just a handful of terrorist groups who are capable of doing something of this magnitude. One name seems to keep coming to mind, and that is Osama bin Laden. On the WCBS Newsline with us right now is terrorism expert Harvey Kushner. Thanks for joining us right now. What do you think?
Well, you know, you guys said it, Osama bin Laden. I just sat through the embassy bombing trial. I was involved in the defense of Khalis Mohammed. I didn't want him to be executed because I felt it would cause an incident like this. But I sat through almost a year's worth of testimony painting a picture of Osama bin Laden's network worldwide and the threats that he's made against the United States. So on my short list, and I'm sure everybody's short list, Osama is number one. But what's frightening about this picture is that the amount of technology, the amount of money, the amount of planning to pull something like this off is just, in the annals of terrorism, this is the first time we've ever visited such a horror.
Were there any advance warnings of this that you've heard of?
Look, you know, I remember I was also involved, unfortunately, in a civil litigation against the Port Authority for the World Trade Center. And back in 1989, they were warned that you couldn't park a bomb beneath that building because it could blow up. But to answer your question, yes, there were some advance warnings. Just the other day, Americans were told in Japan and Korea to be vigilant because there's threats against them. Osama's been raising the rhetoric ever since the USS Cole bombing and ever since the conviction in the embassy bombing trials that he would try to take a swipe at us. So, but to think that it could be pulled off in this manner is beyond belief. I mean,
Harvey, on that point,
yes.
It sounds like you're suggesting that even after all we know about Osama bin Laden and his network, that our intelligence, and correct me if I'm making a false assumption here, but it sounds like you're saying that we continue to underestimate this man and his network.
I think we underestimate the threat against the United States. Absolutely, Tony. I mean, when you think about it, that the temerity of people to strike back at the World Trade Center and to actually level it. Think of what this is going to do to the American psyche. Think of what this does to the shock of the public, not only to every New Yorker, but to every American, both here and worldwide. And for us to, for years, know that there's been a threat. We've seen our coal get blown almost out of the water. Not to put rigorous security in at our airports, Tony, it is unconscionable. But it's amazing. I mean, I fly regularly, and I see breaches of security almost every day. And I mean, to allow people to get on a plane like this, if in fact it was hijacking, it is so bad. I mean, when you think about it, let me just paint one picture for you that I think is a possibility. I cannot believe that a pilot would purposely crash it in, even with a gun held to his head. I would venture to say that this plane was hijacked by operatives who killed the pilot and took the plane over themselves and flew it into the building. I mean, you want me to speculate? That's what I would at this point in time, because, you know, I was in Washington and Virginia this spring playing some tabletop exercises on what could happen if a biological event is unleashed in New York or in Washington. And nobody thought of hatching the plot such as this. And by the way, Ramzi Yousef, the mastermind of the bombing of the World Trade Center, prior to his blowing up the Trade Center, was trying to hatch a plot involving 11
Harvey, we're going to have to ask you to hold on for just a second because we want to rejoin the CBS Network News for more on this situation.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein. A wave of coordinated terrorist attacks has hit the United States. At least 4 planes have been hijacked. 2 planes destroyed the World Trade Center in Manhattan. 1 plane crashed into the Pentagon. Another crashed near Camp David in Maryland. There's been massive loss of life, but no exact figures are available. Correspondent Carol Marine was near the scene of the New York explosions.
All of a sudden, there was a roll, an explosion, and we could see coming at us a ball of flame stories high. He and others screamed, "Run," and I ran.
She was following the orders of a firefighter. It's believed the mastermind of these attacks is the notorious Osama bin Laden. Reporter Jim Bohannon just got back from the street here in the Capitol.
Downtown Washington, D.C. is utter chaos right now, a total gridlock. Outside Lafayette Park, the big park directly across the street from the White House, uniformed Secret Service agents are wielding machine guns. And overhead, several times, I have heard the whine, the unmistakable whine of jet fighters.
Correspondent Jim Stewart says government officials were taken completely by surprise.
Normally, there would be a war room and a situation room, I should say, at the Pentagon. But the Pentagon has never been attacked before in the history of this country and is not in a position, apparently, to coordinate events there now. So much of what's happening in terms of a response to these events is being coordinated out of the FBI.
What to do? Here's a woman on a Chicago street.
Retaliate. Just do whatever we have to do in order to get these people back. They killed innocent people, and it's not right.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
Heard live here, WCBS 880. We are also getting reports from Allison Keyes, our reporter, who is in the area where the World Trade Center towers have collapsed after the plane struck them, that hundreds of police officers are now being sent to that area to help look for survivors. Keep it right here at WCBS 880. We have team coverage for you. We want to go back to the WCBS Newsline right now. And Harvey Kushner. Harvey, we were talking a little bit about the response in other parts of the world. There are reports that there is dancing in the streets of some of the communities, Palestinian communities in the Middle East specifically. And how does the United States respond to this?
Well, that's just it. You know, after you remember our embassy bombings, President Clinton responded by sending Tomahawk missiles into Afghanistan and Sudan. This probably has some linkage to what's going on in Israel. You know, over the past year, the activities in Israel and Osama bin Laden's rhetoric was mainly to keep it inside Israel, but there's been rumors and there's been discussions in the last 6 months that he's looked to ratchet up the Middle East experience, not only in the West Bank, in Israel proper, but also inside the United States. So one would speculate. But let me just say this. I think it needs to be said to those listening to this broadcast. If you remember after Oklahoma City, people were very quick to jump and say that it was Middle Eastern terrorists that were involved in that particular thing, and it turned out to be Tim McVeigh and some others. With this, we're speculating about Osama bin Laden because, if we had a short list of people who have the capability, he comes up as numero uno in that sense. But at this point in time, if I'd had to bet good money, I would say that this seems to me something that within the framework of what these people are capable of doing. I mean, in terms of hatching something like this. And I said before you broke that back before the World Trade Center case, Ramzi Yousef, who was the mastermind of the World Trade Center bombing back in '93, tried to hijack 11 planes. And he tried to do something like this. Fortunately for us, it was foiled. So this is not something new that people such as Ramzi Yousef and others from that area of the world have, tried and, talked about it.
We are going to have to wait and see, you're right, who claims responsibility or who proves to have been the center of focus that instigated this attack. But I guess the bottom line is this shows how vulnerable the United States is.
Oh, absolutely. And, years ago, people would call up and say there's a bomb in a building and claim responsibility. Today, in the jargon of the terrorists, they say let the target speak for itself. And clearly, this target speaks for itself, not only in terms of the symbol of America, but in terms of what groups have tried to take it down before. And, it's interesting. When Ramzi Yousef was flown back to the United States to stand trial, as he flew over there with 2 federal officers, he looked and said, if I only had a little more explosives, I could take down the towers. Well, unfortunately, somebody with the willpower and the desire has. And it's a terrible day. It's Pearl Harbor of terrorism.
It is indeed. Thank you for your thoughts. We appreciate it. We will get back to you this afternoon. Thank you very much. Harvey Kushner, terrorism expert on the WCBS Newsline.
WCBS News Time, 12:15. Let's get back to the scene in Lower Manhattan where WCBS reporter Sean Adams is standing by. Sean?
Right now, I'm a little bit north of where the towers used to be on Hudson and Worth Street near Jay, and all I can tell you is that I'm sure you've seen things like this in the movies portrayed. You know, special effects do a really good job, but actually to witness this, I can tell you this is one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. On the corner of Park and Church, I was standing, and I had looked up, and you could see that the plane had hit on both sides on one of the towers, the second tower, and the corner was actually burned out, and you could really tell that it was sort of precarious, but no one could have imagined what had happened. You heard this blood-curdling groan, and as I looked up, I saw it bending at that point and coming down, and at that point, everyone instinctively just ran and ran and ran, and you felt as if you just couldn't run fast enough to get away because of this monstrosity that was tumbling down. I heard one person describe Lower Manhattan to me as Pompeii after Vesuvius, with several blocks of debris down Fulton Street, 2 blocks east of Broadway. That's how far the debris has spread. The cloud of dust persists. There is a dark cloud of smoke. It is eclipsing the sun in bits and pieces at times. The towers are no more. You cannot see them. They are not there. But between the time that the planes crashed and the collapse, people were evacuated. I've spoken to people who were on the 80s and the first tower, and Joe De Silva was on the 72nd floor, and I spoke with him.
I was out the last part, coming from the mall level up to the street level to leave the building, and something happened. The lights went out, and I was walking up the stairs, and I fell on the stairs. That's where I got these abrasions, so I'm just falling on the stairs.
He was completely covered head to toe in this thick, gray soot and dust. He walked up to Canal Street and was just trying to find a way to get in touch with his family. He's from Long Island. Joe De Silva is his name. Right now, police just pushing people north, trying to keep the streets clear. As soon as ambulances go out, a fresh batch of them replaces them. It is a triage unit just a few blocks south of here. People are being worked on and removed, and now we can only imagine that they're moving on to trying to rescue. We've also heard of gas leaks in the area, and on Church Street a short while ago, there was a suspicious package. We don't know whatever happened with that. Live in Lower Manhattan, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
All right, and Rich Lamb reporting that the smoke from the debris and the horrific collapse of the World Trade Center is visible as far north as the Tappan Zee Bridge across the Hudson River, north of New York City.
WCBS News Time, 12:17.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
We are getting word now from the Pentagon that the Pentagon has ordered 2 ships into our area warships. The USS George Washington and the USS John F. Kennedy are now en route to New York waters, ordered by the Pentagon following this worst terrorist attack in U.S. histories that began with 2 planes colliding into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Nothing is left of those Twin Towers right now. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon, a plane also crashing at Camp David, a large plane crashing just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at the Somerset County Airport. And the airlines are saying that they have had their planes hijacked, planes that were involved in these attacks across the country. The United States is on full terrorism alert right now. This all began just before 9 o'clock at the World Trade Centers. And in Lower Manhattan, we're going to head there now and get the very latest from the scene. And WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor.
Well, emergency workers are trying to clear Lower Manhattan. There is an absolute exodus of people walking north, being pushed. They've closed all buildings. The courts are closed with the court officers standing in front of them. The police, firefighters, emergency medical workers, paramedics, all the vehicles have all converged on downtown as the buildings, the Twin Towers, or what was left of them, continue to smoke. You can see it. I walked all the way north of Canal Street. Every payphone all the way up has lines of people trying to call their relatives, say they're okay, or to find people who they know who are working downtown and find out if they are all right. Coming out of the building, the people who were ushered out of it before the 2 towers collapsed were crying. They were hysterical, some of them falling on the floor. Some people who were on the street described having seen people, actually 4 or 5 people, jump from the top of the World Trade Tower, I guess, to escape the flames at that point. It's really horrific. A man told me about finding parts of bodies. I've seen bloody shoes.
All right, Mary Gay Taylor, we appreciate it. We're going to have to break in right now and head for the CBS Network News and get the very latest update on the situation.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. New York and Washington, targets of terror.
This is an organized, planned attack. It's the nightmare that we have exercised against. It's the nightmare that we have always said we hope never came, but it has come.
Terrorism expert Neil Livingstone, as 4 hijacked jetliners have crashed. It started with 2 planes hitting the towers of the World Trade Center in New York. 2 American Airlines jets with a total of 156 people on board. Both towers eventually collapsed. A security guard couldn't believe what he was seeing.
People jumping out of windows of the World Trade Center trying to save themselves. Literally jumping to their death.
This woman was outside with a friend when the first tower came down.
He threw me into the wall of a building and covered me. I could feel his heart banging against my back. We were both so sure we were going to die.
Officials there call the loss of life tremendous. A plane crashed into part of the Pentagon, triggering a fire and evacuations. In fact, all of official Washington has now been shut down. CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer.
This is the sound and the scene of controlled panic and pandemonium around the White House. Secret Service and Washington police have now extended the cordon to about 4 blocks around the White House. That is a closed-off cordon. Downtown Washington, near the White House, is very much of a ghost town. Many people have fled both the government and private office buildings. Peter Mayer, CBS News, Washington.
The 4th plane, a United 757 with 45 people on board, went down in western Pennsylvania. The FAA has closed U.S. airports, suspending flights. Other major landmarks around the country have been closed down or evacuated as a precaution. There's where the U.S.-Mexico border has also been closed. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
Heard live here at WCBS 880. We are now being told that the statewide elections in New York have now been postponed because of this act of terrorism. City Hall also evacuated. Today's primary election in the city, as well as on Long Island, canceled as well. Children are being kept in their schools, only allowed to leave if their parents come to get them. Number of buildings have been evacuated. Mayor Giuliani talked with us earlier. He said there was no warning of this attack, and says that he asks everyone to please remain calm. Anyone in the south of Canal Street area really needs to get out, to walk slowly, but walk directly north, get out of that dangerous area, do police a big favor so that they can open up the streets and do their jobs. We're also being told by our reporter Allison Key that hundreds of police officers now being sent to the area of the World Trade Center, trying to get there to look for survivors.
You're listening to continuing coverage of this day like no other day in the history of New York City. Terrorism attack, the city on full terrorism alert. New York City essentially is closed. You should not think about trying to come here. The bridges, the tunnels are closed. The subway service is moving sporadically. As Susan was just saying, the police are trying to get anyone in Lower Manhattan out of Lower Manhattan. The World Trade Center, both towers of the World Trade Center are gone. You will never see the skyline of New York from this day forward look like it did yesterday and every day since the World Trade Center was built. So we are continuing our coverage here on WCBS 880, and we invite you to stay with us.
All right, WCBS News Time 1223. We want to go out back onto the area where a person had been working in the building of the Trade Center, the World Trade Center, before the plane crashed into it. And this person was on the 74th floor. He has talked with our WCBS reporter, Marla Diamond. Marla, what a story this man has to tell.
Absolutely. And before I get to that, he is okay. He is fine. We should let you know. But I'm on the Upper West Side in the 80s around Central Park West. And just to describe the scene here, it is quiet. It is almost surreal, a surreal calm. There is mass exodus, a mass exodus of people carrying their briefcases, their suits. They have walked blocks and blocks in their dress clothes and heels. There are no cabs here. There are no buses running. This man on the 74th floor, his name is Walter. He was extremely dazed. He agreed to speak with me just for a few minutes. His cotton suit was soaked with sweat. He walked from One World Trade Center, where he works as an engineer, to 82nd and Central Park West, and gave me this account of the evacuation of the building.
Yes, everybody got out okay. Yeah, there was sort of an impact initially,
and then another impact maybe 25, 30 seconds later, and then everybody started running. And so I was one of the, everybody sort of got out at the same time, and we just, walked calmly down, the stairs, and, there was obviously smoke, but it wasn't too bad in the building.
And he is an engineer that works in the building and says he just can't believe it. The building is one of the sturdiest ever built. It is made to withstand even a plane crash, a 747 crash, he said to me. And this is a day that he just cannot believe is actually happening.
WCBS reporter Marla Diamond, a statement that many people are saying today. It's hard to believe that this is actually happening. This terrorist attack on the United States, starting here in New York and continuing in Washington, the entire country on full terrorism alert right now. President Bush is on his way back to Washington. He had been in Florida reading to some school children in Sarasota, Florida, when the attacks started on the World Trade Center. The FAA has grounded all aircraft all across the country. Planes in the air had been diverted to Canada, and we are told that at least 4 planes were hijacked to carry out this attack. American Airlines says 2 of their flights were hijacked and crashed in today's terrorist attack. One of those planes was American Airlines flight number 11 from Boston to Los Angeles that crashed into the World Trade Center. And United Airlines is also now confirming 2 of their jetliners crashed, one this morning near Pittsburgh. The company says another of its planes has crashed, but it does not have specific information on that plane available yet.
WCBS News Time 12:26. We have reporter Mike Ziranak standing by at LaGuardia Airport now. Mike, give us the latest.
Yeah, Tony, I'm outside the American Airlines terminal right now in LaGuardia, and people are slowly finding their way out of the airport right now. At one point, literally thousands of passengers and airport workers were evacuated. All the buildings have been evacuated here and making a mass exodus, many with nowhere to go, like this particular passenger.
It's very frightening because they just evacuated the building, and unfortunately they didn't make an announcement overhead. Everyone just started a mass exodus, and they should have at least warned us. And my idea is to get away as far from the building as possible if that's what they feel like there's a problem.
Yeah, there initially was some panic as people were rushing out, but they seemed to gain some sense of control, and that woman was on her way to Florida. Her flight obviously canceled. She has no idea what to do, where to go next. She's like so many others. Presently, there are several hundred people literally camped out in the grassy area between the roadways here in front of the American Airlines terminal, just wondering what to do next, waiting for transportation. There's simply not enough buses to take everyone out of here. Many others gathered around radios, in fact, listening to you guys to tell them as to what's happening, what's going on with the latest. A real sense of sadness, confusion, and yes, some anger here at LaGuardia. We're live at LaGuardia Airport. Mike Ziranak, WCBS 880 News.
And at Newark International Airport we go now, and that's where we find WCBS reporter Chris Keating.
Susan, the scene here is much the same as what Mike just reported. Newark Airport, folks, is on lockdown, and it's near impossible to get into these terminals. All 3 terminals, A, B, and C, have been evacuated. No one's allowed inside, and there are actually guards here with automatic rifles. They're being stationed on the roads leading to those departure areas where generally visitors drive up and pick up passengers. If you have a flight today, forget about it. It's been canceled. Don't even attempt to come here. Make alternate plans. The good news is this. There are buses out of here leaving here. They're taking people pretty much wherever they want to go. Some are stranded here from as far away as Nova Scotia. Some looking for layaways. They don't know where to go, but these buses are helping out, taking people to area hotels as well as Newark Penn Station, where they can get on another bus or perhaps take a train if they need to go to a relative's home or perhaps their own home. Once again, Newark is on lockdown. Don't even attempt to come here. It's almost an eerie scene. It's so silent here. No planes on the ground moving in the air or on the ground. And Newark is emptying out very quickly. Reporting live from the airport, Chris Keating, WCBS 880 News.
Now we're getting reports that the National Guard has been called out to help with whatever might be necessary that authorities feel is necessary in New York City. As we reported a few minutes ago, the Pentagon is sending 2 warships to U.S. waters. The USS George Washington, the USS John F. Kennedy are steaming this way. WCBS News Time 12:29.
And this, again, is a day that many will never forget, a day the United States has never seen before. A series of attacks, terrorist attacks, that were well coordinated in New York, at the World Trade Center, and then in Washington. The Pentagon, Camp David, also attacked. And the president on his way back to the White House right now. So is the Secretary of State, Colin Powell. He's on his way back to Washington following all of the terrorist acts in New York and Washington, and from his first official visit in South America. The USS George Washington, the USS JFK, has now been ordered by the Pentagon into New York waters. And again, the National Guard has now been called on to help assist in the follow-up to these attacks and the response to these attacks.
It's an almost incredible series of events. In fact, it defies imagination, but the World Trade Center has been leveled. At least 4 hijacked planes have crashed. 2 of them crashed into the World Trade Center, kamikaze style, before the buildings fell to the ground. The World Trade Center not there anymore. Another jet, an American flight from Newark to San Francisco, crashed near Pittsburgh this morning. And as you've been hearing from our reporters, very difficult to get around. Authorities urging everyone who is not in the city to stay out.
All subway service also has been suspended. Inbound Port Authority crossings are closed. Major League Baseball has canceled for the day, and the primary election canceled as well.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
The stairwell was people backed up to people for as far as you could see down.
That's what it was like getting out of the World Trade Center Twin Towers in Manhattan this morning before they both collapsed. The targets of apparent terrorist attacks by hijacked airliners. Correspondent Cammie McCormick is on the streets of Manhattan.
Most of the downtown office buildings look like they've been evacuated. You can see clusters of people on the sidewalk searching for coworkers and counting the groups to make sure everyone is accounted for. Also, it looks as if they're bringing in all types of vehicles to be used for emergency services. Everything's being pulled into operation at this point.
Another plane hit the Pentagon in Washington, collapsing part of the National Security Headquarters. A 4th plane crashed near Camp David. All of official Washington is locked down. Correspondent Bob Schieffer has a bird's-eye view of Washington from Capitol Hill.
I've never seen anything quite like the mood we're seeing right now. This is being taken very seriously, and my guess is that those congressmen who are saying on Capitol Hill this is another Pearl Harbor, that is exactly a reflection of what the mood of the general public is, at least here in the nation's capital.
Who's to blame? Speculation centers on terrorist ringleader Osama bin Laden. An apparent intelligence failure, and aviation correspondent Bob Orr says airport security systems failed too.
How could presumably terrorists of any sort, hijackers, take over 4 commercial airline planes all in a very, very compacted period of time? It's an indictment of the Federal Aviation Administration's security system. It's now shutting down the entire aviation system.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
Heard live here at WCBS 880 as our continuing coverage of the terrorist attacks on the United States continues.
Tom Kaminsky is normally in the chopper, the WCBS 880 chopper, but there is nothing flying over New York City. In fact, over much of the country, maybe the whole country at this point. Tom Kaminsky, give us the latest on the air traffic situation.
Well, at this point, that is absolutely correct. All air traffic around the United States of America has been halted, and the word that we had gotten just shortly after 9 o'clock was that this entire airspace around New York City was, to use the words of the tower, going to be sanitized, and it will be, or sterilized. I'm sorry, sterilized was the word that was going to be used. It will be sterilized, meaning that there were very few aircraft actually up at that point when these explosions occurred, and then shortly thereafter, and especially after the second crash occurred into tower number 2. I have just gotten off the phone with the folks at New York TRACON, and that is the Terminal Radar Approach Control. That controls all of the aircraft into all of the major airports in our area. And they have told me, and this is a quote from the person that I spoke to, there are U.S. military F-15 aircraft in the air right now with orders to shoot anything in the air that is not authorized to be there. And he finished that conversation by saying, I'd stay right on the ground where you are if I were you, and hung up the phone. But certainly that gives you an indication of what this is going to be like. Now, we do not have any idea how how long this complete air traffic stop is going to be. In terms of any activity on the roads in and out of Manhattan, nothing. Everything is shut. Manhattan at this point is sealed off. Subway service limited at best, from what we understand. Now, as you get out toward the farther toward the west and to the north, we do, or at least we did at last check, have a closing of the Tappan Zee Bridge as well, trying to get into Westchester County, out of Rockland into Westchester County. But certainly, if you are in a safe place, the advice now.
All right, Tom, we're going to have to ask you to stand by there, and we want to go to the mayor, Rudy Giuliani, on the phone.
To see what happened there is, of course, it makes you very, very angry. It's almost impossible to describe the level of anger that you have that somebody or someone would do something like this. And all of the good and wonderful people that were affected by this, there's no reason for this, there's no excuse for this. And there's something like this is just something you never thought you would live to see.
I couldn't agree more, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Brief comments there. We caught it at the tail end there. Mayor Giuliani on CBS 2 talking about this being the worst tragedy he's ever seen.
As he said earlier, Susan, when asked about casualties, of course, that's one of the major questions today. How many people have suffered and been the victims of these extraordinary attacks? The mayor's quote was, he did not know, but he had a sickening feeling that it would be in the thousands.
WCBS News Time 12:36, continuing coverage of the terrorist attack on New York and America. Let's go back now just outside City Hall. WCBS reporter Allison Keyes is there, has been talking with the stunned people.
People here are just absolutely devastated. I must tell you, what looks like a couple of hundred of police and firemen just got ready to head into the World Trade Center in hopes of finding some survivors. They're putting on masks and gloves. They're carrying a great deal of water with them. Survivors keep walking by me. They just look absolutely dazed. One police officer, DeVita, said that he was on Broadway trying to save some of.
All right, we want to, sorry about that, Allison, but we want to talk to Mayor Giuliani right now about the situation right now. Mayor Giuliani, I know it is really hard to assess the situation at this point, but how would you characterize it?
I would say this is one of the worst days in the history of the United States. This is a horrible, horrible thing that should not happen, and there's no excuse for it. And right now, we have to focus on all of our energies and all of our attention on saving the maximum number of people possible.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, of course. Yeah, we're finding many survivors, and we're finding many people that are dead, and I don't have the numbers yet. And we still have thousands of police officers and firefighters down there in jeopardy, as well as lots of other innocent people.
Mayor Giuliani, you said earlier that there was really no warning, that the police chief said he hadn't heard of no warning either of this.
There was absolutely no warning that we know of, and now we're going back and checking, and we still can't come up with a warning. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to communicate with people, though,
sure,
to try and get and if you're in Lower Manhattan, just walk north and get above Canal Street and get out of Lower Manhattan. The smoke condition is still very dangerous. There is danger of any further collapse, so you should get out of Lower Manhattan. And second, it will really help our relief efforts if you get out of Lower Manhattan. It will allow us to get ambulances in there and out of there and triage people and move them to area hospitals much easier. The more we can clear out Lower Manhattan, the more we're going to participate in helping to save lives right now.
Mayor, we are being told that the National Guard has now been deployed.
Yes, I talked to Governor Pataki about an hour and a half ago, and told him that we would need the National Guard. The governor started organizing them, and they will be deployed to an area in New York City, and then relieve our police officers and our firefighters later in the day. We've also talked to the White House and asked the urban search and rescue teams to send three of them here, and they should be here later today.
Mr. Mayor,
there'll come a point a little later today when our police officers and our firefighters are going to need reinforcements. They're going to need help.
Mr. Mayor, apparently some other form of help is on the way from the Pentagon. We had reports that they're sending two warships here to
the right after the first attack, and I believe before the second, but I believe it was right after the first attack, we communicated with the Defense Department and the White House and asked them to seal off the airspace around New York City. And they did. They did it very quickly because we had gotten reports that other planes were on their way here, and it turned out that they were Air Force planes. So they reacted as quickly as you humanly could react to seal off the airspace around the city of New York. And for that, I really appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, what should New Yorkers at this point think, not only about what has happened, but how this could have happened here and elsewhere in the country?
Well, we're an open country. I mean, we're a democracy. We're an open country. We don't have gates around us. We don't have borders around us. We're a democracy. And I can't begin to understand this at this point. But airplanes flying into the World Trade Center, I don't know how you prevent that unless you surround the United States with missiles. And I mean, I don't know.
And at this point, Mr. Mayor, are you hearing anything about who may have been responsible?
I'm hearing rumors, but I don't have anything confirmed yet. So I'd rather not say anything at this point.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm hearing several rumors. Yes.
You're one of the few people, obviously being the mayor of the city, who can travel around it and have been most lately, or perhaps among the people we've been able to talk to most recently, in Lower Manhattan. You were describing the scene for us before, but from everything we've heard and the pictures we see, it looks like pictures we saw from World War II or from Vietnam or from... Tell us what Lower Manhattan is like.
Lower Manhattan looks like it was bombed during the Second World War. You're absolutely right. It is filled with debris. We were literally right below the World Trade Tower when it collapsed in a building at 75 Barclay Street. We were trapped in the building. Myself, the police commissioner, the fire commissioner. There was a very bad smoke condition in the building. We tried several exits, finally got out one exit, and then when we got out, the site was impossible to describe. It was the whole area was filled with smoke, and there was debris all over the place. And what we did was we urged people we knew which way north was, and we just walked north and urged people to walk with us to get as far away from the smoke as possible, so that we could redeploy.
You and the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, at that point had no communication or understanding of what had happened?
Oh, yeah, sure. We knew it. No, we actually, the first collapse, we got about, I'd say a 30-second to 1-minute warning of the first collapse. We were alerted that the building might collapse.
Uh-huh.
And that probably helped us get that extra minute. We still got trapped in the building, but we were able to, at least to start assessing exits and places to get out. And then the thing I have to say, though, about the people of New York City is I walked with thousands of them, and they conducted themselves in a very sensible, calm, and deliberate way.
What are the days ahead, as far as you can project at this point, Mr. Mayor? What are the days ahead going to be like? I mean, for one thing, New York City is effectively closed right now.
New York City is closed right now. It's going to be closed until further notice, and the rescue effort is going to continue at least for the rest of the day. It may go well beyond that. I should also tell people that there are 3 sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 310 East 67th Street, and 150 Amsterdam Avenue, which is 66th and Amsterdam. The hospitals in New York City and in the surrounding areas are going to need blood, and anyone that can help the Red Cross, we'd really appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, would you give those locations once again?
153 East 53rd Street, 310 East 67th, and 150 Amsterdam, 66th and Amsterdam.
Mr. Mayor, this is like one of those situations that we have never experienced before. The worst terror, a nightmare scene.
As I was looking up at the World Trade Center when I first arrived there and looked looked at the tremendous gap in the building, and then the second building, it took me a minute at least to really believe that what I saw was correct. And then I saw people jumping from the top of the World Trade Center. It's not in your worst nightmares. You couldn't possibly have thought of anything like that.
When you were asked about casualties earlier, Mr. Mayor, you said, of course, there's no way to know at this point, but you were quoted as saying that you have the horrible feeling this is going to be in the thousands. First of all, is that an accurate quote?
I don't know. It is an accurate quote. I probably said that as I was walking along. I don't know what it'll be, and I know we're going to lose. We're going to probably lose a lot of police officers and firefighters as well.
Mr. Mayor, we thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
New Yorkers
and thank you for communicating with people. It really helps when to give them, some degree of comfort and confidence. They should. We're a democracy, and we'll overcome this.
We appreciate
We're a great country.
We appreciate your comments, Mr. Mayor, and please stay in touch. A lot of New Yorkers are counting on you to lead the city through this. Now we have Governor Pataki calling in. And, Governor, we've just been talking with Mayor Giuliani, describing obviously a truly horrific situation. But apparently, at least in terms of recent developments, you've ordered National Guard into New York City. Tell us about that.
Yes, I've been in touch with the mayor and with the White House. We've activated all of our emergency teams from across the state, including our National Guard. We are moving National Guard units into the city to be of assistance to the city police and firefighters. We're going to be moving in emergency teams, whether it's firefighters or EMTs as well. Everything that can be done at this point to focus on saving the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and helping those who have been injured and providing maximum security as we go forward is being done.
Governor, do you have any assessment right now as to just how many lives may have been lost?
I don't want to speculate and try to quantify at this point. The focus has to be on trying to reach those whose lives are still at risk and helping those who might be injured and making sure we have the maximum security provisions possible. And that's what we're doing, working with the city, working with the federal government, and we're going to continue to provide every possible resource to help the people.
Governor, the mayor has just been speaking with us and describing the scene in Lower Manhattan as it looked as if World War II had broken out again and that had been bombed. Lower Manhattan had been bombed.
It's just incredible to see. You look at it, and it's something that you just can't believe is real. But it is. It's a nightmare, but it's a real nightmare, and we've got to deal with it in as effective and professional and compassionate a way as possible, and we're working hard to do that.
How could we have been so vulnerable?
It's just impossible to protect yourself from a terrorist attack of this magnitude. Who would have anticipated hijacked planes going into the towers? But we've done everything we could to prepare, knowing that New York would have been one of the primary targets for an attack upon America, and everything that can be done to respond as quickly as possible now is being done.
Governor, New York City is shut down, in effect. New York State, largely also by the fact that all the airports in the country are closed. What are you hearing from officials in Washington or anywhere else about when we can expect a semblance of normalcy?
I don't think we're at a point where we can start speculating when we feel that this risk is over, which is why we have to have the maximum security. Obviously, we've been in touch with the federal officials, their security and terrorism officials, and at this point, we just have to continue to do everything we can to try to make sure that the maximum steps are taken to provide the most security possible. I just don't want to predict when that threat might be over. Right now, we have to deal with the threat and deal with the reality of the terrorism that has affected Lower Manhattan.
The National Guard has been called out. How do you anticipate they will be able to help and respond to this tragedy?
They'll be able to help with everything from security in order to using their specialized equipment and ability to go in to remove debris, to look for people, to try to help. They have excellent capacity and have dealt with tragedies. Of course, none of this magnitude in the past. We're proud of them. We have the best National Guard team in America, and they're going to be out in full strength helping out.
Governor, your message to the people of New York City and New York State at this point?
Our thoughts and prayers are with the people in the towers and their families and loved ones. All of us, certainly I, have a lot of friends who are in the towers this morning, and we just have to say prayers for them and try everything we can to help them, to help reach them and bring them to safety. And the people of New York have gotten through crises in the past. We will get through this in a compassionate and calm way, but reach out to your friends, reach out to your neighbors, say a few prayers, and help us to just have an orderly response to this massive tragedy.
All right, Governor George Pataki, thank you for being with us. Any further developments, please don't hesitate to check in with us.
Thank you.
This is continuing coverage of this day that defies belief in New York City and the nation here on WCBS 880, 1248 now. We have word out of Afghanistan, out of Kabul, that Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers condemned the devastating terrorist attacks in New York and Washington and rejected suggestions that Osama bin Laden could be behind them. The Taliban's ambassador to Pakistan, Abdul Salam Zaif, said bin Laden, the Saudi dissident who's been given asylum in that troubled nation, does not have, in his words, does not have the facilities needed to carry out such a well-orchestrated attack. It is premature to level allegations against a person who is not in a position to carry out such attacks, he said. That's the word from the Taliban in Afghanistan. And, of course, we are reminded that when the federal building in Omaha was blown up years ago, there was all that speculation about terrorist attack, and it turned out to be an American, 2 Americans, in fact. So perhaps we ought to mute the speculation. There's enough to report on. We don't need to speculate.
And just an addendum to that, as we have been reporting earlier, there have been reports of people dancing in the streets of Palestinian communities in the Middle East celebrating this terrorist attack on New York and Washington. WCBS News Time, 12:50.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein. It's being called a modern-day Pearl Harbor. The World Trade Center buildings in New York have collapsed. The Pentagon has been hit by hijacked airliners. The FAA has suspended all flight operations nationwide. Major League Baseball has canceled all games today. The suspicion is this was all coordinated by terrorist leader Osama bin Laden. It started just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time. A plane hit the World Trade Center, then a second one. Correspondent Cammie McCormick is near the towers.
A lot of people are still moving north away from the World Trade Center towers. There is the heavy smell of gas in the air. There have been a lot of reported gas leaks downtown. You see office buildings clearing out. Some tourist buses have been pulling up in front of some of these offices. It's not clear whether these businesses have hired these buses to get their employees out of the center of downtown. But to be honest with you, the people around me were afraid to get on them.
All of federal Washington has been shut down. This is the sound of the White House being evacuated. Correspondent Jim Stewart says there is massive confusion at these surprise attacks.
The government is literally trying to piece itself back together because so many of its vital buildings have been emptied because of the concern here that they too could become a terrorist attack.
President Bush was on a trip to Florida. He was returning home, but his plane has been diverted. Correspondent Mark Knoller was on the trip. He's live in Sarasota, Florida.
Howie, the president said that he was going back to Washington when he scrubbed his visit to Sarasota, but in fact that is not where Air Force One has gone. We have learned that Air Force One has landed at Barksdale Air Force Base at Shreveport, Louisiana. The president will be making another statement there about the tragedy that has befallen the nation. He did make a statement before leaving Sarasota this morning. He said that the full resources of the federal government would conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and find those responsible for today's acts. He said terrorism against our nation will not stand.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
The latest heard live here on WCBS 880 when the president does make his statement. You will hear him here live on WCBS. As you heard Mayor Giuliani saying, he is really urging everyone to leave lower Manhattan, head north, get out of that area as soon as you can, and that is what people are doing right now. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell joining us live from Chelsea Piers.
And Susan, all morning we have seen people flooding up from lower Manhattan, just walking along the West Side Highway, that new walkway that is up there, just flooding up. People from World Financial Center who witnessed this whole thing, and here at Chelsea Piers, hundreds have been lining up for ferries along for the Spirit cruises and for the Circle Line that will take them to New Jersey. We spoke to one person who doesn't even know anybody there. He said he just wanted to get off Manhattan Island. Others who live in New Jersey don't know how they're getting home, but they too are just anxious to leave here. On the ferry, we spoke to Doug Brown. He was in the South Tower on the 70th floor when the explosion hit, when that first plane hit, and he talks about what it was like there.
I was on the 70th floor of 2 World Trade Center in the conference room on one of the corners at somewhere between 8:30 and 9. We heard an explosion and then looked out towards Staten Island. So I would have been in the southeast corner of the building with multiple windows, and it looked as though a giant explosion of confetti was bursting out with flame. It was paper, debris, and flame, and we could see it sprinkling down to the buildings between
between us and to the south of us. There was an announcement that our building was safe within about 5 minutes. People started to go down the steps, and then we stopped going down the steps, and were just told to congregate in the center of the building. I went back to my office to call family and friends to let them know I was okay, and at that point...
What floor are you on at this point?
I was on the 70th floor, and our building had an explosion. There was debris in the center of our building, and immediately smoke started filtering into our floor. We then made sure everybody was off of our floor with Morgan Stanley on the 70th floor, and we started to walk downstairs on about the 65th floor or so. A man covered with blood who had started on the 90th floor or so. I stopped to help him and ended up walking downstairs with him. He was severely cut, and it turns out that when we were in triage, his lung had been punctured. He had gotten to about the 78th floor when the second explosion occurred, and the debris was very close to the stairwell, and he was injured by the flying debris.
All right, that's Doug Brown, who is coming down the stairs inside the World Trade Center. He says the stairways were well lighted. People were pretty much calm, although obviously in a hurry to get out. He helped this man down the stairs. His shirt was completely covered with blood. He was obviously very shaken. He was able to reach family members and tell them that he was okay, and at that point, he just started heading north. He did see that second tower collapse, and people just talking about people running in the streets, and still you can see it's like light-colored ash still billowing up from the location where those twin towers used to be, and when you look at that, you just get goosebumps on top of goosebumps. Very few words to describe it. Absolutely chilling. And one person talking to her mom on the phone, I ever heard her, she said, I watched the world collapse in front of my eyes today, and probably a lot of people feeling that way. Again, here at Chelsea Piers, folks are getting on ferries to New Jersey, even some folks who have no place to go. They just want to get out of Manhattan. Reporting live from Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 12:56. We want to give you a whole list of school closings in the cities and the suburbs.
And we also want to remind you before we do that President Bush is expected to make a statement soon, and as soon as he does, we will bring it to you live on WCBS 880. But there are a lot of children who are in schools or the schools are being closed, and we want to bring you that information right now. In New York City, IS 89 and PS 234 have been moved to PS 41 on West 11th Street. PS 150 students have been moved to PS 3 at Christopher and Hudson. The Murray Bergstrom High School is closed in New York City. High School for Leadership and Public Service is closed. Hunter College classes are closed as well. New York Institute of Technology, just the Manhattan campus is closed. St. Joseph's College in Brooklyn closed as of noon. In Mineola, Queens, all afternoon activities have been canceled. The Temple Israel of Jamaica in Queens afternoon program canceled. Stepping Stone Day School Incorporated in Queens, all afternoon classes canceled. In New York Theology Seminary in Manhattan, there will be no evening classes. The Cine University of New York in Manhattan closing at 1 o'clock this afternoon. The facilities will stay open, though, as a safe haven if needed.
And here's what we have from Long Island. In Nassau County, Nassau Community College has canceled all day and evening classes. SUNY College at Old Westbury, classes canceled for this afternoon. Then in Lindenhurst, the public schools in Suffolk County there have canceled all after-school activities. In the Deer Park School District in Suffolk County, again, the afternoon activities have been canceled. In the East Islip School District in Suffolk County, after-school activities canceled. There will, however, be child care, the afternoon child care program that will go on. In Comac in Suffolk County, all evening activities canceled. West Babylon, Suffolk County, after-school activities have been shut down. Syosset Central School District in Nassau County, the after-school activities canceled. C.W. Post and Brentwood campuses of Long Island University classes are being canceled right now at 1 o'clock. Then we have Plain Edge in Nassau, after-school activities canceled except for the Center Island Daycare Program. That will be open. Babylon, Suffolk, after-school activities canceled. East Williston, same thing. Freeport Public Schools, same thing. The afternoon activities canceled. And in Woodmere, Hewlett, rather, and Woodmere Public School District, the pre-K through 8th grade children whose parents have not been reached will be kept at the school. All after-school activities have been canceled, except for childcare.
We're also in the northern suburbs needing to tell you about in Westchester. Lakeland has been canceled. Westchester Business Institute evening classes canceled. South Orangetown, Rockland, all school and evening activities have been canceled. The FEC will stay open, though. And in early dismissals, the Ossining School District in Westchester, all afternoon sports and meetings have been canceled. Nyack, after-school activities canceled. And Somers, Westchester, all afternoon and evening activities have been canceled as well. WCBS News Time. Coming up on 1 o'clock, our continuing coverage of the attacks on New York and Washington, America, under terrorist attack. It happened this morning with planes crashing into the World Trade Center buildings. Those two towers have been collapsed. Nothing left of the World Trade Center buildings in New York.
American and United Airlines both confirmed losing 2 planes each. President Bush, who is expected to make another statement momentarily, calls the Trade Center crashes a terrorist act. Federal buildings in the United Nations have been evacuated.
National Guard troops are being deployed in New York, so are warships.
You're listening to WCBS New York, an Infinity broadcasting station. Your favorite radio station for traffic and weather together, and CBS News.
WCBS News Time, 1 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Christopher Glenn. A New York City police official says thousands of people could be dead or injured from the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. Scott Mezzo was on the 81st floor of one of the Twin Towers when a terrorist flew a plane into the building.
Immediately after the impact, we went out to get to the stairwell. The carpeting on my floor was on fire. There were people screaming from what appeared to be the elevator bank.
Another terrorist plane flew into the other tower within minutes, and not long after, both of the towers collapsed.
And now this from
CBS News
Rockefeller
correspondent Carol
University.
Marine, who was there as the debris rained down, says she's lucky to be alive.
If my respect for fire and police already knew no bounds, given the danger, it now exceeds what I thought it could, because a firefighter threw me into the wall of a building, covered me with his body as the flames approached us.
New York hospitals are overwhelmed by the injured.
Our entire cafeteria at this point has been converted to a triage area. We have wall-to-wall patients.
And all of Lower Manhattan is being evacuated, says CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall.
In some parts of the West Bank.
The nightmare only began in New York, though. A plane was flown into the west wing of the Pentagon, collapsing it and killing some people. Another aircraft went down some distance outside Pittsburgh. And we know of 4 commercial airliners apparently hijacked for use in the terrorism. They were United Flight 175 out of Boston for Los Angeles, United 93 from Newark to San Francisco, American Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles, and American 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. President Bush was in Florida when it happened, but he did not return there when he left Florida. Tell us where he did go to, if you can, CBS News reporter Tom Foti in Washington.
Chris, the president went to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he issued a statement just a short time ago saying, and these are his words, freedom itself was attacked. Freedom, he said, will be protected. Adding he has taken all appropriate security precautions to protect Americans and promising that the U.S. would hunt down and punish those responsible. Meanwhile, Vice President Cheney under tight guard here. A part of the Pentagon continues to burn. Area hospitals on high emergency alert and a lot of other government and private buildings evacuated.
This is the sound and the scene of controlled panic and pandemonium around the White House. Secret Service and Washington police have now extended the cordon to about 4 blocks around the White House. That is a closed-off cordon. Downtown Washington, near the White House, is very much of a ghost town. Many people have fled both the government and private office buildings. Peter Mayer, CBS News, Washington.
And that's Tom Foti and Peter Mayer with the latest from Washington. Repeating now, President Bush is at an Air Force base in Louisiana, and he says democracy itself was attacked today. This is CBS News.
Increase your chance of getting back to nature by 30% when you take Amtrak to Glacier Park, the Rockies, Yosemite, or 500 other destinations. It's our 30% off fall sale. Call your travel agent or 1-800-USA-RAIL or go to Amtrak.com. Offer valid for 30% off the best available full adult fare. Blackout dates and other restrictions apply.
It wasn't much of a car accident.
Still, there's a family that may have a hard time getting to soccer practice or on that vacation they'd planned. Fortunately, they have a State Farm agent and the help of the world's largest claims network. And no one has more experts handling more claims quickly and fairly. That's our good neighbor promise. So they'll be back on the road a lot sooner than they thought.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
A day the United States has never seen anything like it before. This is September 11th, WCBS News Time 104, a series of attacks by terrorists, coordinated attacks that began in New York City at the World Trade Center Twin Towers, bringing those towers down to the ground. There is nothing left. Mayor of New York, Mayor Giuliani, telling us here at WCBS that there are no doubt many people who have lost their lives in the collapse of those two buildings. The terrorist attacks continuing in Washington. We are awaiting a statement from President Bush on these attacks, and it's coming up shortly.
We have the National Guard called into service for New York City. We have 2 Pentagon warships heading to New York City to lend their help. Mayor Giuliani also telling us here on WCBS 880 radio that New Yorkers are resilient. We have gotten through tragedy and disaster before. We will get through this. In terms of casualties, the mayor also saying that at least 50 and perhaps as many as 100 area hospitals will be pressed into service to deal with the casualties of these amazing attacks. We have WCBS reporter Sean Adams standing by in Lower Manhattan. Sean?
And it really is starting to sink in for many people. It is a surreal sight when you look up at Lower Manhattan and that familiar sight of the Twin Towers. It is no more. The Twin Towers are gone. There's no other way to say it, and they are replaced by a tower of black, ominous smoke, and that is the lingering reminder right now of this most nefarious act. Lower Manhattan is littered with debris. It is enveloped in dust and smoke. Clouds swirl off ambulances as they race up to hospitals. Uptown, downtown is overwhelmed with emergency workers. They're doing their best in triage units. They are trying to keep people and spectators from coming downtown. They're pushing people north. William Rodriguez works in one of the towers, and he does maintenance, and he was pushed into service as a rescuer.
I got out just before the building collapsed, seconds, and there were still people there. There were still firemen. I'm talking about the 33rd floor, 34th floor, 38, 39, and 22nd. We were taking out some people that were on a wheelchair and a lady that had a heart attack.
And both of those towers crumbled with thunderous roars. They fell like a house of cards. People ran to escape the tsunami of smoke and debris that barreled up Broadway. And right now, cell phones are out. They don't work. People are desperately trying to get a hold of loved ones to tell them that they're okay. People are also trying to find a way home. Live on Hudson Street and J Street in Lower Manhattan. Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 106, and we're getting more information now on the attack on the Pentagon today.
Now word from Washington that there are casualties and fatalities at the Pentagon. America's military seat of power took a direct hit from a plane which crashed into one side of that 5-sided structure. Pentagon spokesman Glenn Flood says there are, quote, extensive casualties and an unknown number of fatalities. A television station in Washington, WUSA, is also quoting a Navy public affairs spokesman as saying there are dead inside the Pentagon. The Pentagon was hit a short time after the attack began on the World Trade Center in New York City, and AP reporter Dave Winslow saw the crash at the Pentagon. He saw a large airliner plow right into the building across from Washington, D.C. in Arlington, Virginia. America's military seat of power not only hit by an apparent terrorist attack, a plane crashing into one side of it, but now reports from several sources that there are obviously casualties, but an unknown number of fatalities. 108 WCBS 880 News Time.
Well, the president again saying that, vowing that terrorism against the United States will not stand. He is expected to make a statement shortly, and we are expecting to bring that to you live right here on WCBS 880. The president originally was to return to Washington, but decided instead to go to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. We're expecting the president momentarily, and we want to get to that. But first, let's go over to Peter Haskell, who is at the Chelsea Piers. And Peter, what's the situation where you are now?
Susan, we've been watching for some time now as folks have been lining up and just piling.
I apologize for that. We're going to have to interrupt you now and go to President Bush. All right, we're having a little bit of trouble with that. Let's see if we can bring up President Bush right now over here.
Well, obviously we're having...
We're having some technical difficulties right now trying to bring you President Bush. So let's go back to Peter Haskell. Peter, if you're still there, Peter Haskell's at Chelsea Piers where folks have been trying to get out of the area.
And Susan, there folks have been lining up. Spirit of New York Cruises and the Circle Line have been running ferries over to New Jersey. Folks who don't live anywhere near Weehawken and just jumping on ferries. They want to get off Manhattan Island. We spoke to someone who doesn't know anybody in New Jersey, but he lived downtown. He felt the explosion. He left his building and just started walking uptown. There were many who were standing here at Chelsea Pier with a straight shot down the West Side Highway. You could see the fire burning and the flames coming out of the tower. Then that explosion and just a column of smoke rising in the sky. 2 hours later, still there is just a chalky, ashy kind of smoke that is still rising, be it debris or from flames, but that column is still rising. Folks shaken, just unable to speak clearly about what happened. Joanna White was actually driving on the West Side Highway when the whole thing unfolded.
Just as I hung up the phone from talking to my boss, debris started falling in front of my
Peter,
truck.
we are going to interrupt you right now and go to President Bush. We've now reestablished our communication.
I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
The statement there live, President Bush. Actually, it was on taped, a videotape message from President Bush. Again, he did not return to the White House because of the attacks in the Washington, D.C. area on the Pentagon.
Echoes of 1941 in the nation's largest city and its capital. Perhaps a second day that will live in infamy as near simultaneous attacks destroy the 110-story World Trade Center towers in New York and a large section of the Pentagon. It started in New York.
I saw a huge explosion. I saw people falling out of windows, and I couldn't tell whether they were jumping or they were just falling. It looked like were pieces of metal. And then I put my binoculars on and I saw it was actual people.
Falling out of the Trade Center towers, which collapsed not long thereafter. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani.
The city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail.
Just minutes after the double catastrophe in New York, more of the same at the Defense Department.
What seems to have happened is that we had an aircraft intentionally fly into the Pentagon.
Admiral Craig Quigley.
There were intense fires following the aircraft's impact into the building,
which is still burning. At a protective stop at a Louisiana military base, President Bush.
We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America.
All markets are closed. Again, casualties uncounted and likely to be uncounted for days, but many of them, the president promising a response. CBS News Update, I'm Tom Foti.
The very latest heard live here on WCBS 880 as we continue our coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington and on the United States in general. 4 planes that were involved in crashes in today's terrorist attack. Here's what we know at this time. American Airlines is saying 2 of its planes, both hijacked, crashed with a total of 156 people on board. Flight 11, a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles, had 92 people on board. There was Flight 77, a Boeing 757 from Dulles to Los Angeles, carrying 64 people also involved in crashing. The airline had said it was their planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. Now the airline is saying it cannot confirm that where the planes went down. United Airlines also losing 2 planes. Flight number 93 carrying 45 people took off from Newark for San Francisco but crashed southeast of Pittsburgh. A passenger on that plane was able to use his cell phone to call emergency personnel, yelling that we are being hijacked. We're being hijacked before the plane crashed. United Airlines Flight 175, bound from Boston to Los Angeles, had 65 people on board. That also crashed. The airline at this point will not confirm if that is the plane that hit the Pentagon.
Now word that these devastating attacks have snuffed out the lights on the Great White Way. The report from Broadway, all Broadway shows this evening canceled. This follows the cancellations of many school activities and after-school activities around the metropolitan area, and also, of course, all baseball games have been canceled. Now we have word from Broadway that there will be no performances of any Broadway show tonight. We could speculate, and I emphasize that word, that the off-Broadway theaters might do the same thing. We have not heard from them, but we have heard from Broadway productions there will be no curtains going up on Broadway tonight. Out in Long Island, the first passengers coming out of Manhattan getting back home, first commuters, were met by Holly Hare, and she has this report for us. Holly?
Many people tell me they are very, very glad to be back on Long Island right now. I talked to some people from one of the first trains out of Penn Station. They were eager to escape Manhattan. Many are still shaking from today's terrorist attacks.
It's unbelievable. It's like a movie. I work right across the street from the World Trade Center, and the World Trade Center isn't there anymore.
Now, the railroad is offering limited eastbound service from Penn Station, trying to get people out of Manhattan. Westbound, if you take the LIRR, they'll make you get off at Jamaica, and then you can try to take a subway from there. Driving on Long Island, also a problem. Northern and southern states are closed westbound at the Queens border. The westbound Long Island Expressway is closed in Nassau County from the Seaford Oyster Bay Expressway to the Queens border. And secondary roads heading west are packed because people are trying those. Reporting live at the Mineola train station, Holly Hare, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Holly, thank you. WCBS News Time 3:25.
Well, you cannot get into Manhattan, but you can get out, and we're going to continue with our coverage of how you get out and how the folks are doing trying to get out of Manhattan. Let's go over to Grand Central right now. WCBS reporter Irene Cornell joining us live. How's it look there?
Well, the mass exodus is on. Gene Calanese from the Metro North is standing in the middle of the floor just answering the questions as fast as he can as people hike their way to Grand Central Station.
Williams Bridge, 323, track 28.
Calanese says they have just been mobbed here. They're getting service out as fast as they could.
I'm being mobbed. But it's been interesting today. We've been getting service out every 15, 20 minutes on each line since about 11:30, 11:45. And everybody's been very cooperative, and it's worked out very well.
Calanese estimates they've taken about 30,000 commuters out of the city so far. They're mustering every piece of equipment and all the manpower they can to run these trains due north. Reporting live from Grand Central, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
Irene Cornell at 3:26 on WCBS 880. In terms of what Irene was talking about, mustering all the emergency efforts that the city and its environs can do, the mayor and the governor talking earlier on WCBS 880 talked of 2,000 rescue workers still trying to get into the World Trade Center to search for victims of these two devastating plane attacks. We had the mayor telling us earlier that 1,500 casualties or victims were taken, people who were injured were taken to Liberty State Park, some of them still arriving, we're told, at Liberty State Park. He called them, the mayor did, walking wounded, 1,500 of those. Then 600 more being treated in area hospitals and 150 more injured in critical condition at area hospitals. The mayor saying that all of the hospitals are being taxed, but as we've been hearing on WCBS, taxed unequally. St. Vincent's Hospital under a great pressure with all the casualties arriving. It's the nearest hospital to the disaster. And then some others being underutilized at this point.
Mayor Giuliani telling us that the death toll from today's devastating terrorist attacks will be more than any of us can bear. The United States on high alert status nationwide. And after today's attack in New York and Washington, though, that status of alert will continue. The Twin Towers are gone forever. Part of the Pentagon has been destroyed after being hit by what is believed to have been hijacked airplanes from either American or United Airlines. This is one of those days that no one is going to soon forget. And on the WCBS Newsline right now, joining us is Cardinal Egan. Cardinal Egan, we appreciate your joining us at this particular time. What is it that you can say to New Yorkers who are suffering through this massive tragedy?
Well, this morning I got myself down to St. Vincent's immediately. I was down there around 9:10, and so I saw all the ones that were brought in for the next 3.5 hours. And what I would say, first of all, to New Yorkers is how proud all of us can be of the women and men who serve us in the police department, in the fire department, and in our hospitals. I never saw such willingness to be of service, not counting the cost in any way at all. The nurses, the doctors, the administrators at St. Vincent's Hospital could not have been more dedicated and committed, waiting to give the finest possible care they could give to any one of the victims. Similarly, I can assure you that what I've seen with the police department and the fire department is the same way. I went over to Chelsea Pier, where they call it a triage center. I think it's the largest one, and you could see how serious everyone is, how dedicated everyone is over there. Spoke to the mayor this morning, and we made it very clear that in any way our churches or schools can be of assistance, we're at the ready, and he assured us he would be in contact with us. You may have heard that one of our priests, who is the chaplain of the New York Fire Department, was killed in this event this morning, and his body is down at St. Peter's at Barclay Street. One of our diocesan priests is staying with him, staying with the body, and I'll be having a Mass that came up here now at St. Patrick's. I'll be having a Mass here at St. Patrick's at 5:30, and my request of the fellow citizens of New York is that we keep ourselves calm. We recognize we're in the hands of our Lord, and we react to all of this as the Lord would have us react, with understanding, with commitment to defend ourselves, but with a desire to understand and to be of help and be of understanding. We're a great, great town, and this is what we have to show the world.
We are talking with the vicar of the New York Archdiocese, Cardinal Edward Egan, live on the Newsline. Cardinal, you talked about the many stops you've been making around the city so far today. Give us a sense of what some of the injured and some of the shaken have been saying to you.
Well, I've actually, one of the persons whom I anointed, as we say, died shortly thereafter. He was a man who was a man of faith. I could see that. He grasped my hand, and when I spoke to him about the meaning of life, and when I spoke to him about his God, and spoke to him about goodness and the security he had in the Lord, I could see that this was a man that understood. And everyone I saw was, I would say, marvelously courageous. We had two of our priests that were caught in the subway when they ran down into the subway with a number of people in order to escape the smoke and so forth. They came in a little shaken and their lungs a little bit filled, but they seemed to be doing all right. And I had seen over at the pier, Chelsea Pier, that the city of New York is ready to receive all the injured and to handle them marvelously, to take care for them with a great kind of compassion that makes this town a great town. So what I've seen around has been nothing but beautiful commitment of New Yorkers to stick together and to face this together and to face it with calm and to face it with hearts of courage and hearts of charity.
Cardinal Egan, the rescue and search and rescue effort continues at this time, but the healing, how do you accomplish that?
Well, I think it's going to take time, because this is unquestionably the greatest tragedy that's hit this city, and there is a lot of anger and a lot of hurt that could result from all of it, and it's altogether understandable. But I think what we have to do is keep calm, recognize that we're in the hands of our God, and recognize that in His providence, some kind of good can be brought out of all of this. I've seen a lot of good from 9 o'clock this morning until about 2:30 and 2:45 when I returned here. And we'll give examples to each other on how to handle a thing like this, and that, I think, is what's going to strengthen us and bring us to some kind of a ability to deal with what is a shocking and tragedy and a great evil. But I would hope this is a city at prayer. I hope this is a city that is accepting this now with calm and with willingness to reason it through and to help one another. We have to, in a certain sense, take care of each other now at this point, and that's how we're going to get through it.
Cardinal Edward Egan, we thank you for being with us this afternoon. And as the Cardinal talked about a city that he hopes will be at prayer, many religious-minded New Yorkers obviously thinking in terms of prayer and whatever services or however they might do that. The Cardinal saying that he will be celebrating a Mass at 5:30 this afternoon at St. Patrick's Cathedral.
WCBS News Time, 3:34.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Nick Young.
The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear, ultimately.
New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani in the wake of this morning's devastating attacks that destroyed the World Trade Center. Shortly thereafter, an attack destroyed a portion of the Pentagon. In the World Trade Center attack, the two towers were struck by a pair of hijacked airliners, eventually bringing both skyscrapers crashing down. Scott Mezzo, who was on the 81st floor, managed to get out of one tower not long before it collapsed.
I was out for approximately 30 seconds right next to the Century 21. We heard a crackling, and that's when the first tower crashed down. There was a stampede of people that were running away from the towers. There was a cloud of white debris and smoke that was, if you will, chasing us as we were going down the street.
Mayor Giuliani says it may be Thursday before the number of dead and injured is known. In Washington, the Pentagon was targeted. A part of one section collapsed after it was hit by a third hijacked airliner. It is not known how many may have been killed or injured. One other hijacked jet, a United Airlines plane, crashed in Pennsylvania about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. In all, it's estimated more than 330 people were aboard the four planes. President Bush was in Florida when the attacks began. He flew to Barks Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, and from there to the Strategic Air Command headquarters in Nebraska. He has put U.S. forces worldwide on alert. Because of the catastrophe in New York, the stock markets did not open today. The Federal Aviation Administration says the 40 to 50 planes in the air during the attacks are now safely on the ground. The FAA, in an unprecedented move, has ordered all domestic flights grounded. While PLO Chief Yasser Arafat said he was horrified by the attacks, they touched off a joyous demonstration in the West Bank. Here's correspondent Robert Berger.
Thousands of Palestinians poured into the streets of the West Bank town of Nablus to celebrate the attacks. Demonstrators distributed candy, gunmen fired into the air, and marchers waved Palestinian flags.
So far, there has been no claim of responsibility. CBS News Update. I'm Nick Young.
The very latest heard live here at WCBS 880. The FBI is expected to make some comments shortly. They have some statements that they want to make about this terrorist attack on the United States. And as soon as those comments are available, we will bring them to you right here on WCBS 880.
Mayor Giuliani within the hour identifying the first numbers in terms of those injured in the attacks on the World Trade Center, giving us the numbers of 1,500 walking wounded, as he called them, who had been evacuated from Lower Manhattan across the Hudson River on ferries to Liberty State Park. Another 600, said the mayor, are being treated for their injuries in area hospitals. Another 150 are critical in area hospitals. But as to the number of casualties, the mayor would not go near that, would not speculate beyond saying that he believes the death toll from the destruction of the World Trade Center will be more than any of us.
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts, probably, certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
The mayor also says the numbers of the casualties will not be known at least until tomorrow. He said the dead will include police and firefighters who are involved in the rescue effort. WCBS News Time, 3:38.
And we want to get you up to date on how you can get out of Manhattan, get around with our traffic report now from WCBS traffic reporter Chris Majette.
Transit-wise, if you want to hop on a subway train, most subway lines are now running in Manhattan just with limited service. There's still no city bus service south of 14th Street. If you want to take New Jersey Transit, we also have limited trains now leaving Penn Station, heading into Newark. Limited service on the Northeast Corridor, North Jersey Coast Line, and also the Raritan Valley Line. Metro North is operating on what they call a Saturday schedule, leaving Grand Central now, heading northbound on all three lines. Southbound service is terminating in Yonkers. LIRR limited eastbound service out of Penn Station. You can also get some ferry service leaving the city only. You cannot come into the city, but leaving Manhattan from Pier 11, which is Wall Street, also West 38th Street, East 34th Street, and Pier A, which is in Battery Park, to get a ferry to either New Jersey, Brooklyn, or Queens. Now, as far as the roadways go and the bridges and tunnels, outbound Holland and Lincoln Tunnel still closed down. The GW Bridge open now on the outbound upper roadway only. That has alleviated a lot of traffic on the Cross Bronx. The Williamsburg, Manhattan, and Brooklyn bridges, those lower East River bridges, are closed to vehicles, but pedestrians are walking across those three bridges into Brooklyn. Brooklyn Battery Tunnel is also closed down. The 59th Street Bridge and the Queens Midtown Tunnel and the Triborough Bridge are all taking vehicular traffic Queensbound. Again, nobody's coming in, but you can drive on the 59th Street Bridge, Queens Midtown Tunnel, and the Triborough Bridge heading into Queens. Staten Island-bound Verrazano Bridge is open. That $7 toll has been waived. New Jersey-bound Goethals Bridge, Outer Bridge, and Bayonne has now been open. All three bridges still closed heading into Staten Island. Tappan Zee Bridge open both ways, but very, very heavy traffic, especially heading into Westchester County. And I'm Chris Majette, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 3:39.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee. President Bush is now at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, where aides say he'll convene a teleconference meeting with national security officials. Firefighters are still battling a fire at the Pentagon, started by a hijacked commercial airliner flown into the building. Though part of the building has been damaged, spokesman Craig Quigley says work continues inside.
Secretary Rumsfeld is in the National Military Command Center that is in the Pentagon. It is a fusion spot where information of significant military importance comes into the building. and is then distributed worldwide.
There's no official information on the extent of casualties at the Pentagon. In New York City, a high toll is feared. Both towers of the World Trade Center collapsed after each was hit by a hijacked airliner. New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani.
And we're finding many survivors, and we're finding many people that are dead, and I don't have the numbers yet. And we still have thousands of police officers and firefighters down there in jeopardy.
WCBS reporter Sean Adams watched as the second tower crumbled.
We heard a rumble. We looked up. There was an enormous plume of black smoke billowing up above the tower, and then all of a sudden a roar, and it came down. And it didn't come down in one piece like the other one seemed to do at the top. It crumbled. It was like a house of cards.
U.S. financial markets were closed for the day. All government buildings in the nation's capital were closed, and all U.S. airports were closed after 4 planes were hijacked this morning for use in the terrorist attacks. CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshey.
Heard live here at WCBS 880, our continuing live coverage of the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center towers, then Washington's Pentagon as well. The plume of smoke continues to billow out from the area where the World Trade Center towers once stood. A fire continues to burn. The rescue efforts are being severely hampered at this point. Let's go live to the scene right now. WCBS reporter Allison Keyes.
From Park Row South, all you can see is black smoke billowing from the air. A few moments ago, I was standing at Broadway and Fulton, and smoke was billowing out of the windows. It's really a bad scene here, and the police and fire officials aren't able to get into the building for any of the survivors.
All right, we are having a little bit of phone trouble here, Allison Keyes there, so we'll try
Understandable on a day like this. WCBS News Time 342, and Allison was talking about, or was about to talk about, the fire that is still burning at the World Trade Center. That is, if you look to the south part of the island of Manhattan and see that plume of smoke, it is a fire still burning there. We have word from Washington that the fire continues to burn at the Pentagon. A plane, of course, crashed into the west side of that building this morning. We're told officials are getting the upper hand on that fire, but they're still waiting for the go-ahead to go into the building to get the people trapped inside. And we had military officials, not quoted by name, but military officials telling us earlier that there are dead inside the Pentagon from that kamikaze attack on the west side of the building and where the fire is still burning.
For the first time ever, the FAA grounded all aircraft nationwide because of the terrorist attacks, which used commercial airlines' hijacked planes to carry out the attacks on the World Trade Center tower as well as the Pentagon. We were told earlier today that if you are in the United States, do not count on going anywhere on an airplane anytime soon. Let's find out if that has changed somewhat. WCBS reporter Mike Zirinax has just gotten out of a briefing at the Port Authority and joins us live.
Yeah, and that remains the same. People aren't flying anywhere. The airports remain shut down. LaGuardia General Manager Warren Kropel detailing a state of alert.
Everybody is in a highest state of alert. Anything that could be done is being done. The 3 airports have been locked down and are secure right now. And as you see, we have all the airspace has been protected. We have the military in place. So right now, it's really just a matter of everybody who can do something is doing something right now.
Air traffic not expected to resume until at least 11 a.m. tomorrow. That's tomorrow morning. Kropel, meantime, expressing deep concern for Port Authority employees stationed at the World Trade Center and presently unaccounted for. We're live at LaGuardia. Mike Zirinax, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Mike, thank you. And at WCBS News Time 345, we have continuing coverage here on WCBS 880 with Susan Kennedy. I'm Tony Guida. And we tell you once again that the rescue effort continues in Lower Manhattan as 2,000 police, fire, and other rescue workers are trying to get into those towers to see what is the nature of any survivors. We talked about the mayor earlier telling us that there are survivors who have been rescued, but the number of dead in the World Trade Center and thereabouts is still unknown and will be, the mayor says, probably until tomorrow. He says it will be, when we do know the numbers, they will be beyond what any of us can bear.
It is the worst terrorist attack in U.S. history. The World Trade Center is now gone. Both towers collapsed, and WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor was below when those buildings did collapse.
They had just told us to get out. It wasn't safe, but they had people sitting in chairs around there, so, you know. And I was standing there and saw the thing go up and heard it. So I ran like everyone, but I couldn't get far enough, so I ducked under a EMS truck bumper. And stuff started raining down on us, and it was pitch black. And I began to get covered up, so I couldn't breathe. So I backed out a little bit and tried to spit the stuff out. Well, after a while, it stopped coming down, and there was an EMS lieutenant there, and he had a flashlight. I kept saying, "Why can't I see?" It was pitch black. I thought my eyes had been blinded, and it was dark. It was still coming down.
WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor shortly after the World Trade Center towers collapsed.
And we heard from the mayor earlier today, and chillingly so. He told the story matter-of-factly, but think about this for a moment. The mayor himself, the police commissioner, and the fire commissioner were in a building at 75 Barclay Street, which is virtually around the corner from the World Trade Center. They were in that building, all three of them, when the Trade Center was attacked and hit by these planes. And the mayor said this morning, he, the police commissioner, and the fire commissioner were trapped at 75 Barclay after the building collapsed. And they were trapped there for maybe another 5 or 10 minutes before they could find their way to a basement, which led to a corridor, which took them out at 100 Park Place, also nearby. But another of the many chilling stories that we're going to be hearing in the days ahead from this devastating attack on the World Trade Center in New York City, the World Trade Center, which no longer exists.
All right, and we want to go right now to Jerusalem, where Shimon Peres is now talking.
Defending democracy and enabling all of us to remain as a civilized community.
Shimon Peres, you know our country, my country, well. And you know that there are any number of people in the United States who believe these bombings today are a direct result of U.S. support for Israel over the years in the Middle East. To those people who say that, what say you?
Well, you know, there were other acts of terror that has nothing to do with Israel, including in the United States itself. Terror is a terrible way of destruction and killing. And you have all over the world acts of terrors that has nothing to do with Israel. Terror
Mr. Peres,
is a
if you'll
new
excuse
phenomenon.
me a moment, I know that you will understand this. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but Karen Hughes, the principal assistant to President Bush, has begun to brief, and we pick her up in progress.
Evacuated for security reasons and to protect our workers. Your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida, when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his Cabinet and National Security Team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon.
Karen Hughes there live in Washington talking about the president, his cabinet, everyone now in secure locations conducting a National Security Council meeting. We want to head back over to Mayor Giuliani and listen in to what he has to say.
To save lives and assist us in this one of the worst days in the history of our country and the history of the city.
The mayor outside St. Vincent's Hospital.
It was a source of great comfort when I was rushing past here at about 9 o'clock this morning to head down to the Trade Center after the first airplane had hit and before the second, that there were doctors and nurses already out on the street ready to receive what we knew would be wounded and injured people. And they've been operating under tremendous pressure since then. And I want to thank you very, very much. It's a great credit to St. Vincent's Hospital, and it's indicative of the kind of health and hospital services that we have in the city of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you.
My very best to all your people.
Thank you.
Well, there are a lot of injured people, police officers, firefighters, and other people. They're stunned, they're shocked, all different degrees of injury. We know we've lost a number of lives already. I don't know the number yet. And the only thing, yes, there's been a morgue set up on the west side. It was set up about 2.5 hours ago.
What did you say to
in the 50s on the west side near the piers?
What did you say to some of the victims?
I told them how sorry I felt and thanked the police officers and the firefighters. One of the firefighters was trapped in a building for over an hour, and he and his entire company were able to escape because they were in a void. Even though the building collapsed around them, they were protected by this void that was created. And I was able to relate to it because the building that we were in, 75 Barclay, was hit by debris, and we were trapped in it for about 10 minutes.
Now we're told here at St. Vincent there are quite a few firefighters, police officers, and EMTs.
I spoke to them. That they all know that we've sustained very heavy losses today. We don't know the number yet, and obviously the effort is focused on trying to save as many people as we can. We know there are still people there that are alive and that can be saved, so the entire effort is right now geared toward helping them. And again, I can't say enough about St. Vincent's Hospital. They were right literally in the line of fire, and if it weren't for the way in which they organized, we would have lost even more lives.
What are the issues that the emergency and rescue workers are facing in getting people out of that neighborhood?
Still a tremendous smoke condition. The doctors here said that there's a lot of damage that have been done to people's eyes, and the smoke condition is still horrendous. There are still some buildings that are structurally unsound that could come down, so they have to be very careful so that we don't lose more lives. Well, we know that there were over, I think it was 1,600 people that were evacuated to Liberty State Park in New Jersey. I want to thank the people in New Jersey for helping us. And the number, about 200 critically wounded people that we were able to count as of about a half hour ago that EMS has transported, and it's been over 600 that have been transported to hospitals. So, yes.
That was as of 45 minutes.
That was as of 45 minutes ago. These numbers are going to change a great deal during the day. It's going to last for a number of days. We told the president that we thought that the whole rescue effort would take a week or so or more. But the main focus right now, obviously, is on saving as many lives as possible. I think it's still possible for us to save a lot of the people that are there.
You're listening to Mayor Giuliani live just outside of St. Vincent's Hospital in New York, the hospital that has taken a number of the
all
casualties.
Of our police and firefighters are not there. We have a lot of police and firefighters. Bernie, do you want to explain where the police and firefighters are?
This is Police Commissioner Bernie Carrick.
No, we don't. We do not, and we're not going to put one out until much later, after we get a better sense of the numbers we're talking about.
The police and the police deployment is, primary focus is down in southern Manhattan in the rescue effort, but we're tending to our policing needs all over the city. We, as the mayor said earlier, we're getting assistance from the governor and the National Guard. About 200 National Guardsmen about 2 hours, about an hour ago, I guess. There'll be another about 1,500 sometime this evening that come in to help us. And we're going to continue on the rescue efforts, but policing will go on in the rest of the city as usual.
State of alert for other possible actions. How is that?
Obviously, we're in a high state of alert. We're looking at other government buildings, securing those buildings, securing other areas in the city. Right now, our primary focus and our efforts are in southern Manhattan.
One more, please.
I don't think anybody. The mayor and I were there this morning. I was there when the second plane hit the building. I was right underneath the building. I don't think anybody would have imagined that one of those airliners would have hit the building like that. Nobody in their right mind would have thought that would happen. So, and in this circumstance, it was something we couldn't avoid. We couldn't have stopped, even if we tried.
Thank you.
You've been listening to Mayor Giuliani and Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick talking to reporters outside St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan, the hospital that has been most impacted by this disaster at the World Trade Center, overwhelmed by the number of injured people that are being brought there, and asking for help earlier in the day from some of the other hospitals in the area. And we had reports from Rich Lamb that St. Luke's on the west side underutilized. Also, we had a report that Bellevue underutilized. So obviously, in this chaos, it'll take some time to straighten it out in terms of getting the victims to the proper places for care. The mayor did update the number of critically injured. He had been talking earlier of 150. Now he says more than 200. WCBS News Time, 3:58.
The city essentially shut down right now following the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center buildings. Lower Manhattan closed off. Power has been turned off to the Battery Park area. Fires are still burning. You can still see that huge plume of smoke billowing out from where the Twin Towers used to stand. Traffic barely moving as well. You cannot get into Manhattan. Don't even think of trying it, but you can make your way out. Let's get you an update on the traffic situation right now. Here's WCBS reporter Chris Majette.
Well, if you are driving, we do have the West Side Highway open. You can take the northbound West Side Highway up to the outbound GW Bridge. That is an option. We do have some traffic coming across that GW Bridge heading into New Jersey. The FDR Drive is closed both ways from Battery Park up to the United Nations. Of course, we have all of the lower East River bridges still shut down. A lot of people are actually walking across the Brooklyn Bridge, also the Williamsburg and the Manhattan bridges, but no vehicular traffic whatsoever. You can, however, drive out of Manhattan via the Queens Midtown Tunnel, 59th Street Bridge, or the Triborough Bridge. Those are three options for you as well. The Throgsneck Bridge and also the Whitestone Bridge are open to Queens-bound traffic only. If you want to take a ferry, you can get a ferry from Pier 11 on Wall Street, also West 38th Street, East 34th, and Pier A, which is Battery Park. You can get a ferry to New Jersey, Brooklyn, or Queens. And we did learn now that Staten Island ferries are running, but into Staten Island only. Again, the Holland and Lincoln tunnels are closed, New Jersey bound. GW Bridge, we do have one level open, so there is some traffic, again, if you're coming off of the Cross Bronx westbound or the northbound West Side Highway. New Jersey bound Goethals Bridge, Outer Bridge Crossing, and Bayonne Bridge are now open. Again, that's New Jersey bound only. Staten Island bound side closed. Verrazano Bridge, Staten Island bound is open. That $7 toll has been waived. If you want to take it up to the Tappan Zee Bridge, that is open both ways. Very, very heavy traffic, though, heading into Westchester County. Newburgh Beacon Bridge is also open. I'm Chris Majette, WCBS 880 News.
You want to stay with us here for continuing coverage of the terrorist attacks on America. WCBS New York, WCBS News Time, 4 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Lou Miliano.
Black and gray smoke continues to billow from the nation's financial center in New York and the seat of the country's military leadership in Washington following an unprecedented, coordinated terrorist attack.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended.
President Bush, as the gravity of the day's events unfolded, 4 jetliners hijacked, 1 each crashing into each of the towers of the World Trade Center, a 3rd into the Pentagon, a 4th to Earth in western Pennsylvania. 322 dead from the jetliners alone. Fears are the casualty toll on the ground could well be into the thousands. Speaking at the headquarters of the FBI just moments ago, senior presidential advisor Karen Hughes.
The United States Secret Service immediately secured the president, the vice president, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe.
You said the FAA continues to have all air traffic in the country grounded until at least noon tomorrow, but also says all flights have now been accounted for. President Bush is at a strategic air command center near Omaha. There was no warning of the attacks. White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer says for now the president is concerned about the victims, not any failure of U.S. intelligence. 7 hours after the first attack, lower Manhattan looks like a war zone. Both the Twin Towers have fallen. Tons of debris litter the streets for blocks.
Terrorism can't stop us.
Rudy Giuliani, the mayor, immediately sealing off the city. Road and rail traffic only permitted out, not in.
I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city.
Eyewitnesses couldn't believe their eyes and tried to put it into words.
I see people jumping off the buildings. They were running out in the streets, getting hit by cars. It was just ugly. It was just terrible.
The elevator banks were collapsed. The stainless steel doors were caved in. The marble panels in the elevator bank and the main lobby floor were falling off the walls. There's about 6 inches of water on the floor in the lobby.
Scores of hospitals as far north as New Haven, Connecticut, pressed into service. Emergency crews only now able to begin working their way into the destruction, knowing crews ahead of them and civilians still lie trapped in the rubble. All police and fire department leave has been canceled. The National Guard has been mobilized. At the Pentagon, a similar scene where CBS News reporter David Martin reports.
Plane cut into that building just like an axe into a birthday cake. This is the west side of the building. People who were working on the east side of the building say they had their windows blown out and they saw a fireball.
And again, the casualty count at the Pentagon, even at this hour, unknown. With the nation's financial centers in chaos, U.S. security markets came to a halt today following suspension of trading on the New York and American stock exchanges and the NASDAQ. This is CBS News.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
A pair of terrorist attacks in New York and in Washington, D.C. has the country on edge. Good afternoon. I'm Susan Kennedy.
And I'm Tony Guida, WCBS News Time 4:03. America is reeling in horror after the biggest terrorist attack in the nation's history. Unimaginable what has happened so far today. The World Trade Center has crumbled after both towers were hit by planes, hijacked commercial airliners. The Pentagon is still burning after a plane crashed into the west side of that building. A 4th hijacked plane crashed outside Pittsburgh. All airports in the United States are closed. There is no air travel in the United States. There will not be air travel in the United States, says the Transportation Secretary, till at least noon tomorrow. Mayor Giuliani says rescue workers are trying to get into what is left of the World Trade Center, into the rubble, to look for survivors, says they are finding some survivors. He will, however, not venture a guess yet on the number of casualties.
We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600, as of about 15 minutes ago, in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people that are being treated in local hospitals. And there are 150 in particular that were critical, that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them.
Of course, with a situation like this being as fluid as it is, those numbers that the mayor gave changing almost by the minute, and we can tell you that a few minutes ago, the mayor actually updated the number of critically injured to over 200 who are being treated in area hospitals. Governor Pataki says 2,000 National Guard and State Police will be on duty in the city later this evening, and they will be here to help with the relief effort.
But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Governor Pataki calling this an attack on America, our freedom, our way of life. For the first time in the nation's history, there are no commercial aircraft flying anywhere. Lower Manhattan remains closed to all but emergency vehicles and people trying to get out of Manhattan. All crossings into Manhattan have been closed since shortly after the planes crashed into the World Trade Center towers. Let's get a look at traffic right now. WCBS traffic reporter Chris Majette joining us.
Well, let's talk about the east side of Manhattan. If you want to get into Brooklyn, the lower East River bridges, that's the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan and Williamsburg bridges are open to pedestrian traffic only, not to cars or trucks. The Brooklyn Battery Tunnel is also shut down. Moving a little bit further up, the Queens Midtown Tunnel, 59th Street Bridge, and Triborough are actually completely open, Queens-bound, to vehicles and pedestrians. Tons and thousands of people actually walking across that 59th Street Bridge. Looks like the New York City Marathon. The Triborough Bridge, again, is also an option. The Harlem River bridges are also open heading into the Bronx only. That would include the Willis Avenue Bridge, Madison Avenue Bridge, and also the McCombs Dam Bridge. You can take the Henry Hudson Parkway right up to the Henry Hudson Bridge. GW Bridge has one level open, New Jersey bound, so that's taking up some of the traffic. You cannot get through the Holland or Lincoln tunnels in either direction. So that is definitely not an option. FDR Drive still closed down between Battery Park and the United Nations. Now the Staten Island bridges, the Staten Island-bound Verrazano Bridge is open. You cannot come into Brooklyn, but you can go into Staten Island. New Jersey-bound Goethals Bridge, Outer Bridge Crossing, and Bayonne Bridge also open now, but again, nobody coming into Staten Island. Up at the Tappan Zee Bridge, traffic is very heavy both ways, but it is open both ways, and I think the Tappan Zee is one of the few bridges that is actually completely open in each direction. Newburgh Beacon Bridge, which is even farther north, is also open. Now, as far as transit goes, most subway lines are now running, but with limited service. There is no bus service south of 14th Street in Manhattan, and also all bus service into and out of Manhattan from New Jersey and also from Brooklyn and Queens. That has been suspended. Limited New Jersey transit service out of Penn Station into Newark, and then there's limited service once you're in Jersey on a Northeast Corridor line, North Jersey Coast Line, and also the Raritan Valley line. Metro North operating on a Saturday schedule, so there are trains leaving Grand Central on all three lines, and also the LIRR limited eastbound service out of Penn Station. You can get some ferry service, and again, this is all ferry service leaving Manhattan, not coming in. Staten Island Ferry is running. You can get a ferry from West 38th Street, also East 34th Street, Pier 11, which is down at Wall Street, and also Pier A, Battery Park, and again, ferries to New Jersey, Brooklyn, and to Queens. And I'm Chris Majette, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 4:08, and speaking of transit activities, let's go to WCBS reporter Irene Cornell. She's standing by at Grand Central Terminal. Irene?
Well, at Grand Central, they're sending trains out every 10 or 15 minutes, heading north out of the city. Over 30,000 commuters have made their escape since about 11:30 this morning when they began running trains out of the station. And wherever you go in the city, including right here at Grand Central, you find people with stunned looks on their faces who just can't forget what they witnessed from their office buildings in Lower Manhattan this morning.
We were just standing there watching the World Trade Center crumble. Literally crumble. On fire and crumble. It's horrible. We heard that people were they didn't know what to do. They were jumping out the windows to get out. But where were they jumping to? They were jumping to their death. There was a gaping hole until that second plane came.
These people who saw the plane just look absolutely shocked. They're in tears. Still can't get over it, and it'll be a long time before New York does. Reporting live from Grand Central, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 4:09.
This is a day that many of us will not soon forget. Two planes crashing into the two towers that made up the World Trade Center. Those towers are completely gone now. What you see in its wake, billowing smoke that continues to rise up into the sky and across the Hudson River from the debris that is still burning from the buildings. Not only the World Trade Center buildings, but several of the buildings around the World Trade Center also burning right now. WCBS News Time 4:10.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshey.
White House Counselor Karen Hughes has just spoken to the nation, assuring everyone that despite this morning's terrorist attacks, the government is still operating.
The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe.
President Bush, who was speaking in Florida this morning when the attacks happened, has been flown to an Air Force base.
Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location.
The White House official also stressed that though financial markets were closed today, the U.S. financial system continues to operate.
Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously.
At the Pentagon, firefighters are still trying to fully extinguish the fire caused by the crash of a hijacked airliner. In New York, there's massive destruction where the World Trade Center towers collapsed. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick reports.
From where I'm standing, if you look up the street, you can see the smoke still billowing out of the World Trade Center, what remains of it in front of us. Along both sides of the street, dozens of ambulances have arrived, water trucks, emergency personnel. They've set up an emergency triage sector, also a morgue in case that's needed. Emergency workers are lining the street. They're waiting for their instruction. They could be waiting a long time.
The FAA has grounded all commercial flights in the United States. CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee.
Very latest heard live here on WCBS 880. We've been telling you about the transit situation and how you get out of Manhattan. We want to head over to Mineola right now, where WCBS reporter Holly Hare has been talking to those who have gotten on an LIRR train.
The eastbound trains that have been coming through here are packed. People are standing in the aisles. Many are visibly shaken by today's events, and packed or not, they were eager to take these trains out of Manhattan.
Glad to be back home on Long Island. I am damn glad to be back on Long Island.
Now, the Long Island Railroad is doing limited service eastbound from Penn Station. On a normal weekday afternoon, they have about 110,000 afternoon rush hour commuters, so you can guess on how long it's going to take everyone to get back out here today. Westbound Long Island Railroad trains are stopping at Jamaica. People can try to take subways from there. Driving on Long Island, parkways are closed westbound at the Queens border, and the Long Island Expressway is closed westbound from Route 135 to the Queens border. Live at the Mineola train station, Holly Hare, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Holly, thanks very much. We appreciate it. We want to head back into the area of the World Trade Center right now. We are getting some word that another building there is extremely unstable at this point, and that there may be further building collapses. This would be Building 7 is what we're hearing.
Yes, the latest report, we can attribute it at this point to CNN, but CNN saying that Building 7 at the World Trade Center, which is just a little bit north of the two towers that have already collapsed, CNN now saying that Building 7 at the World Trade Center is on fire and may collapse. We, of course, have no confirmation of that, but we do have Allison Keyes standing by very close to the World Trade Center, able to see the fires that continue to burn there. Allison, have you heard anything about that particular report? What can you tell us?
Yes, I have. I'm being told that firefighters are pulling back with their trucks from the scene for fear that two remaining buildings, actually, by what used to be the World Trade Center, may collapse. One building is just north of it. The other building, if I understand correctly, is just to the east of it. They're both shorter buildings that have been burning for hours and hours now. Flames are shooting out of the window, and that is what has made it so difficult for rescue workers to get into the rubble to see if there are any survivors left. About 1,000 construction workers have spent the last several hours building wooden stretchers because they were afraid they wouldn't have enough. And they just brought them down Park Row, but there's still no way for workers to get to the building. It looks like a war zone here. It looks like the entirety of Lower Manhattan is on fire. It's eerie. Firefighters are covered with soot. Police officers are covered with soot. I've seen a lot of them sitting around crying because many police and firemen were in the building still when it collapsed. They were helping people to get out. It's absolutely a scene of devastation here. Live in Lower Manhattan, Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
Allison, let's remind our listeners that the World Trade Center complex actually consists of 7 buildings, or it did before 9 o'clock this morning. The two most famous, of course, the towers, are now gone, having been hit by planes and collapsed. And now you're reporting that perhaps 2 more buildings in that complex are in danger of collapsing. Of course, these much smaller buildings, but nonetheless, quite devastating news.
That is what I'm being told by workers on the scene. And a whole slew of firemen just pulled out. I'm told that they're going to try and get in from another direction to see if they can search for survivors at all. But right now, right now at this moment they're pulling everything out of there to make sure that they're not in any more danger.
WCBS reporter Allison Keyes reporting live. Allison, get back to us as soon as you have new information. There are at least 1,500 people who are being described as the walking wounded right now. A lot of people have been injured. They've been doing makeshift triage work and emergency medical care to people just about by the Chelsea Piers there, where a triage center has been set up. Lots of people have been taken to area hospitals. The most severely impacted, St. Vincent's Hospital, which has put out a plea for all doctors and nurses who might be able to get to St. Vincent's Hospital to please try and get to that facility as soon as possible. There is also a plea being put out right now for blood donations. In a crisis like this, the need for blood is just huge. WCBS reporter Rich Lamb joining us live with that part of the story.
And we can tell you that the response has been enormous. Here at the Red Cross over on the west side, they have never, ever, ever seen a response like this. It's utterly amazing. The front of the place with both of the Red Cross flag and the American flag at half staff, absolutely flooded with people. The Red Cross is now saying they're telling all potential blood donors except O-positive donors to come back tomorrow morning. They just cannot handle the number of people who have shown up to give blood. They do say that if you can't do it tomorrow morning, you could go to a local hospital and donate there. There is a line of O-positive donors here in front of the Red Cross building on Amsterdam Avenue. And Andrew Sutton is a venture capitalist. He walked over, wheeling his two kids with him in a carriage.
To donate blood, because I feel it's the least I can do to help people that might be in trouble from the bombing today. How do you feel about what's happened? What goes through your mind when you think about it? I feel very angry that something like this would happen and that people would be killed senselessly. What do you think the U.S. should do? I think the U.S. should do what the Israelis did with the 72 Olympic tourists, which is find every one of them and kill them.
Now, all the talk at a local deli here is about revenge. People lined up to buy a pint of milk or a soda, soft drink, saying, hunt them down, find the right ones, and kill them. Live on the west side, Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Rich, thanks very much. Again, the need for blood donations, not exclusive to Manhattan. If you happen to be on Long Island, the Long Island Blood Service is looking for your help as well. They have set up two locations for you to give blood. One at 3125 Veterans Memorial Highway in Bohemia, and the other in Melview at 905 Route 110. If you can give blood at all and help in this emergency situation, please do so. Look in your phone book, call the blood center nearest you, and donate some blood.
WCBS News Time, 4:18. No way into the city of New York. Confused ways out. Let's get the latest from the WCBS Traffic Center and Chris Majette. Chris?
Well, there are some ways out. Mass transit-wise, we do have limited service on the LIRR, Metro North, and also most subway lines. Limited service. Same thing with New Jersey Transit, leaving Penn Station, heading into Newark, New Jersey. All bus service is suspended, though, into and out of Manhattan. There's no bus service. There's no city bus service south of 14th Street. There is some ferry service. If you need to get into Brooklyn, Queens, or New Jersey, you can catch a ferry from East 34th Street. Also on the west side, West 38th Street. Pier A, which is down at Battery Park, and also Pier 11, Wall Street. The Staten Island ferry is also running, but that is into Staten Island only. All domestic flights, we are learning, are suspended until at least 12 noon tomorrow. Heading out of the city via a car or via being on foot, we do have the 59th Street Bridge and the Queensman Town Tunnel open, Queensbound only, to cars and to pedestrians. The Triborough Bridge is also open to cars heading into Queens only, and also heading from the Bronx into Queens. The Harlem River bridges are also open, Bronx-bound only. That includes the Willis Avenue Bridge, Madison Avenue Bridge, McCombs Dam Bridge, and also if you want to head up the West Side Highway, you can get to the outbound GW Bridge, which has one level open, Jersey-bound only, and also you can take that Henry Hudson Parkway right up to the Henry Hudson Bridge. Again, that is open in one direction only, and that is on the northbound side. The outbound Holland and Lincoln tunnels remain shut down on the east side of Manhattan. The FDR Drive is closed both ways between Battery Park and the United Nations. As far as the Throgsneck and Whitestone bridges go, those two bridges are open, Queensbound only. All traffic is stopped if you're trying to head into the Bronx. I'm Chris Majette, WCBS 880 News.
Thank you, Chris, very much, and we'll be checking in with Chris once again in another 10 minutes for the very latest on the traffic situation to help get you out of Manhattan. Manhattan.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Tom Foti.
You could see people jumping from the top of the building.
New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani describing an unbelievable scene. The 110-story Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center destroyed by a pair of apparently hijacked jetliners forced to crash into the heart of New York's financial district. This construction worker was there.
Some woman couldn't walk because she was passing out, so we helped her down. Firemen went upstairs to see if anyone else was in there.
No word on fatalities, but the expectation is there will be many, many of them as the huge Twin Towers, the symbols of lower Manhattan skyline, just disappear. Again, Mayor Giuliani.
We told the president that we thought that the whole rescue effort would take a week or so or more.
And federal and local authorities around Washington are also in a state of emergency following an airliner attack on the Pentagon. A major part of the building now nothing but burning rubble. White House Counselor Karen Hughes.
The federal government is acting to help local communities with search and rescue and emergency management operations.
The nation's military is on its highest state of alert. Emergencies have been declared around New York and Washington and other parts of the country. All air travel grounded at least until tomorrow. Markets are closed as the nation tries to deal with the worst acts of terrorism in its history. CBS News Update. I'm Tom Foti.
Heard live here at WCBS 880. It was mayhem in the streets around the World Trade Center as people rushed into the streets trying to escape when those planes crashed into the Twin Towers. We get more on that now from WCBS reporter Sean Adams in Lower Manhattan.
In the time between the plane crashes and the collapses, it was a frantic scramble to evacuate the towers. William Rodriguez, a tower maintenance worker, found himself pressed into service as a rescuer.
I got out just before the building collapsed, seconds. And there were still people there. There were still firemen. I'm talking about the 33rd floor, 34th floor, 38, 39, and 22nd. We were taking out some people that were on a wheelchair and a lady that had a heart attack.
People told me they were able to get down from the 86th, 82nd floors. I was just a few blocks away on Church and Park when Tower 2 came down. There was a demonic roar. I glanced up, and I saw the top third of the tower leaning, the rest of it splintering and turning to dust underneath. Everyone in the street started running to escape the wave of dust washing up Broadway. In Lower Manhattan, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
New York, the nation reeling after today's terrorist attacks. There is still no definite word on the number of casualties from the terrorist plane crashes that toppled the World Trade Center towers. Hundreds of people, though, are being treated at hospitals around Manhattan. WCBS reporter Kathy Carpin is at one of them. She is at Bellevue Hospital and joins us live.
And over 125 injured so far from this disaster have been brought here to Bellevue. We're told one or two people are dead on arrival or died soon after arriving. One of the dead, a fireman. A spokesman says he expects many emergency workers to be among the dead and injured because these are obviously the types that rushed to the scene when this event first started. Dr. Robert Hessler is in charge of emergency here at Bellevue and NYU. He expects a lot more casualties from this to be coming in as the day wears on.
I expect that as they get into the area, we're going to see more people with crush injuries, more people with very significant injuries, and then later on this evening, we'll probably get some of the patients that weren't so critical, didn't need immediate transport. They'll be brought here. And then people are going to continue to come into the hospital because they've been exposed to all the smoke and the dust and everything else, too.
Dr. Hessler says a lot of people who have been exposed to this dust, and if they're having respiratory problems, should head to the hospital and be treated there. Hundreds here are donating blood. They're still putting out a call, as you mentioned, for more blood because they're anticipating a great need. If you can get to a local hospital in your area, that might help. Kathy Carpin, live from Bellevue. Back to you.
All right, Kathy, 424 on WCBS 880. The latest word from Lower Manhattan is that two more of the World Trade Center complex buildings are about to collapse, it appears. Building 7 in the most peril right now. It is ablaze. Rescue workers, as Allison Keyes told us a few minutes ago, have pulled out of that particular area. Building 7, a much smaller, obviously, building than either of the two 110-story towers that no longer exist. Building 7 ablaze at the moment and apparently getting ready to collapse. And another building building, and I believe Allison told us it was building number 5, also in danger of collapse there. There are 7 buildings making up the World Trade Center complex, 2 of them gone, of course. The World Trade Center towers, famous landmark of this city and the world, they are gone. Building 7 getting ready to come down, and another building apparently getting ready to follow it down. In terms of casualties, the mayor has given us the earliest estimates in terms of just injured, and they add up to more than 2,200 or so, and but now no speculation on the number of dead so far.
Well, as you just mentioned, there are a lot of people who are being treated at various makeshift areas. We want to go live to WCBS reporter Peter Haskell for the very latest on those trying to help those who have suffered from injuries. Peter?
Susan, a triage area has been set up here with probably more than 100 nurses. They have set up a in a large...
All right, we are having a little bit of trouble with Peter's transmission there. As you can understand, cell phone connections are a little bit iffy at this point. We were just talking about Mayor Giuliani. The mayor on our air also talking about just the number of injuries not even begun to have been calculated. The number of deaths has not been calculated at this point either. They are still operating in a search and rescue mode, still trying to save as many lives as possible.
Well, there are a lot of injured people, police officers, firefighters, and other people. They're stunned, they're shocked, all different degrees of injury. We know we've lost a number of lives already. I don't know the number yet.
All right, that is Mayor Giuliani talking about that not only people who were in the World Trade Center towers are injured, but the rescuers, the firefighters, the police officers. Many of them have been injured, and perhaps the number of lives will be lost will be in the thousands. They are trying to help those people who suffered injuries. Let's go back to WCBS reporter Peter Haskell at Chelsea Piers. Well, let's try it one more time. Peter, you there?
I am here, Susan. Let's try it again. They've set up a makeshift operating room here in a TV studio that used to be used for Spin City. They have maybe 50 tables, desks, whatever flat surfaces they can get. They've covered them with sheets. Probably more than 100 doctors and more than 100 nurses here. We expect that once they start removing survivors from that area downtown, they will bring them here for triage. If they need emergency surgery, they will get that here. Doctors from all over the city. It still looks like a volcano, like the plume just heading skyward in ash color. The wind is blowing it from west to east and just continues to pour out of the ground. The West Side Highway is closed. We've seen emergency vehicles come by from New Jersey, from Westchester County. We've seen New Jersey State Police racing by. We have seen also front-end loaders and other types of earth-moving equipment. Construction company trucks and vans have come through. They have brought in oxygen here. They've brought in IVs here and IV stands. And also here is the Reverend Jonathan Lindman, who thought when they do start bringing survivors here that he might be able to offer some spiritual help, and we'll play a little bit of that.
People say, how does God let this happen? If someone says that, how do you respond to that?
I would say I've had that question many, many times myself, and it is part of the struggle of faith to come to grips with that, and there are no easier pat answers ever for a question like that.
What's your role going to be here today? What are you going to be doing?
I'm on faculty at the General Theological Seminary, which is about a block from here. And some students and I are here to provide pastoral care and support. There are also clinical psychologists here, social workers, and we hope to work as a team and refer people to each other. I would hope people of other religious traditions would be present so they can have care in their own tradition, but that remains to be seen if those resources will be here.
That is the Reverend Jonathan Lindman from the General Theological Seminary. Again, you can see the smoke still pouring out from where the towers were. People here have talked about the fact folks who walked from the World Financial Center, they saw people jumping out of the upper stories of the Twin Towers. And again, we are still waiting here at Chelsea Piers for some of the survivors to be brought here. Reporting live from Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 4:29, and we would also like to mention, as Cardinal Edward Egan, the vicar of the New York Archdiocese, told us here on the WCBS News line earlier this afternoon, the Cardinal himself will be celebrating a Mass at St. Patrick's at 5:30 this afternoon.
All right, let's get you out of Manhattan if we can right now. WCBS traffic reporter Chris Majet Jet standing by.
Well, we have gotten some good news, at least at the Throgsneck and Whitestone bridges. They are now open in both directions, and one of our CBS cellmates has actually told us that the tolls at the Throgsneck and Whitestone bridges have been waived. The Triborough Bridge is open for Queens-bound traffic only. Queens and Bronx-bound, you cannot get into Manhattan. If you want to use the 59th Street Bridge or the Queens Midtown Tunnel, they are both open, Queens-bound. A lot of people are taking it on foot and walking across the 59th Street Bridge. Same thing on the Manhattan and Williamsburg bridges. People are walking across. You cannot take a vehicle, though, on any of the lower East River crossings. The outbound Holland and Lincoln tunnels still shut down. The GW Bridge is open on the outbound upper roadway. So if you want to scoot up the West Side Highway, you can head across the GW Bridge, or you can take that Henry Hudson Parkway northbound all the way up to the Henry Hudson Bridge. That is also an option. If you want to take a ferry, you can get a ferry at West 38th Street on the west side, East 34th Street, down near Battery Park at Pier A, and also down at Wall Street at Pier 11. And Staten Island Ferry is also running Staten Island bound only. As far as the trains go, Metro North, LIRR, New Jersey Transit, all with limited service. Amtrak has also restored service both ways between New York City and D.C. And I'm Chris Majette, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 4:31.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Lou Miliano.
There is a national ground stop in place. That means no aircraft are taking off right now.
All air traffic across this country has been grounded until at least midday tomorrow in the wake of the unprecedented terrorist attack on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Hijacked airliners crashing into the high-profile targets. Joe Macaluso is a construction worker. He was on the 34th floor of Tower 1.
First, everybody started trampling everybody, and then they said, stop, and take it easy, and everybody walked down normally, peacefully, and there was all kinds of smoke coming from the other end.
CBS News correspondent Scott Pelley.
Another firefighter who ran to the scene as soon as he knew what was happening came out and told us that he didn't see any wounded people around the World Trade Centers. He just saw what he described as parts of bodies.
Much the same story at the Pentagon, where only now emergency crews are beginning to make their way through the debris. President Bush is safe and secure at a strategic air command base near Omaha and has ordered a full-scale investigation. CBS News Update. I'm Lou Miliano.
The very latest heard live here on WCBS 880. Our continuing live coverage of the terrorist attacks on America, starting off with the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, which are no longer. Planes crashed into both of those towers. The towers have collapsed. The fire continues to burn at the towers. And now 2 of the other buildings in the World Trade Center complex are also said to be threatening to collapse as well. We have reporters throughout the area keeping you up to date on this terrorist act against the United States as you continue to see that smoke billowing from the financial area of New York City. The survivors being pulled from the rubble. There are survivors. There are many people, though, who did not make it out of those buildings that collapsed. The terror attack on the towers has caused an untold number of deaths.
WCBS News Time, 4:33, and among the reporters covering the story for us, Irene Cornell, standing by at Grand Central Terminal, where she has commuters trying to get out of the city, but also some people who witnessed this horrific attack this morning. Irene?
When you see the people with a stunned look in their eyes, it's because they came from lower Manhattan. Many of them saw the World Trade Center crumble from their office windows. They could not believe what they are seeing, but now the World Trade Center is just a puff of smoke. This woman just said she's still in shock.
Everything started crumbling and coming down in billows and billows of just crumbled. But to see the plane go into the building, I mean, it's like you're in a movie. This only happens in a movie. This doesn't happen to New York.
This doesn't happen to New York, is what people are still saying. They still can't believe it. They are now scrambling just to get out of the city. And at Grand Central Terminal, the trains have been running north, getting people home. Over 30,000 commuters had left the city by 3 o'clock this afternoon, and more are leaving as fast as they can. Reporting live, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
Thank you, Irene. When we woke up this morning, we thought it would be just another day here in New York City, a day we would go to the polls and try and conduct an election, a primary election. The election in the city postponed. The election in the state of New York also postponed today by Governor Pataki following the attack on the World Trade Center buildings. The airports have all grounded all planes. All planes are on the ground right now. There is not a single airplane that will take off or land in the United States until at least tomorrow at 12 noon. The first time ever that the FAA has grounded all aircraft flying in or out of this country. The governor has deployed the National Guard to come to the lower Manhattan area. They will be on duty in the city tonight. As for President Bush, he was in Sarasota, Florida when these attacks began just before 9 o'clock here in New York City. And then about an hour later, a plane slammed into the side of the Pentagon. That building also still on fire. The president has now been relocated to an Air Force base in Nebraska. Karen Hughes telling us that he is in a safe place right now. He is considering an address to the nation tonight. You want to stay with WCBS 880. We will carry that live when it does happen.
And as we woke up this morning, nor did we have any indication that we would be participating and witness to one of the most heinous acts in world history. That's a quote from Mayor Rudy Giuliani describing what he saw in Lower Manhattan this morning. He, the police commissioner, and the fire commissioner were in a building quite nearby the World Trade Center when it was attacked. In fact, the mayor, the police commissioner, and the fire commissioner were trapped in that building for a time after the World Trade Center were attacked. That was particular building, 75 Barclay Street, and the mayor, police commissioner, fire commissioner couldn't get out until sometime after, a few minutes after, the first tower of the World Trade Center collapsed, and then they were able to escape through underground corridors. We also know that as far as national officials, the Secretary of State is heading back to the United States. The Vice President Cheney and the National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice are in secure facilities at the White House. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, which continues to be on fire from an attack, a plane slamming into the west side of that building, the seat of America's military might, in fact. Also the target of a hijacked plane crashed directly into the Pentagon. The Pentagon's still on fire. Officials saying there are dead within the Pentagon. Don't know how many. Haven't been able to reach any of the people inside the Pentagon. But the Secretary of Defense is said to still be at the Pentagon. The president at an Air Force base, as Susan said, in Omaha, Nebraska, Offutt Air Force Base. And there will be, as we have been telling you, no flights. This country is shut down. No flights until at least noon tomorrow. City shut down, country shut down. An extraordinary day in the history of this city and this country.
We are also just now learning, too, from White House spokesman Ari Fleischer that President Bush is now returning to Washington, and the White House expected to be there later on today after traveling to those secure military bases in both Louisiana and then in Nebraska, vowing to hunt down those responsible for this attack on the United States. The attack began this morning here in Manhattan, and we are going to do another roundup of exactly what transpired this morning. But first, we want to help you get out of Manhattan if that is your mission right now. Let's get over to the traffic center. WCBS traffic reporter Chris Majette can help.
Well, we'll talk about the roads first. The east side of Manhattan, the FDR Drive is closed. You're not going to be able to drive on the FDR from Battery Park up to the United Nations. If you do want to cross the East River, you can use the Queens Midtown Tunnel, the 59th Street Bridge, or the Triborough Bridge. They are taking vehicles and also pedestrians walking across the 59th Street Bridge. We also have pedestrians walking into Brooklyn via the Williamsburg Bridge and the Manhattan Bridge, but no vehicles at all on any of the lower East River crossings. Now, as far as the Harlem River crossings go, all those bridges are open heading into the Bronx. That includes the Willis Avenue Bridge, the Madison Avenue Bridge, the McCombs Dam Bridge. Also, you can take it up the West Side Highway to the outbound GW Bridge. We do have that upper roadway open, Jersey bound, and also the northbound Henry Hudson Parkway. The Henry Hudson Bridge is open heading up into the Bronx, so that is also an option. Outbound Holland and Lincoln tunnels remain closed down. By the way, let me just tell you about the Throgs Neck and Whitestone bridges. They are now open both ways. They were closed for a while. One of our CBS cellmates told us that they actually waived the tolls at those two bridges, the Throgs Neck and Whitestone. As far as transit goes, most subway lines are running now, but with limited service. All bus service into and out of Manhattan has been suspended until further notice. There's no bus service in Manhattan south of 14th Street. Limited New Jersey transit service on trains out of Penn Station heading into Newark. Amtrak has resumed service both directions between New York City and Washington, D.C., and also limited service on Metro North. Long Island Railroad, there is ferry service leaving the west side. The east side, also Staten Island ferries are running, but with limited service into Staten Island only. I'm Chris Majette, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. And we're going to check in with Chris in another 10 minutes on the very latest on the traffic situation here in Manhattan.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Tom Foti. They are appealing for blood as they try to save the living and count the dead at the now destroyed Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, the 110-story symbols of lower New York City. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani.
We know there are still people there that are alive and that can be saved, so the entire effort is right now geared toward helping them.
But the risk there is not over. CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall.
There are two more buildings that are in a perilous situation. At least one is about to go. The status of the second one is not known at this time, but they are battling fires on several fronts here.
At the Pentagon, similar search and rescue operations underway after a hijacked jetliner attack there. Admiral Craig Quigley.
Right now, our focus is on controlling the fires in the building, taking a head count of the injured, making sure families are notified. That's our priority right now.
More on the military status from White House counselor Karen Hughes.
We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert.
As for the nation's leadership,
the United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe.
Mr. Bush issuing this promise during a stop at a Louisiana Air Force base.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
The president now reported in the air again as the nation assesses the effects of the worst terrorism in its history. Many normal operations closed or suspended, among them the markets and sports. The stock exchanges staying closed tomorrow. CBS News Update, I'm Tom Foti.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
Black smoke continues to billow from the nation's financial center in New York and its military nerve center in Washington, the Pentagon. Fires continue to blaze at both locations. Two more buildings in the World Trade Center complex or nearby are still burning, and reportedly about the collapse. Let's get the latest on that from Allison Keyes near the scene. Allison?
Chief Robert Hemsworth of Battalion 48 says firefighters are pulling back for fear that a 40-story building just north of where the towers were is going to collapse, and if it does, it may hit a 6-story building that's right next to it. Right now, they said they're very unstable. They're pulling people out of there. They just don't want anybody else hurt. Plus, there are reports that there's diesel fuel in one of the burning buildings, so they're worried about that as well. But the worst news from here is that as many as 20 fire companies and scores of police officers were in the towers when they collapsed. Firefighters here are sitting around. Many of them have tears in their eyes, so they're just devastated over the loss of their colleagues. I just spoke to Dr. Gerald Ginsberg. He's a surgeon, a plastic surgeon from NYU downtown, who was taking care of some of the injured. He says he's handled everything from people burned over 90% of their bodies to others who have had limbs and other extremities sheared off by glass. It's really a horror scene here. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
Allison, before we lose you, this report that the 40-story building, which is north of the Trade Center, may collapse, and it has officials very concerned, and may even fall on a smaller building. Is that in addition to the earlier reports we heard that another of the World Trade Center complex buildings, specifically number 7, was in peril of coming down?
I think that the shorter building may actually be World Trade Center number 7, but no one standing at this corner is actually sure of the address. People are just trying to pull out and give them some room to get some more equipment in there.
All right, Allison Keyes live from very close to the scene of the devastation at the World Trade Center.
Here's what we can tell you right now. There were 4 planes that were apparently involved in today's terrorist attack. American Airlines says 2 of its planes, both hijacked, crashed with a total of 156 people on board. Flight 11, which was a flight from Boston to Los Angeles, and Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles were involved from American Airlines. United Airlines also lost 2 planes. Flight 93, which had 45 45 people on board. United Flight 175 was the other flight. It was a flight from Boston to Los Angeles. And let me just backtrack a little bit. That United Airlines flight number 93 was a flight that took off this morning from Newark International Airport for San Francisco. That's the one that crashed southeast of Pittsburgh with 45 people on board. And that is the one where a passenger was able to use his cell phone to call emergency personnel, yelling into the phone, "We are being hijacked. We're being hijacked," just before that plane crashed. There are injuries. There are deaths. And let's deal first with the injuries. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is at Chelsea Pier, where the makeshift triage location has been set up. Peter?
And Susan, just a few moments ago, we saw a couple of vans pull up with more doctors and more medical supplies earlier. We noted there were probably more than 100 doctors and nurses here already. They're continuing to bring people in. They've set up a makeshift operating room at a television studio that used to be used by Spin City. They're actually using some of the lights that would normally be used for the TV production to light these tables. They've just put sheets over whatever they could find, plywood, tables, desks, whatever they could find. There have been doctors here. We spoke a short time ago with an NYPD nurse who was in Queens at her office when this whole thing started this morning.
And we were on the 16th floor looking out towards the two towers, and we had seen that one was smoking. We had heard on the radio that it was hit by a plane, and as we were observing that smoke, we actually saw the second plane hit the building. And so what had happened is everyone was just told no one's going home, and we were going to be mobilized, and we sat around until they told us where to go. And myself and Dr. Magliato were assigned to come here to assist in anything that we could do with the other medical personnel.
Do you have a handle on what kinds of things you're going to be doing? What's going to be going on here?
We won't know until the people start coming in.
And any idea what the game plan is?
Well, it's always to bring. We brought numerous medical supplies with us in helping with if there was going to be mass casualties and just helping to have enough things on hand.
So they've brought in oxygen tanks, rubber gloves, all kinds of gowns and things that the surgical garb that they would need. I will tell you now that looking downtown, it's just a tower of smoke still rising from where the Twin Towers used to be, ash-colored, a very light gray, still just billowing out of there as if it had just happened. This is not just a trickle of smoke. This is just large plumes of billowing smoke. There are also folks lined up on the other side of Chelsea Piers. There are free ferries running to get people to New Jersey, and they've been running all day. Both the Circle Line and the Spirit cruise ships have been taking folks back and forth. As a matter of fact, we spoke to someone early this morning right after this happened, a gentleman who lived downtown, walked up here, doesn't know anybody in New Jersey, doesn't live in New Jersey, but just wanted to get off Manhattan Island. He was desperate, and that's just the way things have been. Reporting live from Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Peter, you mentioned the smoke that continues to billow out from the fires that continue to burn there around the World Trade Center complex. The ash falling as well. Is that falling in your area?
No, we're quite a ways up from there, but we can certainly see the wind is blowing from the west, so those folks who are on the east side and a little bit farther downtown are likely getting that. And we also spoke to some folks who were down in the South Street Seaport area, and they talked about it raining smoke, raining debris and ash. So, and we've seen some of the ambulances here with literally an inch or two of ash on the windshield, seeming as if they perhaps needed their windshield wipers. So that gives you an idea of just how thick this ash and debris is.
Peter Haskell reporting live on WCBS 880. You're listening to continuing live coverage of the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington.
WCBS News Time 4:48, and this time on any normal day, we'd be into the thick of a rush hour. Everybody trying to get out of Manhattan. Well, folks are trying some to get out of Manhattan. Nobody's been able to come in ever since this happened early this morning, about 9 o'clock. Let's get the latest now from Chris Majette at the WCBS Traffic Center. Chris?
Well, a lot of folks have actually been trying to get out of Manhattan since about 9:15 this morning. The Holland and Lincoln tunnels remain closed. By the way, you cannot walk through the tunnels. Port Authority has told us that some people have some crazy ideas about walking through the outbound Lincoln Tunnel. You cannot walk through the Hollander Lincoln tunnels to get into New Jersey. You can't drive through them either. Some people are making their way out of the city into Jersey via the GW Bridge. That upper level is open. You can take the West Side Highway up to the George. You can take that West Side Highway, Henry Hudson Parkway combination up to the Henry Hudson Bridge. That will also work out. Lower East River crossings, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges are closed to vehicular traffic, but some people are taking it on foot. The Brooklyn Battery Tunnel also shut down. You can use the Queens Midtown Tunnel or the 59th Street Bridge. You can drive into Queens via either of those two crossings. Same thing at the Triborough Bridge. Tappan Zee Bridge is also still open in each direction. Let's get a check on the weather now from Craig Allen, WCBS Weather Center.
Around 60 in the city, 50 to 55 for the suburbs, 45 to 50 in the chilly inland valleys. This under clear skies. Sunny tomorrow, 72 to 78. Thursday, sunny to partly cloudy, about 80. We could see a shower late Thursday or Thursday night, then clearing and cooler Friday. Fair, dry, and cool for Saturday and Sunday. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended.
President Bush, soon after this morning's terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. The president was in Florida when the attacks happened. Then he was rushed away to secure Air Force bases in Louisiana and Nebraska. Now aides say the president is on the way back to Washington. In New York, there's danger of more World Trade Center buildings collapsing. The two huge towers fell earlier today.
The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear, ultimately.
New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani. In Washington, the Pentagon was the target, hit by another hijacked airliner. One Pentagon wing was heavily damaged. A fourth hijacked airliner crashed in western Pennsylvania. There will be many questions about the adequacy of U.S. security, but CBS News aviation correspondent Bob Orr points out,
if you have a suicide terrorist willing to die in the attack, it could be. He could walk right through a manned checkpoint. He could fit the profile of all the normal passengers and through some kind of means on the plane take control of that airliner.
No terrorist group has claimed responsibility, but in Jerusalem, CBS News reporter Robert Berger says there was jubilant reaction by some enemies of the U.S.
In some parts of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, Palestinians took to the streets to celebrate the attacks. But the Palestinian Authority has condemned the attacks and quickly dispersed the celebrants.
All U.S. airports remain closed. CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee.
The very latest heard live here on WCBS 880. With this kind of situation, there is now a critical need for blood. And on the WCBS Newsline with us now is Linda Levy with the New York Blood Center. How critical is the shortage?
Well, actually, we don't really know exactly because we haven't heard from hospitals this afternoon. But we've had a tremendous response from the public, which is really gratifying. I think people are obviously very moved by the tragedy that occurred this morning. In fact, we have very, very lengthy delays of lines of people who have turned out to donate blood. We've probably collected several thousand pints already today, which is very, very good news. We're at the point now where we're triaging for type O donors and Rh negative donors first and foremost. We're actually encouraging other people to come back in the next few days rather than wait 6, 7, 8 hours online. So,
Linda, from what you can understand and the demands being made on the blood supply, can you give us any indication from your perspective of how many injured we're dealing with around the city and in the various hospitals?
You know, I wish I could. We're really waiting for that information ourselves. We haven't, earlier this morning when we first heard about the tragedy, we were proactive and we called all of the hospitals in the downtown Manhattan area and offered to meet any extraordinary needs that they had. We contacted the police and the city emergency management department to be sure that we would have escorts so that we could guarantee picking up any blood that was being collected and delivering it to the hospitals because of the traffic chaos throughout New York. And we secured those escorts. And we have been able to get blood around town. As I said, this afternoon we haven't been hearing from the hospitals as much, so I don't have an up-to-date status of what the patient situation is. But we're delighted, as I said, that the public response for the need for blood has been so tremendous. We're really encouraged by that, but we also don't want people to wait hours and hours and hours on end. So as I said, we're right now triaging type O donors, and that's the most in-demand type right now. And we're encouraging people to check with us as the days, the next few days roll around, so that they don't have to wait 6 and 7 hours. We want to make sure that their time is well spent.
All right, Linda, thanks very much. We appreciate the information right now. That's Linda Levy with the New York Blood Center. People are responding. New Yorkers are pulling together as usual, as is the case in a tragedy such as this magnitude right now.
WCBS News Time 4:54. We have been telling you about the National Guard ordered into Lower Manhattan by Governor Pataki, and I think it bears repeating what the mayor said earlier. This is no further cause for alarm. These National Guardsmen and state police officers, a total of about 2,000, are being brought here essentially to be relief for the city firefighters and the city police, who are all on duty and all have been called to duty and all working yeoman jobs down in Lower Manhattan, trying to provide a rescue effort down there. We could also report to you that Mayor Giuliani told reporters a little while ago that an additional city morgue has been set up on the west side of Manhattan in the 50s. The official city morgue, of course, on the east side in the 30s over on First Avenue. But this tragedy necessitating apparently another morgue be set up on the west side in the 50s. 2 buildings continue to burn in the World Trade Center area. They may be part of the complex. They may not be. As Allison Keyes reported earlier, firefighters and fire officials pulling back in that area because a 40-story building that she reported that is just north of the World Trade Center complex is in danger of coming down and may bring down, if it does, a smaller building nearby. And that smaller building may in fact be number 7 World Trade Center. If that were to happen, that of course would be 3 of the World Trade Center buildings gone as a result of these attacks on the United States today. We should tell you that President Bush, who was in Omaha at an Air Force base most recently, Offutt Air Force Base, is on Air Force One now, heading back to Washington. Other officials of the administration are in secure facilities at the White House and other places around Washington.
It's been about 8 hours now since that first plane crashed into the north side of one of the towers of the World Trade Center, believed to have been American Airlines flight number 11 out of Boston to Los Angeles. And then about 18 minutes later, a second plane, believed to have been a United Airlines flight, crashed into the side of the second tower. Within an hour, the towers started to collapse. It was mayhem in the streets when those towers did collapse earlier today. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor had a close call.
Could see the explosion and everybody ran, and it was like time stood still. I realized I couldn't get out of range, so I got under an EMS truck.
And that is Mary Gay Taylor. At the time when the Twin Towers collapsed, the fire still going right now. You can see the smoke for miles. A couple of other buildings in the World Trade Center complex also dangerously close to collapsing as well. The firefighters, the rescue workers, those have been on the scene trying to find survivors, have been pulling back because of that possible danger of more buildings collapsing. WCBS News Time 4:57.
And WCBS reporter Holly Hare is on Long Island with the latest from there. Holly, what can you tell us?
All right, we're going to bring up Holly Hare right now. Holly, go ahead and tell us.
They're
go
just
ahead,
happy
Holly.
to be off of Long Island. The trains are packed coming from the city. Mark Lim lives a block from the World Trade Center. His building was evacuated. He hid in a store when that smoke cloud was chasing him, and then after that, he left Manhattan by foot and is heading to stay with friends here on Long Island.
The smoke was chasing us, so everyone started. We walked across Brooklyn Bridge. I was lost. I ran into a couple of people, and they just, took me to the Long Island Railroad. And I didn't know anything. I just hopped on any train.
Now, we do have some new information from the LIRR that they have restored limited westbound service to Penn Station and Brooklyn. Earlier, the trains were only going up to Jamaica, but again, now they are going to Penn Station and Brooklyn. Live at the Mineola train station. Holly Hare, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Holly, thanks very much, and we're going to help you get around just a little bit more now. But first, we have information that we want to tell you about. The United States suspects that it was indeed Osama bin Laden in the terrorist attacks today. That word now coming out of Washington, D.C. from 2 officials. The report on the Associated Press wires here that it is suspected that Osama bin Laden did did indeed orchestrate, responsible in some way for these two terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, as well as the Pentagon in Washington, D.C.
One of the most heinous acts in world history is what Mayor Rudy Giuliani called it. Let's see if we can help you get out of the city right now. We go to the traffic desk and Chris Magette.
Well, as Holly Hare was mentioning, LIRR limited service on trains out of Penn Station and now into Penn Station as well. Metro North also operating on a Saturday schedule, so we do have trains leaving Grand Central about every 10 or 15 minutes on all three Metro North lines heading northbound. Amtrak has resumed service between New York City and Washington, D.C. New Jersey Transit has limited service out of Penn Station. Most subway lines are running, but with limited service. There is no bus service, though, into or out of Manhattan. The Holland and Lincoln tunnels, of course, still shut down. You cannot walk through any of the tunnels either. Something very important to keep in mind there. Holland and Lincoln tunnels closed. GW Bridge, Jersey-bound upper roadway remains open, so that's an option. And if you're heading into Queens, you can take a car across the 59th Street Bridge, also the Queens Midtown Tunnel and the Triborough Bridge. They are all open. Throgsneck and Whitestone Bridge is now also completely open both ways. And according to one of our CBS cellmates, the tolls have been waived at those two bridges. Tappan Zee Bridge is probably the only bridge that is completely open in each direction, and traffic is actually moving very well. I'm Chris Magette, WCBS 880 News.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. You want to keep it right here, WCBS 880, for continuing live coverage of the terrorist attacks on America. WCBS, New York.
CBS News. I'm Lou Miliano. All airline traffic across the U.S. has been grounded until at least noon tomorrow in the wake of hijacked jetliners today slamming into both towers of the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon near Washington. In Washington, CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer.
As President Bush returns to Washington from a secure Nebraska Air Force Base, the White House is trying to reassure the nation that government is working. The president is expected to address the nation tonight. Bush counselor Karen Hughes.
Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively.
The Pentagon is still smoldering from one of today's attacks. Pentagon spokesman Admiral Craig Quigley was there when disaster struck.
Despite the size of the Pentagon building, many in the building felt a thud and heard kind of a muffled explosion.
Even hours later, officials say it's impossible to estimate the number of casualties at a Defense Department left defenseless by today's attack. Live in Washington, Peter Mayer, CBS News.
Lower Manhattan, meanwhile, has been described as looking like a war zone.
What used to be the World Trade Center towers, they're both gone.
CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall.
I'm standing here watching ambulances go by. They're covered in about 3 inches of soot and ashes. It resembles the scene of a volcanic eruption, with firemen and emergency personnel now donning face masks so that they can breathe through this.
Eyewitnesses had no doubt about what they saw. The attacks were deliberate.
It didn't look like there was any trouble at all with the plane. He didn't swerve at all. It just landed directly in the building. It was almost like a gray-black color in nature on the plane. He was like he wanted to fly into the building.
Others were closer to the horror.
When I looked over, there was this guy that was on fire, so I just kind of ran over, and I tried to put the fire out on him, and he was screaming, and I just told him to roll, and he said he can't.
Terrorism expert Neil Livingston says today's attacks did not come without incredible planning and understanding of what needed to be done.
Tens of thousands of people work or visit the World Trade Center every day. The loss of life is going to be horrific, and it appears that they learned from their previous attack what the vulnerabilities of the buildings were and carried out attacks designed to target each tower individually and to hopefully collapse them, and they were able to do that.
The main U.S. stock exchanges will not resume trading tomorrow. That would be the New York, the American, and the NASDAQ. The New York Mercantile Exchange, where energy futures are traded, is in the nearby World Financial Center, and many of the nation's investment firms have at least some of their operations in the area, and the extent of the physical and emotional wreckage could limit their ability to restart quickly. CBS News correspondent Bob Orr says officials are very interested in finding the cockpit voice recorder of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. Officials feel it may have the best clue as to what happened. That plane was in the air 2 hours before it went down. This is CBS News.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
And this is continuing team coverage from WCBS. Good evening. This is Cameron Swayze.
I'm Paul Murnane, continuing team coverage here at WCBS 880.
A pall hangs over New York City and the nation this evening. A pall compounded of equal parts of thick, acrid smoke from what was the World Trade Center and of the evil fog wrought by the demonic destruction of the worst terrorist attack in the history of the United States. At about 9 o'clock this morning, 2 hijacked jetliners being flown by terrorists on a suicide mission crashed into the twin 110-story World Trade Center towers within an hour and a half. The North and then the South Tower. Both buildings had collapsed, falling to street level in a ghastly waterfall of shattered glass and concrete. Smoke and flames still billow from the wreckage of the World Trade Center building.
Cameron, it's one of the most devastating attacks in American history. The World Trade Center attacked by hijacked planes crumbling into the streets of lower Manhattan. Now 2 of the complex's other buildings are burning and in danger of collapse. Rescue crews are beginning the daunting task of searching for survivors and bodies. Mayor Giuliani says the number of casualties will be more than most of us can bear.
Obviously, the effort is focused on trying to save as many people as we can. We know there are still people there that are alive and that can be saved, so the entire effort is right now geared toward helping them.
There are thousands of casualties, thousands unaccounted for in Washington. The Pentagon hit by a crashing plane and a 4th airliner crashed in Pennsylvania.
The attack is bringing New Yorkers together. They always come together in times of great crisis and emergency. They're coming together to pray and to mourn. Cardinal Edward Egan had these words of support and reassurance.
We keep ourselves calm. We recognize we're in the hands of our Lord. And we react to all of this as the Lord would have us react, with understanding, with commitment to defend ourselves.
He, as the Cardinal says, he is going to hold a Mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral at 5:30 this evening. That's about 25 minutes from now.
5:05 here at WCBS, and getting around in Manhattan has been all but impossible today. Let's head to the traffic center, get the very latest in the update now. Good afternoon, Tom Kaminsky.
Well, good afternoon, Paul, and good afternoon, Cameron. It has been just an incredible day of trying to get around, which has been more easily accomplished on foot than anything else. Now, we need to go to the Hudson River crossings first. The Holland and Lincoln tunnels have been closed since shortly after this ordeal began this morning. Now, I spoke to a friend of mine, a good friend, Officer Larry Mays at the Lincoln Tunnel, and he has urged me to pass this message along to you. There is no foot traffic allowed at the Lincoln or Holland tunnels, or Holland Tunnel for that matter, and this is very important because the safety of the tunnels is being compromised by people walking through them. So he has urged me to pass this along. I'm doing that, and that is certainly something that you need to keep in mind. You will not be able to do that. If you are walking toward the water at this point, the ferry service may just be your best bet. New York Waterway is up and running. There is no bus service at all into or out of Manhattan. New Jersey Transit has very limited service. PATH trains at this point are still not running. Now, the city subways, there are disruptions, especially into lower Manhattan, but by and large, the subway train system is at this point running. The LIRR running with eastbound trains only and limited service, and Metro North is running now apparently on a Saturday schedule out of Grand Central. And let's go over to Irene Cornell. She's at Grand Central. And Irene, I understand you spoke just moments ago with Metro North spokesperson Margie Anders.
Yes, Margie Anders said that by about 11 o'clock this morning, traumatized New Yorkers by the hundreds had made it to Grand Central Terminal, most of them coming on foot, many of them from lower Manhattan. Many of them had witnessed the terrorist act. They had seen the planes crashing into the World Trade Towers and seen the grand buildings reduced to a giant cloud of smoke and rubble. These were people who wanted to get out of New York City. So the trains began running on a load and run basis. They'd fill them up and take them out, heading due north, said Margie Anders.
When we first resumed train service, we had to make announcements on track assignments. And some people were in a very big hurry to get to those trains. I think the mood was high anxiety, and a lot of people were determined to get on those trains and get out of it. Her fear was that somebody would fall and get trampled. That's the way the crowds were moving. That didn't happen. People got out safely, and it's pretty calm here at Grand Central now. They've already taken out about 70,000 people have gotten back on the trains and gotten out of the city. Reporting live, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
And for more information now on getting out of the city, what's moving, what's not, let's go to Tom Kaminsky.
All right, Cameron, let's go back to what is not moving. The Holland and Lincoln tunnels, as we said, are closed down. Lower East River bridges, essentially, if you are looking at any sort of a map of Lower Manhattan, anything trying to get into Manhattan is going to be blocked. All of these approaches are going to be blocked. Now, especially in Lower Manhattan, the Williamsburg Bridge, Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan Bridge, Battery Tunnel, they are closed in both directions. Headed out of Manhattan into Queens, the 59th Street Bridge is open, and the Midtown Tunnel is also open. But certainly keep in mind what we are going to have to be dealing with here. We're talking pedestrian traffic as well as vehicular traffic. It really is going to, it's a situation that urges caution everywhere you go this afternoon and into this evening. The Triborough Bridge into Manhattan is closed. Now, back over to New Jersey, the eastbound lanes of Route 3 have been closed at the western spur of the New Jersey Turnpike. No one is allowed past Giant Stadium in toward Manhattan. That is being kept free. Those roads are being kept open and kept free. The eastbound express lanes of Route 80 are closed down at the Garden State Parkway. There have been sporadic closings at the top of the New Jersey Turnpike at the 80 and 95 interchange in Ridgefield Park. This has really loaded up Route 46 from Teterboro in through the area of the New Jersey Turnpike. Now, the Tappan Zee Bridge at this point is open. It is open and up and running in both directions onto and across that Tappan Zee Bridge. So the farther north and west you go from the area of Manhattan, the better off you are currently. Now, on the island, we at this point do not have any reports of any big problems yet on Long Island, but we will be keeping tabs on the roads there as well.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
President Bush spoke earlier today after terrorists used hijacked planes to destroy the World Trade Center in New York and damage the Pentagon. White House officials say the president will speak to the nation again this evening. Mr. Bush is headed back to Washington now. Right after the attacks, he was rushed away from a speaking engagement in Florida to secure Air Force bases, first in Louisiana, then in Nebraska. The hijacked airplane attacks on the World Trade Center were 8 hours ago. The two tall towers collapsed earlier in the day, but CBS News reporter Pamela McCall in New York tells us the fire is still causing terrible damage.
I'm watching the smoke billow out of yet another building. We're told by both fire and police officials that this building, too, may well implode at any minute. All eyes looking skyward yet again as the smoke turns from gray to black and back to gray again.
CBS News national security correspondent David Martin, reporting from outside of the damaged Pentagon, says the Defense Department's first order of business is to guard against another attack.
That's why, for instance, that the U.S. military has put all of its bases on the highest state of alert. And that is why the Pentagon has ordered aircraft carriers to New York City, amphibious ships to New York City, cruisers.
Airports remain closed as well. CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee.
Part of our live continuing coverage right here at WCBS 880.
WCBS News Time is 5:12. Mayor Giuliani's very preliminary figures were that 600 people were being treated at hospitals. Another 1,500 of what he called walking wounded were evacuated to Liberty Park, taken across the river to New Jersey. Mayor Giuliani said there are survivors, some of them bloodied, shell-shocked, and soot-stained, stumbled away from the ruins of the World Trade Center. There are more than 2,000 fire, police, and other rescue workers now on the scene of what were the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. As for the dead, the mayor said he feared the casualty toll would be more than we could bear. Hospital emergency rooms in the city have been overwhelmed. An urgent call has gone out to all doctors and nurses available to come forward and volunteer. WCBS reporter Kathy Carpin is at Bellevue Hospital.
More than 140 injured here, at least one dead, a fireman at Bellevue, where emergency room official Dr. Robert Hessler has been in touch with some of those doing the rescue effort going on at what were the Twin Towers.
I just spoke to EMS, and they said that they can't one of the EMS people, I just asked them what it's like at the scene. And they said they can't even predict how many patients right now as they arrive because patients are just coming out of damaged buildings. They're pulling people out as fast as they can. While he was there, they actually extricated one guy that had his legs amputated. He said that the amount of patients, the extent of the injuries, you can't really predict, but
Hensler says a lot of people who were in the area of Lower Manhattan and were subjected to the dust and debris may be experiencing respiratory problems. This could be a big problem for asthmatics. Anyone in distress should go to a hospital. The call for blood here at Bellevue has been answered heartily. It's going to take them 12 hours to process the hundreds of pints that have been donated here, but the doctors want people to come back to redonate more blood tomorrow. But if you do want to donate, you can go to another nearby hospital. I'm sure that blood will be needed. Kathy Carpin live at Bellevue. Back to you in the studio.
Kathy, thanks. And speaking of the blood donation and that urgent call that has gone out, WCBS reporter Rich Lamb joining us more live now with more on that, Rich.
That urgent call has been quite effective and says a lot about the mood of the people in New York City. The Red Cross has never seen a response like this. Never, ever, they say. Crowds lined up here in front of the office on Amsterdam and 67th, where the flags are flying at half-mast, the Red Cross flag and the American flag. So many people lined up that at first there were many hours of waits to donate blood, and now the Red Cross is simply saying, don't come here until tomorrow morning unless you are O positive. Then you can show up at any point because they really need that blood most of all. Lawyer David Ambersey is one of those donating. He came
to get blood. I've heard that blood is urgently needed, so I came to get blood.
How do you feel about what happened? What goes through your mind when you think about this attack?
It's mind-boggling, tragic. It's just shocking.
What should the U.S. do?
Well, we should wait till we find out who's responsible, and then punish them accordingly. They'll probably not do anything until we find out who for sure is responsible.
Others at a local deli, though, were demanding revenge right away. One man was saying loudly, I hope President Bush says yes to an attack tonight. Live on the West Side, Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
We've been hearing the reports of all the people who are volunteering and how the hospitals have put out emergency calls, not just for blood, but for doctors and nurses. And I have a personal anecdote I'll just throw in here. My younger son, Evan, is a physician. He just finished his surgical residency. He happened to be in New York City. He rushed to the nearest hospital, and they said, into the emergency room right away.
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, all shoulders to the wheel in a situation
exactly
like this.
So.
Yeah, so you want to keep it here at WCBS 880. Right now, 5:15 WCBS News Time. And with New York City in a full emergency footing, Mayor Giuliani seeking to reassure New Yorkers. The mayor has said that terrorism can't stop us. Lower Manhattan, let's go live there right now. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor right now.
Walking down 6th Avenue, I saw Westchester firefighters covering for Engine 24 and Ladder 5 in Greenwich Village, while the home firefighters battle the World Trade Center fires. Sanitation trucks with plows are now moving in to clean up some of the ash. Down around City Hall, where it's a staging area for the emergency workers, I found a crew from Middletown, New Jersey, and Chief Greg Papaliu. Come in.
Well, they had requested through our Middletown OEM office to respond with our mobile air unit, and that's why we're here.
What does your air unit do?
It is a compressor that creates breathing air for the firemen's self-contained breathing apparatus in their bottles.
The air tank, so when they go in and the air is just so thick, they can replenish their tanks with this crew from Middletown, New Jersey. People are still wandering around downtown, just looking up at the still burning buildings or trying to get home by ferry across the Brooklyn Bridge. There are buses picking people up who start across the Brooklyn Bridge. So, and there are the emergency workers. The streets are full of them, some of them just resting and getting a bit of water, and others coming in to start fresh. to relieve the ones who've been working so hard all day. Reporting live from downtown, Mary Gay Taylor, WCBS 880 News.
Now 8 hours after catastrophe struck in lower Manhattan, the smoke remains in the air over the lower tip of the island of Manhattan. Governor Bldg has ordered National Guard to New York City. Today's primary election canceled. The stock markets did not open. City Hall and other government buildings were swiftly evacuated, and a security cordon was thrown around them.
Acting Governor Donald DeFrancesco in New Jersey has declared a state of emergency there, giving him the power to mobilize the state police, the National Guard, and emergency units to deal with the aftermath of today's terrorist attack on the World Trade Center.
Right now, 5:18 here at WCBS, and Let's Help You Get Around has been all but impossible today on the island of Manhattan. Tom Kaminsky has the very latest now from the traffic center.
All right, let's go back out to the island. We do have closings that we've just gotten detail about on the westbound lanes of the LIE, well out in Suffolk County at Patchogue-Holbrook Road. Traffic shut there. Westbound Northern State closed down at the Queens line. South Shore closed around the Meadowbrook. Now, there is really no traffic at all that we could see on the LIE. There is some running on the Grand Central. The city subways, obviously no service into lower Manhattan, but once you get north of Midtown, there is service up and running. And let's go over to Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Clear nights expected, about 60 in the city, 50 to 55 for the suburbs, and 45 to 50 in the chillier spots. Not as cool tomorrow night. Sunshine tomorrow, 72 to 78, and the sun will give way to clouds later Thursday. Highs close to 80. There is a chance of a shower late Thursday or Thursday night, and then cooler Friday. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
Well, we have clear skies for what that's worth. Blue skies, it's a beautiful day. If you look south, anywhere in Manhattan, of course, it is not clear. There is that greasy black smoke curling up toward the sky. It's 80 degrees right now, no wind to speak of to move it around, relative humidity 41%.
On a day in which you would think there is nothing wrong with the world, to drive into Manhattan, what a frightening scene it was, Cameron. You saw it too. You see the police vehicles in front of the bridges and that curl of smoke in the sky behind them.
I did, and I managed to get in from Westchester by dint of showing my CBS ID and talking my way past multiple checkpoints, but it was a slow go trying to get down from the Bronx up where I live in Westchester. I went first to the train station, and it was making the normal announcement, no train service in or out of the city.
So you hopped in the car.
Yeah, so I hopped in the car. Now we're getting some trains leaving the city, but nothing coming in yet.
Keep it right here at WCBS. You're listening to live continuing team coverage here at WCBS 880. I'm Paul Murnane this afternoon with Cameron Swayze. WCBS News Time, now 5:20 in the afternoon.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update, I'm Tom Foti. The terror in New York City has not ended with the collapse of two 110-story buildings that used to tower over the skyline of lower Manhattan. Late word that another major financial building there has collapsed, and others remain on fire and in danger of imminent collapse. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani.
Still a tremendous smoke condition. The doctors here said that there's a lot of damage that have been done to people's eyes, and the smoke condition is still horrendous. There are still some buildings that are structurally unsound that could come down, so they have to be very careful so that we don't lose more lives.
No fatality estimates yet. All this done with two hijacked jetliners forced to crash into the World Trade Center towers. Jim Oganowski's brother John was apparently the pilot of one of them. American Airlines Flight 11 scheduled from Boston to Los Angeles with 92 aboard.
I'm in some type of denial. I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out.
Not long after those
apparently a problem
people reported killed or injured there. And word of yet another hijacked plane crash. CBS News correspondent Bob Orr.
There's one very interesting thing that we have just learned, and it's about the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. This may turn out to give investigators their best information as to who was behind these attacks and what their motive really was.
The Associated Press quotes two officials as saying the suspicion is focused on Islamic militant Osama bin Laden, long among the nation's most wanted, believed hiding in Afghanistan. President Bush will address the nation this evening. All air traffic remains grounded. The financial markets stay closed tomorrow as the nation absorbs the shock of terrorist attacks on its largest city and its military headquarters. CBS News Update, I'm Tom Foti.
We're also hearing that there will be a joint news conference tonight by the congressional leadership live from Washington, and we'll have that for you. That's scheduled for 7:30 tonight. You'll be hearing live coverage here at WCBS 880.
WCBS News Time, 5:22. The American Red Cross is going to open 4 shelters on Long Island for people who work on the island but live in Manhattan and are not able to get back into the city tonight. The Red Cross spokesman Jim Green says these drop-off centers will be open as of 5 o'clock, so they are open now. They are, and let's just pass that along to you quickly, Nassau Community College Gymnasium, Long Island University, CW Post Campus at the Interfaith Chapel, Southside Senior High School, Rockville Center, Plain Edge High School at Wingate and Peony Drives in North Massapequa.
And the doctors and nurses in the city suburbs are on standby to help at hospitals that might be overwhelmed with casualties from the World Trade Center disaster. The hospitals on Long Island, in the northern suburbs, New Jersey, and in Connecticut say they're standing ready to handle patients that might be transferred from the city to those suburban hospitals.
Con Ed says power, gas, and steam are all suspended to the Battery Park area. That's southern Manhattan in the area of the attack. Suspended until further notice, so there's no electricity in that area of lower Manhattan. The rest of the city is up and running after a fashion. We'll keep you posted on the latest from Con Ed. WCBS News Time, 5:23.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor joining us live. Mary Gay? All right, apparently a problem we're having right now with our phone system. We're hearing right now at the World Trade Center that building number 7 has collapsed in lower Manhattan. World Trade Center building number 7, there's fire has been burning there obviously all day, a scene of great disaster, and there had been ongoing concern now, but we are hearing the number 7 building in the World Trade Center complex has now collapsed.
There was also some concern just a little bit earlier about a building adjacent to that, building number 5 in the World Trade Center area, and now you can see a resurgence of some of the smoke billowing up, presumably from the collapse of building number 7. We do know there were rescue personnel in the area, firefighters and police. We do not know how close they were to that area, but they were looking for survivors in the World Trade Center complex itself. Mayor Giuliani had said earlier, yes, there were survivors in there, and they were trying to reach them.
Let's listen in live right now, live coverage on CBS 2.
Try to get out of town. In New Jersey roadways are being affected by security measures there. Again, a state of emergency is declared for both New York State and the state of New Jersey. I-80 eastbound, I-95 northbound traffic is being diverted in Bergen County from the GW Bridge. From that area, I-80 is also closed eastbound from Saddlebrook Road. You can expect delays in downtown Newark. We're going to get you more information on this as it becomes available. Also, subway service. All the letter lines are running. The number 7 subway line also running. By the way, only emergency vehicles are being allowed into Manhattan.
And this just into 7 World Trade Center, which is the building that is there burning now. We are getting reports that it might have collapsed. It is the building that has been on fire all day long, and we are getting reports that it might have collapsed. Joining us on the phone now is Scott Mezzo. Scott was actually on the 81st floor at the World Trade Center when this tragedy happened this morning. Scott, are you with us?
I am.
Scott, tell us where you were and what you saw.
I was in One World Trade Center. I was on the 81st floor, the south side of the building. A little before 9, we heard an explosion.
Scott, let me interrupt. You are watching Building 7 at the World Trade Center collapse. That is the collapse of Building 7 at the World Trade Center. Vince Dementri was within a block or two of that just a short time ago, did get out of the way, and told us the firefighters had not been able to fight that fire because of imminent collapse. It has happened. Building 7 now has fallen.
And that is the building, Todd, am I correct in saying, where the emergency management operation was located? Not right now, but...
There have been some reports of that earlier, but it's since been told that's not the case. Again, the mayor and New York City staff going elsewhere to...
Live coverage from CBS 2 here at WCBS 880.
And here is CBS correspondent Scott Pelley describing what's happening now at the World Trade Center.
But I can tell you that an hour ago, there were a number of firefighters and police officers in the area. They were watching building number 7 burn because there was frankly nothing they could do about it. The inferno was huge. So much of the building was collapsing into the street bit by bit that they were unable to do anything with it. And now it seems that building number 7 has finally...
From the U.S. Congress congressional leadership tonight, WCBS News Time, 5:31 here in the afternoon.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Lou Miliano. A third World Trade Center building has now collapsed. The 47-story building number 7. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick is there.
Suddenly, everyone started screaming. When I looked up, all you could see was this huge wall of dust and debris coming down the street. People started running, panicking, because it looked like just a wall of dust coming for us.
Fires still rage in Lower Manhattan, where 2 hijacked jetliners slammed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center this morning in a coordinated terrorist attack. A similar scene at the Pentagon, where another hijacked jetliner slammed into the West Side. In Pennsylvania, a 4th hijacked carrier crashed, and CBS News aviation correspondent Bob Orr says that scene may yield clues.
If the plane was commandeered, as we believe, if there were things like gunshots or screams or any kind of threats being made, that will tell investigators exactly what was going on.
President Bush will address the nation tonight. CBS News Update. I'm Lou Miliano.
We'll have that for you live here. Continuing live team coverage on WCBS 880. We have seen the video of number 7 World Trade Center coming down 47 stories tall. That's the latest development on this day of disaster here in New York. According to reports, that building had been evacuated. There had been a fire burning there all day, a scene of such devastation in Lower Manhattan. The latest addition to the list right now there is that building, number 7 World Trade Center. We're going to see if we can reestablish contact right now with WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor. Are you there? Apparently a problem right now getting a hold of Mary Gay. You can imagine it's quite a scene there in Lower Manhattan.
Well, one of the problems, of course, that has followed in the aftermath of this terrorist attack on the World Trade Center is transportation, people trapped in the city. We are beginning to get some limited service out of the city via the roads and the bridges and the trains. Let's go to Grand Central Station and get the latest there from WCBS reporter Irene Cornell.
Cameron, New Yorkers with shock written all over their faces began streaming to Grand Central on foot shortly after the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. Spokeswoman Margie Anders said that after shutting down service for a couple of hours, Metro North did an about-face and went into emergency mode, getting people out. A little bit before noon. And a lot of people were moved out of here between noon and 4. We're operating on a load-and-go basis. People would come in and get on a train, and they would make all local stops on whatever line it was on, Harlem, Hudson, or New Haven, all the way to the end of the line. Then the train would come back empty to pick up more people. We weren't bringing anyone into Manhattan. At 4 o'clock, though, we implemented a regular Saturday schedule in both directions, inbound and outbound. As she said, not many people are coming in. Not many people want to come to Manhattan. About 70,000 were taken out in those early hours. Reporting live, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
Irene, what is the feeling you get of the people who come into this terminal? Do they look numbed and shell-shocked?
Well, the people I ran into who had witnessed what happened looked totally traumatized and stunned, just wide-eyed, unblinking, still couldn't believe it. One woman said it was like seeing Independence Day and Apocalypse Now without the Bruce Willis role. I mean, they saw the plane hit. They saw the World Trade Centers disappear in a poop of smoke after seeing people leap to their deaths. People were just shocked at what they saw.
As WCBS reporter Irene Cornell at Grand Central, and there's just one more point we might make about this because cell phone service was, for a while, spotty in New York City. Out there are frantic people, thousands and thousands of frantic wives, husbands, sons, and daughters wondering where their loved ones are who came to work in New York City today, and they could not call for the longest time to tell them they were okay.
Yeah.
And there are many of them who are going to be widowed or widowers after this event today. At the railroad station in the town where I live, there were a number of cars parked in the lot, and I know some of those people go to the World Trade Center and the Financial Center, and I just wondered how many are going to come back.
There is a feeling that today is the beginning of a whole new era, and they're gathering in prayer right now here in Manhattan at St. Patrick's Cathedral. WCBS reporter Rich Lamb joining us now live.
Now, outside the cathedral on the streets are virtually empty of cars, trucks, and buses. It is surreal from that viewpoint. But streams of people walk on the sidewalks due to the modified schedule of the subways earlier on and the lack of buses. There are just tons of pedestrians around. And here at St. Patrick's Cathedral, cops surround the building. People are sitting on the front steps and just kind of staring into space, thinking about the events of the day. Presumably, Cardinal Egan has just begun a mass inside. at which he will preach about the terror tragedy at the World Trade Center. The Cardinal has visited victims of the terror around Manhattan during the course of the day. He even said that he held hands with, looked into the eyes of, and blessed a man who shortly thereafter died, saying that he could tell that the man was a man of faith and that he went in peace. Live outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral, Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
In the last couple of minutes, we received word that there are people trapped alive under the rubble there. And
That's coming from Mayor Giuliani.
From Mayor Giuliani. Said he had said earlier there were survivors. He now says, yes, there are people trapped alive under the rubble. Presumably they were down in the basement or the sub-basement when it all came cascading down.
It's been a frantic day for those with loved ones in Lower Manhattan. It's been a frantic day for the rescuers trying. And in the last few minutes, our developing story, we've been following you, the loss of a third building in the World Trade Center complex. Building 7 gave way just a few minutes ago. 47 stories tall. There are reports that the building had been evacuated earlier. WCBS reporter Allison Keyes is live in Lower Manhattan.
It looks like a nuclear bomb just hit here for the third time today. Earlier today, when the Twin Towers collapsed, there was a huge cloud of debris, and that's pretty much what's happening now. When the building first collapsed a few minutes ago, you couldn't see anything in front of you except a cloud that looked like it was on the ground. There's now 3 or 4 inches of that white soot that has been floating around Lower Manhattan since the Twin Towers collapsed earlier. They are hoping that now that that building has collapsed, they're going to be able to get rescuers into that area. They had pretty much pulled the fire and police out of that area for waiting for that building to collapse. Now they're hoping that they can get in and start digging at that rubble and getting some of the people that may be trapped underneath out. Live in Lower Manhattan, Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
And let's get an update on traffic now as we go back to Tom Kaminsky in the traffic center.
All right, Cameron, let's go back over to what is open. The upper level of the George Washington Bridge is open to New Jersey. The New Jersey-bound Lincoln Tunnel has 1 lane available. The Queens-bound Midtown Tunnel is open. Queens-bound 59th Street Bridge at this point is also open. New York Waterway Ferry Service is running. Metro North is running into and out of Grand Central, and Long Island Railroad running limited eastbound service out of Grand Central. Now, only emergency vehicles are allowed into Manhattan. To that end, the Holland, Lincoln, and George Washington Bridge closed inbound into Manhattan. Every approach into Manhattan from the Bronx, from Queens, from Brooklyn is closed. New Jersey Transit trains running with very limited service, but no bus service at all at this point. Path trains at this point are still not running. Now, there are closings on the New Jersey side because of this. The Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike eastbound is closed from 14 through 14C. That as a result of the closing of the Holland Tunnel. The eastbound lanes of Route 3 are closed at the New Jersey Turnpike as a result of the Lincoln Tunnel closing. Route 80 eastbound express lanes are shut at the Garden State Parkway. Then everyone forced onto the New Jersey Turnpike. No one gets past 80 and 95 in Ridgefield Park as a result of the closing of the George Washington Bridge. Let's go back over to Craig Allen, WCBS Weather Center.
Temperatures tonight will be down around 60 in the city, 50 to 55 for the suburbs, 45 to 50 in the chilly inland valleys. This under clear skies. Sunny tomorrow, 72 to 78. Thursday, sunny to partly cloudy, about 80. We could see a shower late Thursday or Thursday night, then clearing and cooler Friday. Fair, dry, and cool for Saturday and Sunday. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
Sun is setting on what's going to be called a day of infamy. The temperature holding here in Manhattan at 80 degrees.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee. President Bush is on his way back to Washington after Air Force One rushed him off to secure Air Force bases in Louisiana and Nebraska. White House aides say the president will address the nation tonight on the simultaneous terrorist attacks in New York and Washington.
Here in Washington, D.C., we are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to.
Pentagon spokesman Craig Quigley outside of the still burning wing of the Pentagon, hit this morning by a hijacked commercial airliner. In New York, planes struck each of the World Trade Center towers, which collapsed a short time later. And the devastation isn't over. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick saw World Trade Center building number 7, a 47-story building, go down.
We have a full frontal view of that building, and suddenly everyone started screaming. When I looked up, all you could see was this huge wall of dust and debris coming down the street. People started running, panicking, because it looked like just a wall of dust coming for us.
Obviously, the human loss in Manhattan will be large. CBS News reporter Pamela McCall.
The only estimate that I've heard from the mouth of an official is that there were 10,000 people in each of those towers and 5,000 tourists. It's very hard to tell. People have conference rooms inside. They have people that come in for meetings that don't actually regularly work there. We also have the Marriott Hotel, which is in the base of this.
At the Pentagon, the toll of dead and injured is believed to be about 100. CBS News Update. I'm John Hart.
The very latest they're heard live on WCBS 880 on a day many are comparing to the day they attacked Pearl Harbor, Cameron.
We have just in the last little while gotten the first figures out of Washington, D.C., where another hijacked plane made a terrorist attack on the west wing of the Pentagon, diving in, damaging it, and setting it on fire. This word is that about 100 people are believed to have been killed or injured in today's attack on the Pentagon. That's the first word, and like all these casualty figures, they're imprecise. They're going to change, but you just heard somebody talking about the number of people who might have been in both those buildings. Some 50,000 people flow into the World Trade Center to work every day, and there are many other tourists that come in and out. We have no way of knowing how many were in there, how many possibly got out. We do know that some people have come down from as far up as the 74th floor because we talked to one man who had survived that. So that just remains to be seen, but as Mayor Giuliani said, the casualty toll is probably going to be higher than we can bear.
And the speculation continues to swirl on the questions of who and why. And joining us live, an expert on international terrorism, Stephen Emerson. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
I'm sorry to have to be with you.
Well, your thoughts on who could have done this and why? The questions everyone, we're all asking it now.
Look, right now, all the parameters and all the paradigms that we've had in the past have been broken and shattered. No one ever imagined this type of scenario. Even the counterterrorist training seminars that were held at the CIA, Pentagon, FBI never envisioned 4 or 5 simultaneous attacks on these facilities, number one. Number two, in terms of capability, there's only a finite number of people in the world today that have the capability, the motivation, wherewithal, and have issued direct threats. And at the top of the list, as law enforcement agencies have been saying all day on background, it's Osama bin Laden. He clearly has demonstrated a willingness to carry out spectacular simultaneous suicide bombings as he did last in 1998 on the twin bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, and then the bombing he did at the USS Cole. Clearly, he has people in the United States. An operation like this would take at least a year to carry out and plan for reconnaissance, recruitment, and to actually implement it. It's too soon to say. It's too soon to pin it with clinical evidence, but I can tell you where the intelligence agencies are going on that one.
Do you have any sense of how they can simultaneously hijack 4 airliners in the United States when security is supposed to be up to guard against that sort of thing? Were they masquerading as pilots in their uniforms going through an unsecure area? What do you suppose?
Well, one, anything is possible. We don't know, but I can tell you that according to some of the terrorist manuals that were seized in the last 5 years from bin Laden's people, he talked about penetrating airport security with using false credentials and false identification papers to get onto airplanes. That's number one. Number two, I can tell you that the Bureau is now, and other agencies are looking into passenger manifests on the planes to see who might have been not, quote, a legitimate passenger. But as far as airport security, I must tell you that it's much more psychological in terms of the pro forma X-ray. There's equipment that has routinely gotten aboard on airplanes and passed the X-ray equipment for the last 10 years. And this is really much more psychological deterrence. And they did their homework. They found the weaknesses in the system, and they knew exactly what to do.
And you have come across some quotes from Osama bin Laden at some kind of a wedding video with one of his son's weddings talking about the need for a holy war?
Yes, and in May of this year, he openly said that every part of his body is dedicated toward fighting against the infidel. He stands for jihad against the kufr, the infidel today. He shall do so in his eternity. He says, jihad is in my mind, heart and blood. Nothing will ever take this out of my mind and body. It's my only mission in life. He also gave an interview in June of this year in which a videotape released to his followers in which he openly stated, quote, "It's time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts most." And I think one thing we've learned over the last 5 years is that he has issued these warnings almost not just to intimidate psychologically, but almost as saying, I'm going to do it. And clearly prosecutors in the embassy trials in New York parsed every single word that he had made prior to the bombings and said these were the indicators that he was going to bomb the U.S. embassies.
Thank you very much, sir. That's Stephen Emerson. We appreciate your thoughts and your insight and your expertise as a terrorism expert on our newsline.
We're also hearing the stock markets will be closed tomorrow. That's the latest news on this devastating blow in the financial district of the New York City and America and the world, for that matter. We're hearing now stock markets will be closed tomorrow, Cameron.
And we understand that all commercial flights, in fact, all flights, no aircraft are moving in the United States. From sea to shining sea, the skies over America, which are normally crisscrossed by hundreds and hundreds of airplanes at any given moment, are eerily empty tonight, save for some Air Force planes that are up there, Strategic Air Command craft, we assume. And earlier today, we did hear and see some fighter planes swoop low over New York City.
It is very strange to look outside and to not see anything in the sky but that blue sky and that pall of smoke over lower Manhattan. Not usually we're seeing the usual supply of aircraft in the sky, not at all this time around. And the lights are out on the Great White Way, a potent symbol of the impact of this worst terrorist attack in history. All Broadway shows have been canceled for tonight.
We just want to update you, if we may, on the situation with the traffic, and we're going to turn it over to Tom Kaminsky, but we can tell you that we are beginning to get some service on Metro North both ways. They resumed service initially just outbound, but now they're running both ways on very limited schedules on Metro North. Tom?
Yeah, Cameron, they are calling it a Saturday schedule, but they are running into and out of Grand Central at this point. But as we heard from WCBS reporter Irene Cornell, there really does not seem to be all that much interest coming into Manhattan, which is good because at this point, only emergency vehicles, at least in terms of the roadways, only emergency vehicles are being allowed into Manhattan. So here again is what is open and passable for you if you are trying to get out of the area. The New Jersey-bound upper level of the George Washington Bridge at this point is open. The New Jersey-bound Lincoln Tunnel has at this point only one lane available. There is heavy security at that Lincoln Tunnel, so certainly heavy delays accompanying that. Queens-bound at the Midtown Tunnel, that is open. Queens-bound 59th Street Bridge also open. New York Waterway ferries up and running. Metro North, as we said, now running with limited service into and out of Grand Central. The LIRR running with limited eastbound service out of Penn Station. Amtrak, the Northeast Corridor, is at this point up and running. Now getting away from the immediate area in Rockland and Westchester and Connecticut, all the roads are open. There is quite a bit of volume being reported, especially across both ways of the Tappan Zee Bridge. That is alternate volume away from the George Washington Bridge closing. But again, at least all the travel lanes there are open. And in Connecticut, I-95 and the Merritt Parkway running with delays. However, they are all open. Now, we do have closings in New Jersey and on Long Island. We'll update all those closings in the next report. Right now, let's go back over to Craig Allen, WCBS Weather Center.
Temperatures tonight will be down around 60 in the city, 50 to 55 for the suburbs, 45 to 50 in the chilly inland valleys. This under clear skies. Sunny tomorrow, 72 to 78. Thursday, sunny to partly cloudy, about 80. We could see a shower late Thursday or Thursday night, then clearing and cooler Friday. Fair, dry, and cool for Saturday and Sunday. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
Again, outside right now, light and variable winds, clear skies, really nice looking afternoon out there with the sunshine above. We're at 80 degrees right now in Midtown. WCBS News Time, 5:50 on a Tuesday afternoon.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update, I'm Tom Pody. Still no firm word on the number of people killed or hurt in the destruction of New York's twin World Trade Center towers. But there are now estimates about the numbers at the Pentagon, also hit by a hijacked jetliner. About 100 people believed killed or injured in that attack. CBS News correspondent Bob Fuss.
Witnesses said they first noticed the sound of the jetliner flying way too low over an Arlington neighborhood headed right to the Pentagon. This man works at the Navy Annex adjacent to the Pentagon and looked outside when he heard the plane.
Looked up out the window, and a fireball exploded on the side of the Pentagon where the heliport is.
The building was severely damaged, but top military leaders and the Secretary of Defense remain in the basement emergency operations center.
The plane that hit the Pentagon has been identified as American Airlines Flight 77, scheduled to fly from Washington to Los Angeles with 64 people aboard. Meanwhile, in New York, another building that was a part of the World Trade Center complex has now also collapsed. A late report from the scene from CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick.
People started running, panicking, because it looked like just a wall of dust coming for us. It was one of the most frightening experiences I've ever had. It looked like, because it's coming down all these side streets, I was on one of them, that there was no escaping it. It's just this wall that's coming towards you.
That collapse, in addition to the 110-story towers that fell not long after hijacked jetliners crashed into them. President Bush's reaction?
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
Mr. Bush to speak again to the American people later today. The military on its highest state of alert. States of emergency exist around New York, Washington, and elsewhere. Sports and entertainment events canceled. The financial markets will be closed again tomorrow. CBS News Update, I'm Tom Foti.
Heard live here on WCBS 880.
WCBS News Time is 5:52. Well, for the longest time, as you know, all egress from Manhattan was blocked. You couldn't drive out. You couldn't take a train out. You couldn't go through the tunnels. They weren't even letting some people walk. But necessity is the mother of invention, and some people are improvising to get across the Hudson River. Let's update that now. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell.
Yeah, apparently a problem there. You can imagine it's been difficult all day trying to get in touch with people and keep them on the line with matters of cell phone.
One of the few things that was running earlier on were the ferry boats. They were taking ferry boats, and some people were going from the Battery in southern Manhattan by ferry to Staten Island, and then from Staten Island across into New Jersey. That was one of the circuitous routes they were following.
Yeah.
Peter was going to tell us about another waterborne mode of getting out of southern Manhattan and heading across the Hudson River to New Jersey, but and we'll get back to him.
Yeah, in a time like this, in a situation like this, we're seeing that the oldest form of transportation over the rivers around the island of Manhattan is being pressed into full service. Stay with us here. You're listening to live continuing team coverage here on WCBS 880.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
We're learning more about what may have brought down the Twin Towers. Experts in skyscraper construction are talking about the heat. The speculation now is that the flames were fueled by those thousands of gallons of jet fuel and simply melted the building's steel support. One engineering professor says no building could have withstood the impact of the collision, though, and the ensuing blaze together.
It is probably remarkable that they stood as long as they did, which was more than an hour after those disastrous impacts. The plane hit on one side, and you could see the explosion carry right through the other side, blowing the glass out and billowing smoke from the explosion of that kerosene, the jet fuel that exploded on impact. Those planes, if it was indeed a 767, is 400,000 pounds of momentum flying into the side of a stationary building, built to withstand an impact, but not that great.
And we've now lost 3 buildings in Lower Manhattan, the Twin Towers and number 7 World Trade Center. The number 7 collapsed after withstanding a day of the flames and the heat and the smoke in Lower Manhattan. Number 7 World Trade Center came down a little bit more than a half an hour ago now. The Connecticut National Guard has been put on standby, ready to deploy equipment and personnel to New York City if asked to help out. The State National Guard in Connecticut has dispatched several helicopters and has been asked to send its chemical unit from Stratford. A spokesman says there is heightened security at all bases and military installations in the state of Connecticut tonight.
Also in New York State, Governor Pataki has declared state of emergency, and he is sending 2,000 National Guard to New York City to help out. We have not been informed whether they have actually reached here or not, but some are stationed nearby.
We're also hearing the stock markets. The stock markets will not be open tomorrow. And St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan says it needs help. Doctors are being asked to get in touch with St. Vincent's. Their number there is 212-604-3850, 212-604-3850. Nurses are being asked to call the number 212-604-8474. The hospital has set up a mental health helpline, and the number for that is 212-604-8220. The hospital has a family information center at the hospital, 7th Avenue between 11th and 12th Streets in Lower Manhattan. That information number at St. Vincent's, 212-604-7285.
And we also understand that hospitals as far away from the city as New Haven, Connecticut, were also alerted to be ready to receive possible injured from this attack here in New York City. WCBS News Time, 5:55.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
This is Allison Keyes about 4 blocks from what used to be the World Trade Center, where police and fire officials on the scene are telling me that at least 200 police officers and up to 250 firemen have been missing, some since the towers came down this morning and others since the building collapse that just happened a few minutes ago, but most of them have been missing since the original explosion. Some of them were in the building helping people come out when the towers came down this morning. We're sending a cloud of debris through lower Manhattan. A third building just collapsed a few minutes ago, sending another cloud of debris. They're pulling people back further still for fears that a fourth building in the complex may collapse. We're live in lower Manhattan. Allison Keyes, WCBS 880 News.
And again, Allison, those numbers, at least 200 police officers, perhaps 250 firemen?
Exactly.
All right, WCBS reporter Allison Keyes there on the scene, the chaotic scene in lower Manhattan.
This was supposed to have been the day that brought out voters, a day that brought terror instead to New York City. The primary was suspended not just in New York City on the mayor's race and the other local governmental offices that were up for grabs, but all primary elections statewide on the orders of Governor Pataki today were suspended. They will be rescheduled at obviously a later time. We don't know when that will be yet.
WCBS News Time 5:57. You're listening to our live continuing team coverage, and the call has gone out for blood. The greatest need right now is for O negative, the so-called universal donor, the supply of which has dipped perilously low. Lines have been stretching from the doorways of the donation centers that are up around Manhattan. Among them, the Citicorp Center on East 53rd Street on the east side of Manhattan. New York Blood Services at 150 Amsterdam Avenue. Winthrop University Hospital on Long Island is accepting blood until 8 o'clock tonight at its donor center at 200 Old Country Road in Mineola.
WCBS News Time, 5:57.
We want to check in right now. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell.
Paul, we're down here at Chelsea Piers, and there, the pier at Chelsea Piers, and just north of here, Pier 63, there are party boats similar to the Spirit of New York that normally run dinner cruises. They are being used to shuttle people across the river to Weehawken. When we understand there are more than 100 Academy buses waiting for folks to get to Weehawken that are going to various parts of the state. So the ferry lines, the party boats, and the bus companies all chipping in, trying to help people. We have seen some MTA buses dropping people off here, and folks are just waiting online. And the ferries are lining up. These boats are taking one after another, bringing people across the other side. Reporting live from Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
More on the transit situation now as we bring in WCBS traffic reporter Tom Kaminsky.
And that may certainly be the best way to do this. If you are in that area near the Hudson River, try to take one of those ferries over to Weehawken. That will work. We now have a reclosing of the upper level of the George Washington Bridge. It had been open New Jersey bound. It has now been closed again. So Holland and Lincoln and GWB are for all intents and purposes closed. There is one lane that is being alternately opened and closed at the New Jersey-bound Lincoln Tunnel, but that is about it. Let's go back over to Craig Allen, WCBS Weather Center.
Clear nights expected, about 60 in the city, 50 to 55 for the suburbs, and 45 to 50 in the chillier spots. Not as cool tomorrow night. Sunshine tomorrow, 72 to 78, and the sun will give way to clouds later Thursday. Highs close to 80. There is a chance of a shower late Thursday or Thursday night, and then cooler Friday. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
Temperature is 80 degrees at 5:59.
Here on WCBS 880, live continuing team coverage.
Good evening. This is Cameron Swayze.
I'm Paul Murnane. In our continuing coverage on WCBS 880.
Any notion of America being invincible apparently perished in the monstrous rubble of the destroyed World Trade Center.
A third building, number 7 of the complex, collapsed about a half an hour ago.
The Twin Towers crumbled after being hit this morning by 2 hijacked planes.
Mayor Giuliani says people still are trapped in the rubble.
Thousands are hurt and an untold number are dead. The mayor says the number is likely to be horrendous.
200 police officers, 250 firefighters are among the missing tonight.
And the nation's New York City and the nation are on full terror alert.
Count on the global resources of CBS News for continuing coverage of the terror strike against the U.S. on WCBS New York and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
WCBS News Time at the tone, 6 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Lou Milligano. More than most of us can bear. How an obviously distraught New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani speaks of the casualties from today's coordinated terrorist attack on the Pentagon and the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center.
Lower Manhattan looks like it was bombed during the Second World War.
Hijacked jetliners slamming into the high-profile targets. 25,000 work at the Pentagon, 50,000 at the Trade Center. Now just a horrific pile of debris and rubble spreading out for blocks. Smoke still choking lower Manhattan, where the third building, 47 stories tall, collapsing a short time ago as CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall watched.
The building has just entirely collapsed before my eyes again. Another plume of smoke coming up. This was a brick-based building. It came down inside of itself. Smoke again on the skyline. The building disappearing before my eyes.
At the Pentagon, hundreds applauded as rescue workers placed an American flag in the rubble of the West Wing where the jetliner slammed to earth there, setting off fires that still burn, literally, and says CBS News defense correspondent David Martin, figuratively, among the military brass.
No military officer I've spoken to today has any doubt that if a culprit can be identified, there will be a military retaliation. This is viewed quite simply as an act of war against the United States.
There was a fourth airliner hijacked. It was in the air 2 hours before crashing in western Pennsylvania. And CBS News aviation correspondent Bob Orr says that scene may yield the most information.
If the plane was commandeered, as we believe, if there were things like gunshots or screams or any kind of threats being made, that will tell investigators exactly what was going on. And I've been told by sources that it is a top priority tonight for U.S. investigators to retrieve that cockpit voice tape and try to unravel part of what happened today.
And now, for the first time in this nation's history, there are no commercial carriers flying anywhere. The FAA has grounded the nation's airlines with no plans to allow them back in the air until midday tomorrow at the earliest. President Bush has been hopscotching across the country at air bases and is now on his way back to Washington to address the nation tonight.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
There will be no trading tomorrow on the New York and American or NASDAQ exchanges. Also, the New York Mercantile Exchange, where energy futures are traded, is not expected to open. Reaction in the Middle East from CBS News correspondent Robert Berger.
Thousands of Palestinians poured into the streets of the West Bank town of Nablus to celebrate the attacks. Demonstrators distributed candy, gunmen fired into the air, and marchers waved Palestinian flags.
Several embassies in the Middle East have closed indefinitely. The State Department says embassies worldwide should take whatever precautions they need. This is CBS News.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
Good evening. I'm Paul Murnane.
And with Paul, this is Cameron Swayze with continuing team coverage of the terrorist attacks. And we are seeing now explosions and flames from Kabul, Afghanistan. That is the capital of that country. There is a report that bombs are falling on Kabul. It is believed that the terrorist Osama bin Laden, who is suspected of being behind today's terrorist attacks, is being harbored in Afghanistan. Afghanistan earlier, the official government there, the fundamentalist Islamic Taliban, had said that they did not have Osama bin Laden in their country and that they did not support this sort of terrorist action against the United States. Again, a big fireball rises over Kabul, Afghanistan, that we can see on television right now. We're following this, of course, and we will update it as we go along. But this is live video from Kabul, Afghanistan. Something is exploding in that capital city. WCBS News Time, 6:04.
Many are missing tonight here in New York. The task goes at hand, and it continues in the rubble of the World Trade Center. We're getting word that many of the missing are police officers, in fact, and firefighters right now.
Let's get the latest now, live from WCBS reporter Allison Keyes in Lower Manhattan.
All right. Well, actually, what we want to listen in right now is a news conference that's going on, courtesy of New York One right now, Mayor Giuliani.
The whole city is laid out in front of us. The fire that was coming up from the city seems to have subsided for now. We're not hearing any more deaths.
All right, we're having apparently a problem right now. We want to check and see if we can listen right now and listen to Mayor Giuliani right now. We're having trouble getting that audio on the air for you, but a news conference with Mayor Giuliani is underway right now.
WCBS News Time, 6:05. We were trying to go to Allison Keyes a little earlier. There's Mayor Giuliani. Do we have Mayor Paul?
No, not right now. We're trying to get a hold of that. Mayor Giuliani talking about, obviously, a day of disaster here in New York, the latest involving Building 7 at the World Trade Center.
It was badly damaged from the collapse of the Twin Towers at about 9 o'clock this morning. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor was watching as that building came down.
47-story building badly damaged when the Twin Towers collapsed earlier today after being hit by those hijacked airliners. As for getting around, all but impossible. Let's get the very latest now live. Tom Kaminsky.
All right, let's try to get you around this area. Now, the Holland and Lincoln and GWB have really taken the brunt of the closings. Now, the Holland obviously closed. The Lincoln is closed into Manhattan, only one lane being allowed outbound. And at this point, the George Washington Bridge has been reclosed. Trying to get out of Manhattan seems to be working best via the water. New York Waterway Ferry is up and running. We've heard from Peter Haskell that there along the piers on the west side, there are other ferry boats that are taking you over to Weehawken. There are shuttle buses in Weehawken that will be taking you to various points in New Jersey. Now, the roads in New Jersey are also severely affected as a result of this. The eastbound lanes of 80 are closed down, first at the Parkway and then at the New Jersey Turnpike. Nothing on 80 and 95 into the George Washington Bridge because of that closing. Route 3 eastbound is still closed at the New Jersey Turnpike, and we also had a westbound closing around Meadowlands Parkway because of a fluid spill at that point. The Newark Bay extension of the New Jersey Turnpike is shut at interchange 14 all the way in through 14C because of the closings at the Holland. On the island, westbound side of the LIE is closed down around the area of 135. Northern State is closed at the Queens line. The Southern State is closed at the Meadowbrook, and in Queens itself, not an awful lot of traffic at all to speak of on the LIE or the Grand Central. At least that is the word that is coming into us. New Jersey Transit, very limited service on the trains, no bus service being provided. Metro North is now running limited service into and out of Grand Central Terminal. The Long Island Railroad is running limited eastbound service out of Penn Station. The Amtrak Northeast Corridor at this point is running. And Cameron and Paul, back to you.
Tom, thanks. We're also hearing word that New York City public schools will be closed tomorrow. Well, let's listen in right now. Mayor Giuliani at a news conference.
We should go about our business, and we should show these people that they can't stop us, and they can't. Governor?
Governor Pataki now stepping to the microphone.
Still an ongoing effort to deal with the consequences of this horrible disaster. I want to commend the mayor first and his professional team. I don't think there's any finer group in America or the world, and they're doing an excellent job. And we're proud to have the National Guard and other state resources here helping as well. And I want to thank my colleagues, the governors from the surrounding states. I've heard from virtually every governor, and we're getting help from Pennsylvania and Connecticut and New Jersey to deal with specialized needs to respond to the crisis that we still face. The goal right now is very simple. Everything that can be done to save every single life is being done, and we will continue to make sure that that is a priority. But we're going to get through this, and we're going to get through this strong. And just about an hour ago, I was out on the street in front of Cabrini Hospital, and you see New Yorkers from all walks of lives, more than a block long, waiting in line to donate blood. To help the victims of this disaster. It's that spirit. It's that pulling together and that refusal to be intimidated in the face of this horrible terror that's going to make sure that this city, this state, and this country come back stronger than ever, and that the freedoms that we are entitled to have as Americans will not be lost because of this terror. So, Mayor, again, we're here. We'll do everything we can to make sure we support you.
Live coverage on WCBS 880. We want to listen in right now. CBS 2 covering what we've seen, these explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan tonight. Live coverage, CBS 2, and a report from CNN that they're airing right now.
We are seeing in just about the last 10 minutes, we have been hearing these reports from CNN correspondent Nick Robertson on the ground in Kabul of an explosion. You see on the right side of your screen, about a third of the way over, the flames of fire. They were quite large just a short time ago, seem to have simmered down, but again, we're just not seeing very much of this because it's the video phone. Again, Nick Robertson saying that they had seen tracers going up as well. They have been listening and hearing the possibility of additional explosions elsewhere. They're trying to follow that, but it's a little bit hard to tell. Again, it is 2:30 in the morning in Kabul, and Nick Robertson continues to watch there. Now let's turn to Judy Woodruff.
Live report here on WCBS 880 as we follow those explosions taking place right now in Kabul.
Kabul is the capital of Afghanistan, and Afghanistan is believed to be the country that harbors the suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden is in fact a terrorist. He is at the moment the prime suspect in today's terror attacks on the World Trade Center in New York City, the Pentagon, and the crashing of a plane in Pennsylvania.
Keep it right here at WCBS. You're listening to live continuing team coverage on WCBS.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
John Hartshey. Explosions have just been reported around Kabul, Afghanistan. No word yet about the nature of these explosions. In New York, within the past hour, more than 8 hours after two hijacked airliners crashed into the two tall World Trade Center towers, knocking them down, another building in the complex collapsed. World Trade Center number 7, a 47-story building. CBS News reporter Pamela McCall is in Lower Manhattan.
The whole area is still under a very secure, tense alert in terms of the vulnerability of more buildings. So we sit and we wait. Around me, I see New York Fire Department members sitting on the curb looking dejected. Doctors waiting to go in to help the wounded. No one can get in there because it's just still too dangerous. It's a wait-and-see game. The picture that will emerge will be much bleaker than my vantage point. But from a skyline perspective, New York won't be the same for a very long time.
Correspondent Scott Pelley also witnessed this latest destruction.
There were a number of firefighters and police officers in the area. They were watching building number 7 burn because there was frankly nothing they could do about it. The inferno was huge. So much of the building was collapsing into the street bit by bit that they were unable to do anything with it. And now it seems that building number 7 has finally collapsed, at least the third building to fall in the World Trade Center today.
President Bush will address the nation at 9 Eastern Time tonight. He spoke earlier today from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana.
The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test.
The president will speak again a little less than 3 hours from now. CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshey.
Heard here on WCBS 880, continuing team coverage of the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. WCBS News Time is 6:12.
New York City schools are closed for tomorrow. Again, a reminder that no school in New York City tomorrow. The public school system is closed, and we're expecting to hear from President Bush tonight, and we'll have that live for you here on WCBS 880.
But now let's go outside St. Patrick's Cathedral. WCBS reporter Rich Lamb.
St. Patrick's Cathedral that is ringed with police officers. There were security people inside as well when Edward Cardinal Egan celebrated a mass here. He praised rescue workers, doctors, and nurses for, as he put it, caring for those coming from the ruins of Lower Manhattan. And the Cardinal admonished New Yorkers as well.
You and I need to remind ourselves that this is a city of courageous, decent, noble, hard-working, God-fearing, God-loving people. We will deal with this tragedy without fear. We'll deal with it in a spirit of peace, and we will bring it to closure in justice.
Cardinal warned this is no time for hatred, said he. This should not end in hate, but in justice. He said that hatred does not beget peace. And we have also learned that a personal friend, a fire department chaplain, Father Michael Judge, a Franciscan priest, was killed in the terror attack, apparently crushed in one of the collapses downtown. Live at St. Patrick's, Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
Rich, this is the kind of event that challenges people's faith. Why do good things happen to bad people? It's even hard for the church to answer that.
And questions such as why does God allow things like this to happen? And everybody struggles with those questions at a time like this. Certainly, Father Michael Judge was a great priest, a man of great faith, but he must have looked up as he stood below the flaming torches of the World Trade Center today and wondered the same thing moments before he was to die.
WCBS reporter Rich Lamb outside St. Patrick's Cathedral.
And also we're hearing that as many as 250 New York firefighters are among the missing, perhaps 200 police officers missing in the rubble of Lower Manhattan tonight.
WCBS reporter Jane Tillman Irving has been in the streets of New York City, surveying the mood, getting the feel of the people, and talking to them. Jane, where are you and what have you learned?
I'm at Duane Street, right off Church, just a few blocks north of the World Trade Center. I did not hear or see the fire that engulfed number 7, but as I took a cab as close as I could get here, and as I drove, we went through the theater district.
Yeah, we're having some technical difficulty there, and obviously a lot of problems with cell phones tonight there, but we will be hearing shortly from WCBS reporter Jane Tillman-Irving.
We might take just a moment here to run down some of the closings. As we've told you, as Paul just told you a couple of minutes ago, all New York City public schools will be closed tomorrow. The Brooklyn campus of Long Island University has canceled its classes for tomorrow. In New York City, Teachers College Columbia University is closed for this evening and tomorrow. Cooper Union for the Advancement of Science and Arts closed today and tomorrow. St. Alphonsus School in Brooklyn, they are going to be closed tomorrow. Additionally,
Rutgers University, Middlesex closed. The Borough of Manhattan Community College in Manhattan, this is on the closed list. Xavier High in Brooklyn closed. The Juilliard School, Manhattan, will be closed tomorrow. The United Nations International School in Manhattan, that is closed for tomorrow.
We also can repeat what we told you a little earlier. The stock markets in New York City are going to be closed again tomorrow. They were closed today. The terrorist attack struck in the heart of the downtown New York City area, not far from Wall Street and the stock markets.
Right now, we want to go back and listen in to CNN reporter Nick Robertson talking about explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan.
Able to reach the city from their positions, and it's certainly not something that's happened in this city, a barrage of this type, a sustained artillery attack or missile attack of this type in recent years even.
All right, Nick Robertson, we want you to stay.
Live coverage on WCBS, explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan tonight.
And at 6:30 tonight, that's just a little over 12, 13 minutes away from now, we are going to be carrying the CBS Evening News live on our air, anchored by CBS correspondent Dan Rather.
We've also been following the story out of Lower Manhattan, the latest building to be lost there. We've lost 3 buildings now. Number 7, Building 7 came down a little before 5:30 this afternoon. So now the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center gone, and Number 7 World Trade Center has collapsed on a day that has completely transformed the New York City skyline.
Mayor Giuliani has said it may be Thursday at the earliest before they have a full idea of how many people were killed and injured. We had some preliminary figures a little earlier in the day. We've not had an update on that yet, and it may be some long time coming. Earlier, the mayor had said 600 people were being treated at the hospitals. There were another 1,500 of what he called the walking wounded, people who stumbled out of the debris with soot on their faces, their clothing torn, some of them bloody, shell-shocked, stumbling away from the ruins of the World Trade Center. Some of those were put on boats and taken over to Liberty Park, and some hospitals in New Jersey were put on standby and then activated to take some of these wounded from New York City.
President Bush has put the government on the highest alert. Officials scrambled to protect the nation's leaders and calm Americans after these terrorist attacks. President Bush will be addressing the nation tonight at 9 o'clock, and WCBS, of course, will have live coverage for you here at WCBS.
WCBS News Time is 6:18. Let's update the traffic transit situation again as we go to WCBS traffic reporter Tom Kaminsky.
All right, Cameron, the thing to remember is that there is no one allowed into Manhattan tonight unless you are emergency personnel or driving in an emergency vehicle. Inbound, every single approach that you can think of is closed down. And to that end, now in the Bronx, we have closings on the southbound Deegan in the 230s, on the Henry Hudson Parkway at the Henry Hudson Bridge, and the westbound Cross Bronx is now closed at the Major Deegan. That upper-level GWB has been closed once again. Even now, we're getting word of the Palisades Parkway being closed at exit 2 in Alpine, and at this point we have delays from about exit 4 on down through exit 2, everyone being diverted onto Route 9W. New York Waterway is up and running. Ferry service seems to be the best way out of Manhattan at this point. There are ferries standing by on those west side piers. There are shuttle buses standing by in Weehawken to take you to various points in New Jersey, but it is going to take a long time tonight, and you've really got to just watch your connections. The Metro North situation, trains are up and running into and out of Grand Central, but with limited service. Long Island Railroad, limited eastbound service out of Penn Station. Amtrak Northeast Corridor at this point is up and running. Trying to get into Staten Island at this point is not possible via the Goethals or Outer Bridge or Bayonne bridges. Staten Island bound, they are closed. They are at this point, however, opened to New Jersey. Let's go back over to Craig Allen, WCBS Weather Center.
Clear nights expected, about 60 in the city, 50 to 55 for the suburbs, and 45 to 50 in the chillier spots. Not as cool tomorrow night. Sunshine tomorrow, 72 to 78, and the sun will give way to clouds later Thursday. Highs close to 80. There is a chance of a shower late Thursday or Thursday night, and then cooler Friday. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
Craig, thanks. Midtown Manhattan right now, 79 degrees. WCBS News Time, 6:20.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Tom Foti. As the search and rescue and body counts continue in a still shocked New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania, explosions are now reported in the capital of Afghanistan. BBC reporter Nick Robertson is there.
What appears to be the sound of large missiles incoming and landing in the city. Certainly a big fire on the horizon of the city at the moment, and certainly anti-aircraft fire coming up from the city, and rockets being launched and flying across the horizon.
The reports of a possible, and we emphasize possible, U.S. retaliatory raid on Afghanistan's capital so far unconfirmed, and they could be due to other causes. We expect to hear soon from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and later on from President Bush. Afghanistan is believed to be the hiding place of Islamic militant Osama bin Laden, the focus of much of the suspicion following this morning's series of hijacked jetliner attacks that brought down New York's 110-story high World Trade Center towers. This construction worker saw it happen.
First, everybody started trampling everybody, and then they said, stop, and take it easy, and everybody walked down normally, peacefully, and there was all kinds of smoke coming from the other end.
Later on, more buildings collapsed in the area. New York's Mayor Rudolph Giuliani on the rescue efforts.
My main focus right now, obviously, is on saving as many lives as possible. I think it's still possible for us to save a lot of the people that are there.
And estimates at the Pentagon have as many as 100 killed and injured in yet another plane attack. Again, President Bush to speak later. Financial markets, air traffic stopped for now. CBS News Update, I'm Tom Foti.
Here on WCBS 880, WCBS News Time 622 with Paul Murnane. This is Cameron Swayze. In the last minute or so, we've gotten word that the Port Authority bus terminal is going to be closed indefinitely. We do have some trains running in and out of New York City. Metro North has limited service. Let's go to Grand Central Terminal for an update from WCBS reporter Irene Cornell.
Well, traumatized commuters fleeing the disaster downtown made their way to Grand Central Terminal, making a dash for the first trains that were available after service had been shut down for a couple of hours. And spokeswoman Margie Anders said they've made a successful exodus.
We usually carry about 75,000 in during the rush hour, so I'd say that we've already taken the vast majority of them home.
This was the place people wanted to be, just to get here and get out.
Yes, I'm sure that's true. We did have to evacuate the building a couple of times, and we also restricted entrance to just the main 42nd Street door.
Grand Central Terminal is a landmark, too, and people were very worried here. Reporting live, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
On the Long Island Railroad, we're hearing from our reporter Holly Hare that the LIRR is now riding for free. No cost to ride the Long Island Railroad tonight, and there is some limited east and westbound service right now on the Long Island Railroad. Let's go to the Chelsea Piers right now on the west side of Manhattan. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell.
Paul, the contrast here, looking from north to south, is just something you can't comprehend. You look to the north and you see the Empire State Building standing there grandly with the sun glistening off the west side of the building and the blue sky, and then you look down to the right. No more Twin Towers, a column of smoke still going skyward all these hours later. Plumes of smoke, ash-colored, it looks like a volcano. A lot of people have been coming here to get home. They don't know how exactly they're going to get home, but they're going to get on a ferry. All kinds of party boats like the Spirit Cruise Lines and other party boats that would normally have dinner cruises. They're loading people up, taking them over to Lincoln Harbor and Weehawken. People are riding for free. We've seen hundreds, perhaps thousands come through here lining up waiting for the next ferry over. When they get to the other side, there are Academy buses that we understand have also been donated. They are there. They're going to be taking people to various spots in New Jersey. We've been told more than 100 buses. Now, Craig Glogauer usually would go from the Port Authority, take a bus to Barnegat. He came here instead. He works over at 22nd Street. He walked down to Canal Street, then walked back over to Chelsea Piers, and he said in his office today, absolutely nothing got done.
I would say probably for the first few hours, everybody was trying to see where their loved ones and friends were. And then after that, they're wondering, how they were going to get out. What, everyone was asking if they knew, any ways out of the city, whether they're going to Long Island, Staten Island, New Jersey. It's just pretty much everyone trying to figure out whoever needs to get out, see how to get out.
Is this sunk in yet?
I don't think it's going to sink in to me as much as until I go home, maybe watch it on the news more. You know, I guess because I was here, and it doesn't seem real to me. It still seems like somewhat like a horror movie, you know.
He said it was like watching that horror movie over and over again. Now, the West Side Highway is shut down in this part of the city. On the northbound lanes up in about, maybe 25th to 26th Street, there are these huge orange sanitation trucks that are blocking the highway. The southbound side is open, but emergency vehicles only. We've seen vehicles from all over the area, Westchester, Long Island, New Jersey, streaming down. We've seen construction, earth-moving type equipment that will likely be used for the search and rescue. And buses, city buses, have been dropping people off here so they can at least get to New Jersey and then fend for themselves from there with the help of the Academy bus lines. Reporting live from Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Peter, thanks. And WCBS reporter Jane Tillman Irving has been watching the scene playing out in Lower Manhattan this afternoon. She joins us now live. Jane?
Paul, I'm at West Broadway and Duane, not far from the World Trade Center, and from where I am, I have a clear view of just smoke billowing down. At a certain point, everything disappears, and all you see are billows of smoke, gray and white, coming from the 7 World Trade Center, I guess, that has just recently gone down, as well as the other buildings, but probably most recently from 7 World Trade Center. It took me a while to get here by cab, bus, and foot, and as we drove through Times Square, I saw a building, and there appeared to be bed sheets or some large canvases spray painted, and they said they had messages up on a building. They said, "America, freedom must be defended. Pray for the victims and their families." There were 3 of those messages, and I walked by a firehouse and saw firemen sitting in absolute dejection. They were just exhausted looking. And also, as I walked by in Chinatown, I saw a man describing the explosion to a group of people. I didn't understand his language, but from his wild gesticulations and the word boom, I knew exactly what he was talking about. Down here at this point, though, at West Broadway, it's quite eerily quiet. Everything is closed up. Even the residential buildings don't seem to be occupied. I see we have a lot of EMS, a lot of official personnel, and a few pedestrians, but it's eerily quiet, and yet a little farther south, there's all that horror and smoke. Reporting live, Jane Tillman Irving, WCBS Radio.
Thanks a lot, Jane. A little farther south, EO's WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor. We understand they're moving some heavy equipment in, Mary Gay.
Yes, some very big equipment. Now, I guess that they had been waiting for that Building 7 to collapse. Now that it has, I think they hope to stabilize it and to get in there to see what people didn't get out, if there are any people traps that they can rescue, or bodies of people who were killed in it. There are ambulances from all over the area lined up along the streets here waiting. There are no reports of how many or whether any firefighters and police officers were killed who were in the building when the towers came down, 1 and 2. So they are in another phase now, I think, of the work.
WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor joining us live. Right now, WCBS News Time, 6:28.
Let's get a traffic update as we go to WCBS reporter Tom Kaminsky.
All right, and Cameron, let's go back to the rail situation. The Long Island Railroad with an update now. There is now limited service in both directions, into and out of Penn Station. And according to what we have been told by the LIRR, the service is now free of charge on the Long Island Railroad. They want you to get to wherever you need to get to. And there is limited service into and out of Penn Station on the LIRR. Also limited service on Metro North both ways into and out of Grand Central. Still charging for that, but at this point, at least there is service available. And New York Waterway and other ferries are being pressed into service on the West Side piers. That, at this point, is probably the best way to try to get out to New Jersey. If you are walking along the West Side, walking over toward the piers along the New York Waterway ferry, just north of Chelsea Piers, you can take those to Weehawken. There is a shuttle bus service that has now been set up to take you to various points in New Jersey. There is no schedule at all of any sort of service of any kind this evening. it is just going to be catch as catch can, but at least that ferry service appears to be doing pretty well. Port Authority bus terminal is closed indefinitely. PATH trains not running. Holland and Lincoln tunnels, well, the Holland is closed both ways. The Lincoln out to New Jersey, only one lane open. The George Washington Bridge is closed all the way around. Back to Craig Allen, WCBS Weather Center.
Temperatures tonight will be down around 60 in the city, 50 to 55 for the suburbs, 45 to 50 in the chilly inland valleys. This under clear skies. Sunny tomorrow, 72 to 78. Thursday, sunny to partly cloudy, about 80. We could see a shower late Thursday or Thursday night, then clearing and cooler Friday. Fair, dry, and cool for Saturday and Sunday. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
Right now, Midtown Manhattan outside, 79 degrees, blue sky, 6:30 here at WCBS.
Stunning and cowardly strike on the United States. Terrorists and mighty skyscrapers crumbling to the ground. Many innocent people are dead. The president vows the killers will pay for this attack on America. September 11th, 2001. You will remember this day as long as you live. Good evening again. This is CBS News continuing coverage of the attack on America. A series of coordinated terror strikes today at this country, its people, our freedom. Strikes that came without warning. 4 U.S. commercial jetliners were hijacked. 2 crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City and sent the giant twin towers filled with workers crumbling to the ground. A 3rd hijacked airliner slammed into the seat of American military power, the Pentagon. The 4th hijacked airliner, target unknown, but possibly a target intended in or near Washington, went down in southwestern Pennsylvania. Here's what's happening at this hour. As the evening goes on and night begins to fall in New York and Washington, brave rescue workers are searching desperately for victims in the rubble of the World Trade Center towers and a 3rd building around the World Trade Center that also collapsed. 50,000 people generally work in the World Trade Center. A count of the dead still a long way off. Emergency operations are also continuing at the scene of the crisis at the Pentagon in Pennsylvania. There were well over 250 people on the 4 crashed planes. In contrast to the chaos on the ground, the skies are eerily quiet because the FAA has grounded all civilian aircraft at least until noon tomorrow. There is unprecedented security around the leadership of the U.S. government. President George W. Bush will address the nation from Washington, we're now told, at 9 Eastern time this evening. And that will be roughly 2.5 hours from now, the president will address the nation. The president has put the U.S. military on high alert worldwide. President Bush vowed that the United States will find and punish whoever's behind what he described as, quote, these cowardly acts. Early speculation, underscore the word speculation, centers on Osama bin Laden. We have mobilized the full resources of CBS News to bring you clear, accurate coverage of this day that will live in infamy. CBS News correspondents and producers are deployed throughout the country and around the world. We began here in New York City, ground zero for the attack on America. This day's horrific events began with the familiar turbine whine of jet engines over New York City, but this Boeing 767 was too low and not in the regular flight pattern. It was aimed straight for the massive twin towers of the World Trade Center. CBS's Byron Pitts is on the scene tonight. Byron?
Dan, without exaggeration, this part of Manhattan looks like a battlefield. We have seen blood. We have seen body parts. We have watched people die in front of our eyes. This was terrorism like we in America have never seen before. 8:48 a.m. Mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low. Come on, guys, keep moving. I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window. Into the building. It went into the Trade Center. We hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
There's another one. Another plane just hit. Right? Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Now, Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
By 2 o'clock this afternoon, firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecured.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We're going to do the best that we can to get people out of there, get into the hospital, get back in line, go back out there and do it again.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work. On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you holding up?
It's business now. It's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
Back live, we have had little relief here. Take a look at this. About an hour ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed. A 42-story building, weakened by the devastation that had occurred earlier today. No word of any casualties in the building. It was the one calamity that was not a surprise. Police had evacuated the area hours ago. Fearful building number 7 would indeed fall down. This morning when the first tower collapsed, I was standing about 3 blocks away with CBS News correspondent Mika Brzezinski. As a fireball rolled toward us, Mika grabbed her shoes, I grabbed her hand, and we ran like hell. Thousands did. Dan, except for a few sirens, I have never heard New York City this quiet. Graveyard quiet. Dan.
Byron Pitts in Lower Manhattan. When the first World Trade Center building was hit, rescue workers rushed to it. We're now told that some of those rescue workers died as the second World Trade Center building was hit and eventually the 2 buildings collapsed. Now about today's other terror strike at the seat and symbol of U.S. military power, the U.S. Defense Department, the Pentagon. There were 64 people aboard American Flight 77, the jetliner hijackers used to ram into the Pentagon. CBS News' David Martin reports the deadly impact there. David?
Dan, as you can see behind me, the Pentagon is still smoldering from that direct hit it suffered this morning, but it's finally cooled down enough so that rescue workers can begin the task of recovering the dead and wounded. One early count put the number of dead at 20, but no one expects it to stop there. The first attack ever on the Pentagon occurred at 9:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Clip this pole over here, hit another pole and slammed right into the building. Huge explosion, and then utter pandemonium, as you might imagine. I mean, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God."
A hijacked American Airlines jet, which had just taken off from Dulles Airport, flew right up the main highway leading north into Washington and straight into the citadel of American military power.
There was no doubt about it. It was American Airlines slammed right into the building, and there was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Fearful that, like the World Trade Center, a second airliner was on its way, most of the building's 23,000 workers fled.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense.
One ray of hope. The Pentagon is undergoing a major renovation, and some of the offices in the path of the plane were vacant.
We're trying to find out who made it out okay and account for the people that may not have made it out.
When the plane hit, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld dashed from his office on the other side of the building.
And proceeded down towards the impact point in the building. It actually went outside the building and was helpful in getting several people that were injured onto stretchers, and then came back into the building and was in the National Military Command Center.
With smoke hanging in the air of the command center, Rumsfeld ordered aircraft carriers, amphibious ships, cruisers, and destroyers to New York and Washington, where they can serve as floating hospitals, help with the cleanup, and provide air defense against the possibility of more attacks. Rescue efforts are a long way from over, but the FBI is already combing the debris for clues to who was behind this. The Pentagon has put all its bases on the highest state of alert, and the State Department has done the same thing with American embassies around the world. The early suspicion is that Osama bin Laden was behind this, and U.S. officials say eventually there will be military retaliation. Dan?
David Martin reporting live from the Pentagon. President Bush is just reported to have landed at Andrews Air Force Base just outside of Washington. He is said to be going to the White House itself. From there, he will address the American people tonight. We will see and hear it, of course, live on CBS News. As regards the explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan, a senior Pentagon official now says, and I quote him, "That is not a U.S. strike." Repeat, not a U.S. strike. This despite reports from the scene by at least one reporter on the scene who said that it was a missile strike. A senior Pentagon official says that it's simply not true. It wasn't a U.S. strike. Now, to punish those behind today's attacks, the United States and its people must first determine who they are. We are a country that believes in facts and the pursuit of facts. The facts are few about who's responsible for this. There has been much speculation, italicize, underscore the word speculation about that today, with Osama bin Laden, the renegade Saudi millionaire, frequently mentioned. No one knows who did this. CBS's Jim Stewart in Washington is following the investigation, checking his sources, and has this live report. Jim.
Dan, apparently we have a little bit more now than just speculation. U.S. intelligence officials and law enforcement no longer have just a theory about today's unprecedented attack. They now have some evidence, and it all points to Osama bin Laden. Sources tell CBS News that hours after the attack, intelligence agents detected what one official is calling significant indicators that the suicide planes were hijacked by members of Al-Qaeda, the terrorist group that reports to bin Laden. Sources describe the intelligence as communications intercepts, but would not provide any details. It's not definitive, said one official, but it is persuasive.
Sensing that bin Laden would quickly become a suspect, Afghanistan's ruling Taliban party, which has been giving him safe refuge, called a press conference. We do not allow Osama bin Laden to operate from our land, the Taliban said, warning the U.S. not to take any, quote, speedy actions to retaliate. Meanwhile, law enforcement sources said there had been no credible claims for the joint attacks and that intelligence had picked up no specific threats aimed at targets inside the United States before the attacks took place. Within minutes of today's attacks, officials were pointing to the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center by a group with ties to bin Laden, citing it as proof that bin Laden has never given up on his dream to destroy the symbol of America's economic power. And in recent months, analysts say bin Laden has only become more and more sophisticated in his attempts to strike at the United States. They point specifically to his simultaneous attack on 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa.
They also went directly against a U.S. destroyer, which was heavily guarded, and they did put a hole in that ship, the USS Cole. So they have a track record of conducting attacks that one would think they might not be capable of.
Late today, the U.S. intelligence community was rapidly sorting through a priority list of potential suspects within the U.S. for electronic eavesdropping, with sources saying the number may reach into the hundreds.
There is also specific physical evidence that investigators are eager to examine. First are the transcripts of communications between the suicide aircraft and ground controllers, and second are cockpit tape recordings of conversations in the doomed aircraft themselves. The working theory is that the hijackers were pilots themselves and forcefully took over the controls to dive the jets straight into their targets. Dan?
Jim Stewart, good work with getting that new information about increasing evidence, real hard evidence, nothing conclusive yet that bin Laden is tied to this. But do U.S. intelligence officials know where bin Laden is? Still in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Baluchistan? Do they have any idea?
As recently as the beginning of the week, they had reason to believe that he was hanging out in the two locations that he has most frequently been at in Afghanistan, and that's the cities of Jalalabad and Kandahar. Now, he travels frequently, Dan, and he does so by SUV and caravans with sometimes as many as 100 guards. It's a safe bet that he is on the move again tonight.
United States Secretary of Defense, thank you, Jim Stewart. U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has begun a briefing at the Pentagon. We pick it up in progress live.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act, a series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and the General, have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions and then we'll adjourn. Charlie.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all in any way that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr. Yes. Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back, and if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. They, in no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
A show of bipartisan support and solidarity at the Pentagon with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld orchestrating this bipartisan appearance by members of Congress and General Hugh Shelton, the chairman of the Military Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. That'll go on for a bit, but the Secretary of Defense never noted for talking a lot on this crisis circumstances, making it clear he wasn't going to say a lot about what's going on. President Bush condemned the terrorist attacks. He vowed to bring those responsible to justice when it is determined who did it. The president is now back in Washington, headed at last report for the White House itself. He intends to address the nation from Washington this evening. We expect that at 9 o'clock Eastern time. That'd be 8 Central, and of course 6 p.m. On the West Coast. CBS News Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts has the latest. John?
Dan, even as the president makes his way back to the White House, the administration is still trying to come to grips with the scope of this tragedy. Secret Service sources tell CBS News that this indeed was just like Pearl Harbor. There was nothing on their threat assessment, no warning that this was coming.
The president was in Florida when word of the attacks first broke. Reading with a group of elementary students, Mr. Bush was stopped cold when his chief of staff delivered the news.
Move everybody across the street.
Moments later, in Washington, an urgent call to evacuate the White House.
I'm told that a plane went into the Pentagon and they're chasing us off the grounds here.
It was an extraordinary scene as staff and the press corps were rushed from the grounds. If the Pentagon had been targeted, the Secret Service feared the president's home could be next.
Get everybody back. Everybody back.
Fire trucks took up positions on Pennsylvania Avenue, while SWAT teams stood vigil from the roof. Police sealed off a 2-block area around the White House. The only ones left inside the mansion, the vice president and his national security team, coordinating a response to the crisis from the Situation Room. With a continuing threat in Washington, service would not allow the president to return and had him fly immediately to the security of Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
The full scope of the tragedy now apparent, Mr. Bush addressed the nation and vowed these acts of terrorism will not stand.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
From Barksdale, the president headed for Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, home of the Strategic Air Command, where he conferred with his national security staff about how to proceed. Confident that the White House had been secured, he then headed back for Washington, determined to send a signal to the world that America would stand strong in the face of these horrible acts.
And Dan, some more tough talk tonight from the president ahead of his address to the nation. A report just filed from aboard Air Force One. His spokesman, quoting the president, is saying, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. We will do what it takes. No one is going to diminish the spirit of this nation." Dan?
John Roberts in Washington Live. John, what's the security situation at the White House at this moment?
Well, Dan, the White House is still locked down. We are not allowed back in. There is a small crew that's been allowed back in to to tape the president live tonight at 9 o'clock. You can see the helicopters are just starting to arrive on the south lawn of the White House. Dan, as a security precaution, Air Force One, which is always shadowed by fighter jets wherever it travels, was more than shadowed today. On its way back from Nebraska, there was an F-15 positioned on each wing. And even now, Dan, every once in a while, we hear a fighter jet flying combat air patrol, if you will, over Washington, D.C., something this nation never thought they would see happen. Again, the president just now arriving back at the White House. We'll hear from him later on tonight.
At 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks, John Roberts. One of the few things that seems certain tonight is that these hijackings and attacks were meticulously planned and carried out with great precision. It also took a lot of money to do it. All of that is strongly supported by hard facts now at hand. CBS News correspondent Bob Orr, who covers aviation for us, has pieced it together. Bob?
Well, Dan, there's no doubt at all it was a highly coordinated attack, launched with simultaneous breaches of security at 3 of the nation's busiest airports this morning. Under the cover of the hectic morning rush hour, when airports are particularly vulnerable, hijackers boarded 4 large passenger jets, 2 each from American Airlines and United Airlines, 2 of the strongest symbols of U.S. aviation. American Flight 11, a Boeing 767, took off first at 7:45 this morning from Boston bound for Los Angeles. 13 minutes later, another 767, United Flight 175, also left Boston for L.A. At virtually the same moment, United Flight 93, a 757, took off from Newark for San Francisco. And to the south at Washington's Dulles Airport, another 757, American Flight 77, flew off towards Los Angeles. The first sign that anything was wrong was noticed by air traffic controllers, who watched the jets stray from their planned routes. This computerized radar path shows how the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, climbed out of Boston and, as expected, headed northwest across Massachusetts. But watch what happened. As the plane entered eastern New York, it turned sharply to the south and headed straight for Manhattan. The 767 hit the World Trade Center at 8:48 this morning. And 16 minutes later, United Flight 175 delivered the second blow. The jets, fueled for cross-country flights, were filled with tens of thousands of gallons of volatile fuel. They were literally flying bombs, each with an explosive power far greater than the blast that leveled the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Based on radio communications from the planes, FAA authorities knew they were dealing with a terrorist attack and immediately moved to close New York and Washington airports. And for the first time in U.S. history, all flights across the country were grounded.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
But there were still 2 hijacked jets in the air, and one of them, American Airlines Flight 77, took aim on the Pentagon. It crashed in a fireball at 9:38. Meanwhile, the 4th plane, the flight from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the 4-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to hear a plane come through. It sounded like it was running normal. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here.
285 people died aboard the airliners today, and tonight the FAA is at a loss to explain how the security failures happened this morning. Now, you should know that numerous investigations have revealed gaping holes in this nation's aviation security system. But an important point to remember, and as I continue here, you see the president arriving in Marine One on the south lawn of the White House. It's important to remember that these were suicide attacks this morning, long acknowledged worldwide as the very hardest to stop. There is no piece of equipment, no scanner, no screener that absolutely can stop a terrorist who is willing to die. Dan?
Bob Orr live in Washington, just as you see a live photograph of President Bush stepping off Marine One, the helicopter that brought him from Andrews Air Force Base, where Air Force One took him a few moments ago. A salute to the Marine Guard, and a naturally somber-faced president strides in past the beautiful Rose Garden into the White House and into the Oval Office. The president will be addressing the nation tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That'll be 8 Central, 6 on the far west coast. President Bush has spoken twice today. On both occasions, among other things, he asked for prayers for the families of victims of today's terrorist attacks. Now, Bob Orr, as we have only a few well, actually about a minute left in this particular section, but our CBS News coverage will continue, of course. There was this report from Barbara Olson, the wife of the U.S. Solicitor General, who by telephone from the hijacked plane that eventually hit the Pentagon described some of the hijackers as having knife-like equipment. What's that all about?
Well, Dan, I think it could be critical in understanding how the security was breached. Remember, at airport checkpoints, there are two main pieces of equipment. There are X-ray machines. They are designed exclusively to look for the shape of a gun. That's the weapon that aviation experts fear. Also, there are magnetometers, metal detectors, and they are designed to pick up any metal, also a gun. But imagine for a moment, we heard apparently that Barbara Olson radioed they were using knife-like devices. What if these were made of some other hard material, some kind of plastic? What if they were disguised as fountain pens or secured somewhere on the body of the person or within a briefcase? They would not automatically set off the kind of alarm bells that a gun would set off. And in order for these attacks to have been promulgated simultaneously, it might go a long way to explain how they were able to breach the system 3 different places at once. Dan?
Bob Orr in Washington. Now you're watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
Good evening. Tonight here in New York, a night in which America has been attacked by terror. I'm Paul Murnane.
And this is Cameron Swayze. WCBS News Time, 7 o'clock.
The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear, ultimately.
The words of Mayor Giuliani as rescue crews sift through the rubble of the World Trade Center. Thousands are missing and fear dead in the biggest terrorist attack in American history.
The city is essentially closed down tonight. People are struggling to get in and out. Let's get our first live report of the evening. And Tom Kaminsky in the traffic center right now with the very latest. Tom?
All right, and Paul, let's go back to the roadways that are closed. And the thing we really need to stress is that trying to get around anywhere tonight is just going to take a lot of extra time. There are lots of folks out on the roads, especially around the area, around Manhattan, in New Jersey, and out on Long Island. There are lane closings all over the place, so you can get by, but you really need to just take a breath, and you will be able to get there. Just slow down, and easy does it. Remember tonight, easy does it, please. The eastbound lanes of Route 3 are closed down at the New Jersey Turnpike. Westbound side has been reopened. 80 and 95 is closed down from the GWB out through the New Jersey Turnpike. Route 46 is also shut down in Fort Lee. Let's go to the Hudson River crossings. We do have a change now. The George Washington Bridge, the outbound upper level has now been reopened. Still inbound closed. The Lincoln Tunnel is now closed in both directions again. The Holland Tunnel has been closed since this began this morning. That should remain the case. Now, all of the approaches into Manhattan are shut at this point. Queensbound, the Midtown Tunnel is open, but that is only Queensbound. Queensbound 59th Street Bridge, that is also open. The New York Waterway at this point appears to be the best way to get around. It is running. There are other ferries that are running along those west side piers. They will take you to Weehawken, New Jersey. There is shuttle bus service set up. But again, there is no schedule here involved. Any schedule has now been thrown out the window entirely. In terms of the other rail situations out of Penn Station, the LIRR is running with limited service in both directions. They are running free of charge. Out of Grand Central, Metro North is also running with limited service in both directions. New Jersey Transit, nothing inbound into Newark Penn Station or New York Penn Station. Heading out of Manhattan, it is on a load and go basis on the Northeast Corridor, North Jersey Coastline, and Midtown Direct. Now, if you are on the Raritan Valley line, you will have to change trains. You will need to transfer at Newark Penn Station. At this point, that's what we have. And Cameron and Paul, back to you.
All right, Tom Kaminsky there keeping track of things here. And as night now falls on Manhattan, the black smoke still fills the skyline where the Twin Towers used to stand.
And down below, rescuers work feverishly in the search for survivors. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor with the latest.
Well, New York City is stunned, Cameron. If people don't believe what happened, all they have to do is look up and see billowing smoke still rising from the World Trade Center complex. Building number 7 is now down. That housed Mayor Giuliani's emergency command center, the bunker, that was equipped to deal with almost any emergency, except, it turns out, a plane crashing into it. They're bringing in now the heavy equipment, and the ambulances are lined up along West Broadway, everyone waiting to hear how many more injured and dead are inside. WCBS has been hearing reports of a huge number of emergency workers, perhaps as many as 200 firefighters, 250 cops, were in the building helping people out when the first and second towers collapsed. The fire department says, we have no confirmation, but they say get back to us in an hour. We hope to have some numbers. Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Mary Gay Taylor, WCBS 880 News.
It was about 5:30 tonight as building number 7 came down. WCBS reporter Allison Keyes watched it happen.
There was a huge plume of black and orange smoke wafting over Lower Manhattan, where you used to see the towers of the World Trade Center. World Trade Center 7 collapsed not too long ago. That 47-story building fell on top of 2 other buildings. Now there's a cloud of debris that's like something from a nuclear bomb. It's like snow. But I'm told it's asbestos and it's very dangerous. People should not be inhaling this.
And the downtown area has been completely evacuated in Manhattan.
WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is at the improvised triage center that has been set up to deal with this emergency. Peter.
Well, we've been hearing all afternoon how at any time some of these survivors, the injured survivors, would be coming this way. That has not happened yet, but let us describe for you exactly what is set up here. At Chelsea Piers, there is a large TV studio. There are lights inside for the studio and the like. What they have done is they've taken desks, they've taken tables, they put plywood on top of flat surfaces, and they've put sheets on top of them. If you've ever seen the TV show MASH, where they line up all the operating tables in a row, that's what it looks like here. They are using some of the TV studio lights to actually shine the lights on those tables. They've brought in IV poles, canisters of oxygen. We've seen IVs set up. There are also tables for food for folks who are working here, medical equipment, boxes of gloves, surgical scrubs, all kinds of things, anything that the doctors would need. And we would estimate that probably more than 50 tables set up here. We understand that there are more than 100 doctors and nurses here. Federal emergency management people are here. They've been working with this as well. And just about anything that they can manage to put together, they are doing. Dr. Leon Pierick is a volunteer. He is with St. Vincent's, and he came by here to see what he could do.
I've set up as 2 units. One is the medical and one is the surgical. And they triage the patients. The medical patients will go into the medical area. Anyone that requires surgery will go into the surgical area. And they also have a morgue set up.
And a morgue all down here.
And then once they stabilize them, they will decide which hospital to send them to based on their injury.
Now, interesting to note that he indicated that a morgue was being set up. You have to realize that there are ice rings here, which offers refrigeration. Something you don't want to talk about, but it becomes a reality. There is no official word. That was the doctor talking about it. We have not heard that officially, but again, when you consider that there are ice rings here, that would seem to be a reasonable possibility. Looking downtown, we can still see that smoke billowing out from where the World Trade Center used to be, and actually to the east of there, I imagine that is where 7 World Trade Center. There is lighter plumes of smoke still going skyward, but this has just been unrelenting in terms of the soot and the volcanic eruption or what it appears to be a volcanic eruption, that soot and smoke and ash still billowing skyward. It has been quite a day. They are ready here for anything. There are signs that have been painted on sheets, triage and trauma, and they will do what they can to help those who are brought here. Reporting live from Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Peter, thank you. A day of ghastly images on TV, a day of tears, a day of anger. WCBS reporter Rich Lamb is outside St. Patrick's Cathedral tonight. Rich?
And Midtown Manhattan right now is like a strange netherworld tonight. Almost no car or bus traffic. The light changes at an intersection and no vehicles cross. We spoke to a friend, Herb Stupp. He said he was downtown in his office today and walked outside just after one of the World Trade Center towers collapsed. He was 3 or 4 blocks away. He turned a corner to see that 20-foot high wave of dust and debris headed for him. He said he did a 180 and started running the other way. That was the experience of a lot of people today in Lower Manhattan. Here at St. Patrick's Cathedral, there were prayers. Edward Cardinal Egan was moved seeing what he called the ruins of Lower Manhattan. Egan said that watching the professionalism of the cops and firefighters and doctors and nurses and paramedics at Chelsea Piers gave him a sense of hope and a sense of peace. Egan warned New Yorkers against vengeance.
This is no time for hate. This is no time for plans or imaginings of retaliation. We seek out who did this and injustice in the style of civilized people. We will bring them before the court of justice.
Added Egan, hate never begets peace. Egan announced that a Catholic chaplain, Father Michael Judge, was killed in the aftermath of the terror attack. Live outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral, Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
Thank you, Rich. And now for the quick traffic update, here is Tom Kaminsky.
All right, let's go back over to the rail situation. The LIRR with limited service in both directions into and out of Penn Station. The service on the LIRR is free of charge tonight. Metro North also running with some limited service, even though you'll have to pay for it. At least it's up and running into and out of Grand Central. New York Waterway, other ferries, possibly the best way to get out of Manhattan into New Jersey. New Jersey transit trains, we have a limited service, and it is as follows. Outbound on a load-and-go basis, Northeast Corridor, North Jersey Coastline, Midtown Direct. The Raritan Valley line will need to transfer at Newark Penn Station. The Holland Tunnel is closed. The Lincoln Tunnel is closed. The George Washington Bridge, at this point, the upper level has been reopened to New Jersey. That means the westbound Cross Bronx has now been reopened at the Major Deegan. And also the Major Deegan ramps to the outbound GWB have been reopened. But keep in mind, this could change at any time.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
At 7:10, CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee.
Make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Joint Chiefs Chairman General Hugh Shelton a short while ago at a news briefing with Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld.
The briefing here is taking place in the Pentagon. The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow.
The Defense Secretary was making a point. The Pentagon was one of the targets in this morning's terrorist attack on the United States. Part of the building caught fire and was heavily damaged when a hijacked commercial airliner crashed into it.
I felt the shock of the airplane hitting the building. Went through the building and then out into the area, and they were bringing bodies out that had been injured, most of which were alive and moving, but seriously injured.
The Defense Secretary said there's no definite number yet on the number of casualties. The other target was New York City, the World Trade Center towers, which were destroyed. Terrorists used a hijacked commercial plane there, too. They used two planes. More from CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart.
Sources tell CBS News that hours after the attack, intelligence agents detected what one official is calling significant indicators that the suicide planes were hijacked by members of Al-Qaeda, the terrorist group that reports to bin Laden. Sources describe the intelligence as communications intercepts, but would not provide any details. It's not definitive, said one official, but it is persuasive.
President Bush plans to address the nation within the next couple of hours from Washington. CBS News Update. I'm John Hartshee.
Heard here on WCBS 880 with Paul Murnane. This is Cameron Swayze. We'd just like to pass along to you quickly a couple of numbers here about donating blood, because as you've heard, there's been an urgent call for blood donors as well as doctors and nurses. New York State has established toll-free telephone numbers for anyone who wants to help by donating blood. Registered nurses and emergency medical services personnel should call 1-800-628 0193. 628-0193. The number for doctors, 518-431-7600. For blood donors in the New York City region, the number to call, 800-692-5663 or 800-933-2566. I know they went by fairly quickly, but we will pass them along to you as we go along through the evening.
WCBS News Time 7:12. It has been a day of unforgettable images we've seen in the sky over lower Manhattan, where once the Twin Towers stood, now there is just a pall of smoke. WCBS newsman Jeff Kaplan, who has been here since the wee hours of this morning. You've been out on the streets of Manhattan this afternoon. It's a very different scene out there, isn't it?
Think of what Manhattan would be like normally at this hour. Everybody getting ready for the Broadway shows, the dinners, the people out on the street, the vendors. None of it. None. It is a ghost town in Manhattan. On the major avenues, you'd normally see clogged with cars, getting home, trying to get out of the city, coming in for the shows. Nothing. The occasional emergency vehicle, the occasional taxi cab. Nothing more than that. We were looking for a place to have a cup of coffee this evening. It was hard. What we did find was people at the drugstore, everybody seemingly trying to get a hold of toothpaste, some way to get themselves through the night, the impromptu arrangements they have to make to last out a night in Midtown they can't leave. Long lines at the drugstore counters, but finding a restaurant's going to be difficult tonight, or a store open. Starbucks closed, The Gap closed. It seems like they closed up late this afternoon, and there's just not much going on at all.
Unbelievable scene out there. It's not anything like we would see, as you said.
It kind of reminds me of New Year's Eve, when all the police had the entire Midtown Manhattan sealed off at the Millennium, except the police aren't out there. They're down in Lower Manhattan. It's just completely quiet.
Frequently at a time like this, we find people clustered around talking to each other, and somebody has a transistor radio, or maybe there's a television going in a window. I saw some of this before I got into the city earlier today, and people stand around, and then and in a taxi stand, there was a fellow, and he was relaying information because he had a radio on, and people were standing around wondering what was going to happen.
Yeah, all the radio
stations. All of them, I think, as you indicated, with that kind of numb, shell-shocked look on their face.
Nobody can believe it. Occasionally, you just see somebody walking down the street crying in Midtown Manhattan. It's not hard to figure out why.
Unbelievable. Jeff Kaplan, we appreciate you coming in tonight. We've been bringing you team coverage here on WCBS 880 of a day of disaster in New York, a day of disaster in Washington, a day of terror in America. WCBS News Time now 7:14.
We also have some school closings. Of course, let's just repeat that the New York Stock Exchange is going to be closed tomorrow, and all New York City public and parochial schools will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, September 12th. In addition to that, the Brooklyn campus of Long Island University has canceled classes for tomorrow.
Yeah, the Cooper Union for the Advancement of Science and the Arts in Manhattan, that's closed for tomorrow. St. Anthony St. Alphonsus School, Brooklyn, closed tomorrow. The Borough of Manhattan Community College, BMCC in Manhattan, is closed. Xavier High School in Brooklyn, Juilliard School closed. The United Nations International School closed. Our Savior Lutheran School and Church in the Bronx, the school there is closed. And hope I don't mangle this one here. The Shulamith Elementary and High School in Brooklyn, that is closed for tomorrow. No evening classes at the New York Theological Seminary tonight. And the Lexington School for the Deaf in Queens, no class tomorrow.
Yeah, we have a couple from New Jersey coming in here. St. Anthony's in Patterson, New Jersey will be closed tomorrow. We expect that there will be more, and as we get that information, of course, we'll pass it along to you. Also, Felician College in Bergen, we expect that to be closed tomorrow.
And we've also been telling you all about how you can donate blood, and those locations. Those locations include the New York Blood Center, 310 East 67th Street between 1st and 2nd Avenue, and the Red Cross, that's at 150 Amsterdam Avenue at 66th Street. WCBS News Time, 7:16.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
We want to bring you right now a news conference in Washington, D.C. right now. Health and Human, John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, right now. We want to listen and see what he has to say.
America has experienced one of the greatest tragedies ever witnessed on our soil. These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice. Now is the time for us to come together as a nation to offer our support, our prayers for victims and for their families, for the rescue workers, for law enforcement officials, for every one of us that has been changed forever by this horrible tragedy. The following is a summary of the known facts surrounding today's incidents. American Airlines Flight 11 departed Boston for Los Angeles, hijacked by suspects armed with knives. This plane crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 departed Boston for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77 departed Washington Dulles for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco, was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Tommy?
Live coverage on WCBS from the White House tonight. We just heard from the Attorney General John Ashcroft there.
Every single American lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families.
Tommy Thompson, the Health and Human Services Secretary.
To begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. the best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood. We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood. It is our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met. It is a sad day, but America and all of its citizens certainly share tonight in the grief that has been caused. And as the President and everybody in his administration have said, we, the government, will continue to operate and continue to provide the services to all Americans.
Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson in a live news conference now from the White House.
One of the most cherished freedoms is the freedom of movement, the ability to move freely and safely. But today that freedom was attacked. But we will restore that freedom throughout the national transportation system as soon as possible. And we will restore the highest possible degree of service.
This is Norman Mineta of
These
California.
terrorist acts are designed to steal the confidence of Americans. We will restore that confidence.
He's the Secretary
We
of
have already
Transportation.
taken some first steps as a precaution. I have ordered the FAA to ground all commercial air traffic until at least tomorrow afternoon. After the attack, some of our aircraft were diverted to Canada. And so we owe our Canadian neighbors a debt of gratitude for helping us as we redirected over 120 flights and their passengers to airports in Canada. As of 6 p.m., Amtrak resumed its passenger rail service. Major railroads have taken steps to protect their assets as well. The United States Coast Guard is taking all necessary actions to control the movements of all vessels in navigable waters of the United States. Coast Guard helicopters have been assisting with medical and national security tasks. We are currently looking at a wide variety of additional security measures to increase traveler security. Travelers will indeed see increased security measures at our airports, train stations, and other key sites. There will be higher
government, and we will stand as Americans together through this time. Thank you.
That's the listening to right now is the crowd of congressional leaders on the steps of the Capitol.
Now on the steps of the Capitol, Tom Daschle.
Live coverage from CBS News here. Tom Daschle now.
Today's despicable acts were an assault on our people and on our freedom. As the representatives of the people, we are here to declare that our resolve has not been weakened by these horrific and cowardly acts. Congress will convene tomorrow. And we will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice. We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the President and will work together to ensure that the full resources of the government are brought to bear in these efforts. Our heartfelt thoughts and our fervent prayers are with the injured and the families of those who have been lost.
You have been listening there to the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, and the last voice you heard was Senator Tom Daschle, Democrat from South Dakota, who is the Senate Majority Leader, both of them saying with firm resolve that this act of terrorism against the United States will be avenged. The Republic stands, and they said the Congress will convene tomorrow and speak with one voice.
And in fact, we also heard earlier from the Pentagon officials there say the Pentagon will be open for business tomorrow, too. So live coverage here on WCBS.
7:28's our time. Tom Kaminsky in the traffic center. Tom.
All right, and again, all the area airports are closed down until further notice. All of the roadway approaches into Manhattan are shut. Trying to get out of Manhattan, the Midtown Tunnel is open. The Queens-bound 59th Street Bridge is open. The New York Waterway Ferry at this point appears to be the best way to get out of Manhattan. Now, the trains, LIRR is running with very limited service in both directions. That's running free of charge. Metro North is running limited service in both directions. Port Authority Bus Terminal and George Washington Bridge Bus Terminal are closed down at this point. The Holland Tunnel is closed. The Lincoln Tunnel is closed. The George Washington Bridge outbound out to New Jersey, the upper level at this point is the only thing that is open. There are closings on the Cross Bronx, on the Henry Hudson, and on the Major Deegan in the vicinity of the GWB, and even on the Palisades Parkway at exit 2 in Alpine. If you are still on the road, dear Lord, easy does it tonight. Let's go back on over to Craig Allen, WCBS Weather Center.
Temperatures tonight will be down around 60 in the city, 50 to 55 for the suburbs, 45 to 50 in the chilly inland valleys. This under clear skies. Sunny tomorrow, 72 to 78. Thursday, sunny to partly cloudy, about 80. We could see a shower late Thursday or Thursday night, then clearing and cooler Friday. Fair, dry, and cool for Saturday and Sunday. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
As the sun sets in a day none of us will forget, clear skies above Midtown Manhattan right now. North wind at 5 miles an hour with our humidity at 38% and the dew point at 50. Comfortable late summer evening. Clear skies right now, 77 degrees in Midtown Manhattan.
Terror strikes the U.S. Continuing coverage with the resources of CBS News and the news team on WCBS 880.
Good evening. This is Cameron Swayze.
I'm Paul Bernade.
New York City has taken on a ghastly appearance now that the Twin Towers, the hallmark of New York City's skyline, have been blown into a pile of rubble.
Mayor Giuliani says the number of injured and dead is devastating.
New York City public and parochial schools are all closed tomorrow. So are the stock exchanges.
And as you heard, all of the nation's airports are shut. There'll be nothing flying commercial aviation until at least tomorrow afternoon. The nation's airports locked down until at least tomorrow afternoon.
President Bush will address the nation tonight at 8:30, and you can hear it live right here on WCBS 880.
Live continuing team coverage, WCBS News Time, 7:31.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. President Bush vows to find the people responsible for today's terror attacks in New York and Washington, and in about an hour, he'll address the nation from the White House. The World Trade Towers in New York were attacked and destroyed. 2 hijacked airliners slammed into the building, sending people rushing through the streets.
There's chaos out here, it really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
CBS News correspondent Byron Pitts watched another evacuated building in the World Trade Center complex tumble down hours later.
No word of any casualties in the building. It was the one calamity that was not a surprise. Police had evacuated the area hours ago. Fearful building number 7 would indeed fall down. This morning when the first tower collapsed, I was standing about 3 blocks away with CBS News correspondent Mika Brzezinski. As a fireball rolled toward us, Mika grabbed her shoes, I grabbed her hand, and we ran like hell. Thousands did.
A third jet was commandeered and crashed into the Pentagon today, and a 4th hijacked plane, target unknown, crashed in western Pennsylvania. The death toll impossible to calculate now. It is known 266 people were aboard the 4 jetliners, and one New York City official says 200 firefighters may have been killed in New York. At the White House moments ago, Attorney General John Ashcroft.
Now is the time for us to come together as a nation to offer our support, our prayers for victims and for their families, for the rescue workers, for law enforcement officials, for every one of us that has been changed forever by this horrible tragedy.
U.S. aviation is grounded until at least noon Eastern Time tomorrow. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Caven.
As the sun sets on a day here for the history books in New York, a devastating day as terror attacks New York and Washington.
The sun has set. Darkness is descending over Manhattan. The sky is still filled with black smoke and soot from the biggest terrorist attack in American history. Rescue workers under arc lights are going through the rubble of the World Trade Center looking for survivors. We're told hundreds of police officers and firefighters who went in to help pull people out have gone missing. 200 firefighters are feared dead. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell joins us live now from the triage center at Chelsea Piers, where the wounded were to be brought. Peter.
And Cameron, looking down in daylight's last gasp, we can still see that soot in plume-like fashion rising from where the World Trade Center used to be. It was quite a sight for so many people who were streaming uptown along the pedestrian path along the West Side Highway, watching the building on fire and then just disappearing. Now, this at Chelsea Piers is still intent on bringing survivors, those who have been injured. There are, from what we understand, literally hundreds of doctors here. There are doctors, there are nurses, there are psychologists and counselors, there are clergy members, everyone here. There are also hundreds who have shown up to volunteer, who have signed their names on lists who can be called later to offer whatever kind of assistance is possible. Inside, there is essentially two sections, a triage center and an operating room. And if you've ever seen the TV show MASH with all the tables lined up and the light shining down on the tables, that's what they've done. Desks, tables, plywood put on top of other things, sheets put on top of them. They've been bringing in all kinds of medical equipment, including IVs and IV stands and oxygen canisters, and they are preparing for the worst. Now, even in recent minutes, we have seen rescue crews, search and rescue crews, fire engines, demolition or recovery-type large construction vehicles streaming down the West Side Highway. It's been that way all day. We've seen them from Connecticut, from as far south as Cherry Hill, which is right across from Philadelphia, New Jersey, out on Long Island, Suffolk County, Westchester County, all across the region. They have been streaming here to offer whatever help and assistance they can, and obviously now it is getting darker. That presents some issues in itself. It has been a day of remarkable stories, folks who have helped others. Sean Kennedy has a charter boat that's docked here at Chelsea Piers. He was out on the water earlier in the day when he saw the second tower collapse. People were obviously scattering in every direction, and he went over and rescued those folks who were along the shoreline.
Because people were choking from the dust, needed a boat ride out of there. So we carried about 75 people on the first boat and another 75 out of the second boat. And people were dusted with white dust from the fallout, and they were mystified. They didn't know what was happening. The ladies with babies were very hysterical. They were holding, people were holding each other tight, getting on the boat, and it was just a massive evacuation. All the harbor boats just turned into emergency boats to get people out of the area where they couldn't breathe. And
so Sean Kennedy was among those on a harbor boat, the West Side Highway, closed to vehicular traffic. We've seen people just jumping on boats that have been running for free, ferrying people across to Weehawken, buses on the other side, carrying them to various points in New Jersey. A day that New Yorkers and New York City will never forget. Reporting live from Chelsea Piers, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Peter, thanks. We've lost 3 buildings now in the World Trade Center neighborhood. The Twin Towers at number 7 World Trade Center, more than 40 stories tall. The building had been evacuated. That came down around 5:30. It was mayhem on the streets when the airliner struck the Twin Towers, sending them crumbling into the streets. WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor had to run for cover.
They had just told us to get out. It wasn't safe, but they had people sitting in chairs around there. So, and I was standing there and saw the thing go up.
Hospitalized because they've been hurt, and yet they're asking, can I go back down? Can I help? And it's that spirit that has brought us through this and is going to allow us to get through this stronger than ever.
You said yesterday that if you look behind us here, this is the strength of New York. Still believe that today?
Absolutely. You look at the people from across the city, across the country who have really responded and pulled together. Terrorism hasn't divided us, hasn't driven us from contributing. It's brought everybody together, made us stronger. Our freedoms borders are going to stay intact and our country's going to be stronger.
What's the plan for the rest of the day?
The search and rescue is the most important. There are 18 teams down there right now. We have additional teams coming in from Puerto Rico and other parts of the country in the hopes that we can save some lives. We also lost a power substation when a building collapsed, so we're moving in generators and emergency power supplies to try to bring normalcy back as quickly as possible.
Now, after talking with the president, do you know anything about the suspects?
Not at this point. I did speak with the FEMA director just about a half hour ago, and they have no indications of any additional terrorist threats at this time. They're still controlling the bridges and tunnels as to when, from a security standpoint, they can be reopened. But it's just incredible to see how New Yorkers have pulled together, how the rest of the country has stood behind us, and we're going to get through this.
Were ships coming into the New York harbor?
We believe that they will be here.
Why and when?
I think it's to reassure New Yorkers that the entire country stands behind us, and the entire country has stood behind us, and we're grateful for that.
So it's not You're listening to Governor Pataki live on WCBS 880, talking to reporters via News 2. And the question about ships, the USS George Washington aircraft carrier has arrived in the waters off of New York City. Let's check the traffic now with Tom Kaminsky at 718.
All right, and Pat, let's go to the subway situation. Number 1 train's running local only, Van Cortlandt Park through 34th. Number 2 running express only from 241st through 34th. The 4s and 5s are not going to be running between Union Square and Borough Hall. The 6 train's operating only to Bleecker Street. The 3 is suspended. The B, the D, the Q, and the W trains have no service south of Canal Street. The LIRR at this point and Metro North at this point are up and running a normal schedule. PATH trains are running to and from 33rd Street every 5 minutes. New Jersey Transit trains running regular rail service. However, no bus service into Manhattan. Local service being provided in New Jersey only on New Jersey Transit buses. New York Waterway ferries also operating out of West 38th Street into Manhattan. But again, it bears repeating, unless you are an emergency worker or you're operating in some sort of an official capacity, you are urged to stay out of Manhattan today. And at this point, the roads are still closed anywhere around the area of Manhattan. Holland and Lincoln closed down. All of the approaches off the Harlem River, all of the bridges and tunnels coming out of Queens and out of Brooklyn continue to be closed. Jeff and Pat, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot. One hopeful sign, the New Yorkers are there to help. Hundreds of people lined up to give blood yesterday, and it's still literally a drop in the bucket at this point. They need more.
WCBS News Time, 720.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update, I'm Dan Raviv. No confirmed death toll, but officials speak of thousands dead in New York's World Trade Center and as many as 800 dead at the Pentagon, also hit by a hijacked plane. Ferry boats carry bodies from Manhattan Island to a morgue in New Jersey as they are found in the rubble of New York's famous Twin Towers. With more from the scene, CBS News correspondent Lou Miliano.
All along the side street here, trucks, flatbed trucks, a half dozen of them, loaded with lumber for makeshift stretchers to carrying out bodies. A string of huge open trucks to carry away the rubble and lights. Huge trailers of lights to enable this work to go round the clock for days ahead.
Aviation officials investigating the 4 almost simultaneous hijackings hope that evidence will be found at the crash scenes in western Pennsylvania. CBS News reporter Jim Crisula, where a United airliner crashed.
One of their priorities will be to try and find the United Jet's so-called black boxes, the plane's flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder.
The mother of one of the passengers killed on that flight just told CBS News she hopes her son, Mark Bingham of San Francisco, led some kind of rebellion against the hijackers because that plane did not plow into any building, taking more victims. She got a phone call from her son on the plane. He said, "I love you." 2 of the planes were hijacked out of Boston, where authorities reportedly have found a rental car at Logan Airport containing flight manuals in Arabic. They're said to be working on names of suspects from the passenger lists. President Bush addressed the nation from the White House.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
The president said the government is not surrendering to terrorism. And at the Capitol, New York Senator Charles Schumer just told WCBS Radio.
There is much more security than usual, but we are up and running. We are not going to let these people deter us from our task in any way.
This morning at the White House, the president will meet with congressional leaders. CBS News Update, I'm Dan Raviv.
On WCBS, where it's 7:22, and joining us live now on the Newsline is Salvation Army Major Carl Schoch, who is running the relief effort for the charity in Lower Manhattan. You were just at the scene. What did you see this morning?
Well, the work continues. The people there are doing a heroic job. Unbelievable, the stress that they're operating under, exhausted workers sleeping, firemen, police personnel, National Guard. They're simply catching sleep wherever they can and then going back into the scene again. Unbelievable, the courage of these volunteers, these personnel.
So part of your job is to help the helpers, isn't it?
Yes, we have 8 mobile feeding units there and a field kitchen. We're providing thousands of meals. And we've now had a request from the fire department because everyone is soaking wet and cold. We've been asked for pants, shirts, and socks.
So do you need people to donate this, or would you rather have them donate money that the Salvation Army can then go out and buy stuff?
Well, both. We would prefer having a wholesaler make these donations immediately so we can take them from our command center down to the site. But in the long run, we anticipate being there in at least a week or longer, and we do need financial support.
And, of course, they're going to be trying to have people spell each other, and there will be waves and waves and shifts of people going in and out, and they will be cared for by you, and you're asking for some help in doing that with material needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, there's the call to the garment industry in New York City. They need wholesalers to donate clothes for the rescuers. In Washington, the government went back to work amid the carnage. Its political leaders, diplomats, soldiers leaving no doubt the terrorist assault will be answered. Secretary of State Colin Powell vowing this morning, we will not let up. We will go after them. President Bush was in the Oval Office, arriving about 20 minutes ago, preparing for a unity meeting with congressional leaders and helping to set up a Red Cross blood drive at the White House. Colin Powell announcing it is a war. It is not a war against the United States. It's a war against civilization.
WCBS reporter Marla Diamond is live now at the scene of the rubble of the World Trade Center. Marla.
And Pat, at day's first light, we saw the National Guard soldiers move into the area in their Humvees, dressed in camouflage with their hard hats on and strapping oxygen tanks to their back in case they do need to get closer to the scene. Right now, we are a few blocks away at a press area where police are expected to start bringing members of the media to ground zero, to the actual scene. And just to describe the devastation to you, there are pieces of paper, personal effects strewn all about, people's shoes left on the sidewalks, people's coats. And most telling of this disaster, all of the papers that came fluttering down when the World Trade Center came crashing down. I'm holding in my hand right now a check. It's dated January 5th, 1999, to the New York State Office of Court Administration, a state office that is no more. And we're live at Ground Zero. Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 7:25. Red Cross spokesman Mitch Hibbs is joining us live on the line from headquarters in Washington. But, of course, you're overseeing in a general way, of course, the New York City relief effort as well, aren't you?
Absolutely.
And what do you need? Do you need continued donations of blood? Do you need financial and material donations?
Absolutely. What we're dealing with right now, the Red Cross is responding to New York as well as Washington, D.C., the crash site in Pennsylvania. We responded to airports across the nation to where those flights were due to go. We've been responding with mental health work to the families affected, and not just the victims in New York, but it's basically it's a nationwide disaster. Okay, so what we're looking at in terms of what we need are blood donations. Yes, we've got in the first 10 hours we had over 1 million responses where people were asking, can I get blood? And what happens, the shelf life of blood isn't all that long, and so we'd like to continue to replenish the supply. And if they call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, they can set up an appointment for later in the week.
Yeah, of course, everyone, right in the beginning of any kind of a tragedy, wants to rush out and do something, but what you need to do is continue to remind them that the need is not going to go away for the next few days.
No, it won't.
Okay.
And beyond that, there are other ways to give and other ways to donate. And if anybody else is interested or so compelled, they can call another 1-800 line, 1-800-HELP-NOW.
All right, 1-800-HELP-NOW and 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. 1-800-GIVE-LIFE and 1-800-HELP-NOW. Thank you so much. Red Cross spokesman Mitch Hibbs live on the Newsline with us.
I believe we can go to Joe Connolly of the Wall Street Journal, get a brief word about the business news. We're waiting to speak with Mayor Giuliani. So, Joe, we might interrupt you.
Yep, Jeff. European stocks have been slightly higher at times today. Markets are much calmer than yesterday. The dollar has been higher. Oil prices lower. OPEC says they will assure supply. The Federal Reserve says it'll make certain banks have all the money they need. Some even think the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates again soon as a sign of economic strength. Now technicians today are working to reroute many downtown business operations over to other office locations over in New Jersey. I don't know, maybe like you, I kept waking up all night. I'm Joe Connolly for the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio 880.
And, of course, the stock market is closed today, and we'll have to stay tuned and see when it will reopen because it all takes place in Lower Manhattan where all the rubble still is.
There was a question about the NASDAQ, which is computerized, but everything's up in the air at this point. Stay with us. WCBS News Time, 7:28. Let's check in with Tom Kaminsky for the latest on the traffic situation.
Let's go back over to the roadways in New Jersey because that's where we are seeing the greatest bulk of closings because of the virtual shutdown of Manhattan today. Eastbound Route 80, the express lanes are closed at the Garden State Parkway, and then at that point, the local lanes will be shut at the New Jersey Turnpike. The southbound eastern and western spurs at least are open, but the northbound eastern spur is closed at 15E all the way up through 80 and 95. The Newark Bay extension closed from 14 through 14C. The western spur will also be shut at the top at 80 and 95. Eastbound Route 3 will be shut at 495. The eastbound side of Route 4 closed down at Jones Road. Eastbound on Route 46, we're closed at 5th Street in Fort Lee. The Palisades Parkway at last check was still closed at exit 2 in Alpine. Inbound 1 and 9 closed down at the Tunnelly Circle. Route 7 is closed at Schuyler Avenue. Now trying to get into Staten Island is also at this point via the roads an impossibility. 440 is closed at the Outer Bridge crossing. There is no access to the Goethals Bridge off the New Jersey Turnpike at interchange 13. The Bayonne Bridge also closed down Staten Island bound. All of these bridges are open out to New Jersey, but nothing on the inbound side. The George Washington Bridge upper level out to New Jersey at this point is open. Inbound is closed. Holland and Lincoln tunnels are also closed down, and the Tappan Zee Bridge is taking an awful lot of this alternate volume. Southbound New York State Thruway extra heavy into the Tappan Zee Bridge. 287, lots of heavy volume right into the White Plains area. Jeff and Pat.
Clear skies right now in Midtown. Actually bright sunny skies, blue skies, 61 degrees. It's going to be sunny today, high in the mid to upper 70s. Clear tonight, 60s, as cool as the 50s in inland areas.
And then for the weekend, Friday, showers will end quickly after starting Thursday night. It'll be clearing and cooler for the weekend. Right now, once again, 61, a clear sky, a north breeze. North breeze at 5 miles an hour.
Terror strikes the U.S. Continuing coverage with the resources of CBS News and the news team on WCBS 880.
Ferry loads of bodies are being taken from the World Trade Center carnage across the Hudson to New Jersey.
The president declares New York City a federal disaster area.
Secretary of State Colin Powell echoes the president's vow to track down the terrorists.
The aircraft carrier USS George Washington is on guard in the seas off New York City.
Security tighter than ever, but in Washington, the deeply wounded Pentagon is open for business this morning.
Cell phone calls came from doomed passengers on the hijacked planes and from people trapped inside the rubble of the World Trade Center.
Rescuers are now able to speak to one buried victim.
Emergency workers coming in from as far away as Puerto Rico.
We still have 260 firefighters and police officers missing. I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll on WCBS 880.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. Americans are still trying to shake off a day of horrifying images.
I believe in prayer, and I'm believing that our prayers will make a difference in the situation.
I'm reminded of Pearl Harbor, so I'm really upset about the whole thing.
Rescue efforts intensifying at the Pentagon and in New York at the World Trade Center site, where hijacked jetliners crashed, leaving an overwhelming toll. Some people in the rubble still alive, making cell phone calls. CBS News correspondent Lou Miliano is in Lower Manhattan.
All along this side street here, trucks, flatbed trucks, a half dozen of them, loaded with lumber for makeshift stretchers to carrying out bodies. A string of huge open trucks to carry away the rubble and lights. Huge trailers of lights to enable this work to go round the clock for days ahead.
This morning, Secretary of State Powell said the U.S. will go after those responsible for the attacks, something vowed by President Bush in last night's nationwide address.
These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong.
A fire still burns at the Pentagon, where some people estimate 800 or so may have died. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld.
I felt the shock of the airplane hitting the building, went through the building and then out into the area, and they were bringing bodies out that had been injured.
Rumsfeld says the Pentagon is open for business today. Security still tight throughout Washington and New York. One hijacked plane never made it to its target, crashing in rural western Pennsylvania. And CBS News reporter Jim Krasula is there.
Dozens of FBI agents have descended on the crash site this morning, treating it as a crime scene. They will first map out the site, then begin looking for the United Jet's black boxes, which could offer crucial clues about the hijacking that ended with the Boeing 757 slamming into the countryside of southwestern Pennsylvania.
Domestic flights still on the ground until midday today. U.S. financial markets are closed. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
And this is Peter Haskell live on West Street. There is smoke now billowing out of a fire that is just beyond where the Trade Center used to be. It has intensified in the last few minutes, and we are seeing bleary-eyed firefighters making their way out of the debris area and fresh troops moving in. Now, not too long ago, we spoke with Mike Kelly, who is from Ladder 150 in Queens, and I asked him what it's like in there.
It's been sad, to be honest with you. But it was an honor to serve with my fellow firemen and the police officers and do the best we could.
Now, some of those firefighters going into the scene have thermal imaging cameras. That is something that detects heat. That will allow them to find survivors. That's at least what they're hoping. New crews have been coming in. Old crews have been coming out. Just a disaster scene. It sounds so trite, but when you see all the debris and just piles and piles of debris, and maybe 8 stories high, piles of the skin of the World Trade Center, that distinctive skin, just scattered all over the place. Reporting live from West Street, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
And this is Sean Adams live at St. Vincent's Hospital, where the staff has been tripled and the trauma center is at the ready for those who just might be pulled from the rubble. Governor Pataki is fresh from ground zero. He made an appearance.
Everything from giant earth-moving equipment to firefighters with old-fashioned hooks in the rubble going through there trying to save lives.
What's your guess about?
He says there that this is certainly a rescue mission underway. Search and rescue. The firefighters are in there using their hands, using anything just to see if they can uncover any of the victims. As for back here at the hospital, 361 injured, 90 admitted, 62 critical, 4 dead. Live at St. Vincent, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 7:35, and we have some word from CNN this morning. CNN has a report about some survivors. Well, we are not able to confirm it independently, but this is what CNN is saying. They're saying that they have found 6 survivors, 1 police officer, and 5 firefighters under the rubble of the World Trade Center towers. We'll try and nail that down for you and get more information about it. But right now, that is what CNN is saying this morning.
Some important points about starting your morning. All airports nationwide remain closed. There was talk about possibly opening them this afternoon. That's going to have to come from the FAA later today. All public schools in New York City have been closed for the day. The stock market, as you've heard, is closed. The mayor, again, confirming that several hundred, more than 200 firefighters and police officers remain missing down in lower Manhattan.
That's 202 firefighters and 57 police officers missing. The mayor said that this morning. The Red Cross is still hoping for more blood donations, even if you had to wait in line yesterday to give blood. The need is not going to go away. They need to keep the blood fresh. They don't want to just take it in 2 days and store it indefinitely. They'd like you to continue to try and call and make an appointment to give blood over the next several days. They still need a lot of blood, and there are shelters set up across the city by the American Red Cross for people who might have need of them. The shelters are staffed with mental health professionals and nurses. They are offering food. They are mainly in Manhattan, also some on Staten Island. Many of them are at schools, and for more information on that, it's the Bayard Rustin High School, Seward Park High School, Washington Irving High School, and several others. Not too many cars are allowed into the city, or not in lower Manhattan at any rate, but some of them are around and about. And Tom Kaminsky's covering traffic for us.
Where we're actually seeing some volume is out in some of the outer boroughs. We had just gotten a look at the Van Wyck Expressway, and I don't know what people might be thinking trying to get down toward Kennedy Airport, because nothing is going to be moving in or out of Kennedy Airport, at least for quite some time. But the Van Wyck is awfully heavy right on down through the Belt Parkway. Now, the Belt itself did not appear to be bad. The LIE, the Grand Central, with some volume in for that area. But the bigger problem is in Nassau County, right at the Queens line. At last report that we had, police were checking identification along the LIE and along the northern and southern parkways, essentially right at the Cross Island Parkway. So that is something for you to keep in mind. And that just gives you an idea of the severity of what we're talking about here. You are urged to not make your way into Manhattan in any way this morning unless you are an emergency worker or you are operating in some sort of an official capacity. The Holland and Lincoln are closed. The George Washington Bridge, only thing that's open is the New Jersey-bound upper level. We have an awful lot of volume across that Tappan Zee Bridge. We got to look there, too.
The U.S., a special report from WCBS.
We have live on the Newsline with us now, Mayor Giuliani. Good morning, Mayor Giuliani. I understand you have some hard numbers for us about casualties.
Well, right now we have 41 people that we've recovered and who died that we can account for. We're looking for 259 firefighters and police officers, New York City and Port Authority, that are unaccounted for. And of course, we don't know the number of casualties that we'll have from the building itself.
When you discuss,
we are braced for the possibility of thousands, meaning we've organized our relief efforts and the medical examiner and others for the possibility that we could be dealing with thousands of bodies that we recover, and we just simply don't know yet what that number is going to be.
The confirmed casualties you just mentioned, are those police and firefighters, or is that the total number?
That's the total number, including civilians, that we've so far been able to take out. And again, the relief effort and the recovery effort has just begun. So.
Can you tell us, CNN is reporting that there have been 6 people rescued, that they just started reporting that this morning, 1 police officer and 5 firefighters. Can you speak to that at all?
Right now, we can account for 3. The two people that have been taken out and 1 that we are in voice contact with and that we are hopeful we're going to be able to take out. But there were several cell phone calls coming out of the debris. And whether that's all from the same source or different sources, we're responding to all of them. We probably don't have the answer to that.
Which could account for the number difference.
Yes, and it could well be more. We're hopeful that over the course of the day, we are going to be able to recover people, that there will be people that are still alive in that effort.
Are you able to get equipment into the area at this point? Everything was so unstable overnight.
Yeah, we were able to clean out a good deal of the area, organize the equipment. We are able to move people in and out, and we've closed the area south of 14th Street, so the access and egress is going to be, considerably easier. And then the rest of Manhattan, although it's open for business, looks like it's going to be pretty slow today, which means we're going to have a wide range in which to operate, which is all to the good.
This is a monumental task ahead, of course. Do you have any sense of how long it will take to clear the area, to get all the survivors out and all the victims?
We really have to focus on this day by day. This is going to take weeks, but we have to focus on it day by day. We will organize the effort every single day, and we've gotten a lot of assistance. And right now, the focus has to be on saving lives.
Is anything still burning? I mean, we see smoke.
Yes, there are still some small fires here and there. There was a fire at the Millennium Hotel earlier this morning that we've got to deal with. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, Mayor Giuliani,
we appreciate that moment with us. He has to run, and there's certainly a lot of things to do. WCBS News Time, 7:40.
And we'll check on now with Charles Osgood and the Osgood File here on WCBS.
The Osgood File. I'm Charles Osgood on the CBS radio network. In New York City, the horror story began yesterday morning with an airliner apparently off course.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low.
It was American Airlines flight with 92 people aboard.
I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
It was the North Tower of the World Trade Center, 110 stories high.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
Hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
Then, 18 minutes later, the other tower hit by another airliner.
First
first one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
Firemen rushed to the scene, but what could they do? They didn't have a chance.
Really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Building engineers tell us that the tremendous heat from burning jet fuel melted the steel that was binding the outside walls to the building's interior. Now, in that sort of construction, the outside walls actually hold the building up. And when they separated, the tower simply collapsed from the top straight down. First, the south tower.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
It was the worst act of terrorism, not only in the United States, but anywhere, ever, in history. 50,000 people worked in those buildings. It may be weeks before we can get a clear idea of how many were killed.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
Inside the building, there was a scramble to climb down the stairs.
It was unbelievable. I was on the 39th floor about 8:45 when a tremendous explosion hit.
Debris, smoke, all the dust, everything, just couldn't see nothing. And I was praying to God then that, let me get by this now.
And a great blossom of flame, a huge red fireball, scared the hell out of me.
Meanwhile, another of the hijacked planes that had taken off from Dulles Airport headed for the seat of America's military power, the Pentagon, where 23,000 people work, military and civilian. Most of them were evacuated.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
There, too, the death toll is uncertain. At least 100, perhaps as many as 800, has been said. All told, the terrorists made this date, one like December 7th, 1941, the date that President Franklin Roosevelt said would live in infamy.
It's another Pearl Harbor for this country.
On Capitol Hill, Republican and Democrats in Congress made a joint statement of unity. And like Pearl Harbor, many of them said the events of yesterday morning caught us unprepared.
We're very vulnerable. I think this is a wake-up call for America, a sobering call.
We send the word out particularly to those who have planned and committed these horrific acts that America is strong, America is principled, America is united.
The Osgood File. Charles Osgood on the CBS Radio Network.
We're going to go live to the
12th,
broadcast on Channel 2. Secretary of State Colin Powell.
Seen before, unless we get something that cues us, something that gives us some indication that this kind of asymmetric attack is coming, we are always at risk. We can't defend against every single possibility short of shutting ourselves up into some kind of blockhouse. We're an open society. And so we have thwarted many terrorist attacks over the years, and some have been successful. But I can assure you that we have competent people working on this. We do have the best people working on it, but it is impossible to stop every potential attack that's coming our way.
Final note. Are we at war, Mr. Secretary?
I think the American people are not confused about the legalisms of this. When you saw those scenes coming out of New York and Washington today, the American people made a judgment. We are at war, and they want a comprehensive response. They want us to act as if we are at war, and we're going to do that diplomatically, militarily, picking options that will respond to this, searching out those who are responsible, those who harbored them. And so as we go through the legalisms of all of this and determine how to respond in the international community, the American people know what they saw yesterday. What they believe they saw clearly was an act of war, not only against America, but against the international community, the community of peace. But they didn't hurt our spirit. They didn't hurt our resilience as a society. And we'll come back firmly. We are still very much intact as a society, as a nation, and we know how to respond.
Secretary of State Colin Powell, you're a busy man. Thank you for spending some time. I appreciate
it. Brian Gumbo on the early show with Secretary of State Colin Powell.
At 880 on your AM dial, your all-news address is WCBS.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll.
I'm Jeff Kaplan.
President Bush declares New York City a federal disaster area. Workers at what's left of the Pentagon are filing into work, even as part of the building still billows smoke.
According to Mayor Giuliani, 3 city emergency workers, police and firefighters among them, have been rescued from under the rubble of the World Trade Center. There might be more. He says 41 people have been confirmed dead thus far.
259 firefighters and police officers still missing, of course, along with thousands of civilians. The Red Cross and Salvation Army are needing donations, they say, of money, clothing, and blood.
All of New York is in need of blood donations. You should go to the New York Blood Center or the Red Cross.
St. Vincent's Mark Ackerman says more than 800 blood donors were lined up at the hospital at one point.
President Bush is already at work as of 7 a.m. in the Oval Office. There are reports the President and Mrs. Bush will give blood today. A couple of numbers have been set up by the police department. If you need information about loved ones, of course, there are a flood of people calling them, and they are busy. We'll give them to you nonetheless. 866-856-4167 and 212-741-4626.
Mayor Giuliani has asked people not to come into Manhattan today, if at all possible, yet still some are trying. And WCBS reporter Mike Saranax is live at the Hicksville Long Island Railroad Station. Good morning.
That they are, Pat. I will tell you this, that many of those who seem to be commuting in today are government workers and business owners checking in on their specific businesses. But there are some like Wayne Kroner heading into the big city out of what he says is need.
It's very hard to handle just the emotional impact of the possibility of dying or knowing people. I know people in the Trade Center. I don't know if they're even there anymore. There's no way to even find out if they're alive.
Kroner knows he lost friends in yesterday's attack, and he says he's suffering.
I just want to get back to a level of some normalcy, go and give blood, try to do... I don't know what to do.
We should point out and we should reiterate here that authorities are encouraging anyone who doesn't have to be in Manhattan today to please stay away as the search and rescue continues. We're live on the Long Island Railroad with commuters. Mike Saranax, WCBS 880 News.
Mike mentioned the call to give blood. Let's find out about that. Joining us live on the news line from the New York Blood Center, Linda Levi. We thank you for taking a moment with us. Tell us about the shortage.
Well, actually, we had a tremendous response from the public yesterday at many of our donor locations. We probably collected 3 times the amount of blood that we do in any typical day. People did not mind waiting hours to donate blood. So actually, the amount of blood coming in has been very high. We're actually now, so that people don't have to wait for hours and hours to donate, we're actually encouraging, in particular, type O donors, both O positive and O negative, and those people who are RH negative, to really step forward, and for everyone else to maybe wait a little while so they don't have to sit through lengthy delays.
They can make an appointment, right, to try and specify a certain time that they're going to come in?
Well, they certainly can attempt to call our 800 number and schedule an appointment. Those lines have also been very, very busy. And, we try to always honor appointments, but I think what's happened is called for extraordinary times, and we can't guarantee that we can honor appointments.
Is there a website, perhaps, where you can find out where to give blood just to show up?
Well, there's 2 things people can do. They can call that toll-free number if they can get through. That's 800-933-2566. Or they can try to access our website, which is www.nybloodcenter.org. We, of course, want to thank, the outpouring of support from New Yorkers. By no means do we mean to discourage anyone, but we're trying to be realistic and explain that there are really long delays. In fact, today we've consolidated our collections, so we have about 20 sites open to maximize efficiency and effectiveness and try to speed people through the process a little bit more quickly.
Thank you, Linda Levi of the New York Blood Center.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update, I'm Dan Raviv. Officials in New York fear thousands died, and near Washington as many as 800 were killed in the Pentagon, but still no confirmed casualty toll. The mayor of New York City just told CBS News there are 202 firefighters and at least 56 police officers unaccounted for in the collapse of the World Trade Center, but 5 firefighters and 1 cop have just been found alive. It's been 23 hours since the attack began, since a hijacked plane hit one of the twin towers there. CBS News correspondent Lou Miliano watches the rescue and recovery work.
Tow trucks pass here carrying cars, destroyed cars covered with that telltale gray soot. And along the side street, trucks loaded with wood, sheets of plywood, and 2x4s to be nailed together as makeshift stretchers. A half dozen flatbeds, just an indication of what emergency crews expect to find, to have to put them to use.
Some survivors are being found in New York, but many bodies, too. In Washington, Secretary of State Colin Powell has just spoken to the CBS News Early Show. saying the U.S. will go after the terrorists who committed what Powell calls an act of war.
We want the entire world to come down and not only condemn this kind of activity, but together, united, to go after those who continue to believe that by killing innocent civilians, they can achieve political purposes.
There have been no civilian flights in the U.S. since the hijackings and crashes yesterday. Will flights resume at noon, as the Federal Aviation Administration announced? FAA spokesman Les Dorr just told CBS News.
We expect that to happen around noon, the reopening of the airspace. But you got to remember, some of the airlines have airplanes all over the country, so they're going to have to move airplanes back and forth to get things in schedule.
Who hijacked 4 airliners yesterday in suicide attacks that killed so many? Government sources tell CBS News there are indications of a link with Osama bin Laden. The UN has pulled aid workers out of Afghanistan, apparently fearing a U.S. retaliation. CBS News Update, I'm Dan Raviv.
Normally, the bridges and tunnels are jammed at this point in time. It's 8 minutes till 8 o'clock in the morning. Not the case today.
Tom Kaminsky, what do you say?
It is the most amazing sight that probably I've ever seen. I think yesterday that was the most amazing sight I've ever seen. But coming close is getting a look at this Lincoln Tunnel with no volume, no traffic, nothing. It's empty. The inbound 495 viaduct is empty. No cars. Holland Tunnel, no cars there. George Washington Bridge, no cars there. The only thing that there is at the GWB that is open in any way, shape, or form is the New Jersey-bound upper level of that GWB. Lower Manhattan is sealed off south of 14th Street. And keep in mind that the FDR Drive and West Side Highway are closed south of 96th Street. Now, the Henry Hudson Parkway had also been closed at 232nd Street. And while there are roads open in the Bronx, the Cross Bronx is open from what we can tell. The Deegan and the Bruckner are also open from what we can tell, especially the Deegan and Bruckner. They terminate there at the Triborough Bridge. And you will not be allowed to go into Manhattan via any of those Harlem River bridges, all the way down to the Triborough Bridge, and then just continuing right down the East River, 59th Street Bridge, Midtown Tunnel, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Williamsburg Bridge, Battery Tunnel, inbound, everything is shut down, at least for the foreseeable future. We will keep tabs on all of that for you. We've had delays in Westchester and Rockland counties because the Tappan Zee Bridge is open, it's up and running, and it is heavy on the inbound side coming out of Rockland into Westchester County, loaded across the span, lots of volume on 287 out through the area of Exit 8 and continuing over toward the New England Thruway. The mass transit picture up and running for the most part. The LIRR and Metro North and New Jersey Transit trains are running what they call a normal schedule. However, it bears repeating that unless you are an emergency worker or operating in some sort of an official capacity, you really have no business being in Manhattan today. Jeff and Pat.
All right, thanks, Tom Kaminsky. We're going to have a comprehensive round-the-world wrap-up of all the events and all the reactions to it coming up at 8 o'clock here on WCBS. We told you a little while ago about the need for blood donations and that the President and Mrs. Bush were planning to also donate. Well, we've learned they're going to be giving their blood at 3:30 this afternoon. The most needed blood types are O negative and O positive. So they're asking you at the New York Blood Center if you have that kind of blood to really jump ahead and let people know that, because that's what they need the most of.
Otherwise, their cup runneth over because of the generous donations yesterday. WCBS News Time 7:54. We're going live to Ground Zero now at what was the World Trade Center. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell.
And, Jeff, we've been telling you that it looks like a war zone down here. We've just seen a National Guard unit, 3 abreast in their military camouflage uniforms, marching down Chambers Street from west to east. There is still a fire burning south of where the Trade Center was, and we just spoke moments ago with a battalion fire chief here who talked a little bit about a rescue when a survivor was pulled out. He really didn't have any details, but he said that gives them all the more hope that there might be survivors down there. We saw firefighters going earlier with thermal imaging cameras that detect heat. That would allow them to perhaps find where survivors are. And this chief that we just spoke to said because of the person that they found and the area that they found that person, they hope to get canine units in there. Search and rescue dogs that are trained to get in there and find where survivors might be. So a whole lot is happening, but again, a fire continues to burn, and the scene is just utter devastation. The skin of the World Trade Center piled up maybe 8 stories high and spread out over a very, very large area. Reporting live from West Street, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
You're listening to live team coverage continuing here on WCBS 880, WCBS News Time 7:55. U.S. financial markets are closed today, but overseas the markets have been open. Joe Connolly has some business news for us.
European markets are calmer than yesterday, Pat, and have been higher at times today. The dollar is higher. Oil prices have been lower. One trader in London, though, says there's almost a reluctance to trade still out of shock and decency and respect. OPEC says they plan to keep up oil supplies. The Federal Reserve Board says they will make certain banks have all the cash they need to operate normally. Some expect the Fed to cut interest rates again soon as a sign of economic strength and encouragement. Technicians are starting to reroute lower Manhattan business operations over to various offices in suburban New Jersey. Now, too, the planes may start flying again today. A man who took a business trip to Atlanta yesterday was trying to rent a car and drive home from Atlanta. Most think the country will now have a recession, though some say people in the economy may show more resilience than some expect. I'm Joe Connolly for the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio 880.
Interesting that OPEC is guaranteeing supplies so that there will be enough oil coming out of the Middle East and South America, but that word wasn't out yesterday. There was a lot of price gouging going on at the gas pumps in parts of the country, places like Oklahoma City, Springfield, Missouri, where prices shot to as high as $5 for a gallon of unleaded regular yesterday. There was a lot of fear that there was going to be a shortage showing up in California. Gas wholesalers quickly raised their prices by as much as 20 cents a gallon. So even though OPEC's making a guarantee, you might see a few ticks on the pump upwards this morning.
WCBS News Time approaching 7:58. Let's go check back again with Tom Kaminsky in the traffic center, helping anybody who's trying to get around to actually do so and get around.
Let's try to do that. The bulk of the closings, roadway closings anyhow, are in New Jersey because of the closings of the Holland and Lincoln and GWB, and also the Goethals and Outer Bridge and Bayonne bridges into Staten Island. They continue to be shut. Let's start there. As a result of that, 440 is loaded up into the Outer Bridge, and you will be closed there at the Outer Bridge. New Jersey Turnpike, no exiting traffic allowed at interchange 13 for the Goethals Bridge. The Bayonne Bridge, as we said, is also closed Staten Island bound. Route 80 still with lane closings, first in the express lanes at the Parkway, then in the local lanes at the Turnpike. Northbound Eastern Spur is closed down at interchange 15E up through 80 and 95. That's for emergency vehicles only. The Western Spur also closed at 80 and 95. Route 3 at this point is open past Giant Stadium, but the stadium and the parking lot still being used as an emergency staging area, so volume through there, and you will be then closed at 495. Up near the George Washington Bridge, Route 4 is closed at Jones Road. Route 46 eastbound closed at 5th Street in Fort Lee, and the Palisades Parkway southbound closed at Exit 2 in Alpine. Jeff, Pat, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Tom. Weather, sunshine today, mid to upper 70s tonight. It'll be clear and cooler, near 60 degrees. Then for tomorrow, sunny to partly cloudy, the high around 80, but a chance of showers moving in tomorrow night, showers that would end Friday morning, ushering in a clear, cooler weekend.
And it'll be sunny and fair, dry, and cool for Saturday and Sunday. It's sunny out now, bright blue skies, and 63 degrees in Central Park. Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll.
I'm Jeff Kaplan.
These are the top stories coming up on WCBS 880.
The first numbers have trickled in. 41 people confirmed dead.
You just heard that here live on WCBS from Mayor Giuliani.
But the mayor did have a glimmer of good news. He says 3 people have been pulled out of the wreckage alive.
And they are in contact with others.
President Bush has declared New York City a federal disaster area.
The aircraft carrier USS George Washington is here, standing guard in the waters off New York.
The other big target, the Pentagon, is open for business, but on the highest level of alert this morning.
The plane that hit the Pentagon originally was headed for the White House.
The president
Count on the global resources of CBS News for continuing coverage of the terror strike against the U.S. on WCBS New York and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
It's 63 degrees. We have sunshine in Midtown Manhattan. WCBS News Time at the tone. 8 o'clock.
Recovery of thousands feared dead in terrorist attacks proving difficult.
A heavy cloud of thick smoke is lifting, revealing tons of twisted steel and stone and cement.
President Bush speaks words of comfort and revenge.
Our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
Terror lord Osama bin Laden denies involvement. Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher Glenn with the CBS World News Roundup. The morning after, a nation awakes to find the grief and the anger have not subsided.
I think we're already at war.
I mean, this is not the time to whine about it. This is the time to do some fighting.
Absolutely. I mean, it's about protecting, what is rightfully ours, our land.
The fires still smolder at the site of the destroyed World Trade Center and at the Pentagon. Thousands are feared dead in New York, as many as 800 in the nation's capital. CBS News correspondent Lou Miliano tells us live that Lower Manhattan is still shrouded with smoke, buried in ashes, while the grim search and recovery effort moves into high gear.
Cranes and bulldozers, pickaxes and shovels already at work as urban search and rescue crews still delicately pick their way in. Survivors were told 5 firemen and a police officer have been pulled out this morning, but there is little hope for what will surely be thousands. For a moment, a slight breeze lifted the thick cloud of choking brownish gray smoke, revealing a blanket of dust covering tons of cement slabs and stone and twisted steel. But another fire has erupted, and the curtain of smoke is back. Another van of medical examiners in green scrubs has passed, lights flashing. Storefronts have been turned into makeshift morgues. Cadaver dogs are now here. They're dealing with much the same at the Pentagon. And CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer joins us live from Washington.
Authorities now say there could be 800 people dead at the Pentagon. Rescue crews are confronting flames and smoke. Eyewitness Mike Walters saw the hijacked plane slam into the building.
Whoever was piloting that plane, I mean, it was almost like a cruise missile with a pilot. I mean, it was just headed right for the Pentagon.
But the Pentagon is open, with the military on high alert. President Bush says the nation is going through unyielding anger.
Our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts.
This morning, Mr. Bush is leading a White House blood donation drive. Later, he'll see congressional leaders who showed their resolve on the U.S. Capitol steps.
God bless us.
Live in Washington, Peter Mayer, CBS News.
In Somerset in southwestern Pennsylvania, where the 4th hijacked jet crashed, CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula is standing by. Jim?
FBI agents have arrived at the crash scene this morning, Chris. They will first map out the site, then begin the tedious and gruesome search for bodies and the United Jets flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. Pennsylvania Governor Tom Ridge says there's not enough words to describe what happened here and elsewhere yesterday.
But I guess the range of emotion goes from rage and anger to sorrow to horror.
Live in Somerset, Pennsylvania, I'm Jim Krasula, CBS News.
One of the passengers on the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania was Mark Bingham. He phoned his aunt, Kathy Hoagland, just before he died.
He just said, I want to let you all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
Now the work of assessing blame and determining retaliation begins in earnest. CBS News correspondent Dan Raviv.
Not publicly naming names, federal officials tell CBS News there are indications from intercepted messages after the attack of some involvement by Osama bin Laden's gang. Secretary of State Colin Powell just spoke to the CBS News Early Show, calling yesterday's terrorism an act of war.
The American people made a judgment we are at war, and they want a comprehensive response. They want us to act as if we are at war.
Powell says he'll coordinate a diplomatic and military response.
And to make sure that those nations, as the president said last night, who might be harboring or providing comfort to these kinds of terrorist organizations understand that we will be holding them accountable. And once this trail leads us to who is responsible, if there are nations that bear responsibility in that regard for hosting them, then we will be doing something about that as well.
Live in Washington, Dan Raviv, CBS News.
A CBS News poll finds Americans in a vengeful mood.
60% said that these attacks were like having another Pearl Harbor. 28% said that was a wrong characterization. And like Pearl Harbor, 57% of Americans we interviewed said that these attacks will likely result in the United States going to war.
And Director of Surveys Kathleen Frankovic says 2/3 of the poll respondents want the U.S. to retaliate even if innocent people are killed. It's 5 minutes after the hour. The terrorism tragedy in America has been closely watched by people around the globe. CBS News correspondent Sam Litzinger has more from London.
Newspaper after newspaper here in Great Britain has the stunning image of a fireball billowing from one of the World Trade Center towers. The headlines try to capture the horror. One reads, "When War Came to America." Another reads, "Apocalypse." Television coverage of the attacks has been continuous.
It began shortly before 9 o'clock in the morning in New York.
The attacks are front-page news in France, Italy, Germany, Russia. But some media outlets are rejoicing. Iraqi TV played a patriotic song that began with the words "Down with America," sung over shots of the World Trade Center towers collapsing. Sam Litzinger, CBS News, London.
An Italian newspaper called the attacks a Pearl Harbor without Japan, a war without an enemy against whom even the atomic bomb and missile defense system in space is useless. And the Indian Express had an editorial saying, for the Americans, terrorism is no longer a distant problem affecting third world countries. It's 6 minutes after. Stunned Americans by the thousands found solace in prayer after the apocalyptic tragedies in New York and Washington and Pennsylvania. Although Muslims were urged by the Council on American-Islamic Relations to, quote, keep a low profile, and most mosques in the U.S. were closed, many churches threw open their doors for vigils and words of assurance. CBS News correspondent David Dow in Los Angeles has the first of our reports.
They gathered for prayer in dozens of churches in the city where 3 of the 4 ill-fated jetliners were destined, a city where anger is evident.
I suppose there's not anyone in this room that doesn't feel the rising anger that would seek to strike back. And the Lord reminds us that vengeance is His.
More than 2,000 filled the church on the way in a Los Angeles suburb.
It's just devastating, and I pray for the families.
Though Los Angeles remains a city on alert, some public buildings that were closed will reopen today. David Dow, CBS News, Los Angeles.
God bless America, say the signs posted all along the road to Memorial Drive Presbyterian Church here in Houston, where the pews were packed with families concerned about their country.
There are so many innocent victims, and then there are their families, oh God. There are perhaps dangers still to be faced and enormous obstacles to overcome.
Here and in communities throughout the nation, police and emergency crews are suspicious, on alert. Red Cross shelters are on standby. It may be a long time before America feels safe again. Barry Bagnato, CBS News, Houston.
Many experts fear the nation's economy could be thrown into recession because of the attacks. Economist Jack Kaiser.
This is going to be a rather significant bite on the U.S. economy. There's a great debate in the economics profession as to whether the U.S. economy is in a recession. I think this event is just enough probably to push it into a recession.
I'm Barry Peterson in Tokyo. Not surprisingly, Asian markets from Hong Kong to Singapore tumbled. The biggest Asian market by far is Tokyo, and it was off more than 6.5%, dropping below 10,000 for the first time in 17 years. It had been even lower at one point, but actually came back a bit. Helping out, Japan's government poured more than $16 billion of fresh liquidity into banks during the day, a confidence-building measure for banks and for frightened investors. Barry Peterson, CBS News, Tokyo.
In the U.S., the stock markets are closed today. It's 8 minutes after.
Let's check in with Tom Kaminsky and any traffic problems to tell us about.
Well, we actually do have some traffic troubles. Of course, in and around Manhattan, no access into Manhattan via the bridges or tunnels. So lower Manhattan especially is sealed off south of 14th Street. But now we are getting some closings in Westchester County. The southbound side of the Sawmill is closed now at McLean Avenue in Yonkers. The Hutch is closed southbound at Boston Road. And the southbound Bronx River is now closed at Wakefield Avenue. There has been an influx of people toward the Tappan Zee Bridge. The southbound New York State Thruway out of Rockland into the Tappan Zee is stopped from the Garden State Parkway all the way to the Tappan Zee Bridge, and then 287 is loaded up out through White Plains and out through the New England Thruway. And please keep in mind, this is, I'm certain, one of the reasons why these roadway closings have been put into effect, that some folks are trying to get out of Westchester County and then through the Bronx and into Manhattan. That is not going to happen today unless you are operating in an official capacity or you are an emergency worker. You really have no business in Manhattan today. That having been said, the rail systems, and I would think that this is just more as a confidence building measure than anything, are on or close to schedule. They are being reported on or close to schedule. The LIRR, Metro North running normal schedules, PATH trains running to and from 33rd Street every 5 minutes. New Jersey Transit trains are running a regular rail service, but there is no New Jersey Transit bus service into or out of Manhattan today. Only New Jersey Transit bus service available is local service in New Jersey only. The Staten Island ferry is closed to the general public. That is being used for emergency services. Jeff, Pat, back to you.
All right, sunshine today, mid to upper 70s at 63 degrees. We have sunshine, the wind out of the east at 12 miles an hour. I'm Jeff Kaplan.
Good morning. I'm Pat Carroll.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
WCBS News Time, 8:10 on Wednesday morning, the 12th of September. And WCBS reporter Marla Diamond is live in Lower Manhattan at Ground Zero, where the World Trade Center towers were 23 hours ago right now, blown up by two separate airplanes. Marla.
Some glimmers of hope in all of this devastation, Pat. We are hearing reports of survivors being pulled out of the rubble. I'm going to let my colleague Peter Haskell tell you a little bit about that. He has a better vantage point than I do, and has spoken to some of the firefighters on the scene. But what I can tell you is that we are seeing the National Guard mobilizing and moving toward Ground Zero, camouflaged with water and oxygen strapped to their backs. They have blood-sniffing hounds with them to go through the rubble and the debris, and the rescue workers followed every so often by construction equipment, bulldozers and cranes to remove all that debris so that those rescue crews can get to those trapped inside. And there is a seemingly endless cavalcade of New York City sanitation trucks. They are carting away the debris. Driving one of those trucks, Michael Gillette, who admitted to me that he is afraid of what they might find.
There's people walking right into the rubble and all of that. So, I don't know what I'm going to find, but I'm definitely a little worried about it.
But he says it's his job. He's got to do it. But he never imagined that he'd have to do something like this. We're live at Ground Zero, where the World Trade Center used to stand. Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
The estimates of the number of people who perished in the World Trade Center Twin Tower collapses runs into the thousands. We have a confirmed number. Certainly only the beginning. Mayor Giuliani telling us that 41 people are confirmed dead, and we have 6 confirmed survivors, people pulled from the rubble. WCBS reporter Sean Adams is live with us at St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the survivors who yesterday were taken, and into the night, in fact. Sean.
And it is right now an agonizing wait at St. Vincent's. The ER staff in green scrubs, the OR scrubs, they line the sidewalks, and they are eager to see those flashing lights. The patients will be brought here at some point, because this is the closest trauma center. 7th Avenue is cleared. There are dozens of them on the sidewalk right now, and it's just a waiting game. We haven't seen any people pulled from the rubble arrive here yet. Governor Pataki was down at Ground Zero.
And we had people right there at the base of the tower, firefighters, going through the rubble. Well, right next door, as of early this morning, there was a high-rise still burning under risk of collapse, and they put their own safety aside to try to save the lives of the people who are trapped in that rubble. And it's just, you see the death, you see the destruction, but you sense the hope.
The hospital staff here has been tripled, and many of them are on the street now waiting and just anxiously waiting to see those flashing ambulance lights. Reporting live at St. Vincent, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 8:13. And here is what we know to this point. President Bush has declared New York City a federal disaster area. Of course, that frees up funds to help pay for some of the cleanup and many of the overtime hours, et cetera. The World Trade Center death toll, as we just mentioned, is so far 41 confirmed and 6 confirmed survivors. Ferry loads of bodies have been taken to New Jersey.
We've heard of 1,700 people hurt. Mayor Giuliani says 202 firefighters are still missing, 57 police officers, paramedics, and other emergency workers still missing. 1 cop and 5 firefighters were reportedly rescued alive from the rubble. The mayor says the cleanup is going to take weeks and weeks, but we're going to take it day by day. It's all you can do right now. The USS George Washington arrived during the night. It is now in the waters off New York City for the purpose of air defense.
The Navy says other Atlantic Fleet ships have been ordered to provide defense and medical support for New York and Washington, D.C. The Pentagon, which was damaged and smoke is still coming from the building, well, it's open for business today. Workers are going back in. And the Red Cross and Salvation Army continue to ask for donations of blood, clothing, and money.
WCBS News Time, 8:14. We're going to go live to Mike Ziranax, who is, you're still in Hicksville at this point?
I'm in Hicksville at the Hicksville train station on the Long Island Railroad, and I can tell you this, people are commuting. They're doing so with sadness and the obvious look of pain on their faces. Many taking the railroad into Manhattan, and their thoughts seem to be the same.
It makes you think about your freedom. It makes you think about, you know, when you plan on going on vacation or you're going away for business, what do? You know, once you leave your home, And especially if you're using an airline, you just don't know where your next step is going to be.
There are no smiles on the faces of commuters on this day. All thoughts are on those injured and killed in yesterday's attack.
It's sad. It's truly a sad day. I mean, things will be different.
And I'll tell you this, it seems many of those who are heading in this morning are emergency workers, government employees, and quite a few business owners as well. We're live with the commuters in the Long Island Railroad. Mike Saranax, WCBS 880 News.
At 880 on your AM dial, your all-news address is WCBS.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll.
Our top story on WCBS 880.
The death toll has started. Mayor Giuliani tells us 41 people are confirmed dead. There are reports that 6 survivors have been found today, and the mayor is holding out hope for more.
We're hopeful that over the course of the day, we are going to be able to recover people, that there will be people that are still alive in that effort.
This morning, we heard reports of ferries running back and forth to New Jersey loaded with bodies. The president has declared the city a federal disaster worker. Emergency workers are coming into New York City from as far away as Puerto Rico. The president is planning to donate blood. To set an example, at 3:30 this afternoon, they need types O negative and O positive. If those are not your blood types, really you can wait because of the generous outpouring yesterday.
The whole world has been affected by what has happened yesterday, the terror in the United States, including the world of sports. And Jared Max is here to tell us a little about that.
Pat, not since D-Day 1944 had Major League Baseball postponed its entire schedule of regular season games. But it happened yesterday, and we're just learning that all of today's scheduled Major League games have been postponed. The Chicago White Sox, who were in Manhattan yesterday, preparing for their series with the Yankees, were expected to be bussed out of town for Cleveland this morning. The Mets yesterday had to move out of their hotel in downtown Pittsburgh for what was believed to be a safer location in the Pittsburgh suburbs. Mets were in town to play the Pirates. Major League schedule all postponed yesterday and today. NFL, NCAA expected to announce later this week if there will be football games this weekend. The NHL yesterday moved its offices out of Manhattan into Toronto. We can only hope that one day very soon we'll be able to celebrate our country by turning on the TV and watching a baseball game. But if we've ever been made aware, it is only a game. Jared Max, WCBS 880 Sports.
That's for sure. Schools are canceled today. The public schools are closed in New York City, and archdiocesan parochial schools throughout the area as well. That includes the city and many of the suburbs outlying that are part of the archdiocesan school system. Of course, the financial markets are also closed today in the United States. World markets are open.
At this very moment, the situation might be changing in lower Manhattan. We're going to go live to WCBS reporter Peter Haskell at Ground Zero.
Jeff, we were early telling you about flames that we could see coming from a building just south of where the Twin Towers used to be. We can't see those flames anymore because the fire apparently has intensified. The smoke has thickened, and it is a very light brown smoke that is emerging from there. Again, before we could see through to the building and see the flames inside the building, we can no longer even see the building, and that is maybe 10 blocks from here, so it's really not that far. This is just an absolute mess. You consider what West Street is usually like at this hour. Traffic going south is moving very briskly. Traffic coming north is stopping at the lights. Now, both sides are pretty much gridlocked. There's one lane that these huge container trucks are driving through, and as those trucks get filled up, they come back the other way. There are maybe 4 or 5 cranes down at the debris area, and you can just see huge chunks of debris piled up maybe 8 stories high. An absolute mess. It looks like a war zone, and the National Guard is here. We now see rescue troops with helmets, gas masks, search dogs. They're walking right in front of us now with the blue uniforms, blue hard hats, blue air packs on their back. They are being called into action. We have word that 6 survivors were taken out. Search and rescue dogs are being brought in. They have thermal imaging cameras. They're doing everything they can to try to pull out anybody who might still be alive. Reporting live from West Street, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 8:19.
We're now seeing that apparently smoke, thick, heavy smoke, is wisping from the top of the World Financial Center. I believe that's the name of the building. It's the series of buildings that are right next to the World Trade Center. You might know them from their pyramid top. Let's go live to Channel 2 News.
Dark smoke up above One Financial Plaza all morning long. Sometimes it's thick, sometimes it's not, and we really weren't sure if it in fact was burning or if there was something below that was burning. But as you can see, right over the green part of that triangle section of the roof, there's dark smoke coming up, and I guess you've been able to confirm it. It must be something burning on the south side of that building, possibly some debris that hit it from either Tower 1 or Tower 2 when it collapsed yesterday morning. That must be what's burning. We had been talking earlier about whether or not any of these buildings sustained damage, and now that I could see the light of day, in addition to that black smoke that's coming from that tower, there's also seems to be some broken windows on the front and on the north side of One Financial Plaza there. So that is new smoke, or I should say that's more of the smoke that we've been seeing all morning, but initially we did not know if that was that building or something next to it that was burning. We also shot some videotape earlier of 7 World Trade Center, or the remnants thereof, and it seemed to be smoking as well, as firefighters were putting water on it and as they were trying to dig that out. So that's new smoke up there, Michael, and it just seems to be that a lot of that debris that fell from Towers 1 and 2 hit a lot of these buildings around here and caused some damage.
This is CBS 2 reporter Paul Florangis describing the smoke coming out of the top of the building, One Financial Plaza. That's the building that houses Merrill Lynch, Dow Jones, the Wall Street Journal.
It's well known in architectural circles for its beautiful lobby, a glass-encased lobby. Ironically, this is a building that was constructed on landfill that came from scooping out the ground to build the World Trade Center. We're following the situation closely. Again, it's One Financial Plaza at the World Financial Plaza. Now there's a thin wisp of smoke coming from the pyramid atop the building.
We'll keep you on top of that. Now let's catch up with Tom Kaminsky.
And certainly Lower Manhattan has been sealed off south of 14th Street. The FDR Drive and West Side Highway are closed south of 96th Street. But again, we need to urge you that unless you are an emergency worker or operating in an official capacity, you really do not need to be in Manhattan today. We have had police checkpoints now set up in Queens on spots on the Cross Island Parkway and along the Van Wyck Expressway at the Belt Parkway. The Belt itself is open and running normally, or whatever will pass for normal today. The westbound side of the LIE Northern and Southern State Parkways, they are currently closed at the Queens line. Out of Rockland into Westchester, it is loaded up on the southbound New York State Thruway from the Garden State Parkway onto and across the Tappan Zee Bridge, and then 287 heavy into White Plains. But keep this in mind if you are trying to make your way out of Westchester into the Bronx and ultimately into Manhattan. That will not happen. Not on the Sawmill Parkway. It's closed at McLean Avenue in Yonkers. The Hutch is closed at Boston Road. The Bronx River Parkway at this point is closed at Wakefield Avenue. There is what is being called normal service on the LIRR, Metro North, and New Jersey Transit trains today, but this is about as far from a normal rush hour as you can possibly get in New York City. Jeff, Pat?
All right, Tom Kaminsky with that. Right now we have 63 degrees, sunny skies, no rain on the horizon until possibly tomorrow night. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Colin Powell says the U.S. will go after those responsible for the terror attacks and not let up. He spoke with CBS this morning with Bryant Gumbel a little while ago. He is calling it a war, saying it is a war, not against the United States, a war against civilization, while President Bush asks his staff to join him in giving blood to help the victims of the terrorist attack. The President and Mrs. Bush are scheduled to donate their blood at 3:30 this afternoon.
Yes, official Washington is going to work this morning. The Pentagon is open for essential employees. President Bush at his desk in the Oval Office at 7 o'clock this morning. Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta is expected to brief reporters sometime around 10 o'clock this morning. That might have something to do with when airports across the country might reopen. People are stranded, of course, all over the country in a huge backlog of jets trying to get from here to there.
The Pentagon is back to work today, even though firefighters are still trying to put out the fire in the Pentagon five-sided building that was sparked when a plane slammed into it yesterday. They're still searching for survivors in Washington. A fire chief says the number of dead could go up to 800. Of course, they're also still searching for survivors here in New York City.
A chilling story, a few chilling stories out of the newspapers, especially one from the Washington Post this morning, talking about the flight that did crash into the Pentagon. They say that flight, what happened was somebody turned off the transponder that let lets the people in the air traffic control towers know what flight it is. That plane made a beeline at full throttle for the White House, only at the last second, pulling a fighter jet maneuver, turning 270 degrees toward the Pentagon, where it crashed. According to the Washington Post, people were told by the hijackers aboard that jet to get on their cell phones, call their families, and tell them that you're going to die, which they did, and that's how we know what transpired aboard that plane.
WCBS News Time, 8:25. Wall Street is closed again today. There's no word on when it will reopen, and analysts aren't predicting how this tragedy might affect the market. This is the longest the New York Stock Exchange has been shut down since it was shut down for 2 days at the end of World War II. Financial markets around the world are open, though, and Joe Connolly joins us now.
Pat, stocks in London have been slightly higher. Other European stocks slightly lower. Tokyo stocks fell 6%, but the dollar has been higher and oil prices lower today. European markets are calm. Many say the markets will go through some volatility but should stabilize. They are calmer than they were yesterday. Oil companies say they have ample supplies. OPEC says it'll keep up oil supplies for the U.S. The Federal Reserve Board says it'll make certain banks have all the money they need. Some expect the Fed to cut interest rates again soon as a sign of financial stability. The news organizations stopped competing and all shared their pictures yesterday at the suggestion of CBS. There's even some talk now of delaying the start of the new fall TV season next week. This weekend's football games may be delayed, and they'll decide today whether to try to open the stock markets tomorrow. Most economists say the U.S. will probably, though, now have a official recession. Consumer confidence and travel will be down for a while. But some say the economy may bounce back faster than people think, especially if there's confidence and reassurance from the federal government. And one financial analyst says maybe people will concentrate now on their family and on their job, and in the long run, how can that be bad for the economy? I'm Joe Connolly for the Wall Street Journal on WCBS News Radio 880.
A couple of questions for you, Joe. How is it that oil prices are down given the state of unrest and uncertainty?
A lot of people in Europe say there's just even a reluctance to trade, that people are almost being discouraged from taking positions for fear that they might look like they're trying to capitalize on things. And OPEC and the oil companies are issuing statements of reassurance.
Okay, now about the banks. Banks are expected to open today all over the region.
In the suburbs, I hear that Fleet and Manhattan will be closed again today. The banks in the suburbs are expected to reopen, and the banks say that they are not putting any limits on ATM withdrawals or anything like that, which is also why the Fed says we'll make certain that the banks have all the money that they need. Alan Greenspan is headed back to the U.S. from Europe.
Now, the only reason the banks are closed at all, even in Manhattan, is because of the location of the banking industry, right?
Right. And some of the suburban banks say they closed just out of shock and respect, and also the fact that some of their employees wanted to go and get their kids out of daycare, and that was the only reason that some of the suburban banks closed yesterday.
All right. Thanks, Joe Connolly, Wall Street Journal, with the very latest on the financial markets.
Let's go live to Channel 2. Reporter Paul Ferranges is down in Lower Manhattan.
Some video of firefighters pouring water on what remains of World Trade Center building number 7. As you can see by that video that we have, a lot of it is just collapsed on top of each other. All the vehicles that were parked there are either destroyed, partly, fully. They're all covered with dust. Everything from fire apparatus to cars that belong to firefighters, cars that belong to police officers, cars that belong to regular people who park and who work down there. If you look at that wreckage, you can see just how hard that building collapsed. It kind of pancaked on itself as if it were a planned implosion. Firefighters have been pouring water on it all morning, and I think that's why we've been seeing white and then gray and sometimes darker smoke, because as they peel away some of that wreckage, they find more fire and they pour more water on it. But it's just an eerie scene to look at that and to look at all of those cars that are there that look like some of the video we saw.
All right, there's Paul Ferranges reporting on CBS 2. There was a thin wisp of smoke coming from one financial plaza at the World Financial Plaza, the pyramid-topped building right next to where the World Trade Center stood.
The building that houses Merrill Lynch, Dow Jones, and the Wall Street Journal. We do know for a fact the Wall Street Journal people have gone to other sites, as we imagine all the other folks have as well, to prepare their their paper.
The buildings are empty. Well, it was just shy of 24 hours ago that Tom Kaminsky was in Chopper 880 in midair, noticing something strange happening at the World Trade Center.
Absolutely. A moment in my life I will never forget. I will take it to my grave. Let's go to the Holland and Lincoln tunnels. We are, at this point, closed down. The George Washington Bridge, the outbound upper level, is open at the GWB. Throgs Neck and Whitestone bridges, they are now open as well in both directions. Henry Hudson Parkway, southbound side is closed at 232nd Street. The Manhattan-bound Harlem River crossings are all closed. Lower Manhattan is sealed off south of 14th Street. The FDR Drive and the West Side Highway are closed south of 96th Street. Jeff, Pat, back to you.
All right, thanks, Tom Kaminsky, with that. And we have sunny skies in Midtown Manhattan, the humidity at 76%, 63 degrees in Central Park, getting up into the upper 70s today. As cool as the 50s in inland spots by tonight, then sunny to partly cloudy tomorrow, the high around 80 with a chance of showers by tomorrow night.
As we head to the weekend, the showers end Friday. It'll be a fair, dry, cool weekend again. Sunshine, 63 degrees, and certainly a factor in lower Manhattan. The wind from the east at 12 miles an hour. WCBS News Time, 8:30.
Terror strikes the U.S. Continuing coverage with the resources of CBS News and the news team on WCBS 880.
The morning after the terror, 41 are confirmed dead so far at the World Trade Center.
The death toll, of course, expected to climb into the thousands. A thin column of smoke now trickling from the top of the World Financial Center.
NASA says the smoke from lower Manhattan has been visible from the International Space Center.
5 firefighters, 1 police officer have now been rescued alive from the rubble.
President Bush has declared New York City a federal disaster area. He will be donating his own blood this afternoon.
There have been reports of boatloads of bodies being ferried across the river to New Jersey. As many as 800 dead in the nation's capital. I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll. It's 8:31.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. Some survivors found alive in the rubble of New York's World Trade Center this morning, a day after the buildings came crashing down in the coordinated wave of terror. But there's new smoke on the Manhattan skyline. CBS News correspondent Lou Miliano is there. Lou, what's going on?
Heavy smoke continues to blanket this entire area of the debris, and we have apparently fresh fires erupting within the rubble as we have heavy clouds billowing out from below. And for about a half hour now, a steady stream, a plume of black from high atop one building of the World Financial Center. This scene is not static. It continues to develop.
Lou Miliano live in New York City. At the Pentagon, a fire still burns this morning, and CBS News correspondent David Martin is there.
There is still no reliable estimate here on the loss of life, although as many as 850 people were believed to work in the area of the building where the plane hit. But the building is just too unstable right now to permit a real search for bodies.
This morning, Secretary of State Powell repeated President Bush's vow to hunt down those responsible for the acts of terror.
When you saw those scenes coming out of New York and Washington, the American people made a judgment. We are at war, and they want a comprehensive response. They want us to act as if we are at war.
In Washington, lawmakers are talking about a determined, refocused America. Nebraska Senator Chuck Hagel.
It seems rather trivial today, doesn't it, all the bickering about the budget issues. We will come together with this one focus because this is the one great challenge of our time, to deal with terrorism.
Many people dealt with yesterday's events by praying. Houses of worship from coast to coast added special services. There's word that the FAA will make a decision in a few hours about when air traffic will resume. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
On WCBS 880, where it's now 8:33 on Wednesday morning, the 12th, and WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is live at the Ground Zero site where we have been watching the smoke coming out of One Financial Plaza, but now it seems to be dissipating.
Well, there's still plenty of smoke, Pat. It is a light brown color, and it is billowing up, and it is blowing from east to west, the opposite of the way things went yesterday. This is just like a war zone here. That's exactly what it looks like. You can see the debris piled up down the block, and we just saw moments ago a unit of emergency services police officers with their navy blue uniforms, their dark blue helmets, and their blue air packs marching in formation. And in the middle of that group, Julie Doherty from Elmhurst, Pennsylvania, with her bloodhound, Jezebel, who is a search, rescue, and cadaver dog.
She detects scents, different types. Anything can come to her. Dogs basically have a sense that people don't have. And when she finds something, the hair on her back will go up.
And is she able to how is she able to maneuver in difficult circumstances?
Very well. She'll take these people in and she'll get them out if she has to.
We have seen firefighters come out glassy-eyed. They have been replaced by fresh troops. There's a group of maybe 24 firefighters sitting down trying to catch their breath. And just a moment ago, a bunch of them stood up and put on their fire jackets. A very long and arduous task lies ahead. We know that 6 survivors have been taken out, and they are hoping there will be more. Reporting live from West Street, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Well, first it's finding the people, and then it's cleaning up and making things right. And toward that end, President Bush has declared New York City a disaster area. And joining us on the news line is FEMA spokesman Mark Wolfson. It's the agency in charge of meting out financial aid. You've never faced anything like this.
Nothing to of this size. As the last time we had a building explosion in the United States, of course, was in Oklahoma City, and FEMA was involved in that particular situation. Right now, our top priority is working with the City of New York's firefighters in searching for survivors, and we have sent. We're sending 8 of our specialized urban search and rescue teams to New York. 4 of them are already there. These teams are highly trained. They have structural engineers with them. They have special search equipment to search for survivors. These are the same teams that were used in Oklahoma City to search the building there, and we're hoping that we're going to be able to help find some more survivors in that rubble.
Well, once this operation is completed, there is a staggering financial loss in Lower Manhattan, and your agency will have to help deal with that.
Absolutely, and starting with the very basics, with the cleanup of the area. When we get to the point where we're starting to have to deal with removal of all of that debris, the federal government and FEMA stand ready to help the city with the costs of clearing that area and making it safe and helping to restore the public infrastructure in the southern end of Manhattan there that's been so badly damaged. And FEMA will be opening a disaster field office in New York City, and we will have staff up there working with the city officials and state officials for as long as it takes.
I imagine it's going to be hard to get people into town just because there's no flights.
Yes, but we do have the option of using military aircraft if necessary. That's how we're bringing these urban search and rescue teams in, and I expect that sometime later today, our FEMA director will probably be making a visit up to New York also.
All right, thank you. Mark Wolfson is a spokesman for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, says they are mobilizing to help New York with money and manpower. WCBS News Time, 8:37. Let's go to St. Vincent's Hospital now. WCBS reporter Sean Adams has been there all morning as they try to take care of the people who have been hurt in the building collapses.
Yes, and St. Vincent is fully mobilized, ready to receive survivors. The staff has been tripled. Patients have been moved out of here to make room, and dozens of doctors right now line the sidewalk, and they are just waiting. Governor Pataki was here a short while ago, and he sounds the charge for optimism.
Right now, the focus is on search and rescue, and to make sure that all security steps are taken and that the services, the essential services, are brought back to every corner of the city as quickly as possible.
This medical effort here is certainly taking a toll on some mentally. Psychiatric professionals are on hand. The doctors urge that all people begin to talk about this. Talk to your children about what has happened. And blood donors are being told to contact the Red Cross and the New York Blood Center. Reporting live at St. Vincent, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
We're going to bring you up to speed on the traffic situation in a moment. Some people are commuting in from Long Island. The LIRR is running trains into the city, and WCBS reporter Mike Zirinax has spent the morning at the Hicksville train station.
Yeah, Jeff, for Long Islanders taking the railroad into Manhattan today, it's a nervous time, a very sad time, and much of the conversation is about security.
But what can you do? There's only so much you can do. You can't strip search everybody. We
hope for the best. We're still a free society here. You have to live with consequences.
Tom Brady works for the Postal Service. He knows it's another day, but a very different time.
I don't think America will be the same again. We woke up to this morning we wake up to a different world.
And a very different commute, clearly not a normal ride in, only a fraction of those who normally commute into the city doing so today. We're live at the Hicksville station, the Long Island Railroad. Mike Saranax, WCBS 880.
All right, let's get an overview of the traffic with Tom Kaminsky.
Let's go back over to the rail situation. The LIRR Metro North, they are running what they call a normal schedule. PATH trains are running to and from 33rd Street every 5 minutes. New Jersey Transit also running regular rail service, but no bus service into or out of Manhattan on the New Jersey Transit buses. Only local service in New Jersey. Subways, 1 trains and 2 trains are running through 34th Street. The 4s and 5s are skipping Union Square through Borough Hall. The 6 trains operating only to Bleecker Street. 4s and number 3 trains are suspended. The R trains, no service in Manhattan, but they are running in Brooklyn. The N trains are running from 34th through Astoria. The B, the D, the Q, and the W still no service south of Canal Street. And one bit of good news now, Staten Island bridges, Goethals, Bayonne, and Outer Bridge crossings have now been reopened in both directions. Jeff and Pat.
All right, thanks a lot. WCBS News Time, 8:40.
It's Wednesday morning, the 12th of September.
The Osgood File. I'm Charles Osgood on the CBS Radio Network. Americans are certainly angry at whoever did this thing yesterday. President Bush, in his talk to the American people last night, said that America would not distinguish between terrorists, such as those who carried out yesterday's horrific atrocity, and those who harbor them. Now, many have taken that to mean that Afghanistan, which is keeping Osama bin Laden, might be subject to U.S. reprisal. Bin Laden is regarded in Washington as the prime suspect in yesterday's terrorist attack on the United States. Ariel Marami, a terrorism expert, says that most Islamic groups are interested mostly in domestic issues, but that bin Laden's group is a different story.
Osama bin Laden views himself as the fighter for Islam against Western ways of life.
Nevertheless, as far as we know, there has been no concrete proof linking bin Laden with the hijacking of those planes yesterday and the subsequent attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and on the Pentagon. This morning, bin Laden is quoted as praising the people who carried out the attacks, but insisting that he personally had nothing to do with it, and furthermore, that he had no advanced knowledge about it ahead of time. Jamal Ismail, the bureau chief for the Abu Dhabi television in Islamabad, Pakistan, quotes a close aide of bin Laden as saying, Osama bin Laden thanked the Almighty Allah and bowed before him when he heard the news. Taliban leaders in Afghanistan, where bin Laden is reportedly living, said yesterday that he could not possibly have planned or organized the attacks. And Abdel Bari Atwan, the editor of a London-based newspaper that is distributed throughout the Arab world, says that he doesn't think that it was bin Laden either.
I think it is a consortium of many organizations working together to carry out these attacks. I don't believe it is, a work of a single man or a few people.
Adwan says that many people in the Middle East were not surprised by the New York and Washington attacks. He thinks U.S. intelligence really should have seen it coming. Furthermore, he says he is astonished and shocked. The American intelligence organization, he says, is supposed to be the best in the world. We knew in the Middle East that attacks on the U.S. were imminent. So, he says, why didn't the intelligence services take these warnings seriously? Adwan says it has been obvious for some time that the hatred and resentment against America have been building in that part of the world.
There were a lot of calls in certain Arab media and the press to attack the American interest. Maybe those extremists realize that this is their time to hit and this is their opportunity to show their strength and to have the upper hand on Middle East.
So does that mean that people there were waiting for something like this to happen, expecting it to come?
Many people felt that, these extremist organizations are about to attack. So the frustration is huge in the Arab world. The dissatisfaction of the American foreign policies in its peak, anti-American feeling is very high.
Americans were angered, to say the least, when we saw pictures of Palestinians in the West Bank cheering and celebrating when they heard what happened in the United States yesterday. Is that the way most people there feel about it?
The majority of Middle Eastern people, they are not with these kind of attacks. They would like to see a peaceful dialogue with the United States.
The Osgood File. Charles Osgood on the CBS Radio Network. September 12th, 2001.
WCBS News Time, 8:43.
at 880 on your AM dial. Your all-news address is WCBS.
I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll.
Our top story on WCBS 880, continuing coverage of the terror at the Twin Towers.
41 confirmed dead from the World Trade Center terrorism. Mayor Giuliani expects that number to go way up.
We've organized our relief efforts in the medical examiner and others for the possibility that we could be dealing with thousands of bodies that we recover, and we just simply don't know yet what that number is going to be.
Many bodies are being ferried across the river to New Jersey for makeshift morgues. Cadaver dogs are now being employed in the wreckage. A thin column of smoke has been seen leaking from the top of the World Financial Center as well today.
President Bush will donate his own blood today. His wife will as well. He's declared New York City a federal disaster area just a few minutes ago from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. We had a spokesman who told us that 4 search and rescue expert teams have already been sent into New York City. They're in Lower Manhattan. 4 more are on the way. They will help. Federal disaster centers will be set up in New York City, but that comes later.
Let's get a quick update on the sports world from Jared Max.
And all baseball games, just like yesterday, postponed, Pat, again today. The first time that this has happened since D-Day 1944. Yankees, White Sox scheduled for tonight, postponed, along with all of Major League Baseball. The White Sox were trying to get out on a bus as soon as possible this morning to head to Cleveland. The Mets were in Pittsburgh yesterday. They moved out of their hotel in downtown Pittsburgh, went to one in the suburbs. The NHL yesterday shut down its New York City office, moved headquarters to Toronto. We should find word within a day or two about plans for this weekend in the NFL. Odds are that the games will be canceled, and the NFL not trying to repeat what happened in 1963, just 2 days after President Kennedy was assassinated, and the NFL was criticized for playing its games. I'm Jared Max, WCBS 880 Sports.
You're listening to continuing live team coverage of the Twin Tower disaster from WCBS 880. It's a sunny day and 63 degrees, bright blue sky, going up into the upper 70s today.
The New York City Police Department has a couple of numbers for people to call if you want to know about victims. They were finally able to compile some kind of list overnight of what they knew and establish these phone numbers, but they have been busy through most of the morning, as you can imagine. Here they are nonetheless. 866-856-4167, 212-741-4626.
New York City public schools are closed today, and U.S. financial markets are closed today. President Bush will be donating blood this afternoon along with his wife, and he's asking his staff to do the same. Emergency workers are flocking into New York City as best as they can arrive here from as far away as Puerto Rico. People still lining up to give blood. They really need O-positive and O-negative blood the most. If you have another type of blood, you might want to wait a day or two when there will be more need as well.
Late yesterday, we were able to tell you about Navy ships that were going to be steaming toward the New York area to provide assistance. Well, one of them has arrived. The aircraft carrier USS George Washington is now in the water in the Atlantic off New York City for the purpose of air defense and for medical support, with other Atlantic Fleet ships expected to arrive in the area shortly. Down in Washington, Pentagon workers, essential Pentagon workers, are going back into the building this morning, even though smoke is still coming from the Pentagon down in Washington. There are estimates ranging from 100 to 800 people dead at the scene.
And Congress is going to convene today. There will be some resolutions adopted, and there will be a show of the U.S. government up and running and in action and not broken down in any way by what has happened.
The Red Cross Salvation Army asking for donations of blood, clothing, money. The Red Cross saying, O-positive, O-negative, those are the 2 types they need most. If those are not your blood types, if you're not O-positive, if you're not O-negative, they say you don't have to stand in any long lines. They're okay because there was a generous outpouring yesterday, 3 times the amount of blood they would receive in a normal day because people were lining up 50 and 100 deep.
They might want to wait a day or so, and maybe there'll be another need then. You know, it was just about 24 hours ago from the next 30 seconds or so when we kind of looked out the window and saw some smoke outside, and then we went to a traffic report, and Tom Kaminsky was there, and this is a recording of what Tom Kaminsky told us 24 hours ago from right now.
Flame and an awful lot of smoke from one of the towers of the World Trade Center. We are just coming up on this scene. This is easily 3/4 of the way up. Whatever has occurred has just occurred.
That was the first we heard in New York City of what had transpired down at the World Trade Center. We saw this wisp of smoke and didn't think it was as far away as the World Trade Center. We thought maybe there was a demolition project going on. Sadly, that was not the case. And now joining us live, Tom Kaminsky, who cannot fly this morning because the airspace over New York City and the tri-state area is what the FAA calls sterilized.
And Jeff, I feel that the airspace around New York City has now been changed forever. Certainly, we will have to rethink and replan and recoordinate what we do and how we do our job. So everyone's life has been changed by this. Playing that tape it brings it back to me 24 hours later. We were at the George Washington Bridge and turning southbound on the Hudson River, and the only thing I recall seeing is a flash and a fireball, and that is something I will just never forget. And shortly after that report, we went to the Twin Towers and went south of them to check to see if whatever had hit the building had actually gone through to the other side.
You knew something had happened. We just saw smoke, but you saw something.
Well,
yeah.
we saw the flash and the fireball, and we knew obviously something catastrophic had happened. My pilot, Arthur Anderson, exclaimed, "Is that a plane?" And then he called out to LaGuardia Airport on our frequency, "LaGuardia, did you lose one?" And no response was heard. But as we got closer and as smoke started billowing out from that gash, it looked as though if it were any sort of an internal explosion coming out, it would have been completely different. We knew that something had gone in on the north face of that tower, and we had checked on the southbound side to see if whatever had gone in had come out, and it did not. So we turned north, and about 90 seconds later, in just about the spot where we had been looking at the tower, the second plane came in and hit. And that explosion, we saw the flash through our window from behind us. Turned around, and at that point, both the towers were in flames. But, Jeff and Pat, I recall watching the Twin Towers being built as a kid from the New Jersey side. I've flown in Chopper 880 for almost 13 years. I have looked at the World Trade Center every single day, every single flight. And it is just mind-boggling to me that landmark of New York City no longer exists this morning.
It's very bizarre. We were walking around Midtown last night, and you see a lot of the tourist shops and whatnot, and there are posters and there are T-shirts, and they all have the Twin Towers on
it's the most prominent feature on any T-shirt, any souvenir, any poster that you can buy of New York City. And it is also a very prominent feature on every map, especially aviation maps of New York City.
Tom, certainly it was like the busiest day of our career, easily, yesterday.
By far.
We didn't have time really to talk to you. Take us through what happened after you saw that second flash, because shortly thereafter you had to go back to base and land.
Well, we saw the second flash, and we managed to get a little bit more time on the air with you. At that point, we needed to get some fuel because we knew we were, or at least we had hoped that we would be airborne for quite some time afterward. We proceeded over to Ridgefield Park, which is very near Teterboro Airport, got our fuel, and we're on our way back out. And actually, our helicopter had lifted off the deck at Ridgefield Park, and the air traffic controller said, "You need to return immediately. You need to shut down immediately." This airspace has been sterilized.
Had you ever heard that term before?
We had never ever heard. Yesterday was a day of firsts for all of us. One thing I think that's important to note about this is that normally when we fly, we are flying in controlled airspace, either under the auspices of LaGuardia Tower or Newark Tower or Kennedy Tower or, in that case, Teterboro Tower. There is a stretch of uncontrolled and unrestricted airspace along the Hudson River, from river to river, and that is very popular among sightseers, among private pilots. It offers a wonderful view of New York City, and we have seen so many people just out for a joyride, getting a look at the city and at the skyline and taking pictures. And I would certainly imagine that airspace and all of the airspace around this region is going to be changed forever.
There won't be any more tourist flights and joyrides and whatnot because they're just going to clamp down.
This is one of these things that it is a day at a time, but certainly we will, I would imagine, be forced to look at how we do our job and what sort of flying we can do around this area. It had been very controlled to begin with, but I would certainly think that the last bit of uncontrolled airspace that was around in this area has now just gone by the wayside.
Tom, certainly there's going to be a lot of talk about security here in New York and in Washington, and we thank you for your efforts yesterday. It's been a lot of work for you, and we appreciate what you've brought to
Jeff
the public.
And Pat. Thanks.
Tom Kaminsky from the Traffic Center this morning, and apparently it is a ghost town at Grand Central Station this morning. The Metro North trains are running on a regular schedule. Let's ask Margie Enders of Metro North. How did the morning commute go?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say it was a ghost town, but it's very, very light. My train from Tarrytown was about a third of the normal ridership, but there are other trains that were very empty. For example, one train came out of Poughkeepsie that usually carries about 900 people, and there were only 60 people on that train. So the ridership is very, very light.
We're also curious because, we saw Manhattan as a ghost town last night with no businesses open. Are the shops inside the terminal open this morning?
No, a lot of them are not open. And, for example, there's no bagels to be had. The delivery trucks were not able to make deliveries. Our newspapers are not here. So things are not exactly normal, but the trains are normal. We're going to run trains, and it's been decided by the mayor and the Office of Emergency Management, and we're north of the crisis area, so we're going to run trains.
So the hope is that if anyone has to come in, that they don't come in too far into Manhattan and that they don't bring a car. They take the train.
That's right.
The other thing not to bring, obviously, is a camera. They don't want tourists coming into town.
No, I don't know about... they don't want a lot of extra people in town because they need to keep the roads clear for the emergency vehicles and the earth movers and things like that.
So hopefully we don't have a lot of people who didn't go to work because of what's happened, but decide to come on in with their camera and see what's up.
No, there's not a lot of tourist types on my train, for example, and not too many in Grand Central. And there's not very many cars on the street either, which is a good thing.
Oh, that's very good.
What Tom Kaminsky's been telling us. Thank you. That's Margie Enders of Metro North. WCBS News Time, 8:55.
Let's get a business report from Joe Connolly at the Wall Street Journal. Joe, there are no financial markets open in the U.S. today.
No, but London stocks actually are higher, Jeff. Paris is lower, but European markets have stabilized today. But trading is thin, and they're still in shock over there as well. And even there's a certain reluctance to trade yet for fear of being seen as trying to capitalize on tragedy. But the dollar is a little bit higher, and oil prices are coming down today. They actually started falling yesterday after spiking. Already today, technicians are starting to reroute some business operations from lower Manhattan over to the Jersey side, where many big companies also have offices as well. And some of the companies that operate downtown may be commuting to New Jersey, maybe for quite a while. I was talking to one woman today who seemed kind of down. I asked her if she's okay. She says it's just draining even thinking about all of this. Another woman who fled lower Manhattan says she hasn't been able to cry yet, but knows she will. Now and then today, people start talking about how telecom stocks may go up because of this, because of new investments in security. But then they just stop. Can't even bring themselves to talk about stock plays. How do you invest in this?
How do you do that?
Not yet. People just don't want to talk about it today.
We're all still shell-shocked. It hasn't sunk in yet.
Not time yet.
Joe, is there any guessing game going on about when the New York Stock Exchange might be able to reopen?
They want to get it open as a symbol that they won't be stopped. But just getting to the buildings is tough now. So they'll decide today about tomorrow.
And they'll decide tomorrow about the next day.
I think maybe Monday.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All right, thanks. Joe Connolly, Wall Street Journal, with the very latest on overseas markets. Of course, U.S. stock markets, financial markets are closed today.
WCBS News Time, 8:57, a little early. We'll go back to Tom Kaminsky. We were talking about yesterday and what it was like in Chopper 880 being, well, one of the first people able to broadcast what had transpired at the World Trade Center. Now, a little more than 24 hours later, let's look at the traffic situation in and outside of Manhattan.
All right, let's look, first of all, in Manhattan, which is where you really don't need to be unless you are an emergency worker or you are operating in some sort of an official capacity. You do not need to be there. Lower Manhattan is sealed off south of 14th Street, and really the FDR and West Side Highway, everything is going to be shut at 96th Street. The approaches are closed, and as we have been saying, this has caused quite a bit of volume in New Jersey because of numerous road closings in New Jersey on Route 80, on Route 3, on Route 4, on 46, the Palisades Parkway 1 and 9. We've had the eastern and western spurs of the New Jersey Turnpike also shut to varying degrees, so we've had quite the morning there. However, the upside of this is that traffic certainly, absolutely, is lighter than normal this morning. However, going north now from up toward the area of the Tappan Zee Bridge and coming out of Rockland into Westchester, it has been awful this morning. It is heavy from the Garden State Parkway right over to the Tappan Zee Bridge. Many people in the hopes of trying to get southbound into the Bronx and then ultimately into Manhattan. At this point, that's not going to be happening on the Sawmill River Parkway. That's closed at McLean Avenue in Yonkers. The Hutch remains closed at Boston Road. The Bronx River Parkway at this point also remains closed at Wakefield Avenue. It also bears repeating that the airports are still completely out of service this morning. We will be getting updates, and I'll be keeping you updated on that this afternoon as to when they may possibly reopen. And Jeff and Pat, back to you.
All right, Tom Kaminsky with a comprehensive look at the traffic situation for us from the WCBS Traffic Center. We have sunny skies in Midtown Manhattan, blue skies, ironically, on this very gray day. 67 degrees right now, going into the upper 70s today and back down into the 50s tonight in inland areas.
Tomorrow, sunny to partly cloudy, maybe 80 degrees with a chance of showers coming in tomorrow night. They'll leave by Friday, then clearing and cooler for the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, fair, dry, and cool. Again, 67 degrees. I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll.
Our top story on WCBS 880.
Exactly 1 day after the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center, 41 people thus far confirmed dead. The death toll, though, is expected to go into the thousands.
Bodies are being ferried to a makeshift morgue in Bayonne, New Jersey.
1,700 people are being treated at area hospitals.
FEMA tells WCBS 4 expert search and rescue teams have now been sent in. 4 more are on their way.
Cadaver dogs are at work in lower Manhattan.
President Bush is at his desk. He's declared New York City a federal disaster area. He and his wife to donate their own blood this afternoon.
The aircraft carrier USS Washington is here.
Count on the global resources of CBS News for continuing coverage of the terror strike against the U.S. on WCBS New York and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
WCBS News Time, 9 o'clock.
CBS News, this is Frank Sedapani. Secretary of State Colin Powell promises to go after any country involved in yesterday's airborne terrorist attacks in New York City and at the Pentagon. Powell tells the CBS News Early Show.
When you saw those scenes coming out of New York and Washington, the American people made a judgment. We are at war, and they want a comprehensive response. They want us to act as if we are at war.
Powell says there is good evidence on who is responsible. CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart has the latest on what federal investigators are doing.
They have executed search warrants that we know of in Davie, Florida, in Daytona, Florida. They have seized a van in New Jersey. The white Mitsubishi was seized at Logan Airport in Boston. It was found to contain some materials in Arabic and apparently a flight manual as well. This reported earlier today, of course, by the Boston Herald. They have found some material, though, in that car that leads them to believe that the people who seized the aircraft out of Boston were driving it.
The attacks in New York were launched from Boston. Logan Airport officials are defending security there, saying they consider Logan as secure, if not more secure, than any other airport in the country. Emergency workers are using barges to ferry some of the dead from yesterday's World Trade Center attack to the New Jersey side of the Hudson River. CBS News correspondent Lou Meliano is live with the latest from near the scene.
You can taste the dust still hanging in the air down here. Billowing clouds of thick smoke continue to drift over this rubble of twisted steel and stone. Urban search and rescue crews pursue their ever so deliberate and delicate task. There was a report of survivors. 5 firemen and a police officer pulled out alive this morning. But Mayor Rudy Giuliani doesn't hold out hope for thousands still in here.
Worst fears are that the numbers are going to be in the thousands. In addition to the police officers and firefighters, at the time that this attack took place, the building has typically thousands and thousands of people in it.
Storefronts have become makeshift morgues. Medical workers in scrubs are filing in. Cadaver dogs have now arrived. Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Lou Meliano, CBS News, New York.
CBS News correspondent David Martin has the latest on casualties at the Pentagon.
There is still no reliable estimate here on the loss of life, although as many as 850 people were believed to work in the area of the building where the plane hit. But the building is just too unstable right now to permit a a real search for bodies.
The FAA hopes to lift its coast-to-coast flight ban in about 3 hours. Whenever service does resume, travelers can expect tighter security, more luggage inspections, and longer delays. CBS News aviation correspondent Bob Orr.
You're going to see, if anything, maybe a slight overreaction, maybe a little more security than it's even practical. And then I think experience tells us, and even though this is far worse than anything we've seen in the past, over time the security probably will be relaxed.
This is CBS News.
Waiting for a briefing from the mayor.
Tough traveling into Manhattan.
It is Wednesday morning, the 12th of September, 3 minutes after 9 o'clock. I'm Pat Carroll.
I'm Jeff Kaplan. We have sunshine in Midtown Manhattan, but there's gray sky and still smoke over lower Manhattan this morning.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
We're waiting, as we just mentioned, for Mayor Giuliani to speak, and WCBS reporter Mary Gay Taylor is live at City Hall.
Actually, I'm at where the mayor is going to give a news conference. It's an undisclosed location. He said earlier this morning the World Trade Center may have been a visible symbol of New York City, but its spirit is its most visible symbol, and New York will show its spirit in overcoming this tragedy. He is very hopeful that more people will be found alive in pockets, like a firefighter he visited at St. Vincent's Hospital yesterday, who was rescued with members of his company and was totally amazed to find that the building had come down around him when they were taken out. Besides the massive rescue operation, he said the area is a crime scene. Evidence needed to bring the terrorists to justice must be found and preserved. He said the cleanup will take weeks, months perhaps. He spoke briefly of his own tense 10 minutes when he and a small group, including the police commissioner, rushed to find their way out of 75 Barclay Street. The governor is here. We expect to have a news conference within the half hour. That's always subject to change. Reporting live, Mary Gay Taylor, WCBS 880 News.
And of course, when the news conference does happen with Mayor Giuliani, we will bring it to you live here on WCBS 880.
WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is near Ground Zero. We understand that you'll be able to get a little bit closer to the World Trade Center.
We are hoping that in the next half hour or so, a group of reporters will be brought within shouting distance of that bombed-out area. How close we go, we will let you know when we get in there. We'll let you know now that it looks like a war zone, and it is appropriate. Armies of personnel, firefighters, search and rescue crews, doctors, all kinds of people, folks operating heavy equipment. There's just a huge lineup of sanitation trucks, large container trucks that will be filled with debris. When they're filled, they're removed. We can see 4 cranes or more down there removing debris. This is about 5 blocks. We're about 5 blocks north of the scene, and it's really disorienting. The Trade Center was always the landmark. It was 2 blocks north of the Trade Center or 3 blocks south of the Trade Center. Now, it's difficult to remember exactly where it was, and we can still see now darker smoke billowing out from the building we believe was south of the Trade Center. That fire has been burning all morning. We could see the flames earlier, but now it's totally obscured by smoke. Absolutely like a war zone. Debris scattered all over the place. And the outer skin of the Trade Center that was so distinctive in a huge pile, maybe 6 or 8 stories high, and scattered all the way across West Street. So that's a full block away. Obviously, the debris area has to be huge. We'll get a better look hopefully shortly. Reporting live from West Street, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Many of the injured are being brought to St. Vincent's Hospital, where we find WCBS reporter Sean Adams.
And those survivors that were pulled from the rubble this morning, we can tell you they did not come to St. Vincent's. This trauma center, though, stands at the ready, but all morning it has not really seen much activity at all. Yesterday, there were more than 364 patients taken here, 61 of them fire and police department injuries, 64 admitted, 4 fatalities here. And 90 of them admitted, and many of them are in, they're stable now, but very critical condition, some of them. So what we have now is a situation where Governor Pataki has paid a visit to the hospital, and he shared what he saw down at Ground Zero.
It's incredible to see the devastation down there, but also you have to be inspired by the professionalism and the courage of the thousands of people who are working down there right now. The amount of debris that has been removed is phenomenal.
St. Vincent's has tripled its staff, relocated patients, called in psychiatric professionals. There's an air of optimism here because history has shown that people can survive building collapses, but the medical staff now here waiting, and they're anxious. Live at St. Vincent, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
Anxious? Are they fatigued, Sean? It's been a long 24 hours.
Well, for some of them, yes, indeed. We saw some paramedics who have been on the job since 9 o'clock yesterday morning. They were some of the first to arrive. They brought patients here, and in that time frame, the towers collapsed, and they are exhausted. They've been working nonstop, and a lot of these people are tired, but they've tripled the staff, so there are plenty to take their place, and volunteers have set up tables, food, water. There were women out scrounging around all Manhattan through the night looking for bread and milk. They had a hard time finding bread, but they found what they could, and the volunteers are bringing around coffee. The doctors are standing outside, and they are here at the ready.
It's just like a small city, even within the hospital itself, isn't it, Sean?
Well, it really is indeed. I mean, they have utilized every inch of space to accommodate people. They simply don't know the sheer numbers that could possibly be coming, but they are prepared. They have relocated other patients to other facilities farther away. This is the closest trauma center. 7th Avenue is open. We don't know where those 6 survivors pulled from the rubble were taken. We heard talk possibly Bellevue. Perhaps the nature of their injuries, dictated where they were to go. But right now we see a double bus just pulled up with the accordion connector in the middle. Firefighter just stepping off. Don't know where this bus is headed, but we have not really seen many ambulances coming this way.
All right, thanks. Sean Adams live monitoring the situation from St. Vincent's Hospital.
Let's get a quick traffic update. Tom Kaminsky.
All right, and let's actually get an update on a couple of problems, some reopenings now here. But the Gowanus Expressway has now been reopened from Fort Hamilton Parkway up to the BQE. But remember, if you're going to be traveling there in Brooklyn, remember, the Battery Tunnel is closed. The Brooklyn Bridge is still closed. The Williamsburg and Manhattan bridges, they are still closed to vehicular traffic. The Goethals and Bayonne and Outer Bridge crossings are also now being reopened. However, there are still some restrictions on 440 at the Outer Bridge and on the New Jersey Turnpike at the Goethals. Jeff and Pat, back to you.
All right, Tom Kaminsky in the WCBS Traffic Center. It's Wednesday morning, the 12th of September. I'm Pat Carroll.
I'm Jeff Kaplan. It's 9:10.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. Survivors have been pulled from the rubble of what was the World Trade Center this morning. Hope amid the devastation and death there. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani says there's concern for the missing, and that includes fire and police officers.
The number now is 202 firefighters that are unaccounted for, and about 56 or 57 police officers, New York City and Port Authority police officers that we're also searching for.
A new fire caused by the burning rubble has sent more smoke billowing over Manhattan's skyline. At the Pentagon, a fire burns there, too, from yesterday's attack, and CBS News correspondent David Martin tells us.
There is still no reliable estimate here on the loss of life, although as many as 850 people were believed to work in the area of the building where the plane hit. But the building is just too unstable right now to permit a real search for bodies.
Secretary of State Powell has repeated the Bush administration call this morning to hunt down the terror group responsible. CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart has new details on what the FBI has been doing.
They have executed search warrants that we know of in Davie, Florida, in Daytona, Florida. They have seized a van in New Jersey. The white Mitsubishi was seized at Logan Airport in Boston. It was found to contain some materials in Arabic and apparently a flight manual as well. This reported earlier today, of course, by the Boston Herald. They have found some material, though, in that car that leads them to believe that the people who seized the aircraft out of Boston were driving it.
And there's new efforts on airport security, and the FAA is due in a few hours to announce when commercial air travel will resume. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
Here on WCBS 880, WCBS News Time 9:12.
WCBS reporter Mike Ziranax has spent the morning at the Hicksville train station on the LIRR. Trains have been coming into Manhattan this morning, and people have been commuting.
Those commuting into the city do so under duress and sadness.
I was hoping it was a bad dream, but it wasn't. It was reality, and it was difficult to comprehend.
Oh, I don't think America will ever be the same again. We woke up to this morning we wake up to a different world.
I'm in shock. I'm still in shock. and I don't know when that will end.
The most powerful comment possibly coming from a big man, a strong man, standing 6'4". He choked back tears, wiped his eyes, and said to me, "I can't speak. I just can't speak." On the Long Island Railroad, Mike Zaranax, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 9:13. And we have on the line with us now Lieutenant Commander David Waterman of the U.S. Navy. And, of course, the Navy has sent an aircraft carrier to patrol the waters off New York, the USS George Washington, which arrived sometime early today. Is that right?
That's correct, Pat. Good morning to you. The Norfolk-based aircraft carrier USS George Washington is currently in position off the coast of New York City, and it'll be responding to any tasking from the North American Aerospace Defense Command, which most folks know as NORAD. And the main role for George Washington is to help provide air defense if needed.
Seems like it's also meant to be a symbol for New York City because you can see it over the horizon.
That's exactly right. It's certainly, wherever an aircraft carrier is, it's certainly a powerful symbol of freedom, and we're not afraid to show it today.
Is it likely any planes will fly off it?
That is very possible. I don't have a schedule of exercises or events, but if it's a normal day on board the ship, then yes, there will be flight operations.
Well, we would assume this is not a normal day and certainly not a normal situation. Would it be an exercise if a plane flew, or would it be a mission?
It wouldn't be a mission per se. What it would be is, say, for instance, if F-18 or F-14 was going to head to launch, you might go out and practice either CAP, Combat Air Patrol, or it might go out and practice a search pattern. In other words, we want to have a presence in the air, and we can accomplish that as well as training at the same time. There are no specific exercises by name that the Navy is going to be participating that I'm aware of.
Now, there are going to be other ships in our area that are bringing in some help as well. Isn't that right?
That's correct. Other Atlantic Fleet ships have been directed to deploy with embarked Marines and medical assets to provide air defense, humanitarian, and medical support for New York City and Washington, D.C. Now, any more definition than that, I will probably not be able to give you, because right now our idea was to mobilize and be available, and then what we provide in the end is yet to be determined.
All right, Lieutenant Commander David Waterman of the U.S. Navy. The USS George Washington, the aircraft carrier, is off the coast in the Atlantic. You can see it if you're on the beach.
Sunny now, 67, upper 70s for a high today.
At 880 on your AM dial, your all-news address is WCBS.
Good morning, I'm Jeff Kaplan.
I'm Pat Carroll.
The very latest, 41 people confirmed dead so far in the World Trade Center attacks, with the death toll expected to go into the thousands. Rescuers are pulling people out. They're pulling rescuers out. So far, 5 firefighters and 1 police officer have been pulled from the rubble alive.
Mayor Giuliani believes living people are still under the wreckage.
We're hopeful that over the course of the day we are going to be able to recover people, that there will be people that are still alive in that effort.
As many as 800 are dead in Washington, D.C. People are going to work at the Pentagon this morning, even as part of that building smolders, giving blood this afternoon at 3:30. The President and Mrs. Bush. President Bush has declared New York City a federal disaster area.
WCBS News Time, 9:15. The sports world pretty much stopped in its tracks yesterday. More now from Jared Max.
More now today, Pat. For the second straight day, all Major League Baseball games have been postponed. That includes the Yankees and the White Sox, the first game to be postponed yesterday, as well as today. Thoughts about Barry Bonds or a home run record divisional races seem like something from another lifetime ago. The NFL will announce likely by Thursday if it'll play its weekend schedule. College football games on hold. The NHL closed down its New York City offices yesterday, moved its headquarters to Toronto. Tragedy also hitting the NHL. 2 scouts for the Los Angeles Kings were aboard one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. Those men, Garnett Ace Bailey and Mark Bavis. Lights out in the ballparks all over. Jared Max, WCBS 880 Sports.
All right, thank you, Jared. WCBS News Time, 9:16. And now the recovery begins after the vicious terror attack against New York City.
We really have to focus on this day by day. This is going to take weeks, but we have to focus on it day by day. We will organize the effort every single day, and we've gotten a lot of assistance. And right now, the focus has to be on saving lives.
Mayor Giuliani spoke with us live here on WCBS earlier this morning. Lower Manhattan, below 14th Street, is now shut down, but you can get into Manhattan. You have to use public transit. Metro North's Dan Brucker.
We are looking at having a normal rush hour schedule today and a regular schedule for the rest of the day.
And it's pretty much the same story on New Jersey Transit.
We are operating our regular rail service into New York today, as well as into Hoboken Terminal. However, we are not operating our bus service into New York. That's bus service into the Port Authority bus terminal or bus service across the George Washington Bridge.
As New Jersey Transit spokeswoman Penny Bassett Hackett.
In Washington, Senator Chuck Schumer told us that we're going to need and we're going to get a lot of help.
We're going to need a huge amount of help. We've already been declared a disaster area, but obviously a tragedy of this magnitude hasn't happened anywhere in America since Pearl Harbor.
The military is here, as you just heard us speaking to a Navy representative. The aircraft carrier USS George Washington is in the waters off the coast, providing air defense and visible on the horizon.
About a half an hour ago, at the 24-hour mark since this all began, Tom Kaminsky described this as a time of firsts. Too many firsts that we'd prefer not to have. Tom joins us live on the traffic, and well, we've never had a rush hour like this.
No, we never have. I've never had a morning where I've looked at the inbound side of the Lincoln and Holland tunnels and seen absolutely nothing, not a single vehicle around. They are closed down. The George Washington Bridge is also closed inbound. The only thing that had been
from Lower Manhattan, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Thank you, Peter. We heard from Mayor Giuliani a few hours ago that 50 bodies have been pulled from the rubble in Lower Manhattan, yet thousands are unaccounted for and feared dead in the rubble. Asked about the final toll, the mayor said earlier today that the best estimate is that a few thousand are left in the ruins of each of the Twin Towers. Still, His Honor says on a visit to St. Vincent's Hospital today that this remains a search and rescue operation. In his words, we're searching and we're hopeful. But the desperate wait goes on for those wondering about their loved ones. WCBS reporter Rich Lamb is at the New School, which, Rich, I guess has been renamed for this effort.
Well, it is now called the Family Center, and what we have is people who are hanging on to that word hope, indeed, as tightly as they possibly can. I can tell you, as we look out here, this is just an amazing scene. The sidewalk here, all the way down the block, as far as the eye can see, lined up with people who are worried about people they cannot find, family, relatives, co-workers. We talked to one man who was looking for his girlfriend's buddy who was working in the World Trade Center on the 100th floor. And inside, what they're doing is this. They have 12 psychologists and psychiatrists. They have lists of the people who have been rescued, lists of the people who are in hospitals. The person will sit down and say the name of the individual he or she is looking for. They go over the list. If the name is not on the list, then they try to help that person with the grief, with the uncertainty, with the fear, and try to help that individual put a cap on his or her emotions. Now, just a short time ago, we spoke to Cardinal Egan, who was down, walked inside, and visited people there, and this was his assessment of how they're dealing with it.
Everyone that I spoke to was remarkably at peace. Would you describe it?
Are they in shock, perhaps?
Yes, I suppose some of them are, but not all of them. And I asked, well, this one's my brother, this one's my friend, this and so forth, my brother-in-law, and so forth. But they seem to me to be dealing with this marvelously, with great courage, with great peace.
And we can tell you that the Cardinal has announced that he is going to celebrate a couple of special masses regarding this situation on Sunday and Monday at 5:30 p.m. The Sunday Mass will be for all those who died, the injured, those who served heroically, and Monday's 5:30 Mass will be dedicated specifically to the members of the uniformed services who died in the line of action, if you will, at the World Trade Center. And we understand that the Cardinal has sent invitations out to the mayor, to the governor, and to the President of the United States to attend one or both of those masses if they possibly can. Live on West 11th Street, Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
Stay with us here, continuing team coverage on WCBS. Right now, 2:08 at WCBS 880.
We're going to bring you the traffic update, and this really has changed a lot in the past couple of hours, Chris Majette.
So Wayne and Paul, and actually even more good news, it seems as though all the approaches to the inbound GW Bridge for the upper level are open. All approaches for the upper level now open. There's about a 20-25 minute delay, and it even seems that most of the Port Authority police have opened up more toll booths heading into the tolls. Lower deck again remains closed. Holland and Lincoln tunnels also shut down. Lower East River crossings are closed. That's the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan and Williamsburg bridges, and also the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. The Upper East River crossings are open. That's the Queens Midtown Tunnel, 59th Street Bridge, Triborough Bridge, also Throgs Neck, and Whitestone Bridge is also open. And now here's the WCBS Weather Channel forecast.
Sunny weather with highs in the mid and upper 70s, which is normal for this time of year. Then a clear night tonight. Sunny to partly cloudy tomorrow. A little bit warmer, up near 80. Chance of showers tomorrow night. Your WCBS 5-day outlook, showers ending, then clearing and cooler for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Fair weather expected. It will be dry and cool.
77 degrees right now with the sunshine.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Aronstein. Investigators have searched a hotel in downtown Boston, but correspondent Jim Stewart says no arrests were made there of suspects linked to yesterday's terrorist attacks, though he says investigators tell him they are making progress.
The investigation appears initially to be focusing on 2 commercial aviation flight instruction schools, both located in Florida. Apparently, some of the men who were involved in these attacks may have received their training there.
FAA officials tell CBS News there is no official word on when air traffic will be allowed again in the nation's skies, although correspondent Sandra Hughes is hearing at Seattle's airport that there could be possibly some limited number of flights later today.
That is only if the individual airlines have certification from the FAA that they comply with all safety and security measures. One sign at the Seattle-Tacoma airport warns passengers no carry-on luggage. This even includes women's purses. All they will allow on board is a wallet.
Correspondent Bob Orr says the problem is that security must be tightened dramatically because the current system did not pick up the weapons hijackers were using.
These hijackers went through, presumably, security checkpoints that are equipped with X-ray machines and metal detectors, principally designed to identify guns. Well, they didn't have guns. They had, we're told now, knife-like instruments, in one sense, box cutters with retractable knives.
In Manhattan, correspondent Scott Pelley says the basement of the huge World Trade Center survived the collapse of the buildings yesterday.
They have been searched and cleared, and no one was found alive in that area. But down here at the moment, hundreds and hundreds of people, iron workers, doctors, nurses, all standing by, tearing this building apart, looking for any sign of life.
The search also continues at the Pentagon. President Bush is vowing to retaliate against what he calls acts of war. CBS News Update. I'm Howard Aronstein.
On WCBS 880. Paul, I think one of the more interesting things to come out of what the FAA is talking about here is no carry-on bags, at least for the time being.
It's going to be a very different scene at the airports from now on. You just have that feeling.
I mean, if these guys got through somehow with plastic or ceramic knives, that would not be detected by metal detectors, only brought on by, you'd think, some kind of carry-on, although it could be on their person. You wonder if they're going to do pat-downs or what. You're right, it will be drastically different for who knows how long. And as the investigation continues, the FBI has moved into a hotel in Boston this afternoon. At least one person was seen taken from the hotel by the authorities, and we also have heard reports that there are people in custody in South Florida. WCBS reporter Irene Cornell is live now following the investigation. Irene?
Well, Wayne, the leads they got in Boston took them to Venice, Florida. The FBI followed the trail of a car parked in the airport at Boston's Logan Airport, linked to one Mohammed Attar, an Egyptian national. They followed that lead down to Venice, Florida, where they learned that that's where Attar and a second man, believed to be from Afghanistan, had trained at Huffman Aviation to fly small single-engine and twin-engine airplanes. So that apparently is where they got their start as pilots. From there, the operator of Huffman Aviation said those two students went on to train in bigger planes. No one really socialized with them. He said that they were quite isolated. They did their studying there in aviation and went on. The FBI believes that these two men may have been among those who took the controls from the pilots and flew one of those planes straight into one of the Twin Towers. So that's where the FBI's investigation is leading. And, of course, they're trying to follow that up to see who was behind it, who plotted it, who carried out every phase of this operation. Reporting live, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
Irene, thanks. The governor of Maine says 2 suspects in the attacks apparently had New Jersey driver's licenses and flew from Portland to Boston. A rental car that they left behind has been impounded, according to Governor Angus King in Maine, who says he was briefed by his state police.
A couple of newspapers in Boston reporting that there are seizures by police of a rental car that contained Arabic language flight training manuals, that a couple of bags have been found containing instructional videos on flying commercial craft.
Hundreds of tips have flowed into the FBI in the wake of the attacks. Passenger lists are being studied, along with personnel listing from any of the firms that had any contact with those hijacked airlines.
So from catering staff to airport workers, interviews are being done in the effort to try to figure out more about those who commandeered the jets.
It's now believed that as many as 5 hijackers were on board each aircraft, as you said, Wayne, each armed with knives, and the hijackers were trained pilots.
77 degrees on a delightful weather-wise Wednesday afternoon, the 12th of September.
At 880 on your AM dial, your all-news address is WCBS.
Good afternoon. I'm Wayne Cabot.
Hi there. For Pat Farnack, I'm Paul Murnane. Our top story on WCBS, President Bush calling the attacks acts of war. FBI agents move in on a Boston hotel and search sites in South Florida today.
The FAA did not resume flights at noon as had been hoped. It is continuing the flight ban.
As the search for signs of life continues in Lower Manhattan, officials at the Pentagon are saying they expect no further survivors to be found there.
Our coverage continues here on WCBS 880. Let's do more now about what's happening for the FAA. They have extended the flight ban indefinitely, continuing the unprecedented grounding of all aviation over the United States. Right now, there's no saying when the airspace will be reopened. When it does, expect major changes at the airports. This could mean lines of who knows how long. WCBS reporter Mike Zirinax has more from LaGuardia.
Once the airports do reopen, passengers can expect the boarding process to take up to an hour longer than normal. New security measures imposed by the Federal Aviation Administration will slow the process down significantly. One measure includes the elimination of the curbside check-in process. One airport worker here tells me it's the price we have to pay for additional security. At LaGuardia, Mike Zirinax, WCBS 880 News.
Joining us now live here on WCBS, New York's junior Senator Hillary Clinton, on the day after a tragedy, on the day after a disaster, Senator, that we never could have imagined here in New York. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon. You're heading back from Washington to New York now, you're saying?
Yes, Senator Schumer and I will be flying with the head of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, to come up to the city and to meet with the people who are most directly involved so that we can start an assessment of the kind of resources that we're going to need. And I know that the Congress and our country are going to stand behind New York as we have to take whatever action is necessary.
Will this be one of the first flights since Air Force One flew yesterday?
That's probably the case. We're still working out the details, which is why that it's taking a little longer to organized than I would have liked, but I hope to be there, by late this afternoon.
Senator, have you heard anything at all about how the investigation is going and how close there might be to naming individuals who would, or organizations that would have been responsible?
Well, in fact, I'm on my way to a classified briefing right now, and clearly I can't share what is told us there, but since I haven't had it yet, let me just say that I'm confident that the government and all of its agencies is compiling the information necessary to convince us as to who is responsible. Many of us have our own opinion, which I think is well-founded, and then there will be whatever action the president orders, and I will fully support that.
We've heard some in the Senate saying already they do believe it was Osama bin Laden. Are you on board with that assessment?
Well, I think it has hallmarks, but I'm not sure that it would have been his organization alone, assuming he did it. I believe strongly that we have to make clear there's a bright line between those who support the United States and our fight against terrorism and those who don't. And I appreciated the president saying last night that there will be no safe haven for these terrorists in any country, but I'd like to go even further and find out who is funding and supporting in any way these terrorist cells and activities. We have to send a clear message to our allies and friends around the world that we have to be united against any country or institution that supports terrorism.
Senator Hillary Clinton, we appreciate you calling us this afternoon, and we'll see you when you're back here in New York, Senator.
Thank you, and thanks for the work that you all are doing to keep people informed, and I'm so proud of the way New Yorkers have conducted themselves, and certainly our men and women who are on the front lines deserve the gratitude of everyone.
Well, we appreciate those comments.
Amen to that.
Yeah. Senator Hillary Clinton there on WCBS.
I don't know when we'll be back to normal or anything resembling normal, but we do know some of the highways have been reopening now, and Chris Majette is here with more about that.
The inbound GW Bridge upper level is reopened in terms of all the approaches, but for some reason, Port Authority police are holding back traffic into the toll plaza, at least at this moment in time. There's close to a 30-minute delay, but folks have been getting across the inbound GW Bridge. Holland and Lincoln tunnels remain closed. Lower East River bridges and tunnels also remain closed down. And now here's the WCBS Weather Center forecast.
Sunny today with highs in the mid to upper 70s. Clear skies tonight, 60 to 65 with 50s inland. Tomorrow, sunny to partly cloudy, high around 80. I'm Craig Allen at the WCBS Weather Center.
Right with the sunshine outside right now, Midtown Manhattan, 77 degrees. WCBS News Time, 2:20.
And let's continue our coverage now from CBS. All right. Obviously, they're delaying that report, or we're having some problems establishing with downstairs. But the gist of the story is, at this point, investigations continuing on a couple of fronts. One, Venice, Florida, where the FBI has been talking to some people down there. This is kind of interesting. There's a man down there, a flight instructor, who last summer, back in July of 2000, gave flight lessons to a couple of men. Those men were kicked out after about a week because he was somewhat suspicious of them, and now it's believed among some of the FBI that perhaps these were two of the men who took part in this terrorist bombing.
FBI agents have been on the move in South Florida today, also searching a hotel there in Boston. And amid the billowing pages, Wayne, that are blowing around the debris in lower Manhattan, the search team's pouring through the ruins of the Trade Center. They have some very important material at their side this afternoon. Mayor Giuliani says the so-called black boxes, those data and voice recorders from the two hijacked flights, are vital to this ongoing investigation. Those venturing into the rubble have pictures of these most sought-after items from the planes.
We're giving copies to all the rescue people and recovery people so that they can try to find them. Altogether, there'll be two for each airplane. And that's what they look like, except it'll be obviously covered with soot and dirt.
The task at hand, though, says the mayor today, we heard these words, rescue and recovery. He still considers it that. The mayor today said more than 200 New York City firefighters still are missing, and more than 50 New York City police officers are still on the missing list.
Yeah, we had heard, Paul, late this morning, there were some voices heard not just over cell phones from beneath the rubble, but also some voices being heard through the rubble. That was mid to late morning, and we haven't heard any updates on that yet. We're certainly keeping our fingers crossed that there are more survivors in there. President Bush condemns this violence as acts of war. His words. He says the nation faces a monument struggle of good versus evil. He says, good, says Bush, will prevail, and the nation is prepared to spend whatever it takes for justice. We do expect to hear in the next 10 minutes or so from Secretary of State Colin Powell. He cut short a trip to South America after Tuesday's attack, calling this an assault against the civilized world. And the Secretary of State has expertise in forming global coalitions in the face of crisis. He did help out in the development of the United Front against Iraq during Kuwait and the Gulf War. The U.S. has received an offer from Israel of 170 experts on terrorism, including doctors and search and rescue personnel. And from the State Department, we hear that a number of countries have offered assistance in the aftermath of these attacks.
And Wayne, at a time when we're trying to return to normal, once again, we're hearing on the sports front that Major League Baseball has canceled its 15-game schedule for the second time in 2 days. Baseball has canceled tomorrow's schedule as well, so that'll be the third day in a row. The NFL is continuing to evaluate the situation, deciding whether it will play its games on Sunday. The Jets apparently don't want to travel to Oakland for the weekend game with the Raiders. Jets players are saying that they believe the NFL should cancel. It's unconscionable to think this could happen, according to Vinny Testaverde. We're all speechless on what happened, but we'll try to get through it. Testaverde echoed the sentiments of many teammates about traveling cross-country at times like this. I don't understand why we're here today, Testaverde said. I think all the games should be canceled this week. The last thing we want to do is get on a plane and go to California for a game when all four of those planes that were hijacked were going to California. That's from Vinny Testaverde today, Wayne.
I can understand that sentiment, and we have a lot of people now who are at St. Vincent's Hospital where they're treating many of the injured, and WCBS reporter Sean Adams has been talking to parents who are hoping for some kind of positive word for their loved ones still missing a day later.
The agony of waiting has proven too much to bear. Frustrated family members have now gone hospital to hospital looking for their loved ones. Annalise Peterson is trying to track down her brother Davin and boyfriend Frederick Cox.
He's 27. And my brother's 25. And if anybody works with them, saw him, who could just tell me what was going on up there?
She says perhaps a coworker saw something. Maybe someone can offer a clue. Anyone with information is asked to call 917-767-2922. At St. Vincent's, Sean Adams, WCBS 880 News.
Stay with us right here at WCBS, continuing live team coverage of the aftermath of the attack on America and the destruction in Washington and New York City.
We want to go to Ken Pruitt next to the Wall Street Journal. Actually, he's not at the Wall Street Journal. He's right here in the newsroom because, Ken, you're south of 14th Street normally where you work, and what happened?
Well, more to the point, we're right across the West Side Highway from the World Trade Center. So our building was evacuated immediately yesterday morning.
Have you heard anything from colleagues who work down there? Is everybody all right?
Our people are okay. A lot of our people live in New Jersey, and they're at our South Brunswick Dow Jones location trying to keep things together from there. So, yeah, our people are okay.
And any word when you'll be able to get back into your old offices?
Have no idea.
Yeah.
Have no idea. If you were watching the TV coverage of the building with smoke coming off the top, the pictures taken from the river, from the Hudson River, that was the Merrill Lynch building, and the Dow Jones building was immediately to the right, across the West Side Highway from the World Trade Center.
So your building was not at all involved, just cordoned off right now?
Yeah, I'm sure it was pretty messy.
Oh, yeah.
But it's closed off, and nobody's there, and we don't know when we'll be back.
Got to be a weird feeling.
Yeah. We should know later this afternoon when trading is going to resume. Exchanges and Wall Street firms plan a 3 o'clock news conference. When trading does resume, many firms, of course, will be crippled. Cantor Fitzgerald, which accounts for most trading in U.S. government securities, occupied 2 top floors of one of the towers. A trader at another firm told the New York Times the Cantor screen went blank right away. Cantor had 1,000 employees at the World Trade Center. The company told Dow Jones Newswires this afternoon it's been able to locate only 85 of them. Merrill Lynch, on the other hand, says it believes it did not lose any employees. U.S. markets were closed for the second day in a row today. European markets plunged yesterday. Tokyo's Nikkei index at a 17-year low overnight. Today, though, European markets seem to stabilize. Among the hardest hit stocks when trading does resume will be insurance companies. The National Association of Insurance Commissioners said in a press release today early losses put the damage at $10 billion. Other observers say it'll be more like $20 billion. New York's American International Group, one of the biggest property and casualty insurers, says claims from the World Trade Center will lead to a financial loss. And this comes at a bad time for the insurance industry. Reinsurers, those are companies that insure other insurance companies, are in the middle of negotiating policy renewals for the coming year. Ken Pruitt, Wall Street Journal, WCBS News Radio 880.
We're hearing now coming out of Washington, the FAA is talking about a partial lifting of the flight ban now. This will allow the flights diverted during the early hours of that attack on Tuesday. We're talking about here these diverted flights. The FAA will allow those flights to resume. Others, though, remain grounded. That's the very latest we're hearing from the FAA this afternoon.
All right, so we have a certainly fluid situation there. Gratefully so, I think, for a lot of people. But, Paul, even when those flights do resume, we've been talking for the last hour or so about how it's going to be different, how there will be not only carry-on bags allowed, but even purses. And it certainly is understandable considering the fact that these guys apparently smuggled in knives that would not have set off metal detectors because they were apparently plastic or ceramic. And it makes you wonder, even if you don't come in with any carry-on bags or purses or wallets, I mean, you really could hide it anywhere on your body. Will it mean pat-downs? Will it mean incredibly long lines? It's going to be a whole different world flying, at least for the foreseeable future.
It seems those carefree days when you could stroll up, to 15 minutes, 10 minutes before a flight and get on, those days appear to be over now, Wayne. I mean, it's a whole new day in light of the tragedy and the disaster that we've seen in these crimes that have been committed in New York and Washington.
We are just a few minutes away, we understand, from a news conference from Secretary of State Colin Powell, who has had some very strong, warlike words about what's happened. We're going to bring that to you just a couple of minutes away right here at WCBS 880, but I think we're about due for an update on the rapidly changing traffic situation.
Let's see how it goes right now. Traffic Center time at 2:28. Here's Chris Majette.
All right, Wayne and Paul, the inbound GW Bridge open on the upper level only. Lower deck remains closed. The upper level is open, but very, very heavy into the tolls. And whereas earlier we had only about 4 or 5 toll booths open, Port Authority Police have now opened we have at least 8 or 9 toll booths open at that inbound upper level. I think part of that actually due to the fact that traffic has gotten very, very heavy. It's about a 30-minute wait at the inbound GW Bridge. Holland and Lincoln tunnels, no good. No go in either direction. direction. They're both still closed down, will remain so for the foreseeable future. Same thing with the lower East River crossings, which obviously connect Brooklyn with lower Manhattan, all the devastation in lower Manhattan. The upper East River crossings, though, are open. The Queens Midtown Tunnel, the 59th Street Bridge, also the Triborough, Whitestone, and Throgs Neck bridges. They are all open. The Harlem River bridges are still closed. That includes the Broadway Bridge, McCombs Dam Bridge, 145th Street, Madison Avenue, 3rd Avenue Bridge, also the University Heights Bridge. Staten Island bridges are also open. The Brooklyn-bound upper deck of the Verrazano Bridge remains closed, and for that reason, the Staten Island Expressway is very, very heavy on the eastbound side of the highway. All of the Nassau County highway arteries are open. That would mean the LIE westbound, also the northern state and the southern state at the Queens line. All three of those highways are open. LIRR, Metro North, and New Jersey Transit all reported to be on or close. And now the forecast from the WCBS Weather Center.
Yeah, it's an otherwise beautiful day. The sunshine out there, warm. 75 to 81 the high this afternoon. Clear skies tonight. We're heading down into the 60s.
It's fantastic. Weather continues, although who's enjoying it? For tomorrow with sunshine, increasing clouds late tomorrow with a high in the upper 70s. The next chance for rain is going to be on Friday. Scattered showers then with a high into the upper 60s.
Right now with the sunshine above, a northwest wind out there, humidity 35%, 77 degrees in Midtown.
WCBS News Time, 2:30.
Terror strikes the U.S. Continuing coverage with the resources of CBS News and the news team on WCBS 880.
Voices and phone calls from people still trapped in the World Trade Center ruins were still being heard as of late this morning.
Pulled out alive this morning, several firefighters and Port Authority police, but the mayor says thousands in each tower are still unaccounted for.
Distraught relatives are putting out descriptions of their loved ones, hoping that they are alive somewhere.
The search for the terrorist leads to Venice, Florida, where suspects took flight lessons, also to Boston this afternoon, where FBI agents have raided a room at the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay neighborhood of Boston.
President Bush condemns this terrorist attack in New York and Washington as acts of war, and we expect to hear momentarily from Secretary of State Colin Powell.
Good afternoon. In for Pat Farnack on this Wednesday, September 12th. I'm Paul Murnane.
And I'm Wayne Cabot. Our coverage continues on WCBS 880.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS News Update. I'm Bill Whitney. Action at a Boston hotel a short time ago. CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart has details.
The FBI has conducted a raid on the Westin Hotel in downtown Boston. This is a special weapons and tactics team that was seen entering the hotel. Our information is that the FBI believed that one of the hijackers possibly stayed in a room at the hotel. Some people have been taken into custody, but no one, I repeat, no one to our knowledge has been arrested in connection with the events that occurred yesterday.
Following yesterday's attacks, air traffic in this country remains shut down. Lawmakers in Washington now say Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta hopes the flights could resume tomorrow. In Pennsylvania, investigators will search for the flight voice recorder from a hijacked plane which crashed in a cornfield. Thomas Burnett was aboard and used his cell phone to call his wife, Dina.
His adrenaline was going. He was speaking quickly but quietly. And you could just tell that he had every intention of solving the problem and coming on home.
Dina Burnett says she was told the hijackers were in the cockpit. One man was dead and something was about to happen. That's the last she heard from her husband. At the World Trade Center site in New York, 40 bodies have been pulled from the rubble and 1,600 people have been treated for injuries. One federal official says it may take up to 60 days to complete the recovery and cleanup operation in Lower Manhattan. CBS News Update. I'm Bill Whitney.
Heard live here on WCBS 880, and the words from the Transportation Secretary, safety is always of paramount importance, but according to Norm Mineta, we remain committed to resuming commercial flights. Extraordinary times, and we intend to be vigilant. Now, the reopened airports will have these new security measures, including thorough searches, of course, of all planes in the airports, no curbside check-ins nor check-ins at hotels or other off-airport sites, allowing only passengers to pass through security checkpoints to the gates. So that's what we're hearing about the FAA and about these new measures as they announce that these diverted flights are going to be resuming, the FAA announced a short time ago.
Okay, many developments there, but I think first and foremost on this second day of disaster, you know what, before we do that, let's go to Secretary of State Colin Powell.
Hours since I spoke to the press this morning. Let me begin once again by saying that our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken. The resilience of this society will not be broken. We will find out who is responsible for this, and they will pay for it. We are undertaking a full-court press diplomatically, politically, militarily, and in the course of the morning and early afternoon, I have been in touch with a number of foreign leaders and international organizational leaders to coordinate the diplomatic approach to this. I have talked to Kofi Annan, Secretary General of the United Nations, and I thank the United Nations for the Security Council resolution they passed, and also for the statement from the General Assembly, and I expect the General Assembly to also work on a resolution later today. Lord Robertson in NATO is hard at work with a resolution that is under consideration now that would tee up, if I can put it that way, prime Article 5 responsibilities. Article 5 of the Charter says that an attack from abroad by any one against any member of the alliance is an attack against the alliance. If that resolution goes forward, that doesn't invoke Article 5 yet, but it puts in a position to be invoked when the United States makes a judgment about the nature of the attack and where that attack came from. And I appreciate what Lord Robertson and his colleagues are doing for us. I've also been in touch with Foreign Minister of Belgium, Louis Michel, who is also head of the presidency of the EU at this time, and High Representative Javier Solana, to thank them for the strong support we have received from the European Union and the statements they have made and their cooperation promise to us to deal with this tragedy and to move forward. I've also attended, along, of course, with my other colleagues, a National Security Council meeting with the President where we reviewed all that has happened and began to make our plans for the efforts we will be taking in the future, not only to bring these perpetrators to not only justice but to the punishment they deserve, but at the same time to undertake a worldwide effort to build a coalition against all forms of terrorism, wherever it may occur and however it rears its ugly head. This will be a major priority of the administration, and I can assure you it will therefore be a major priority of the State Department. I've also, in the course of the day, spoken to the Foreign Minister of Great Britain, Germany, Canada. I have spoken to Foreign Minister Perez twice, Prime Minister Sharon, Chairman Arafat, and Foreign Minister Manley of Canada, if I didn't mention that, Foreign Minister Ivanov of Russia, Foreign Minister Ruggiero of Italy, and I have another number of other calls that are in the process of being made so that we can bring all of this together. And I must say I am deeply touched by the expressions of support I have received from my colleagues. And as I think you all know, the President has been very busy, and I'm sure the White House has announced his 2 phone calls to President Putin as well as to Mr. Chirac, Jiang Zemin, President Jiang Zemin, Prime Minister Blair, Chancellor Schroeder, and Prime Minister Chrétien. So he's spoken to all 5 members, other 4 members of the Security Council, permanent members of the Security Council. And I will leave it to my other cabinet colleagues to talk about the issues under their purview over at Defense, Justice, and FBI. There are, of course, lots of reports and rumors out there, and I think it is wise for all of us to take many of these reports and rumors into some context and perspective. This is also a time, of course, in that regard, for the American people to try, in this time of tragedy, to restore the society to a sense of normalcy. We've got to get back to our jobs. We've got to get back to work. And I know that Secretary Mineta, as soon as it is possible and as soon as it makes sense and is safe, will restore the air traffic system, and commercial air traffic will be brought back online, and I will wait for him to make those announcements with respect to that, and I know that's very much on your mind. Once again, we're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world. It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization and it must be brought to an end. I will be delighted to take a few questions.
Secretary, the State Department has been advocating restraint in response to terrorism with the argument that violence only provokes more violence. It's an endless cycle. I wondered if the U.S. will be guided by its own admonition now that the U.S. has been horribly attacked by terrorists.
I think when you are attacked by a terrorist and you know who the terrorist is and you can fingerprint back to the cause of the terror, you should respond.
But Andrew? I mean, should it be a limited response or?
You should respond, whether it's limited or other than limited. You should respond to those who did it, and if you're able to stop terrorist attacks, you should stop terrorist attacks. Andrea?
Secretary Powell, one country you didn't mention was Pakistan, and I understand that your deputy has spoken with the ambassador to Pakistan and that this evening the U.S. ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with General Musharraf. What specific steps are you asking Pakistan to take, and have you at all insinuated that if all signs do lead to bin Laden, that the U.S. would take military action against Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Our ambassador is going to be going to be having that meeting that you made reference to. It'll probably not be this evening, more likely tomorrow as a result of schedule problems. But Ambassador Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, did meet with Pakistani officials today, and really to share views. We have not made a determination yet as to who is responsible for yesterday's attack. But we thought, as we gather information and as we look at possible sources of the attack, it would be useful to point out to the Pakistani leadership at every level that we are looking for and expecting their fullest cooperation and their help and support as we conduct this investigation and as we generate more information, and see if they can be helpful in generating information, as well as how helpful they might be if we find a basis to act upon that information. So yes, we are doing what you described with the Pakistanis. Robin?
Just to clarify, when you say you're building a strong coalition to go after the perpetrators, does this mean that you are expecting or hoping that other countries will participate in some kind of military retaliation?
Under Article 5, if we go that far and it actually is executed, then there is an obligation on the part of our NATO allies to assist if we go in this direction. It doesn't mean that they necessarily will participate in the attack, but it makes it easier to obtain support in the way of overflight rights and things of that nature. So but I don't want to get into what we might or might not do and who might go with us and who might not go with us, because that's just too speculative at the moment.
Can I follow that? Having been through the Gulf War as you were, would you hope to build a kind of coalition that extends perhaps beyond NATO and includes perhaps Muslim nations from different parts of the world?
It should include Muslim nations. Muslim nations have just as much to fear from terrorism that strikes at innocent civilians. And I do have a number of calls, and I just haven't connected yet with other leaders in the world representing Muslim populations. As I was coming down, I was waiting to receive a call from Amma Musa, head of the Arab League, and I'll also be talking to my Egyptian colleagues and Jordanian colleagues before the evening is out. Yes, sir.
You have not yet mentioned the point that President Bush made last night, the idea of holding other countries responsible.
Yeah.
This seems to be a dramatic escalation in the U.S. view on how it responds to terrorism. Is that a correct interpretation of it? And as a follow-up, you talk about returning to normal, yet there have been all these mentions of acts of war, and the idea that the country is in a war. How can we just return to normal when in a situation like this?
On your first point, I mentioned in my earlier statements, and I will mention it again, that it's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources of support that they have, whether that source of support might come from a host country or other organizations that provide them. We have to make sure that we go after terrorism and get it by its branch and root. And so we will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups. Now, yes, we believe that acts of war have been committed against the American people, and we will respond accordingly. But at the same time, life has to go on. In all of the difficult times we will be facing ahead, we have to still try to return life to a sense of normalcy. We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified. We're Americans. We don't walk around terrified. We're going to be strong in this difficult period, and we're going to move forward with pride and with determination, and we will get our society back to normal with whatever additional precautions nevertheless might be necessary to secure our society without locking ourselves down. Yes, sir.
Secretary Powell, yesterday Senator Graham said that in response to the attacks he would be willing to reassess the ban on assassinations of foreign leaders. And I was wondering, would you support such a reassessment?
The ban is an executive order, and we have not made such a reassessment, and I'll just leave it there. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, India has said many times in the past that Pakistan is harboring terrorism and there are training camps in Pakistan, and now U.S. officials, including a number of lawmakers here on the Hill, are saying that Osman bin Laden have his training camps in Pakistan, and because he's sending all his, running his empire or terrorism empire from Pakistan. So now, is it time now to go after those countries who are harboring terrorism really? Because how long can we wait, or how many innocent people can we kill?
Well, I don't want to confirm what the Indian government may or may not have said. But as the President said last night, we will be directing our efforts not only against terrorists, but against those who do harbor and do provide haven and do provide support for terrorism. Jane?
Deputy Secretary Armitage heads a task force with the Russians on Afghanistan, where the United States and Russia seem to share some interest. Can this be used as a platform in the coming days?
Yes, we're planning to do that.
In what way?
As you know, it's a little difficult to travel right now, but we're looking at ways that he and Deputy Foreign Minister Trubnikov can pursue this. Yeah.
Secretary, with a country like Afghanistan, with whom we don't have diplomatic relations, there's less leverage that we have against that country. What kind of things are you thinking of using now when you talk about going after the entire country? Is it food aid? How else? We
haven't singled out any country to go after. What we're trying to do now is gather the evidence and the information so that we can make a judgment as to who is responsible for this act. And once we do that, we will go after that group, and we will determine what kinds of support they've been getting from what host countries or other supporting agencies, and we will go and deal with them as well.
Mr. Secretary, there are some 25 organizations on the list of FTOs, the State Department's list. Should all those organizations consider themselves targets of this global campaign against terrorism? And secondly, when you speak to the Arab leaders, and will you be asking for specific acts of support, of material assistance in this campaign?
On the first question, just the very designation that they have been put on that list of foreign terrorist organizations suggests that the United States will be taking action against them, and we just identified another one this week, the AUC in Colombia, and we take certain actions against them. It doesn't mean we go in and attack them with military force, but there are a variety of political and diplomatic and other and legal actions that you can take against them. With respect to conversations with Arab leaders, I'm sure I will discuss with them a full range of possibilities as to what kind of support they could give us of a political and diplomatic nature. I don't know of any other kind of support that I would ask for at this time. I might mention that in the context of my discussions this morning with Shimon Peres and Chairman Arafat, and also Prime Minister Sharon, I encouraged all sides to do everything they can to get this process of meetings started that we have all been waiting for Mr. Arafat and Mr. Peres to find an opportunity in the very near future to meet and not have protracted discussions about where to meet. It's more important to meet. So in this time of tragedy, in this time of heightened tension throughout the world and especially throughout that region. Let's seize this opportunity to see if we cannot start this process of meetings, the schedule of meetings, so that we can get to the Mitchell Peace Plan. So even while we are dealing with this situation, this crisis that is here in Washington and New York, we are also working on the Middle East situation and seeing if we can get that jump started. Yes.
Do you believe that this attack is linked to the events in the Middle East, to the Arab-Israel crisis, or is this something that preceded this current intifada? And secondly, do you believe that this bombing will somehow serve as a problem for moderate Arab governments whose peoples seem to be more enthusiastic about this bombing than their governments who have condemned it?
The governments have condemned it. I think that when it is realized throughout the region what a horrible act this truly was, I think it'll be sobering for the region. And I hope everybody will realize that no matter what you might think about the crisis in the Middle East, this is not the way to solve it. This is not the way to express your views about that by killing hundreds and thousands of innocent civilians. I hope that is sobering to anybody who has any civilized drop of blood flowing through their body and who believe in an almighty of some form or another. This is not the way you do it. There's no religion that would condone the kinds of action that we are seeing. And so I hope this will be a sobering experience for the world, and especially for those in the Middle East and in the Persian Gulf. Yes, dear. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, we know you have said that you don't know who's responsible, but your comments this morning on television and the president's comments about harboring terrorists do seem to indicate an organization such as Osama bin Laden, and also about harboring terrorism point to Afghanistan as a country that harbors terrorists. What did you make of the comments by the Supreme Leader of the Taliban yesterday about the attack? And do you think that that the Taliban are still harboring Osama bin Laden? And if he is deemed responsible for this attack, do you think that the Taliban will expel Osama bin Laden and help the U.S. bring him to justice?
I'm sure that the Taliban leadership providing protection and opportunities and facilities for Osama bin Laden. But I don't want to get into the hypotheticals as to whether or not he is responsible for it. A body of evidence is being developed, and in due course we'll make an announcement, but I don't think it's useful to say, well, we're 50%, 60%, 70% sure it's this organization or that. That just leads to very often incorrect answers, and I don't think it's helpful during this time. So as the evidence builds, and it is building, in due course, we will make a judgment, and we will act upon that judgment in the way the President has indicated.
The last one for Alan. Mr. Secretary, what conversations do you anticipate having with the leaders of Persian Gulf countries? What support will you be seeking from them if, in fact, it's found that the threat originated in their part of the world? And what kind of military latitude would you like to be able to exercise in that part of the world with their blessing?
If we think they can be helpful in finding those who may be responsible, we will expect that help. And we will express the point of view very, very clearly, and I've already started to do so in some of my preliminary conversations, and frankly, I expect support. They are outraged, they are shocked, they are stunned, whatever their views might be, or whatever the views of their people might be with respect to the crisis in the Middle East. They are stunned and find this to be a deplorable act. I think they're speaking not just as leaders, but as leaders of people who, although some might rejoice and shout, most find this to be deplorable and something to be condemned. And going back to an earlier question, obviously the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis has been going on for a long time and is always in the background, but some of the terrorist organizations that we have seen at work over the years conduct terrorist activities against the United States, regardless of how the peace process may or may not be going with respect to the Israelis and the Palestinians. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Live coverage here on WCBS 880. Secretary of State Colin Powell there at the microphones at the State Department talking about what he calls the full court press that's underway in the wake of terror, in the wake of these despicable crimes, calling terrorism, Secretary Powell, a scourge this afternoon. Those responsible, in his words, they will pay for it.
Powell had said earlier, and he didn't seem to be quite as strident this time around, but he said earlier today that in the American people's judgment, quote, we are at war, and they want a comprehensive response. They want us to act as if we are at war, and we're going to do that, he said, diplomatically and militarily, and he said we are building a coalition. Along those lines, he said, we will respond to what happened.
We want to let you know about some breaking news this afternoon that we're hearing from NBC News. They're reporting that according to the White House spokesman, Ari Fleischer, both the White House and Air Force One were apparently the targets yesterday of this terror campaign. But that's the news from NBC. They're reporting that both the White House and Air Force One were in the target sites of this group.
We can only guess, perhaps, that maybe the one flight that crashed outside of Pittsburgh, maybe that was intended. We first report said Camp David. Perhaps it was ultimately the White House, or as you said, in some respect, Air Force One, which would be kind of hard to fathom. But the White House attack is certainly a possibility, so we'll get more about that. Also, the Boston Globe is reporting, apparently on their website, that there have been 3 FBI arrests made in the Boston area. We have been telling you throughout the day, in the last couple of hours, that there was a raid at the Westin Hotel in Boston's Back Bay. They searched a room there and maybe got some materials and perhaps some people, too. So more about that as we continue to watch the developments on the second day of this disaster.
WCBS News Time 2:55. Hopeful that we'll have the markets open tomorrow. Let's get the business news now. Here's Ken Pruitt from the Wall Street Journal.
Exchange officials and Wall Street officials have scheduled a 3 o'clock news conference at the headquarters of Bear Stearns on Park Avenue. Now, they could say when trading will resume. Could be tomorrow. Harvey Pitt, the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, reportedly said he would like to resume trading tomorrow, and both New York senators said business should resume as soon as possible. We're hearing from more companies with employees at the World Trade Center. Cantor Fitzgerald, which handles most U.S. government securities trading, had 1,000 employees on 2 of the upper floors. The Cantor Fitzgerald says it's been able to locate only 85 of them. Merrill Lynch says it believes it didn't lose anybody. Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, the biggest tenant at the Trade Center with 3,500 employees there, says the majority are alive. Bank of America says most of its 400 World Trade Center workers are accounted for. Maxor Financial Group had 285 workers there, and Maxor says about 60 are now unaccounted for. U.S. markets, of course, closed again today. Trading in Europe seemed to be stabilizing. Europe went down sharply yesterday. Tokyo went down to a 17-year low overnight, but trading in Europe seems to be stabilizing. 10-year U.S. Treasuries in London down about half a point, yielding 4.83%. They were up yesterday on a flight to safety, down today, as analysts tell us, because insurance companies were selling them for cash to pay insurance claims, which are expected to run into the billions.
Ken, I guess also one of the reports we got in the past couple of hours was about perhaps the first casualty business-wise from this, Midway Airlines.
Yeah, Midway Airlines was sort of shaky anyway, and apparently the cancellation of all flights nationwide pushed it over the edge. There are also a lot of figures in business. I was looking at the casualty list that had occupations attached to names, which wasn't every case, from the hijacked airplanes. And a lot of companies are going to have a lot of trouble replacing people.
Absolutely.
Chief financial officers, chief engineers.
You can only wonder what ultimately the cost of this will be when they finally are able to put some kind of a price tag on these horrendous crimes, how much it will ultimately cost.
When you start adding it up, somebody pointed out that the victims of the Concorde crash in France got about $1 million apiece. And it's expected that American lawyers will get more than that. Plus, you add the cost of the buildings and the cars and the equipment and just the cost of a business to try to get things back together, all the records that were lost.
And the emotional toll, which continues there. Ken Pruitt at the Wall Street Journal.
And for the insurance companies, it's going to be a nightmare, which brings us to this commercial announcement concerning yesterday's tragedy.
State Farm policyholders, if your car, a home or your car or your business has sustained damage, please contact your State Farm agent as soon as possible.
If you have difficulty reaching your agent, please call this number. It's 1-800-SF-CLAIM. That works out to 1-800-732-5246 to reach their catastrophe operators.
Or visit statefarm.com to initiate your claim online. Helping people recover from the unexpected is what being a good neighbor is all about.
Once again, for those with a claim, please contact your agent. Call 1-800-SF-CLAIM or go to statefarm.com.
WCBS News Time, now 2:58.
Let's go to the highways. We have some encouraging news here, Chris Majette.
We have the GW Bridge open, Wayne and Paul, on the inbound and the outbound upper roadway. Lower deck remains closed down, but that is certainly some good news. We do have about a 20 to 25-minute delay at that inbound GW Bridge. Forget about the Holland and Lincoln tunnels. They are still closed. So are the lower East River crossings. That's the Brooklyn-Manhattan Bridge and also the Williamsburg Bridge. Brooklyn Battery Tunnel also included in that. The Queens Midtown Tunnel is open both ways. So is the 59th Street Bridge. Also, the Triborough, Whitestone, and Throgs Neck Bridge is open in each direction. And now the forecast from the WCBS Weather Center.
And what we're hearing from the Weather Channel folks this afternoon, sunshine, warm, 75 to 81 for the high. For tonight, clear skies, lows down into the 60s. Another nice day tomorrow, sunshine, though increasing clouds later on in the day and the high in the upper 70s.
Friday, cloudy with scattered showers. It's the next chance of rain late in the week, high in the upper 60s. And the late readings from Central Park are in. We're up 1 degree in the past hour to 78. Relative humidity, 39%. West wind at 5 miles an hour. It really are. These are perfect conditions. It's a shame that we are having a hard time enjoying them. Bright sunshine in Midtown Manhattan.
Good afternoon. In for Pat Farnack, I'm Paul Bernane.
I'm Wayne Cabot. Top stories on WCBS 880. We now understand the White House and Air Force One were intended targets of this terrorism.
Heavily armed FBI agents stormed 2 Boston area hotels. The Boston Globe is reporting on its website 3 suspects are arrested.
Secretary of State Powell said moments ago the terrorists, quote, will pay. President Bush condemns the devastation as acts of war.
Now the care of the injured and the grim count of the dead. Dozens of bodies pulled from the Trade Center rubble.
For loved ones, the agony continues.
Count on the global resources of CBS News for continuing coverage of the terror strike against the U.S. on WCBS New York and Infinity Broadcasting Station.
WCBS News Time, 3 o'clock.
CBS News, I'm Bill Whitney. The nation's air travel system should slowly come back to life. The FAA has yet to lift its nationwide ban on flying, but says flights that were diverted yesterday will be allowed to continue on to their destinations. Airlines will also be allowed to fly empty planes to get them in position to resume scheduled service. We now have a better idea why the White House took the precautions it did yesterday. Live with that story, CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer.
And, Bill, we're just told by a White House spokeswoman that there was real and credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were real and credible targets of the terrorist attack. Officials now say the plane that hit the Pentagon may have been intended to slam into the White House. That evidence could have come from those cell phone conversations from passengers aboard one of the doomed jet liners. But again, that evidence clearly strong enough for the evacuation of the White House yesterday and some of the precautions taken for the president himself. Live at the White House, Peter Mayer, CBS News.
One of the floor planes that was hijacked yesterday failed to hit a target. It crashed in southwest Pennsylvania. It seems that passengers may have thwarted the terrorist plans. In Northern California, Dina Burnett got a cell phone call from her husband Thomas aboard the plane, and he told her what was going on.
That the hijackers were in the cockpit and that the guy they had knifed had deceased, and that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And that was the last I heard from him.
Secretary of State Colin Powell says we will find out who is responsible for this, and they will pay.
We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified.
After a briefing today, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee says law enforcement has some good, promising leads. The ruins of the World Trade Center and the surrounding area are a no man's land, with the exception of emergency service workers probing the rubble. Hundreds of police and firefighters are among the missing, and their colleagues have experienced an outpouring of public support. We get a live report from CBS News correspondent Pamela McCall.
You are our heroes. God bless America. Thank you for your support. Some of the signs carried by hundreds of cheering well-wishers lining the main route into this disaster zone. I just rode in here with a crew of firemen, and that was the reception they received. Chewing on the ends of cigars, they told me they're very surprised and touched by the support. One of them drove 14 hours from Myrtle Beach to get here and help. Others say their families are very upset, and as one grizzled firefighter puts it, my wife's a wreck. Live in Lower Manhattan, Pamela McCall, CBS News.
Energy Secretary Spencer Abraham is urging consumers to report any gasoline price gouging. There are reports from Oklahoma of prices jumping to as much as $5 or $6 a gallon yesterday, but they quickly came down after OPEC promised to maintain supplies, and the American Petroleum Institute said there is no threat of a fuel shortage. Now this.
searching through the rubble, still hoping for survivors.
Families wait for word on their loved ones.
Good afternoon. I'm Wayne Cabot.
Hi there. In for Pat Farnack, I'm Paul Murnane. Our live continuing team coverage of the aftermath of terror, and we have a lot to tell you about this afternoon.
We expect a briefing from the city people who were involved in this in a moment here on WCBS from the command center. First off, thousands of people are still missing. Of course, we know the presumption is death, but not necessarily for all people. From what used to be the Twin Towers, rescue crews are slowly moving through the debris, hoping to hear voices, hoping to find survivors. They did hear voices this morning. They did find some survivors this morning, too. Let's go live now to Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. WCBS reporter Peter Haskell has been wandering around that rubble, following the rescue efforts. What's happening now, Peter?
Yeah, apparently I think we're having problems getting through. The cell phone difficulties continuing there, but we'll be getting back to Peter Haskell. We do want to go to WCBS reporter Rich Lamb, the long, agonizing wait continuing for the family members of those missing in the rubble. Rich joining us live now with more on this story, Rich.
If you don't want to know what the face of human concern looks like, just think about this. We're on West 11th Street here, sun-dappled. We're looking at the various buildings all the way along the north side of the street, looking now from 5th Avenue, 6th Avenue in the west, and people are lined up all the way down the block, They're behind police barricades there. They're on cell phones. They're speaking to each other. We saw 3 or 4 people with American flags that they had stapled to their shirts. Now, these people are the people who are trying to find family members and friends, co-workers who are in the World Trade Center, and they're trying to grapple with the fear in their hearts and the concern and the hopes that they have that somebody may have survived. Inside, there are lists of people from the World Trade Center who have been accounted for, at least at St. Vincent's Hospital. We're told they're not comprehensive lists. And now, ironically, as we speak, the wind has shifted and some of the smoke from the World Trade Center fire, which continues to burn, comes down the street here as another reminder of that this is still going on. People go in here, sit down with a psychiatrist or a psychologist. They go over the list, and if the name is missing, the counselors then help them to deal with their reactions to that missing name, to the fact that it's missing off the list. Now, Thomasina White is looking for her sister-in-law, Tamika Freeman, last seen on the 78th floor of World Trade Center number 2 by 2 co-workers who told her what the mood was like at that point.
They said that she was pretty frantic, and I know Tam's very, very emotional, and she was freaking out. She was just kind of yelling and screaming, and she was trying to get down the stairs.
And you're hoping to find somebody else who saw her?
Yes.
She has 10 people out at various locations looking for her. They have pictures of her, and they're standing around asking anybody for information. The Cardinal came here, Cardinal Egan, a little bit earlier to visit. He has announced that he is going to have 2 special masses regarding this tragedy, one on Sunday at 5:30 and one at Monday on 5:30. He told us that the one on Sunday will be for all those who died, the one on Monday for all uniformed services members who lost their lives, and the Cardinal has invited the mayor, the governor, and the President of the United States to attend one or both of those masses at St. Patrick's Cathedral, 5:30 Sunday and Monday. Live on West 11th Street, Rich Lamb, WCBS 880 News.
Rich, thanks. A little bit farther downtown at Ground Zero, WCBS reporter Peter Haskell now joining us live.
And rescue workers here are still holding out hope that they will find survivors. We are hearing from some folks who have been in the scene that they have heard sounds that indicate there might still be survivors in there. There are also word that some more victims have been pulled out. This rescue effort has been going on all night. It is a very time-consuming, tedious, difficult task. As Rich mentioned, there is still a fire burning here. The smoke not quite as dark as it was before, but it is thickening again. It had lessons in intensity for a short while. It is thickening again. All kinds of large equipment, front-end loaders and bulldozers are in there. There are probably a half dozen cranes or so. And most of it, though, just as one person said, just back, legs, and arms, trying to pull the debris out with crowbars, with shovels, with hand tools, just trying to get in there. Now, one of the tools that they are using, they have several search and rescue dogs in here. Julie Dougherty is here with her bloodhound Jezebel, and she trains these dogs.
I started them out when they were about 6 weeks old, and it's just constant everyday repetition.
How does that work?
You start them out by playing hide and seek with them, and then you go from there. Then you go for distance, farther and farther. You have people work with them that they don't know. It's just a constant thing.
The dog has the ability to hear and perhaps smell signs of a survivor. That is what they are hoping for here. Almost gridlock on West Street with all kinds of vehicles and empty containers getting ready to have the loads piled in, all the debris piled into those containers. So a lot of activity. Reporting live on West Street, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
Thank you, Peter. WCBS News Time 3:08. We're going to see if we can make things a little more normal around here as we do traffic and weather together on the 8th. And, Paul, things are normalizing a little bit.
Yeah, but you still have those problems with putting aircraft in the air, obviously. So we have in the traffic center this afternoon, Tom Kaminsky with the latest. Tom?
Going to be our immediate problem this afternoon. Good afternoon, Paul and Wayne. Good afternoon to you drivers. What we're seeing is, what we had expected, that the closings now are sort of beginning to center a little bit closer to the area of the World Trade Center. So we still have a closing on the FDR Drive, but it's now only from 42nd Street on down through the Battery Tunnel. The west side closed at 57th on down through the Battery. Holland and Lincoln are still closed down, however. And let's get the latest now from the WCBS Weather Center.
Sunshine out there, 75 to 81 for the high this afternoon. Clear skies tonight. We're heading down into the 60s. Increasing clouds tomorrow after the nice weather we've been having. We will be having some clouds later on in the day tomorrow, and the temperature will be heading in the upper 70s.
Next chance for any showers, and we certainly could use them, would be on Friday with a high then in the upper 60s, and we're looking at a nice weekend coming up if this weather forecast holds up.
Right now, sunshine out there, 78 degrees. WCBS News Time on a Wednesday, 3:10.
Terror strikes the U.S. A special report from WCBS.
CBS. All right, Channel 2, I understand, is where we want to go now.
5 minutes or so, and there were looked to be fire crew and rescue workers on those ambulances, and that appears to be what is happening, Dan. It is the rescue.
Right now, we want to listen in. Mayor Giuliani giving a briefing right now.
The state of New Jersey has been enormously valuable to us. We have over 2,000 people that we sent to New Jersey who were described as walking wounded, but many of them have ended up in New Jersey hospitals. The New Jersey police, the state police, some of the local police departments in New Jersey, fire departments are there on the scene helping us and supporting us, and their assistance has been enormously important and very, very valuable. And I thank you very much, Governor. It's really terrific. And that's really been true of everyone. They've all come to our assistance and our aid and our help. And New Yorkers who are strong and very resilient and should also know that they have lots of support, lots of people from around the state, from neighboring states like New Jersey, and all over the country that want to help us, want to support us. The president has made certain that the military is deployed in such a way as to keep us as safe as we possibly can be, given the times that we live in. And the New York Police Department and the other agencies are doing everything that they can to assure us as much safety as is possible. And people should know that they're not alone, that there are a lot of people suffering with them, there to help them and support them. I apologize to the families of people that are lost right now. We have lots of families seeking information about who was in the World Trade Center. Did they get out? Didn't they get out? Are we able to recover them? Aren't we able to recover them? And we don't know the answers to all those questions yet. We so far have a body count of 55 people as of about a half hour ago. We were able to take out another person about 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, a woman who was found still alive, taken to the hospital. So now there are at least 4 people that we've been able to take out. We're searching for others, and we'll try to get more information, and we'll try to do the best that we can to identify as many people as possible. But I really think this is the situation we're going to be living with for a while, which is we'll only know whether we saved someone or recovered someone's body when that actually happens. But we'll try to get as much information as possible. We have the airline manifests now. They're being kept by the police department. But if people check with us, the police department and the FBI can check the manifest and and we can get the information for you about whether someone's on the airplane. We would urge people to go back to normal as much as possible, to go to restaurants, go shopping, do things, show that you're not afraid, and show confidence in yourself and in the city. We'd also urge people not to in any way take any action on their own. We've had a few, not many, but we've had a few incidents that appear to have been directed against people because they may be regarded as Arab or Asian or Indian or whatever. The police department has a few reports like that. I emphasize not many, and there was only one situation of anybody trying to steal anything last night. So we haven't had looting, which we're going to certainly do everything we can to stop. But nobody should attack anyone else for racial, religious, ethnic reasons or any other reasons. That's what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with the insane, sick hatred of people for another group of people because they fit into some kind of group mentality. It would be really horrible if New Yorkers practiced any form of that. So the police department will be in those parts of the city and give the ultimate protection that we can give to people who may be in that situation. One other thing. The generosity of people is really enormous. We have thousands of volunteers. We have people volunteering to give blood. They're lined up on the street in front of Bellevue Hospital and all over the rest of the city. Also, some of our corporate citizens have already made major donations for the benefit of the families of the police officers, the firefighters, the EMS workers who will turn out to have lost their lives in this situation. GE, the CEO of GE, Jeff Imholt, told us that he is going to donate $10 million to a fund for the families of the police, fire, and other emergency workers that tragically turn out to have lost their lives in this situation. The Cisco Corporation has also offered a donation of $4 million for similar purposes, and we will organize a charitable organization that can be accountable and can make sure that all of this money gets in the hands that it's intended to get to, meaning to the children and the families that turn out to be the most direct victims of this tragedy. And again, I thank GE and I thank Cisco and all the others who have come forward in their own way and helped us. Governor?
Mayor, thank you. Let me join with you in thanking Governor DeFrancisco for being here and for the extraordinary help we've gotten from New Jersey and the cooperation we've had with the Port Authority. It's been just tremendous, and we appreciate that help. And the mayor referred to us as coming out of a one-hour briefing, but it's really not a briefing. It's a work session. And it's a work session where decisions are made and steps taken to try to alleviate the suffering and do everything we can for those who might still be alive. And I want to commend the mayor for his leadership and for the leadership of his team in these meetings, because it is extraordinary how well everyone works together and how serious everyone is in putting one agenda first and foremost and exclusively, and that is the interest of the people of New York State. So, Mayor, to you and your team, you deserve enormous credit for that leadership. It's not just the leadership, it's also the individual heroes who are out there. And just this afternoon, I was at